Chapter 71. This dungeon will be temporarily named 9-Story Black Tower. It was not named by humans, but the address of this dungeon is the 9-Story Black Tower. Just hearing this name, you may think that this is a tower climbing dungeon. It is not wrong to think so, because this dungeon has 2 tasks, and both tasks must be completed within 12 hours. The first task requires players to climb to the 9th floor of the Black Tower. The second task is very strange, requiring players to complete at least one puzzle. However, according to the information sent back by the first batch of pioneering players, who are currently trapped in the dungeon, although the second task is very strange, it is easy to complete, because there are many puzzle parts in the dungeon, and the puzzles to be puzzled are not very complicated. The first task is completely impossible to start. The task requires players to climb to the 9th floor. The players are under the pressure of more and stronger monsters as they go up. After killing to the 8th floor, they find that there is no 9th floor in this tower. According to experience, the players searched the 8th floor and did not find any secret passages. They were judged to have failed the task because they exceeded the task time limit. Fortunately, failure in this dungeon mission does not cost you your life, but doubles the number of puzzle missions. If players are judged to have failed a mission once, the second mission will require players to complete 2 puzzles. If players are judged to have failed again for the second time, the second mission will require players to complete 4 puzzles. It will increase with the number of failures. The first mission will not change with the number of failures. From the time of failure, the next round of mission timer will start immediately. After failing a round, the next round will start immediately. Although the penalty for mission failure will not harm their lives, if the mission cannot be completed, they will be locked up in the dungeon like being in prison, and may be locked up until death, which is much more miserable than White Snake. Another problem is that the number of puzzle parts in the tower is limited. If they fail more and more times, the number of puzzles they need to complete will increase to an astronomical number. Where can they find the parts to complete the puzzle? Not to mention the time limit. In this way, they will also be sentenced to life imprisonment. In short, no matter which mission, they will eventually be trapped in the dungeon for life. Seeing that the first batch of pioneering players were trapped in the dungeon and could not find a way to leave the dungeon, they also sent a message for help to the real world. Other players who wanted to enter the Black Tower to open up new land gave up the idea. After seeing the help messages sent by these pioneering players, Wei Han became interested and collected some information. He found that there was a task called Train Number 7 in the same batch of new dungeons, and the task of 9-Story Black Tower had a subtle similarity. Train Number 7 also has 2 tasks. The first task requires players to go to the number 7 dining car for a meal, and the second task also requires players to complete at least 1 puzzle. The difficulty of the first task in Train Number 7 is that players cannot find the number 7 car. The second task is also said to be easy to complete, because the puzzle parts can be found everywhere. It's as if the task system knows that players will get bored easily when trapped in the dungeon, so it specially prepares a game for players to entertain themselves. However, apart from these similarities between Train Number 7 and 9-Story Black Tower, there are no other similarities. 9-Story Black Tower does not restrict players from bringing their own food. But Train Number 7 has a hidden rule that does not allow any form of food to be brought into the dungeon. The mission of 9-Story Black Tower is a 12-hour round. Train Number 7 is a round when the train completes a one-way journey. There are many differences that are difficult to list, and it is precisely these differences that make it difficult for people to find out the subtle similarities between the 2 missions. The rules are just those, and it is strange to bump into 1 or 2 of them. Why don't you say that there are so many differences between the 2 dungeons? But Wei Han strongly believes that there must be a connection between the 2 dungeons, and it is a very critical connection. Wei Han's interest in this dungeon has increased dramatically because of this. After discussing with everyone, he finally decided to go to this dungeon and figure out the mystery of this dungeon. As before, Wei Han still needs to find a few new team members to join. Originally, I contacted Mo Hengmingna, Qian Yueqiang and others, but after contacting them, I found out that, except for Qian Yueqiang, the other 4 were all trapped in the 9-Story Black Tower. These people were excited to see the new dungeon, and they followed the pioneering team to explore it excitedly. As a result, they were all trapped in the dungeon. They didn't say anything and didn't dare to contact acquaintances, thinking it was too embarrassing. Han Qi and Kai Liming went there without telling Qian Yueqiang. When Qian Yueqiang was contacted, Shirley told her about the situation of the 2 grown men, and she was amused. It was a coincidence that Wei Han had just decided to enter this dungeon, when he found that acquaintances were trapped inside. Since only Qian Yueqiang was found here, Wei Han needed at least one more person. After thinking about it, he randomly picked a lucky team member from his fans. Therefore, there was an ecstatic host showing off in the forum, causing many netizens to become jealous. The host's ID has become popular with good sisters, and the comment platform ID is the same. The real name is Yang Yuetong, and she got into it through Teacher Wei's mind-sweeping copy live broadcast. At that time, Yang Yuetong had a small conflict with her good sister Xiang Ryu because of Teacher Wei's live broadcast. Well, maybe it can't be said to be a small conflict. Later, it was confirmed that Teacher Wei was right, and Xiang Ryu didn't say anything, just pretending that nothing had happened and laughing with her. This actually made Yang Yuetong feel a little uncomfortable. She thought carefully that she seemed to have never received a serious apology from Xiang Ryu. Instead, it seemed that no matter when, she was apologizing to Xiang Ryu. Recently, she and Xiang Ryu seemed to chat less and less. She can feel that Xiang Ryu seems to be deliberately ignoring her, as if she is angry about something. However, when she thinks about how she always has to bow her head to coax Xiang Ryu, she feels very tired and exhausted. Yang Yuetong found with some guilt that when Xiang Ryu didn't chat with her, she seemed to be much more relaxed and happy. She seemed to be able to concentrate more on reading Teacher Wei's news, chasing Teacher Wei's materials, and discussing Teacher Wei's affairs with her friends. Could it be that Xiang Ryu was angry about this? This made her a little uneasy. Was she really hypocritical? She said that she regarded Xiang Ryu as a good sister for life, but she didn't take her seriously? Can Teacher Wei make her so addicted that she ignores her friends? She even feels relieved that her friends don't chat with her, and can concentrate on chasing stars. After dinner in the evening, Yang Yuetong sat at the table. She was still sighing and melancholy the previous second. The next second, she saw that everyone in the forum was saying that Teacher Wei's live broadcast was open for reservations. She immediately threw these unhappiness behind her, and just wanted to rush to Teacher Wei's page to click on the reservation. As a result, just after the reservation was made, she saw a private message from an account she paid special attention to. Yang Yuetong subconsciously clicked on the message, and suddenly remembered that she was a new account on Comet Live, and only Teacher Wei was followed and paid special attention to. Paying special attention to send her a private message means that Teacher Wei sent her a message. The huge joy almost made Yang Yuetong faint. She stood up suddenly, and pinched her philtrum to read the message. The camera is my destiny. Hello, I am very sorry to bother you. I randomly selected temporary team members, and got your ID. I want to invite you to my live broadcast room as a temporary teammate. Is that okay? After reading the message, Yang Yuetong kicked her toes hard on the corner of the table with her firm willpower. It was only because of the excruciating pain that she didn't faint from being too excited. Yang Yuetong's face was horrible with pain, and she gave herself a thumbs up. Yang Yuetong, it's okay, you're really awesome. In this situation, Yang Yuetong still thought of Xiang Ryu first. She felt that she could fight for it. Xiang Ryu wanted to be famous, and hoped to become a famous player. Yang Yuetong, this is a good opportunity. She felt that it would be very appropriate to be able to appear in Teacher Wei's live broadcast room, and make this theirs. She heard that Teacher Wei didn't seem to charge money, but even if she did, she would give all her current savings to Teacher Wei in exchange for bringing Xiang Ryu along, which would be worth it. Audiences who are attentive will find that the photographers in Teacher Wei's live broadcast room are very fair. They will not favor or ignore anyone because of who is popular or not famous. Her lens can basically let everyone appear. Where can you find such fairness? Not to mention that Teacher Wei is now on the rise, and has a large fan base. While shaking her feet to relieve the pain in her toes, she mustered up her courage and sent a message to Teacher Wei tentatively. Of course I am very willing. 10,000 times willing. I really didn't expect that I would be so lucky. But I have a small request, but if it will make Teacher Wei very embarrassed, just pretend that I didn't say anything. Become famous together with good sisters. Can I apply to bring my sister along? I hope she can come too, and I can pay for it. But it doesn't matter if she can't. I just want to try a little harder. Camera is my destiny. If you only have one sister, you can bring her. No need to pay. Become famous with good sisters. Aw, really? Teacher Wei, I really love you. Thank you. I really love you. I must give you money. Camera is my destiny. Tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock, you need to gather at the south gate of Jiaoximing Mall in Beidou District 8. Try not to be late, and you will not be waited for after the time is up. Become famous with good sisters. Okay. I will leave right away. Camera is my destiny. Stop making trouble, have a good rest. Become famous with good sisters. Silly smile JPG. Become famous with good sisters. Transfer information. Unread. Yang Yuetong smiled silly for a long time while holding her mobile phone, and opened Xiang Ryu's chat interface happily for a rare time. Their chat stopped this morning. She sent Xiang Ryu an energetic expression saying good morning. Xiang Ryu sent a string of ellipses, and then replied with one word oh. Seeing her two replies, Yang Yuetong suddenly became depressed, and did not reply again. Good sisters go together for life. Sister. I have great news. Teacher Wei just picked me as a temporary teammate. I also argued with Teacher Wei a little bit, and I can take you with me. Teacher Wei said he doesn't charge, but I definitely want to pay. Good sisters go together for life. Do you want to come? Come on, come on. I think you can be famous in Teacher Wei's live broadcast room. I pay for it. You can still save your money. Good sisters go together for life. Just reply to me when you see it. I pack my things right now. We gather in the dungeon tomorrow morning. I really can't wait. Yang Yuetong was about to put down her phone and pack her things happily, and then she heard a reminder of special concern. Looking down, Xiang Ryu replied. Became popular immediately. Became popular immediately. Didn't I tell you? I signed a contract with Beidou Xingyue. Became popular immediately. The live broadcast arranged by Beidou Xingyue for me is also tomorrow. As my good sister, you will watch it, right? Will you come to support me? Yang Yuetong stayed where she was. When did she sign a contract with Beidou Xingyue? She tried very hard to flip through the chat history, thinking that she was addicted to the Wei, and ignored the message said by Xiang Ryu. As a result, she flipped through the chat history of their dispute over the Minesweeper live broadcast, and did not see Xiang Ryu mentioning her contract with Beidou Xingyue. Moreover, she did not ignore Xiang Ryu's messages because she was obsessed with Teacher Wei. She would reply to her messages immediately after seeing them. She did not understand. Good sisters walk together for life. Then congratulations. When did you sign the contract? You didn't seem to tell me. I just looked through the chat history. Immediately became popular 3 days ago. Maybe I forgot to say that the company has been arranging some special training these days. I feel that I have learned a lot, and I am also very busy. Immediately became popular. So you really want to go to Teacher Wei's live broadcast? She took the initiative to find you? Are you sure she is not a liar? Then can you still watch my live broadcast? I hope you can come to watch my first live broadcast. Yang Yuetong looked at the message helplessly, and wanted to say that her going to Teacher Wei's place was also her first live broadcast. Xiang Ryu knew how much she liked Teacher Wei. Now that she was lucky enough to get this opportunity, how could she miss it? And she's not stupid. If he's a liar, can't she tell? Good sisters go together for life. I'm sure he's not a liar. That's Teacher Wei's official account. I'm very happy that you can sign with Beidou Xingyue, and congratulations on your live broadcast soon, but I'm going to start my live broadcast here too. I may not be able to watch your live broadcast in the dungeon. Immediately became popular, so that Teacher Wei is so important? More important than our years of relationship? For her, you can even not watch your good sister's first live broadcast? Good sisters go together for life. Yang Yuetong felt tired, and for the first time, she sent Xiang Ryu an ellipsis representing speechless. In the end, she chose to put down her phone and went to pack her things with a stern face. The next day, the sun had just risen. When Wei Han led the team to the portal, a lonely figure was already standing outside the portal, as if he had been waiting for a long time. Yang Yuetong still set out early and arrived at the portal 3 hours in advance to wait. She thought she would be sad, but in fact she was very excited now, because she was about to see Teacher Wei. A living Teacher Wei. She would soon know what Teacher Wei looked like. She could now see the real players, who had only been seen on the screen. Wei Han took the initiative to greet the trembling figure. Hello? Are you Yang Yuetong? Yang Yuetong's heart was pounding when she heard the voice. She raised her head, and just saw Teacher Wei's beautiful face clearly, then her eyes rolled up, and she was finally too excited and fainted. Chapter 72. Just a greeting actually frightened the person to death. Wei Han quickly used her skills to prevent the other party from falling and getting hurt. At the same time, she wondered if she shouldn't have spoken. The others following Wei Han didn't expect that this new temporary teammate would give them such a big surprise right from the start. Qian Yueqiang saw that there was only one person on the other side. She looked around and didn't see any other figures. She was a little curious. Teacher Wei, didn't she say she would bring another sister? Why is there only one of her? Shirley and Zhang Xian went over to catch the person so that Wei Han could release the skill. Yang Yuetong stopped while leaning forward at a 45-degree angle. If you ignore her closed eyes, she looks like she is doing some kind of performance art. After Shirley and Zhang Xian caught the person, they made a gesture to Wei Han. Wei Han released his skill and replied to Qian Yueqiang, maybe her sister is too busy to come. Wei Han is still depressed. Did she scare the person to faint? She turned to ask Rong Qi, is my voice scary? Shouldn't I have spoken directly just now? Rong Qi vaguely remembered that the girl who fainted seemed to have an excited expression on her face. He replied seriously, I suspect it's because she was too excited. It doesn't matter what you do or how you do it. Wu Shan didn't come this time. He wanted to stay at home to watch Bai Qingchuan and teach Monster Sigio more life skills. Anyway, he didn't like to enter the dungeon very much. So after adding Qian Yueqiang, there are still 5 people on their side. What should we do if the person faints now? After Shirley caught the person, she also helped her to tidy up her hair. She found that this friend was pretty and looked like a straightforward girl. You can't just leave her here. Zhang Xian was also looking at Yang Yuetong. She's pretty good looking. Does Teacher Wei select people based on their looks? Wei Han automatically ignored Zhang Xian's last sentence. Her idea was to try to use her skills to see if she could stimulate the opponent's nerves and wake him up. But just when Wei Han was thinking so much, Yang Yuetong fainted for less than 2 minutes and woke up again. Shirley and Zhang Xian felt that their arms were moving and were a little surprised. After looking at each other, they let go of their hands. Yang Yuetong did wake up. After she stood firm, she raised her head, and everyone saw that she was biting her lower lip tightly at this time, and her movable hand was pinching her waist tightly. Don't faint, don't hold Teacher Wei back. In the quiet environment, Yang Yuetong's muttered self-encouragement was successfully heard by everyone present. Everyone was a little shocked by the girl's tenacious will. What kind of strange person did Teacher Wei bring over this time? Everyone waited quietly for Yang Yuetong to recover, and did not dare to urge her. Seeing that she was working so hard, how could they have the nerve to urge her? So while waiting, the teammates, who had never been here, began to observe the surrounding environment. The south gate of the old Ximing Mall in Beidou District 8 is also a very deserted place. Except for them, no other people can be seen around. The south gate of the mall is arranged as a small square, and there is a small fountain, but now the fountain has been stopped, and there are some faded beverage boxes inside. The green trees are still alive tenaciously, so the ground is full of fallen leaves, and there are only wild weeds growing wildly in the flower bed. Looking out, you can still see the yellow warning line left behind. This place became the old Ximing Mall because there were 3 red portals in the mall. At that time, the mall had a good flow of people, and the monsters coming out of the 3 red portals directly caused heavy casualties. Later, Ximing Mall moved to other places, and this place was completely abandoned. The huge mall was left here empty because of the influence of the red portal. No one wanted it even if it was given away for free. Because of the fear of the red portal, people have regarded this place as an absolute forbidden area. Even players don't like to go to such places, but Wei Han doesn't care. When Wei Han chose the portal entrance, she specifically chose some portal entrances that normal people don't like to go to, which can reduce a lot of trouble. At least, she didn't want to be watched by others when entering the portal. The portal they wanted to enter stood quietly in front of the fountain in this small square. The outer frame of the portal was in the shape of a tower, like a very small tower with only the appearance left and the middle hollowed out. The portal is white and flashes red, so the difficulty of this dungeon is red. According to the assessment of the Unknown Game Mutual Aid Center, the level of this dungeon is B. After everyone looked around, Yang Yuetong finally recovered completely and tentatively spoke, "Hi, everyone." While speaking, Yang Yuetong pinched her thigh tightly and screamed in her heart, it's real. These players, who I only saw on the screen, are real. It's my dear Shir and Sister Ling. Handsome Ding Lu is also real. Sister Qiangwei is also here, but the most important thing is Teacher Wei, the most shining one among the few. Sister Qiangwei didn't lie. Teacher Wei is so beautiful. She is so beautiful that she dare not look at her anymore. Are her eyes really worthy of looking directly at such a beauty? Yang Yuetong's heartbeat accelerated again. It was too dazzling. Damn it. Teacher Wei was even more dazzling than the sun that just rose. In order to avoid being too excited and embarrassed again, Yang Yuetong forced herself to divert her attention. But why didn't she seem to see Uncle Lu? Hello, do we need to introduce ourselves? Wei Han didn't know what was going on with this temporary teammate. He looked at her and immediately retracted his gaze, as if he didn't dare to look at her. Yang Yuetong's breathing began to quicken. Teacher Wei was talking to her. When she heard Teacher Wei's voice in real life, She found that Teacher Wei's voice was even better than what she heard in the live broadcast room. No need. Yang Yuetong looked down at her toes. I followed your live broadcasts. I know everyone. So I just need to introduce myself. Yang Yuetong felt embarrassed at first. She fainted with excitement just by seeing Teacher Wei for the first time. She must have left a bad impression on everyone. She has to work hard to restore her image now. My name is Yang Yuetong. I'm 21 years old, and a D-level player. I was originally E-level, and I was just a little short of D-level. After watching Teacher Wei's live broadcast, I went to the Minesweeper dungeon. Then I was promoted to D-level, and I also drew a skill that can visualize imaginary items, but my mental strength needs to be strengthened, and I don't know how to use it yet. She tried to add, I will definitely work hard. Try not to fall behind. When Yang Yuetong mentioned that she had entered the Minesweeper dungeon, she suddenly remembered that she and Xiang Ryu had quarreled over entering this dungeon. After watching Teacher Wei's live broadcast, she entered the dungeon by herself. When she was halfway through the task in the dungeon, Xiang Ryu took the initiative to contact her and asked her where she was. When she said she entered the dungeon, Xiang Ryu was very angry and said that she entered the dungeon without telling her. Why did she enter the dungeon alone? Didn't she know it was dangerous? However, Yang Yuetong flipped through the chat history at that time and sent the screenshot to Xiang Ryu, saying that she actually told her, but Xiang Ryu did not reply. When she replied, another topic had already been raised. At that time, Yang Yuetong felt very strange. Did Xiang Ryu really react so strongly because she thought it was dangerous for her to enter the dungeon alone? Hearing the girl's very nervous self-introduction, Shirley came over and put her arm around her shoulder. What a coincidence, I'm also D-level. My skills are basically fire-related. I tell you secretly that I usually roast sweet potatoes for myself. Xian Yueqiang also came over to get acquainted with Yang Yuetong. Hello, I'm so happy. You know my name is Qian Yueqiang. I thought no one would notice me. My level is lower than yours. I only reached E level after I came out of the Minesweeper dungeon. The skills I got are all useless, and none of them can be used. Because of her level, Qian Yueqiang didn't dare to come. She didn't think about taking Teacher Wei's car. Instead, her first reaction was that she was too bad and would hold everyone back. It was only after everyone persuaded her that she followed with the mood that she must not hold back. Zhang Xian also said a few words. Hello, I'm Xian Ling, don't be too nervous. Just treat us normally. Rongqi didn't know what to say. Wushan didn't come, and he was the only male in the team. He really felt a little lonely? Wei Han asked Yang Yuetong, didn't you say you would bring another sister? Yang Yuetong's heartbeat was almost calmed down, but when she heard Teacher Wei's voice, she couldn't control it again, and her heart almost jumped out of her chest. It's that. She signed a contract with Beidou Xingyue and has a live broadcast today. So she can't come with me. Perhaps it was because of Teacher Wei that Yang Yuetong found that she didn't feel sad at all when she talked about these things with Xiang Ryu. Xian Yueqiang often surfed the internet. When she heard Yang Yuetong say this, she immediately thought of the live broadcast event of the rookie player organized by Beidou Xingyue. Could it be the live broadcast event of the rookie player? Xian Yueqiang didn't like this live broadcast event because of the plastic triangle incident. Xian Yueqiang really didn't expect that Beidou Xingyue would be so persistent in this activity. After the previous failure, they didn't give up and continued to promote the plastic triangle. Shirley is also a surfing expert, and she immediately reacted, are you serious? Your sister actually signed a contract with Beidou Xingyue and participated in the live broadcast of that rookie player? Yang Yuetong nodded, I think so. Today's live broadcast seems to be the live broadcast of that rookie player. I don't have a good impression of that live broadcast. I don't know if you have noticed that I think the plastic triangle seems to be imitating Shir, Sister Ling and Uncle Lu. Maybe it's just my illusion. But I just feel like it. When Yang Yuetong discovered this, she asked Xiang Ryu, who thought she was thinking too much and then criticized her for talking about Teacher Wei every 3 sentences recently. As a person who is used to looking through chat records, Yang Yuetong also looked through the chat records and found that she didn't mention Teacher Wei much, but only occasionally, while Xiang Ryu talked about Beidou Xingyue every 3 sentences. But when she refuted, Xiang Ryu changed her statement and blamed her for just being criticized and taking it seriously. Anyway, it seemed that she was always wrong. For Xiang Ryu, being able to sign Beidou Xingyue was also a wish come true. Her congratulations to Xiang Ryu last night were sincere, because she knew that this was Xiang Ryu's dream. And her sudden opportunity to enter Teacher Wei's live broadcast room was equivalent to a dream coming true. But she did not hear Xiang Ryu congratulate her, or say that he was happy for her. Shirley was very happy with Yang Yuetong's words. She hugged Yang Yuetong excitedly. Right. Right. You have the same feeling too. I thought others couldn't see it, they imitated it so obviously. They are just copycats, they want to imitate us, but they can't imitate us. Yang Yuetong agreed very much. Yes, yes, yes. I actually have similar ideas with others. We have many groups discussing you. We all hate that plastic triangle. The previous Q&A session on Kite Beach was also very obvious, especially the male player named Lin Wei. He was so fake. Super fake. The development of this common topic successfully relieved Yang Yuetong's nervousness. She was only concerned with complaining, and for a moment, she didn't even think about being nervous. In fact, everyone was waiting for her to relax, so they didn't enter the portal immediately, but Yang Yuetong thought that everyone didn't enter the portal because they were waiting for the photography team. Yang Yuetong, like the audience in the live broadcast room, didn't know that there was only one photographer in Teacher Wei's live broadcast room. After she chatted with Li Shi and Qian Yueqiang for a long time, they felt like they had met too late, and were getting more and more excited. Yang Yuetong suddenly came to her senses. Has the photography team not arrived yet? I am lucky enough to participate in the shooting of Teacher Wei's live broadcast room. How can the photography team be so late? They should have started waiting a few hours in advance like me. In Yang Yuetong's view, it was a great honor to be able to participate in Teacher Wei's live broadcast. How could someone be late? Shirley suppressed her laughter and reminded Yang Yuetong, no, the photography team has arrived a long time ago. We didn't enter the dungeon, but just wanted to stabilize your emotions. Otherwise, if you fainted after entering the dungeon, it would be difficult to deal with. Qian Yueqiang, who had the same misunderstanding, could understand Yang Yuetong's confusion at this time. She pointed to Teacher Wei, who had already started to adjust the camera parameters. In fact, from beginning to end, there were only Teacher Wei and her twin sister Wei Wei. It seems that Wei Wei will enter the dungeon last this time. Anyway, we don't need her. She will definitely catch up, Shirley added. She felt like she hadn't seen Wei Han for a long time. Wei Han was always elusive, and Teacher Wei always asked Wei Han to go out to do things. Yang Yuetong looked at Teacher Wei, who was carrying the camera. Handsome Ding Lu stood aside, curiously watching Teacher Wei's technique of adjusting the camera. Whenever he reached out to touch the camera, Teacher Wei would slap his hand away in advance. After that, Handsome Ding Lu looked at Teacher Wei, with a slightly hurt look in shock, as he focused on adjusting the camera again. Just two people? Yang Yuetong's focus was completely off. The point was that everyone wanted her to calm down, so they delayed the time to enter the dungeon. That's not the point. Shirley twisted Yang Yuetong's shoulders. The point is that you should quickly stabilize your heartbeat. Don't be so excited. Yang Yuetong nodded blankly. Wei Han saw that she should have adapted to it, and her parameters were adjusted, so he used the skill to issue a command. Everyone, get ready, enter the dungeon. Yang Yuetong felt the voice ringing in her head, and she was like a bumpkin. Seeing that everyone was used to it, she always felt that she seemed to open the door to a new world today. Wei Han and Rong Qi entered the portal first, followed by Zhang Xian. Shirley and Qian Yueqiang carried Yang Yuetong into the dungeon, and said, maybe you can see a few more people when you go in later. You know Mo Hung and Mingna, right? Han Qi and Kai Liming are also in there. I'm telling you about those four. After the three of them completely entered the portal, the voice disappeared. The deserted small square returned to silence again. The live broadcast officially started after Wei Han entered the dungeon, and the camera screen was connected to the live broadcast room. In the live broadcast room, the black interface instantly lit up and the picture appeared. The background in the picture could not be seen, only 3 people were seen walking out of the portal. Shirley and Qian Yueqian appeared with Yang Yuetong, and the portal disappeared. Shirley brought the second half of the words here, trapped in this 9-story black tower for a few days, because they felt embarrassed, they didn't dare to tell us. We went to find them, and asked them if they wanted to enter the dungeon together, only to find out that they were all trapped in the black tower. The camera began to zoom out at a uniform speed, and soon a bird's eye view of an ancient red square tower was captured and presented in the live broadcast room. Before the picture was connected to the live broadcast room, 300,000 viewers had already clicked in, waiting for the picture to appear. Now that the tower in the picture is clear, the barrage also became wildly active at this moment. I don't want to fall behind. It's the 9-story black tower. Moonlight brother, I bet right. Teacher Wei really chose this dungeon. I'm waiting for Teacher Wei to dig out all the secrets of this dungeon in the live broadcast, and then I go and break into it. Don't be hypocritical with me. Wait, Is this really the Black Tower? Should it be the Red Tower? I wish you a safe journey. So is Teacher Wei really going to rescue the players trapped in the Black Tower? Teacher Wei is really kind-hearted. Every day is the new year. Are you all discussing the dungeon? Does no one remember our Sure? It was Sure before the screen was zoomed out just now. And the girl Qiangwei? Haven't you seen the girl they were holding? Can I bring my own BG? Ah, I'm so excited. Crazy. I miss you so much. Why did you start the live broadcast after so long? I miss you so much. There are also crazy reward information in the crazy barrage, and it keeps flashing that who is rewarded what spaceship submarine. Unlike the previous live broadcast, this live broadcast has hundreds of thousands of people right after it started. The barrage is so lively that it has to be blocked from the beginning, otherwise all you see is colorful barrage filling up the screen. In order to optimize the user experience, Comet Platform has updated the platform. After the update, it has been added that the barrage can be changed to list mode and folded on the sidebar of the screen. When needed, move the mouse over it, and it will pop up automatically. This is the blocking method that everyone adopts now, so that the audience can move it over whenever they need to watch the barrage, and move the mouse back when they don't want to watch it. Because it is a list mode of the sidebar, even if it is moved out, the screen will be much less blocked and will not affect the viewing. After many people noticed this optimization, they gave Comet Platform an encouraging praise. I didn't expect that this small platform is quite attentive in user experience. Everyone also loves the house and the Woo and thinks that it is worthy of being the platform that Teacher Wei has taken a fancy to. It is not worse than the two big platforms, and even more attentive. I completely forgot that Comet collapsed before, and it was them who scolded Comet on the hot search. There will be this small change, mainly because the webmaster Shigui is also following the live broadcast, and he feels that the form of barrage is not enough, and he needs to increase it. Now the most ruthless reward Comet will definitely shine again is the webmaster himself, who is also the most crazy among the fanatical fans. After the audience was curious about the new team member for a while, they soon realized that this was the host, who was selected as a temporary teammate, the Shining Knee. Ah, I remember. It's that host. I'm so jealous when I think of it. She can meet Teacher Wei. Damn it. Seeing how beautiful she is, as long as she tells me what Teacher Wei looks like, I will forgive her smug show-off. Do you think I can do it? Wow, she is so beautiful. Teacher Wei chooses people based on appearance, right? Do I still have a chance? Beware of copy fraud. I'm going to have plastic surgery right away. Teacher Wei, I love you. I'm so jealous. Will Teacher Wei still select temporary teammates in the future? Will he? I will start to accumulate virtue, and do good deeds tomorrow. Will there be a chance to accumulate some luck? I shook the relics all over the ground. Is the electronic wooden fish I bought finally useful? The audience discussed enthusiastically while watching the changes in the picture. After the screen zoomed out to give a panoramic view of the dungeon, it zoomed in at a constant speed and returned to the players. Everyone also saw that the new teammates this time were Qin Yueqiang and the lucky audience Yang Yuetong. Louis did not participate this time. According to Li Shi, he wanted to stay at home to look after the house and take care of the pets. Zhang Xian. Lily really learned bad things from Teacher Wei to call monsters pets. Yang Yuetong didn't know the truth and said excitedly, "Does Uncle Lu have cute pets? My family runs a pet shop. My parents have taken in a lot of stray pets. If Uncle Lu's pets need help, you can contact me at any time. Does Uncle Lu have a cat or a dog? Or something else?" Yang Yuetong's family atmosphere is pretty good. After Yang Yuetong happily shared the good news with her parents last night, her parents were so happy that they almost didn't sleep all night, and they had already dragged all the relatives in the family to watch her live broadcast. Faced with Yang Yuetong's kindness, Zhang Xian glanced at Shirley, and she went back to the topic she had brought up. Shirley said mysteriously, "It's a very new pet. You will understand it later." Zhang Xian, While the four of them were chatting, Rong Qi and Wei Han were observing the outside of the tower. After Wei Han entered the dungeon, he released Wei Wei, and Wei Wei was now working with Rong Qi. It had only been 2 or 3 minutes since they entered the dungeon, and the tasks had not yet been issued. Wei Han reminded the 4 people who were fascinated by the chat, "Don't bother chatting, remember to report to the live broadcast room first." Until Yang Yuetong was reminded, she looked up blankly in the direction of Wei Han, but she was stunned when she looked at the camera. Teacher Wei actually grew a pair of such beautiful wings, which is a perfect match for Teacher Wei. She actually grew wings and carried a camera in the air. So cool. Yang Yuetong thought that others didn't notice it, and wanted to share it with the 3 people next to her excitedly, but she found that they were used to it. Wait, they seemed to be surprised before. So everyone saw such a scene behind the camera at that time. Then it is really understandable that everyone was shocked at that time. Yang Yuetong was moved beyond words. She didn't expect that she could become a member of the live broadcast room. She didn't have to stare at the reactions of the players and anchors to guess what Teacher Wei did behind the camera. She is now the live perspective. She is the first-person perspective. But the audience in the live broadcast room now sees her stunned reaction and begins to feel familiar anxiety and curiosity again. What did this lucky girl see from the perspective of the scene? If she had never been selected once in her life, would she never be able to know the shooting status of Teacher Wei? Surely poke Yang Yuetong to bring her back to her senses, and Yang Yuetong immediately remembered to sign, in the live broadcast room, to leave an impression of her ID for the audience. After signing in, Yang Yuetong saw that she had a new message, and she knew it was from Xiang Ryu without clicking it. This was the first time she deliberately ignored Xiang Ryu's message, because facing what Xiang Ryu said last night, she really didn't know how to reply, and she might accidentally say something hurtful. Now Yang Yuetong couldn't swipe her phone in the live broadcast room to reply to Xiang Ryu's message. After thinking about it, she put the phone back into the skill space. Everyone has begun to conduct preliminary exploration of the environment they are in. After they came out of the portal, they came to the tower base, which is like a large hexagonal square surrounded by stone guardrails. There are steps down to the flat ground in 4 directions. The tower body rises from the ground in this large hexagonal square. The tower is 9 stories high, tall and huge, and it is daunting to stand below. The environment around the red tower is a bit strange. The light in this copy is light green, the sky is red, but the clouds are more or less green. There are endless red forests around. They have never seen these plants. They can only see that every plant is red, deep red, pink, light red, rose red, and all kinds of red. The overall effect is a strange combination of red and green, which is not very friendly to the eyes. Wei Han had secretly asked Wei Weiwei to go outside the tower, but found that she couldn't get out. After stepping on the steps, she would return to the tower base. The surrounding environment can only be seen, but not entered. After looking at the surrounding environment, everyone began to feel strange. Why does it seem different from what Mo Hengmingna and the other 4 said? Shirley asked hesitantly. We shouldn't have entered the wrong portal. They said it was a black tower, and you can't even count to the 9th floor from the outside, and the surrounding plants are all black? Zhang Xian also recalled carefully. Yang Yuetong was afraid. Should we enter the tower now? Or wait a little longer? When she looked around, she saw Wei Weiwei, who should be Teacher Wei's twin sister. Fortunately, others reminded her in advance, otherwise she would definitely be shocked again. There are 2 such beautiful women. Double the eye-catching, double the happiness. Rongqi thought that he could wait a little longer, wait until the task comes out before making a decision. As soon as the voice fell, they all felt a burning sensation in their palms, and the task was released. Everyone opened the task panel, and was a little dumbfounded. Copy address, 9-story red tower. Task 1. Please enter the underground palace within 12 hours. Task 2. Please complete at least 1 puzzle. Chapter 73. The promised 9-story black tower. Turned out to be a 9-story red tower, and the first task is different from the 9-story black tower. The release of the task also completely confirmed that this copy is really not the 9-story black tower, so they can't run into the 4 trap people here. After realizing this, Shirley, Qian Yueqiang and Zhang Xian looked at each other in turn, and finally through eye contact, they decided to let Qian Yueqiang contact the 4 people and inform them that there was no way, they had to save themselves. These people all thought, who would have thought that the same type of portal could actually be transmitted to towers of different colors? Although they are all 9-story X towers, they are not the same copy after all, and even the tasks are different, and the solutions must be different. The task has been released, and all the players, led by Rongqi, walk towards the gate of the first floor of the red tower. The square tower has arches in all 4 directions, and can be entered from all 4 directions, so they chose the nearest door. Qian Yueqiang was walking and talking on the phone. Well, we did come in through the same portal, but we are in the red tower, huh? You already knew that by watching the live broadcast? Well, then you should also know that we probably can't help you much. Don't give up and stop thinking about the copy clues just because of this. How can you just watch the live broadcast? Qian Yueqiang was very speechless listening to the voices of Han Qi and Kai Liming rushing to talk, and occasionally Mo Hung and Mingna would also interject a few words. Kai Liming said, Anyway, Teacher Wei started the live broadcast, which is just right. We are so bored trapped in the tower, and finally we don't have to spend our time solving those puzzles anymore. Han-Chi still held out hope. I think the two dungeons are only one letter different. There must be many similarities. Maybe we can find something by watching Teacher Wei's live broadcast. Mo Hung and Ming Na were very direct. I confess, I just want to watch the live broadcast. It has nothing to do with anything else. I don't want to break through the dungeon. I just want to watch the live broadcast. Qian Yueqiang, Didn't these two ever think that they might be trapped in the dungeon forever? Qian Yueqiang sighed helplessly, and Rongqi had already pushed open the door that looked very heavy. Shirley saw Rongqi pushing the door. The muscles at his arm seemed to tear his shirt sleeves, which showed that Rongqi had some pressure to push the door open. So after the door was opened, Shirley curiously reached out and tried to push the door, but found that she had pushed very hard, but the door didn't move at all. Shirley didn't believe in evil and used all her strength seriously, but the door only moved slightly. This made Shirley look at Rongqi differently. She knew Rongqi was strong, but after coming out of the beach kite dungeon, he seemed to have become stronger again. Zhang Xian didn't try. Just by looking at the state of Rongqi pushing the door, she could guess that this door was not something she could deal with. Yang Yuetong secretly tried it, and then returned to Zhang Xian with a bitter face, looking at Rongqi with more admiration. And in Qian Yueqiang's call, for people also explained in unison. The four people were watching the live broadcast here in the 9-story Black Tower at the same time. Kai Liming, fuck. What kind of strange power does the handsome guy have? Mo Hung, can this door still be pushed open? I'm really kneeling. In order to enter the tower, we used a cannon to blast it open, and now there is an ugly hole in the door. Han-Chi, to be honest, I really didn't expect that the handsome guy actually had such terrifying fighting power. When I watched the Minesweeper live broadcast before, I thought that the handsome guy was a strategist-type teammate, who mainly used his brain. Aren't these strategists usually physically weak? During the Minesweeper live broadcast, Rongqi's performance was indeed not very eye-catching, and there were no battle scenes to show his fighting power. Although he led everyone to analyze many rules, he was very low-key throughout the whole process. So everyone's most profound impression of him is still handsome, a very smart handsome guy, and there is no other memorable point. Mingna, he is so handsome, smart, and has such a great fighting power. The only person in the world who can be more perfect than him is Teacher Wei. Currently Teacher Wei, who is more perfect than Rongqi, is planning to let Wei Weiwei secretly open the other 3 doors. So after everyone entered the tower, before they could see the layout inside clearly, they first looked to the left-hand side after entering the door because of the dull sound of pushing the door, and then saw the door slowly open. They were still nervous about what new team had come in, but they saw Wei Weiwei standing expressionlessly behind the open door, against the light. Only then did everyone realize that Wei Weiwei had silently left the team to act alone. A few people were about to say hello to Wei Weiwei, but Wei Weiwei turned around and left. Soon, everyone heard the familiar sound of pushing the door again, coming from the front. This time she opened the door behind. After realizing her intention, Rongqi also rolled up his sleeves and took the initiative to push open the door on the right. Finally, all 4 doors were opened, and the environment on the first floor of the tower became much brighter as the 4 doors were opened. Qian Yueqiang's headset also heard the screams of those people like slaughtering pigs. Kai Liming, those 2 people are really perverted. We have a hard time breaking the door with explosive force, but you opened all 4 doors at once. Han-Chi, anyway, this is too much stimulation for us. Mo Hung, tell me quickly, only those 2 people can do it, none of you can do it. No, tell me quickly, the gate of your red tower is not as heavy as ours. Mingna continued Mo Hang's words. Hung, you forgot that Teacher Wei hasn't made a move yet, so there are 3 people. And with Teacher Wei's strength, she can definitely open all 4 doors at once. Qian Yueqiang decided to hang up the phone. Her head was about to hurt because of the noise of these people. Whatever you want, anyway, it's not me who is trapped in the copy. If you want to watch the live broadcast, just watch it, I won't talk nonsense with you. You keep yelling, my head is about to explode, she said speechlessly. As a result, the 4 people on the other end were even more surprised when she spoke. What? You haven't hung up yet? We were so focused on watching the live broadcast that we forgot to hang up. We weren't talking to you just now. Qian Yueqiang chuckled twice, and without listening to what others were going to say, she directly hung up the phone. The copy address is the first floor of the 9-story Black Tower. All the players who entered this copy to open up the wasteland gathered here. There were quite a few people, and the first floor was packed. At this time, everyone took out their mobile phones to watch the live broadcast. Now they have accumulated 5 failures, and the number of puzzles to be completed in the task has doubled to 16. However, the 16 puzzles are not difficult for the time being. From the first floor to the 8th floor, all the shelves are filled with boxes of puzzles with different patterns. Players can choose the puzzles they like or the ones with lower difficulty at will. The rules do not stipulate that you must complete the puzzle once you take it down. Players can even open it to check the difficulty. If you get the puzzle you don't want, just put it back. Anyway, I have no idea how to find the 9th floor of the Black Tower now. It's not difficult to solve the 16 puzzles. The monsters have been dealt with for the time being. It's a waste of time to sit there. It's better to watch the live broadcast to pass the time. Some players were originally fans of Teacher Wei. When they were trapped in the dungeon and learned that Teacher Wei was going to start a live broadcast, they regretted it. If they had known that Teacher Wei would start a live broadcast in the next few days, they would never come to open up the wasteland. Some players have not watched Teacher Wei's live broadcast yet. Seeing that the players watching Teacher Wei's live broadcast here are so excited, they are all curious, especially when they hear something about opening 4 doors in one breath. They don't hesitate anymore and click directly into Teacher Wei's live broadcast room. Some people were very disdainful of the so-called Teacher Wei's live broadcast. When they heard them marvel at Teacher Wei's ability to push open 4 doors in one go, they all sneered. It's not the same dungeon. The big door over there might be the weight of a normal door. What's so strange about pushing open 4 doors in one go? I can open 100 normal doors without even taking a breath. Isn't it too early to marvel at the strength of the people over there? Obviously, this dungeon cannot be passed by relying on combat power. If you have strength but no brains, you can't pass it. At least wait until they really have a breakthrough before bragging. They might be really good, but I chose to watch the rookie live broadcast of Beta Xingyue, and they actually chose train number 7. How come it's different from the preview? And the actual dungeon they went to is subway line 8. The players who chose to watch the rookie player live broadcast of Beta Xingyue also found that the Beta Xingyue players, who were originally predicted to enter train number 7 now went to the dungeon of subway line 8. From the live broadcast screen, the players and anchors of Beta Xingyue were also very surprised this time, and they didn't expect it to be like this. Then the dungeon mission was released, and some people found that the mission of the dungeon, subway line 8, also had an inexplicable sense of similarity. There are 2 missions, and they are also limited in time, limited to 6 hours. The first mission requires players to get off at Dengguan Station and go to the vending machine at this station to buy a product within 10 minutes of the train stopping. The second mission still requires players to complete at least 1 puzzle. When the Beta Xingyue players who received the mission bought tickets, they found that there was no Dengguan Station on the subway line. At this moment, the players realized the similarity of the first tasks in these copies. It seems that all of them require players to go to or find a place that does not exist in the copy. Some people secretly speculated that there is really some connection between these copies. If there is a connection, then you should watch these live broadcasts even more. So, with this idea in mind, the players seem to have found a reason to watch the live broadcasts. Since only Teacher Wei and Beta Xingyue are broadcasting copies of the same type, the players also choose between the 2. Teacher Wei's fans naturally follow Teacher Wei's live broadcast without thinking. With the Minesweeper live broadcast in front, they have absolute confidence in Teacher Wei. Players who prefer Beta Xingyue think that in terms of opening up new land, Beta Xingyue is more reliable with the support of a big company. Although they are only 6 anchors in front of the camera, they are supported by a whole company behind them. It is impossible that these 6 players can't find a way to crack it with such a big company behind them, right? In the real world, most netizens are also divided into 2 camps for similar reasons. One is Teacher Wei's fans, and the other is Beta Xingyue's fans. In terms of volume, Beta Xingyue has been running for so long, and the number of fans accumulated can easily crush the number of Teacher Wei's fans. After Beta Xingyue changed its marketing strategy, it has achieved initial results. At present, the number of new players in Beta Xingyue's live broadcast room is twice that of Teacher Wei's live broadcast room. However, Mr. Wei's fans have one characteristic, which is that they are very loyal and very active. Each of them is an active fan. One can equal several, and hundreds of thousands of people can create the effect of millions of fans. The 2 live broadcasts, prompted by the fans on both sides, serve as control groups for each other. When the live broadcasts on both sides just started, the fans on both sides had already posted in the forums. For a while, the homepage of the player forum was occupied by the discussion of the 2 live broadcasts. However, the passers-by players did not feel annoyed by this. Instead, they ran around on both sides, waiting to see which live broadcast room was more worth following. The screen returned to the copy, 9-story red tower. Everyone has begun to observe the layout inside the tower. This tower looks so big from the outside, but after walking in, I found that the thickness of the wall has taken up a lot of space, and the space inside is far less than expected. The interior is a cylindrical space that has shrunk several times inward. A spiral mahogany ladder is built along the red stone pillars, which can be climbed up. In this limited space, there are no sculptures such as Buddha statues in the tower in the real world. Instead, there are neatly arranged bookshelves one after another. On the bookshelves are not books, but boxes of neatly arranged puzzle toys. Apart from this, there is nothing on the first floor. Shirley and Zhang Xian thought that the requirement of their first task was to enter the underground palace within 12 hours. The two had a little understanding of the structure of the tower. They roughly knew that the pavilion-style square tower had several parts, from bottom to top: the underground palace, the tower base, the tower body, and the top of the tower. The underground palace is just below the tower base. The two people know that it is used to store the relics of monks, and is also the monk cemetery. Then they don't need to climb up, and they mainly look for a mechanism on the first floor to open the entrance to the underground palace. Qian Yueqiang and Yang Yuetong walked towards the bookshelf with the puzzle, wanting to try to complete the puzzle first. Rongqi and Wei Weiwei walked in unison to the second floor of the red tower, gradually walking out of the camera's frame. Wei Han flew high above, trying to get everyone in the camera, and Rongqi, who was walking to the second floor, didn't care. Anyway, no matter what happened on his side, she would know. The players were searching for clues, and Wei Han was actually not idle either, filming and observing at the same time. Just 2 minutes later, behind a bookshelf, there was a roar of a monster. The players immediately became alert when they heard the sound, and looked in the direction of the sound, and saw that the bookshelf had just fallen, and the puzzle boxes were scattered all over the floor, and some were scattered. The monster that suddenly appeared was the one that pushed down the bookshelf. There were 3 monsters in total, and they were all different. One of them looked like a stone monster, and its entire body was made up of stones of different sizes. This kind of monster has been seen in some works in the real world, and it didn't feel strange. Instead, it felt like seeing a fellow villager. The other 2 looked like a standing dog, with a dozen tentacles on the lower half and 4 horns on its head. There was also a tree demon that looked like a giant scallop, with tree-like protrusions all over its body, and it could walk on a structure like tree roots. These 3 monsters pushed open the bookshelf, and when they saw a few players, they attacked without saying anything. Among the 4, Shirley and Zhang Xian had more combat experience, and with extremely fast reaction speed, they were the first to block Qian Yueqiang and Yang Yuetong. Qian Yueqiang's phone vibrated at an inopportune time. Someone called, but Qian Yueqiang was also secretly preparing her attack skills, so she had no time to care about her phone. Yang Yuetong tried to concentrate and use her new skills to help. She felt that her skill of being able to visualize objects in her mind was very useful. The stone monster swung his fist towards them, and countless grapples appeared out of thin air and rushed towards them. This kind of attack was no big deal for Zhang Xian. She used her skills to transform into a long stick, which turned rapidly and hit all the grapples back. At this time, the scallop tree monster secretly stretched out a branch to attack Zhang Xian. Shirley stepped on the branch, and the place where she stepped on caught fire, burning the branch. She struggled violently, but could not get away. When the two were concentrating on dealing with the 2 monsters, the dog-headed tentacle monster targeted Qian Yueqiang and Yang Yuetong, and more than a dozen tentacles quietly approached Qian Yueqiang and Yang Yuetong from both sides. In fact, both of them noticed the monster's movements and were just trying to figure out how to deal with it. However, just as they were brewing their skills, they saw that the tentacles suddenly caught fire. The dog-headed tentacle monster screamed wildly, and quickly retracted its tentacles, but it caught fire on itself. The fire did not go out, and burned its body. The air was soon filled with a burnt smell. Seeing this skill, what else did they not know? It must be Li Shi's skill. Shirley did turn around and smiled at them after dealing with the scallop tree monster. How is it? My remote ignition is not bad, right? I've been practicing for a long time. Qian Yueqiang and Yang Yuetong gave the 2 of them a thumbs up at the same time. Several monsters suddenly appeared, and in less than a moment, they were subdued by the 2. One was pierced through the heart and had no breath, one was burned to charcoal and looked dead, and another was cut into 8 pieces and was completely dead. This sudden small battle also messed up the layout of the first floor. The 2 people's fight was restrained, but it still affected 2 bookshelves. Jigsaw puzzle boxes were scattered all over the floor, and many boxes were opened due to the strong impact. The puzzle pieces inside were mixed together and scattered all over the floor, and some were pressed by the monster's corpse. Looking at the chaos on the ground, several people were a little confused. Shirley didn't know whether to clean it up. What should I do if it's like this? Should I pick up the puzzles and sort them out? It's quite difficult, and there are corpses of monsters here. Xian Yueqiang replied. Something is vibrating. Zhang Xian frowned and said. Xian Yueqiang then awkwardly took out her mobile phone and turned off the vibration of the mobile phone. I don't know who called me. I forgot to turn off the vibration. Shirley had already squatted down to sort out the puzzles, and Yang Yuetong also resisted looking at her phone, but followed to sort out the puzzles. It's really strange. Those monsters don't bleed. Yang Yuetong muttered. She was just wondering. Everyone present noticed this. Especially Wei Han. Wei Han discovered it at the first time. These monsters may not be as simple as they look. Seeing that Shirley and Yang Yuetong began to sort out the puzzle pieces seriously, Zhang Xian and Xian Yueqiang stood up the bookshelf. Sometimes they would see some puzzle pieces facing up, which was very strange. Do some puzzle pieces really have meaning? The color seems strange, and it is impossible to tell what pattern they can be put together in the end. Xian Yueqiang muttered. Pick up the scattered puzzle pieces one by one and distinguish them. Which one should be put back into which box? It is inevitable to compare the style of each puzzle piece, so as not to put them in the wrong place. After picking up for a while, several people found that there were many puzzle pieces that had no meaning at all, as if they were just some messy colors put together. Even if there were only a small piece of puzzle, it was obvious that the final piece should be a landscape painting, cartoon painting, building, etc. However, there were some puzzle pieces with messy colors, and there was no pattern in them at all, and it was impossible to imagine what the final piece would look like. The difficulty can be imagined. Xian Yueqiang picked up the puzzles for a while, and said firmly, if it were me, I would definitely not choose this style of puzzle. You can tell how difficult it is just from these small puzzle pieces. The people who were picking up the puzzle pieces did not know that the people in the 9-story black tower were anxiously calling them. Han Chi's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Hurry up and answer the phone. Why don't you answer the phone? At least take a look before turning off the vibration. Ming Na called Shirley's number, and she paced back and forth anxiously. Damn it. Hurry up and answer the phone. There's something wrong with those monsters. Find it out quickly. Damn it, I should have said it first. How could monsters appear so quickly over there? Kai Liming was sending barrages crazily in the live broadcast room, muttering in his mouth. Damn it, it's not alright if you kill them. Hurry up and throw those bodies on the flat ground outside. Kai Ming tried to rush forward. Pay attention to the monsters. You have indeed killed the monsters, but these monsters are not alright if you kill them. Kai Ming tried to rush forward. Don't worry about the puzzles first, please. Deal with the monster bodies first. Hurry up. I noticed that the monsters didn't bleed. Why can't I pay more attention? His typing hand almost poked the actual virtual screen, and his eyes were red with anxiety. But no one noticed his comments, because there were too many viewers in the live broadcast room, and everyone was discussing other topics. Wei Han didn't look at the comments, but she had noticed that there was something wrong with the monster, so she was on guard. The four people who were concentrating on sorting out the puzzle, with everyone's speculation and discussion in the middle, did not notice that the monster was gradually returning to its original appearance. And Wei Han watched the whole process. The dog-headed tentacle monster that was pierced through the heart was the first to recover. It stretched out 4 tentacles, while the 4 people were not paying attention. For some reason, its speed doubled compared to before, and it quickly pointed directly at the hearts of the 4 people from behind. In the picture, the movement of this monster could not be captured by human eyes, and the 4 people did not have the strength to detect it in such a short time. Among all the people present, only Wei Han noticed it. But Wei Han deliberately slowed down a little bit before casting the skill. When her absolute zero fixed the 4 tentacles, the front end of each one had already pierced into the flesh of the 4 people. It was not very deep, but it was bound to leave a wound. The picture was fixed at this moment. There was an uproar in the live broadcast room. The audience had no reaction to what happened. In just a blink of an eye, the picture suddenly changed to 4 players being pierced by tentacles. I don't want to talk. I be killed by monsters now. Killed by monsters? That shouldn't be the case. Didn't we just confirm that those monsters were dead? Ning, sure. My sure. No. This must be fake. It must be fake. You are on the road. I'm really stupid. Those monsters don't look that strong. They were really dead just now, weren't they? Why are they alive now? Can't they be killed? The 4 people in 9-story Black Tower looked at the screen sadly. Han Chi looked at Qian Yueqiang, who was motionless, with bloodshot eyes. Mingna kept wiping her tears and leaned on Mo Heng's shoulder. Kai Liming almost smashed his phone. And the players, who were watching the live broadcast of Beidou Xingyue in the dungeon, were still laughing at the joke. TSK. I thought the players on Teacher Wei's side were so powerful, but they were wiped out at the beginning. Isn't this way of dying a bit too bad? Is the monster so fast? They didn't react at all? This is just talking without any pain. The audience can't see it just by looking, and it seems that they are not qualified to dislike the person's reaction. Oh, our Beidou Xingyue side is still fine. Beidou Xingyue's products are guaranteed. Huh? Isn't your Teacher Wei very powerful? Why didn't she save these players in the first time? She filmed so coldly, and watched them being wiped out. These taunts floated into the ears of the players, who were fans of Teacher Wei. They were already very sad, so they couldn't listen to these taunts, and they immediately scolded back. If you can't talk, shut up. In your eyes, human life is for you to compare which live broadcast room is stronger. Say one more word, I smash your mouth. If you think you can beat me, just say it. The player who said this was named Tan Ning, and his attitude was very arrogant. However, Tan Ning did have the capital to be arrogant. He was the strongest among the pioneering players. It would be difficult for all of them to beat him, because this guy's skills were very insidious. Tan Ning roared, and those gossiping players dared not speak, and rolled their eyes in secret unwillingly. What if they were arrogant? Then can the players in Teacher Wei's live broadcast room survive? Haha. Teacher Wei's fans were all dejected, staring at the screen in the live broadcast room, hoping for a miracle to happen. Some people also thought about what those people said just now. Why didn't Teacher Wei take action? Didn't even Teacher Wei react? Carrying the camera, Wei Han, who was outside the camera, slowly unfrozen the skills of the 4 players. The 4 players regained their ability to move, only to feel pain coming from their backs. They checked each other's backs and were shocked. Shirley moved forward slightly, and felt that the tentacle had been detached. She murmured, "What's going on?" The other 3 also moved quickly away from the tentacles that caused the wounds on their backs. They found that these tentacles had been frozen. It was Teacher Wei who took action. The audience in the live broadcast room were all ecstatic. It turned out that they were fine. They were almost scared to death. They were motionless just now. Could it be that Teacher Wei had taken action? That's great, but at this time, some people carefully discovered that they were stabbed on the back, but why? There was no blood. The monster was injured but didn't bleed, and the player was injured but didn't bleed? Wei Han, who had expected this result, reached out and touched the back of his neck. Their bodies seemed to have been tampered with by the copy. Moreover, the monsters that died once and resurrected suspected that their strength would be enhanced. Killing monsters is not the right way to deal with monsters. It is possible to keep the monsters fixed with skills, but Wei Han knows very well that this is not the right way to deal with monsters. She tapped the back of her neck again. There was a mechanism structure similar to a secret compartment here, and there was something inside, which inexplicably reminded her of the abstract monsters she had dealt with in the real world. If she opened the secret compartment on her body and took out the things inside, what would happen? Chapter 74. Wei Weiwei and Rong Qi, who were outside the camera, had already reached the 3rd floor of the Red Tower. The 2nd floor was slightly smaller than the 1st floor. There were doors in all 4 directions leading to the terrace, so you could walk out and look into the distance. There were still upright bookshelves, and the bookshelves were still filled with unopened puzzle boxes. The 3rd floor was even smaller than the 2nd floor. After going up, you could see at a glance that there were also bookshelves and puzzle boxes. Although the space was smaller, the number of bookshelves did not decrease, because the bookshelves and puzzles were shrinking in the same proportion. In order to facilitate observation, Wei Weiwei would directly use skills to freeze the monsters they encountered along the way. The 3rd floor had been observed, and Rong Qi walked towards the stairs, but suddenly Wei Weiwei's voice came into his mind. We have to go back to the 1st floor first to confirm some things. Rong Qi did not ask what the matter was. He had absolute trust in Wei Han, and he obeyed her arrangements unconditionally. Okay, he replied, and immediately turned around and walked down. When one person and one clone returned to the 1st floor, Wei Weiwei walked straight to Wei Han, and soon walked out of the camera. Rong Qi walked towards the 4 people on the 1st floor and entered the camera range. I want to help them heal their wounds. Halfway through, Rong Qi heard Wei Han's voice in his mind. Just now, in order to confirm some things, they were slightly injured. He had already seen it without Wei Han saying it. The wounds of these 4 people were all on their backs, and it was very obvious that a shallow pit had been stabbed. The wounds were dark red at this time, but strangely, there was no blood at all. When they saw them coming down, several people asked worriedly, "Ding Lu, are you and Wei Wei okay?" "We are all fine." "How did you get the wounds on your back?" When Rongqi spoke, he turned around and saw the monster whose movements were suspended. Then he saw the tentacles hanging in the air, and roughly guessed what was going on. This monster moved very quickly. It was okay that Qian Yueqiang and Yang Yuetong could not react, but Shirley and Zhang Xian should not be injured. He walked around the few people, and with a slight movement of his hand, a ball of white light enveloped the wounds of the few people. Although he has now reached level A, he is only the same level as the player who locked his skills, not higher. The condition for unlocking is to exceed, so his attack skills are still unusable. Because he can't mess with attack skills, he has been secretly practicing auxiliary skills that can be used. Now he has also mastered good medical skills. He is not sure about casting attack skills silently, but he can cast healing skills silently. It's easy for him. A warmth came from the wound, and there was a little numbness. Then the few people found that their wounds were no longer painful. Rongqi asked, "Are you feeling better?" The 4 of them nodded in succession. Shirley and Zhang Xian knew that Rongqi had some very powerful healing skills, but they were all very grateful that he could help with the treatment. Qian Yueqiang was also very moved, and said a little embarrassedly, "It's not a very deep wound. I heard that it seems. There is no bleeding, so it may not be serious." Yang Yuetong didn't know what to say. She shouldn't think that she was too lucky to get the opportunity to enter the dungeon with them, but that they were too good to give her this opportunity. At the same time, she was also regretful that Xiang Ruyu really missed a great opportunity. Beidou Xingyue might be really good, but she didn't think that Beidou Xingyue could treat injured players indiscriminately. In Beidou Xingyue's live broadcast room, there were not many shots of unpopular players. The wound is more than 1 centimeter deep, but the area is small, so it can only be said that it is not very serious. But it is not as good as you think. Rongqi suspected that Wei Han just wanted to confirm whether the player would bleed after being injured. The monsters you defeated did not bleed after being injured? He just glanced at the fixed monsters, and did not see any traces of blood on the ground. Judging from the injuries on the monsters, this was not normal. Shirley and the other 4 told Rongqi the situation here truthfully. While they were exchanging information with each other, Wei Han and Wei Weiwei had already completed the connection, and the camera was successfully handed over to Wei Weiwei very smoothly. During the process, the audience in the live broadcast room did not realize that someone else had changed to shoot. The reason why Wei Han asked Wei Weiwei to come back was to let Wei Weiwei take over the shooting. In this way, no matter what experiments she did on herself or what happened, the shooting would not be interrupted. Wei Weiwei was not allowed to try because Wei Han was not completely sure whether Wei Weiwei was really judged as a complete player by the task system. It would be more appropriate to do the experiment on her. Regarding the bleeding experiment, she had to do it on the player because after coming out of the initial copy, her blood seemed to become very thick and the flow rate was very, very slow, almost equivalent to not bleeding, and she could not get the result immediately on her. After excluding the possibility that the monster would suck blood, it can be determined that it was the copy that caused the player to not bleed when injured. Next, they were asked to check each other to see if they could find a place on their bodies that was obviously hollow. Wei Han raised her hand and rubbed her neck. Seeing that they had finished talking, she gave instructions. "I would like to trouble you to check each other to see if there is any part of your body that feels wrong when pressed, or seems to be empty when not." Her request to Rongqi alone was, "Rongqi, check if there are any parts of the monster's body that have mechanisms, such as parts that may be empty when not, or parts that may open some secret compartments when pressed." After giving the instructions, Wei Han did not immediately open the secret compartment on the back of her neck, intending to wait quietly for their inspection results. Everyone began to knock each other in front of the camera, knocking here and there, and the picture looked somewhat confusing. The audience also didn't quite understand. According to the requirements of the task, shouldn't they do a puzzle? Even if they don't do a puzzle, they should find a way to open the entrance to the underground palace, right? What are they doing now? I was shocked. I don't understand. Why do we need to check each other's bodies? Remember to bring tissues. The handsome guy went to knock on the monster's body. What is he looking for? Why does he seem to be trying to find some mechanism on someone else's body? Yu Xia, they are not out of ideas. Are they just messing around now? Eat some peanuts. But the monster is really strange. How did it come back to life after being killed? It's obvious that there is something wrong. But if there is something wrong with the monster, why do we need to check the players as well? Is it because the players didn't bleed when they were injured? It seems that the fact that the players didn't bleed has nothing to do with this kind of check. What to eat today? Doing this kind of thing now doesn't seem to have anything to do with the puzzle. Could it be that after being attacked by the monster, the brain circuit was affected by the stimulation? Remember to take medicine. No matter, I just keep reading. Whether it's right or wrong, time will get the answer. The audience made various guesses and waited for the players' test results. Shirley and Zhang Xian were in one group, while Qian Yueqiang and Yang Yuetong were in another group. They checked each other. Shirley pressed Zhang Xian's lower back, probably the thoracic spine, and suddenly felt something different. She seemed to hear a click, the sound of a hidden button being opened. She was shocked. Zhang Xian found a different part of Shirley's right shoulder blade. She tapped it gently and heard a hollow sound from this part, which was different from the surrounding sounds. Both of them were shocked. When did a part of their bodies become like this? Qian Yueqiang and Yang Yuetong also came to the conclusion that the hollow part of Qian Yueqiang's body was just above her belly button, and Yang Yuetong's left upper arm was abnormal. Rongqi also found the hollow parts on the three monsters. The monsters' body structures were relatively complex and not easy to find, but fortunately he was fast enough. Seeing that others had found abnormal parts on their bodies, Rongqi also explored them himself. Finally, it was discovered that there was a hollow sound when tapping the back of his head, which sounded as if he had no brain, which made Rongqi feel unwell. What's going on? How did our bodies become like this? The part that seems to be empty when tapped. Is it really empty? Yang Yuetong asked with a pale face and horror. If it weren't for Teacher Wei reminding them, they would have been unaware of this. Of course, Teacher Wei didn't just remind them. The players who watched the live broadcast in 9-story Black Tower, after seeing the situation on their side through the live broadcast, some people also began to try to check. Han Chi's heartbeat has not completely calmed down yet. He can't express in words how he felt when he saw Qian Yueqiang in trouble. It was as if his soul had been taken away. He kept hearing Kai Liming cheering beside him, and was glad that nothing happened. He learned that those people were fine, and saw that Qian Yueqiang was alive, moving, laughing, and breathing in the live broadcast room, and he was completely back to his soul. Then he saw that several people in the screen began to grope for something on their bodies, and finally found that some parts of their bodies were abnormal. The four of them did the same inspection without hesitation, and finally got the same result to their surprise. There were also some empty places on their bodies. Pressing it down, it was like pressing a buckle mechanism, and there was a click, which scared the players to press it back immediately, fearing that the buckle would really be unfastened. Who knows what would happen if the hollow part of the body was really opened? This horrifying discovery made the wave of players watching Beidou Xingyue's live broadcast a little panicked. They didn't say anything, but they were actually checking their bodies in secret. After pressing the abnormal part of the body, they acted as if nothing had happened, for fear of letting others know which specific part of their body was abnormal, and this part might become the biggest weakness. At this time, Teacher Wei's live broadcast room. The screen shows that the players are somewhat at a loss, looking at the camera, as if waiting for someone to give instructions. Mo Hung and the other four people knew very well that they were looking at Teacher Wei, waiting for Teacher Wei's instructions. Just now, they suddenly started to look for abnormalities on their bodies, which must be Teacher Wei's reminder. But now that the abnormality has been found, will it have anything to do with the copy task? After Wei Han confirmed that both players and monsters had the same abnormality, this step was over. Next, she would do the experiment herself. Wait for me for a moment. No matter what happens later, don't panic. Now it's a live broadcast. Wei Han will only talk to them through the skill voice transmission. The four people nodded vigorously, but Rongqi had a bad premonition. He walked out of the camera with a gloomy face and walked quickly towards Wei Han. Seeing Wei Han reaching out to the back of her neck, his eyelids twitched even more. Don't mess around. Seeing that his steps were not as fast as Wei Han's movements, Rongqi was a little anxious. Let me try this. You don't need to take risks. But Wei Han just tilted his head, and still pressed the hollow position of the back of his neck very straightforwardly. After feeling that her flesh seemed to bounce outward, she slowly pulled the small cube out. It felt very strange. It didn't hurt at all, but she could feel a feeling that her body was being cut open. After dragging it out, it was found that this part was like a small drawer. After pulling it open, there was a small box made of special materials inside. Wei Han fumbled to take out the small box, and then pushed the small drawer back to its original position. He stopped when he heard the sound of it snapping shut. Rongqi looked at her steadily. How do you feel? It's okay for now. Wei Han lowered his head and pondered the small box taken out of the small drawer while answering. After the small box was taken out, it gradually grew from the size of a ring box and finally became about the size of a jewelry box. It was a small Luban lock box. Wei Han's hands kept moving, and in a few seconds, she took the lock and opened the box. Inside was not the luminous crystal that Wei Han had taken out from the abstract monster, but a very realistic model of the little man, which was made very delicately and looked exactly like her. 15 seconds after the box was taken out of her body, Wei Han had a premonition that her whole body was faintly coming from the sound of clicking. For this reason, she used the skill, Absolute Zero, on herself to freeze herself. Almost at this moment, a cold air blew across her face, and everyone present found that Teacher Wei suddenly stopped moving, as if she had entered an absolute state of stillness, and even breathing no longer existed. But her voice suddenly entered their minds at this time. They didn't know that it was actually Wei Wei who was speaking now. I used the skill to freeze myself. Everyone was shocked, and Rongqi frowned. What happened? What happened to Teacher Wei? Why did you freeze yourself? Shirley didn't understand either. They didn't know that Teacher Wei was going to do this kind of experiment. If they had known that she was going to do this kind of experiment, they would definitely not let her take risks. Such a dangerous operation should be done by them. Did Rongqi suddenly think of this and stand up to oppose it? Now Wei Han can no longer answer questions, and everything is answered by Wei Wei. Fortunately, the main body and the clone are separate, and their states are not interoperable. If I don't freeze, I will fall to the ground. After pulling out the box just now, after 15 seconds, the player's body will fall apart and scatter into pieces of building blocks. If she really fell to the ground in front of all the players, they would definitely show that kind of horrified expression again, and the players in the live broadcast room would be curious about what the photographer did. And she didn't really want to bother them to put her body back together. It was a waste of time. This state is very similar to the abstract monster after she extracted the core. After the mini-man hidden in the body is taken out, the player will instantly fall apart and lose the ability to move, just like the core operating power has been taken away. This should also apply to monsters. That is, this is the right way to deal with monsters, and perhaps the right way for monsters to deal with players. I need you to help me put the empty box back and see if it can make me recover. Wei Han needs to find a way to restore it to its original state. She just fell apart, but she didn't die, which may mean that this state is not irreversible, and it is important to find a way to reverse it. Rongqi stared at Wei Han, who was motionless in front of him, with a very heavy heart. He took the box from her hand, leaned forward slightly, and touched her neck with his cool fingers. He pressed lightly, and felt something pop out. He gritted his teeth and imitated her just now, pulling out the drawer, and then brought the box closer. After the box was close, it began to shrink automatically until it could just fit into the drawer, and then close the drawer, and the process was completed. It's okay. How do you feel? Rongqi's palms were sweating. If he had completed all the steps before he realized that she wanted to do this, his movements would have to be faster than hers. Shirley and the other four also looked over here nervously, with anxious expressions, which aroused the audience's strong curiosity. Now the interaction between Rongqi and Wei Han happened off camera, and Wei Han's risky behavior was also off camera. The audience couldn't hear Wei Han's voice, which made the audience almost feel like watching a pantomime. I can only judge from the players' reactions that something extraordinary must have happened off camera, but I can't guess what it is. I'm really going to cry. Here she comes again. She's here with the familiar segment again. I'm scratching my head today. I really want to know what Teacher Wei did off camera. I leave it to fate. Look at Shirshir, and the others' expressions are very solemn and nervous. Is Teacher Wei in danger? And they can't do anything? I'm lucky. Combined with their previous actions, I now strongly doubt whether Teacher Wei opened the empty part of his body. And then something went wrong? You're great. I now think they can definitely crack the secret of this dungeon. The more they don't understand, the more they are getting closer to the truth. There's hope. The players of 9-Story Black Tower are also equally nervous. They don't know what Teacher Wei is doing off camera, but they always feel that the outcome of the matter is closely related to them. Wei Wei's response to Rongqi came quickly. No, she continued, take out the box and put the little man in alone to try. As soon as possible. Rongqi did not dare to delay for a second. With the experience of the last time, he moved quickly this time, and quickly replaced the box with the little man, and closed the small drawer on her neck again. Wei responded in 1 second, no. Put the little man back in the box, and then put the box back. Rongqi quickly followed her instructions, and restored everything. The little man also became a little bigger after taking it out, and shrank again after putting it back. This little man was made very delicately, just a mini version of Wei Han. Rongqi had no time to appreciate it, and only wanted to restore Wei Han to its original state as soon as possible. After putting the box back this time, Rongqi was sweating in his heart. Please, it must work this time. The four of them were also in front of the camera, looking at this side nervously, until they saw Teacher Wei's fingers move, and finally raised his head and blinked, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Restored, Wei Han nodded to Rongqi, and Rongqi just said weakly, "Don't do this next time, please. If you have anything you want to try, let me do it." He was really scared to death, and he didn't dare to think about what to do if she couldn't restore it to its original state. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Wei Han really knew what I was doing, because she had done similar experiments on those abstract monsters. She explained to Rongqi alone. "The first time I went to clean up 8S level red portals, I encountered a similar situation. There was a monster that was very similar to our situation. If you take out the core crystal, it will fall apart. Put each part back together, and finally put the core crystal back, and it will return to its original state." Then she informed everyone. "You can summarize this discovery and let the audience know." Shirley wiped the sweat off her face, and recovered a little. "So that's how it is. The part where we have abnormal hollowness is like a small drawer. This small drawer can be pulled out. There is a small box inside, and the box contains our miniature model." Zhang Xin then concluded, "If we take this thing out for more than 15 seconds, we will fall apart and become a pile of human body blocks on the ground, completely losing the ability to move. But if we put the blocks back together and put the box and the little man back, we can get back to the way it was." The next one is Qian Yueqiang. Her face is still pale. "We can use this to deal with monsters and make them lose their ability to move. So should we keep the small model of the monster?" Yang Wetong understood everyone's summary, so her doubt is, "This is equivalent to saying that this is our most fatal weakness now. But similarly, as long as this core is not passive, we will not die. Just like those monsters? Maybe they will become stronger after dying and resurrecting?" These analyses are all reasonable, but the question is, do these have anything to do with puzzles, or finding non-existent spaces? The audience also thought of this. This discovery seems to have not made any progress. The only gain may be knowing the real way to deal with monsters, but there is a more convenient way to deal with a 9-story black tower. As long as the dead monsters are thrown to the flat ground outside the tower, the monsters will not be resurrected. So, this method is very cumbersome, and it also exposes the fatal weaknesses of many players, which is likely to cause trouble in a crowded dungeon. This discovery in Wei Han's live broadcast room really made the players in 9-story black tower nervous. Everyone quietly kept a distance from the people next to them, and hid their weaknesses. Some players complained about what was going on in Teacher Wei's live broadcast room, which might not be important information at all. When it was not dug out, everyone was fine. Now that it has been dug out, everyone has lost trust. It always feels unsafe everywhere. After going around in circles, the results made the current situation worse. This is not standing still, but going backwards. These players got angry and started cursing in the live broadcast room. "You are annoying. Please stop messing around. You are just messing things up. Don't eat garlic. We are in the Black Tower. Everything was fine, but you insisted on digging out this information, which is not important at all. This is a trap." Among these curses, there are also some impatient players who complained. "If I am not sweet, who will be sweet? Why does it seem that there has been no progress? So what does your discovery have to do with the task? Why don't you even do the puzzle? Stars Moon and you. I am really a little disappointed. I heard that they are very powerful, so I came to see how good they are. That's it? Eat more vegetables. Can you just do the puzzle first? Don't do these nonsense." Of course, these complaints are only a small part of the total. More viewers, because they have followed the Minesweeper dungeon, feel that the more boring it is now, the more exciting it will be later. They are definitely not doing meaningless things. Seeing these complaints make the barrage in the live broadcast room a bit chaotic, as if someone is leading the rhythm. These fans also responded. Zhang Zuiqiao, "It's really funny. Then you guys tell me, what clues did those pioneering players find in this dungeon? They have been working on the puzzle for so many days. Have they made any breakthroughs? Don't deny others because of your ignorance, otherwise you will find your face hurt in the end. Hero, please stay. If you don't understand, just quit. Hot knowledge. No one is holding your head down to make you watch the live broadcast. The comment will definitely shine again. They can do whatever they want to do in the dungeon. What does it have to do with you? It's your turn to point fingers. It's your turn to teach others how to do it. You control everything, and you still care about how other anchors do dungeons. If you can, don't bring your bad habits of the Big Dipper and the moon to our comet. Originally, the quarrel and the barrage should have caused some people to feel that the atmosphere was bad and quit, but the complaining players did quit. But the growth of the number of viewers was not affected at all. More people don't care whether the anchor's discovery is useful or not, as long as there are new discoveries, and before the end, no one dares to be sure that these discoveries are useless. Perhaps those seemingly useless information is the most critical. The players have no time to watch the situation in the live broadcast room. Now their thoughts are temporarily interrupted, and they don't know what to do next. After Wei Han's eyes swept over the scattered puzzle pieces on the ground, he suddenly gave instructions. Find those puzzles that you can't understand the pattern, and try to put them together. Those are those colorful pictures that seem to have no meaning at all. You concentrate on the puzzle, and let Rongdinglu deal with the monsters. Give it to me after the puzzle is completed. After hearing Teacher Wei's instructions, the four of them were looking for the puzzles in the puzzle box that Xian Yueqiang had complained about before, and would never choose. Seeing that the players suddenly started to solve puzzles, but the options were those seemingly meaningless patterns, the audience was confused and had to shut up and continue watching. Wei Han was also looking for puzzles outside the camera. She solved the puzzles very quickly, as if she didn't need to think at all. She could put a puzzle piece in the corresponding position as soon as she got it, and her hands were so fast that they left after images. She had already solved 10 pieces, while the 4-person team had only put together 5 pieces, and a few pieces in the middle were in the wrong position. Teacher Wei. We only made 5 pieces. Seeing that Teacher Wei had solved 10 pieces by himself, the 4 of them felt guilty. Wei Han took over, corrected them, and said to them, "It's okay, keep solving." More puzzles? Shirley widened her eyes. What can these puzzles show? I don't understand it at all. Don't you just need to solve one piece? Yang Yuetong didn't understand either. Wei Han stretched out her arms and held a puzzle. Her eyes were scattered, as if in a daze. When her vision overlapped and blurred, she adjusted the focus and refocused, and finally saw the content hidden in the puzzle. This is a kind of stereogram, which needs to be observed with parallel eyes to see the hidden content in the picture. Now Wei Han used parallel eyes to see a line of words in this stereogram. Just as she guessed, the task was not to complete these existing plain puzzles, but these plain puzzles were used to provide clues. She sent this line of words to the brains of all players at the same time. Task Description 1. Please find the blueprint of the building first. Chapter 75. The 4 of them were imitating Teacher Wei, observing the puzzles in a similar way, squinting and staring, sometimes moving them closer, sometimes moving them farther away. They themselves could not figure out what was going on, and the audience in the live studio was also confused. This kind of three-dimensional picture was not popular at the beginning, and now so many years have passed, it has almost been lost in the long river of history. Almost no one knows about it, and it is even more impossible to think that these patterns can hide information when seeing these patterns. Wei Han knew it because she had read a lot of books summarizing cold knowledge when she was still in school. The books gave some example pictures for people to learn how to read such pictures. Wei Han stared at them until her eyes were sore, and finally mastered the trick. When they heard Teacher Wei say the task instructions in their minds, it seemed that they were seen from these pictures, and the 4 of them were even more confused. Teacher Wei, can you really see anything from this? Shirley was arguing with these meaningless pictures, and even put aside important information such as the task instructions for the time being. Shirley's idea is that if they also know how to watch, they can help Teacher Wei share the burden. She always feels that they are useless. Others ask the photography team not to drag their feet, but they seem to do the opposite. Players should not cause trouble for the photographer. They are watching here with great enthusiasm. Wei will move the camera to those patterns, presenting the patterns clearly in front of the audience, so the audience will also take pictures quickly and stare at them. Brother, wait for me, it's poisonous. I also stared at it. Can I really see anything? What are the tricks to looking at this kind of picture? 9,000 grains of rice dream. I stared for a long time, but I didn't see anything. My eyes are about to pop out. Bao Jun, the more I don't understand, the more I believe that they really found something from here. Teacher Wei must know how to see it. Don't want you to leave, I won't watch it. My eyes are not good to begin with, so I won't embarrass my eyes. I just want to sigh that when the pioneering players see this kind of meaningless puzzle, they will immediately exclude it. After all, this kind of pattern seems difficult to puzzle. They will choose those landscapes, character paintings, and even monster portraits that can clearly see the meaning. looking up and seeing Shui. So it seems that the second task requires at least one puzzle, which is a pit in itself. If it is really just one puzzle, it is basically difficult to find clues. And this puzzle must be the correct puzzle? Kwa xia, who said they are just messing around and not making any progress. Obviously, they have been making progress all the time. Some viewers also began to look for information, trying to find the secret of this picture. And some players of the 9-story Black Tower, while being wary of the players around them, also looked for those strange puzzles that they had never considered before. In the live broadcast room, Zhang Xian is now speaking. She is more concerned about the task description. Can the description be spoken? Can this information be spoken directly so that the audience in the live broadcast room know it? Wei Han has now changed to the next puzzle, looking straight ahead, and responds with skills. Yes. You are the anchor, you can do whatever you want. Please find the blueprint of the building first. Does it mean the blueprint of this red tower? Zhang Xian found that she seemed to understand, and didn't seem to understand. The word blueprint has single quotation marks. But I also think it refers to the blueprint of the red tower. Didn't Wei Han remember that when he was transmitting the message, he put single quotation marks in their minds? How could such details be ignored? Zhang Xian, no wonder I felt something strange when I heard this sentence just now. Qian Yueqiang and Yang Yuetong also suddenly realized that it was not their illusion, that the word drawings in that sentence had single quotation marks. While they were discussing here, Rongqi was opening the small drawers of those monsters one by one, and taking out the boxes inside. Because Wei Han did not remove the skill, these monsters were still intact after the core was extracted, and the parts would not be scattered all over the floor. This made Rongqi very easy to do this. Wei Han did this on purpose. If the building blocks of these monsters were scattered everywhere, it would affect their search for clues. In fact, her skills have never stopped. She has always used a layer of skills to cover the entire tower. According to the feedback of the skills, she found that the monsters have been increasing, and the speed of increase is getting faster and faster. Wei Han has watched some live broadcasts of players trapped in the 9-story Black Tower, and learned about the general situation. She found that the number of monsters on their side seems to be far less than theirs. Does it mean that if there are more players, there will be fewer monsters, and if there are fewer players, there will be more monsters? Is the total amount fixed? Wei Han glanced at Qian Yueqiang and decided to mention it to Qian Yueqiang later. With Zhang Xian's encouragement, Qian Yueqiang and Yang Yuetong also discussed and analyzed. Qian Yueqiang, if it is a building, there is only the red tower. The word drawing is enclosed in quotation marks. Is it because it is not a normal drawing? Yang Yuetong was still struggling with the puzzles. Hearing everyone's discussion, he interrupted. Does this mean that making bread starts with planting wheat? To complete a puzzle, you have to start with the drawing first. Shirley nodded. Given the nature of the task system, this possibility cannot be ruled out, and this possibility is very high. I'm very suspicious now. The puzzles the system is talking about are different from the puzzles we normally know. It's normal that they are different. This is a B-level red copy. You don't have to think about it to know that the task can't be as simple as it looks on the surface. Zhang Xian said very confidently. Noticing that Teacher Wei had already looked at several puzzles, she asked curiously, Teacher Wei, do you have any new discoveries? Wei Han did have some new discoveries, but she also realized that she couldn't always do it herself, so she used her skills to transmit her voice, and told them how to look at this stereoscopic picture. It's the players who have to perform in front of the camera, not her as a photographer. How can she let her as a photographer do everything? If she, a behind-the-scenes staff, does everything, what else can the audience watch? After hearing the method of looking at the picture, several people immediately started to experiment. First, let the field of vision blur and overlap like a daze, and then when you feel like you can see something clearly, adjust the focus. I saw it. I actually wrote on it, thank you for your patronage. Why do I feel like scratching a lottery ticket? Shirley saw that after the picture in front of her was reassembled, the puzzle actually had content. The three-dimensional words floated on top, and there was some difference from the background. It was not very obvious, but you could tell there were words. Stretch out a finger, and see the double image of the finger. Move your eyes to the pattern, and I see it too. Qian Yueqiang moved her finger away, and stared at the picture. There is a pattern on it. I don't quite understand it. I draw it later and show you. Do I win the lottery? Using some methods provided by Teacher Wei, the four of them successfully saw the hidden content in the pattern, and also found that not all puzzles contain key information. Thank you for your patronage. It seems that the key information is really drawn by scratching the lottery. After realizing this, The four of them became more skilled in putting together the patterns, and the speed was much faster than at the beginning. The process of putting these patterns together is to make scratch cards, and the way to open the lottery is to view the hidden information in the pattern through parallel eye viewing. The anchors in the live broadcast room have announced the method of viewing the picture, and many viewers have also got the trick. Then they took out the pictures they just took and watched them, and finally saw the hidden content. This made the audience, who were wondering what building drawings the players were discussing, suddenly realize. I am the gambling king. I saw it. Task 1. Please find the blueprint of the building first. Gene, me too. So this is the correct answer. Damn it. I didn't know there was such a pattern. I learned something new. Hurry up and arrange a blind date for me. I finally understand what they were talking about just now. Teacher Way's products are reliable. I knew they would definitely make new discoveries. My heart is as cold as this knife. Now it is certain that the puzzle of Task 2 is not that simple. I felt something was wrong from the beginning. It's a B-level red copy. How could it be possible to give a task that looks so simple? Copy special bonus. When the puzzle is being solved, there are monsters that come out to make trouble. It seems that this is the difficulty set in the puzzle task, which will make people believe that the second task is to solve the puzzles provided by the copies. People's habitual thinking can easily fall into it. But are these actually just tricks? Special copy bonus. Combined with the fact that some puzzles do not have key information, but instead say thank you for your patronage, we can know that the key information is hidden in these puzzles, or is it distributed in a form similar to scratch-off lottery? This pit is too deep. I am now very curious. What puzzle is the puzzle of Task 2? This breakthrough is also a turning point. More viewers are recommended to come here, and the gap between the number of online viewers and Beidou Xingyue is gradually narrowing. At the same time, because of this key point, even if the audience is just watching the players' puzzles, they will not feel bored and boring. They are all waiting for the prize to be drawn, and they can't wait to rush into the screen to help the players with the puzzle and speed up the progress of the prize drawing. It seems to be back to the live broadcast of Minesweeper, seeing the excitement and eagerness of the players when they are actually sweeping mines. They will command in the barrage, and the participation rate is also very high. After graduation, I will go to the pancake stall. That piece should be in the upper left corner. It was placed wrong. If you don't want to work, just be a player. Start from the edge, put the pieces together around, then go to the middle. The piece in your hand doesn't seem to be in the lower right corner. Fan-shaped statistical diagram eyes. It turns out that I was wrong. It should be placed in the upper right corner. Baby, who will win the prize after the puzzle is completed? You four should think carefully about who is more lucky. Don't touch it if you are unlucky. Super annoying player. Should the puzzle be left to the players with good luck? Other players can just give instructions from the side? The players trapped in the 9-story black tower did not put the patterns together so quickly, but seeing that Teacher Wei did see clues from the live broadcast room and gave the observation method so generously and directly, without any additional charges, they were more motivated to put these pictures together. Those players who watched Beidou Xingyue's live broadcast didn't understand what the people here were doing and sneered. What? Are you finally desperate about that live broadcast room? Or are you stimulated by something, and you actually put together those completely meaningless puzzles? Ha ha, is the content of that live broadcast room so boring? So boring that you have to find such difficult puzzles to relieve your boredom before you can continue watching? Is it difficult to admit that Mr. Laozi's live broadcast didn't find anything? These players are crazy about provocation, but Wei Han's fans don't pay any attention to them, and they cooperate with each other to solve puzzles. These puzzles are indeed difficult, and they can't be solved so quickly in a short time. Some neutral players, who didn't watch the live broadcast of either side, clicked into the live broadcast of Beidou Xingyue and complained speechlessly. I don't know how the live broadcast of Teacher Wei is, but I think the live broadcast of Beidou Xingyue you are watching seems more boring. Now the live broadcast of Beidou Xingyue's rookie players shows that all players are doing puzzles. Some are doing landscape pictures, and some are doing difficult world-famous paintings. To be honest, puzzle games are fun to play by yourself. Watching others play makes you feel something is missing and uninteresting. Are you always watching these players doing puzzles? Can Teacher Wei's live broadcast be as boring as this live broadcast room? Then I am really interested. That's right, I see that the number of people in Beidou Xingyue's live broadcast room seems to be unable to increase. I won't watch any live broadcasts, just browse the forum. Neutral players are also divided into many factions, but after watching Teacher Wei's live broadcast or seeing the forum posts, neutral players silently put down their phones and join the team of Teacher Wei's fan players. This confused the players, who were watching Beidouxing's live broadcast. Why did those people suddenly run over there? What stimulated you again? It's really inexplicable. Look, Lily seems to have almost finished her puzzle. As expected of Lily, she is the first to complete the puzzle task. Haha, how could that new anchor named Xiang Ryu be so stupid? She chose the simplest one, and hasn't even finished half of it yet. Doesn't she know to start from the edge first? She does seem to be stupid. With her comparison, I realized that Lily and the others are so smart. There are monsters again. Monsters appear too frequently over there. Fortunately, as long as the monsters are thrown out of the car, they will disappear. These players deliberately discussed the content of the live broadcast to try to attract the attention of the players over there, but the other party didn't even look at them at all. They just silently put together those strange puzzles and cooperated with each other tacitly. After more than 30 players worked together, they finally pieced together 7 puzzles with hidden information. In order to prevent the players from the other camp from seeing it, they also cooperated with each other. Some blocked the prying eyes from the other side, and some practiced how to see the pattern, and finally successfully saw the hidden information on the pattern. Of the 7 puzzles, only one had information, and the others were thank you for your patronage. The information displayed on the winning puzzle was, Task Instructions 1, please find the drawings of the building first. The players in Teacher Wei's camp were also stunned when they saw this hidden information. They had all watched Teacher Wei's live broadcast, and were very clear about this instruction, which was also a piece of information found by Teacher Wei. A series of overlapping information is enough to show that the 2 copies are similar in nature. Even if the mystery of the copy has not been completely solved yet, if they continue to follow Teacher Wei's thoughts, they can also find a way to leave the copy by referring to the actions there. Although Teacher Wei and his team did not come to the copy they were in, they can also help them. They can save themselves through the information there. This discovery inspired all the players in Teacher Wei's camp, and the neutral players, who originally joined, also fell into the pit in a second, and immersed themselves in the charm of Teacher Wei's live broadcast room. On the forum, the discussion about Teacher Wei's live broadcast was also very hot. Before, Teacher Wei's live broadcast was temporarily downturned. All kinds of monsters and ghosts came out. They said in the forum that they had run out of ideas after only 2 live broadcasts, and that the success of the Minesweeper live broadcast was all due to luck, etc. This made Teacher Wei's fans angry. Now the situation has taken a turn. Teacher Wei's live broadcast room has begun to dig out amazing information. Everyone is proud of it and posts 10 or 8 posts to announce it to the world. No one would object to saying that Teacher Wei is a dungeon terminator. I am even more shocked than the last time I played Minesweeper. Teacher Wei is so amazing that he even knows the secret of this pattern. It is indeed a B-level dungeon. Hey, I am beginning to feel the difficulty. Who dares to say that Teacher Wei relied on luck to crack the dungeon secret? Ah, you will really regret it if you don't watch Teacher Wei's live broadcast this time. Especially those players trapped in the Black Tower. Watch it carefully. These titles are also interspersed with complaints about Beidou Xingyue's live broadcast. What are those rookie players of Beidou Xingyue doing? It's too boring to keep doing puzzles. Don't they think it's fun to do difficult puzzles? No, don't they? Do they think they are showing off? What is a certain male player thinking? He deliberately chooses the most difficult puzzle just to delay time and let his companions block monsters for him. How long have the players of Plastic Triangle been blocking monsters for them? I'm really impressed. If they really don't have any ideas, I urge them to watch Teacher Wei's live broadcast. Not only are there many complaints about Beidou Xingyue's rookie live broadcast activities on the forum, but the barrage in the live broadcast room is not much better. However, the audience in the live broadcast room did not complain much about the progress of the players, but scolded the players who dragged their feet. Beidou Xingyue arranged 6 players to enter the dungeon for live broadcast this time, the first of which was Qiuli, Jiao Anji, and Lin Wei from Plastic Triangle. There are also 3 new players, 1 female and 2 males, named Xiang Ryu, Tao Yuan and Wen Ran. The photography team is still Fei Hong Zai Tian. The member who died in the kite flying on the beach was quickly replaced by a new member. This is why Fei Hong Zai Tian has always been able to maintain 7 members. As long as others don't know that except for the team leader, the other members have been replaced one after another, they will naturally think that Fei Hong Zai Tian has always been the same 7 members, and the photography team will not be damaged no matter which dungeon they go to. Through the meeting, the leaders who planned this rookie player activity in Beidou Xingyue have improved the plan. The company will send people to enter the dungeon in advance to find out all the secrets of the dungeon and make a tight script. After they enter the dungeon, as long as they act according to the dungeon, there will be basically no accidents. But after they issued the notice, they found that they had tried their best to reveal only part of the mystery of train number 7. They already knew how to find the non-existent carriage, although they did not understand the principle. It was just very strange that the players found the carriage and completed the puzzle, but the system did not pop up the prompt of the task completion. The players said they were still trapped in the dungeon, and they couldn't figure out which task was missing. The time of the notice was set. After seeing that Teacher Wei was also broadcasting on the same day, Beidou Xingyue gritted their teeth and thought that they were very close to the answer. Let these players enter the dungeon first. Maybe after they enter, the answer will be completely revealed. Unexpectedly, accidents happen frequently, and the players were teleported to another dungeon. Beidou Xingyue had no idea about this subway line number 8, so the players could only explore it on their own. Fortunately, even if they go to different dungeons, some of the plots in their scripts can still be used. The content of the dungeon is a bit boring, so let the script arouse the audience's emotions. The method is very simple, that is, to arrange a few people to deliberately do stupid things and commit suicide. The newcomer Xiang Ryu, Tao Yun, and Wen Ran need to play this kind of cannon fodder role. Nothing can easily arouse the audience's emotions more than stupid and poisonous cannon fodder who commits suicide. The male player named Wen Ran has been complained about for taking a difficult puzzle. He didn't want to take it, but Yi Jiren asked him to take a difficult puzzle just to make him commit suicide. Xiang Ryu was also arranged by Yi Jiren to get a very simple puzzle. She could clearly complete it within 3 minutes, but Yi Jiren asked her to act a little stupid and not be able to complete it in 30 minutes. Tao Yun was the most unlucky one. He was asked to provoke monsters and give Jiang Shulin, who was off camera, a chance to save the player. And after he was rescued by Jiang Shulin, he had to show his gratitude to him, call Jiang Shulin Teacher Jiang, and praise him from many angles. The plastic triangle was the positive player who was set off by them to be rational, smart, calm, and strong. Needless to say, these 3 people knew that many people in the live broadcast room must be scolding them. But they couldn't say anything because they signed the contract and were willing to accept any arrangement of the company. Xiang Ryu sat on the empty subway seat, dawdling to put the puzzle together, gritted her teeth secretly. This was different from what she imagined. She shouldn't be the kind of role used to set off others. She should be a character that is beautiful, smart, and powerful, set off by others. The more she thought about it, the more she hated it. She almost wrinkled the puzzle. She thought of Yang Yuetong again. Yang Yuetong didn't come to support her in order to go to Teacher Wei's live broadcast. If Yang Yuetong came to support her, Yang Yuetong would definitely give her money and invite many people to cheer for her. If someone scolded her, Yang Yuetong would scold them back. What's the point of going to Teacher Wei's live broadcast room? She shouldn't go, she should come to support her, and Yang Yuetong hasn't replied to the message yet. Yang Yuetong's wings are really hard, and she is getting more and more disobedient. Have you finished the puzzle? The trio who were fending off the monsters urged them again. Chioli played the role of a considerate person. Sister Jiao, don't rush me. Some people have poor graphic skills, and there's no point in urging me. Why don't we help you? Lin Wei also shouted. Wen Ran chose a difficult puzzle, and it was not easy to finish it. He was sweating on his forehead, and he didn't dare to go against his own character. I don't need your help. I didn't ask you to help me fend off the monsters. Why are you urging me? Xiang Ryu could only say, don't rush me. It's just a little bit short, and my train of thought will be interrupted if you urge me. And Tao Yun screamed, ah, is this a monster? I thought it was a sculpture. What should I do? It's chasing me. He was also trying to kill himself, with despair in his eyes. Plastic Triangle shouted to Tao Yun, you lead it to another place. Don't lead it over here. But I'm scared. If I lead it to another place, I can't beat the monster myself. In fact, Tao Yun estimated that he could beat the monster. But there's no way. Who made him a bad guy and a suicidal person? Anyway, those 3 people wanted him to lead the monster over so that they could have a chance to perform, right? Those 3 people wanted them to be more hateful so that the audience would like Plastic Triangle more. This wave of suicidal behavior successfully attracted the hatred of the audience, and the audience's emotions were successfully aroused. They were all madly scolding these 3 newcomers for being a drag. Can't we just ignore them? Let them kill themselves. Relying on this trick, the live broadcast room of the rookie player of Beidou Xingyue can temporarily maintain the excitement, but in fact the audience is losing, because not everyone likes this kind of hostile environment. Some people also found that the actual task did not progress much, and the players seemed to be at a loss about how to progress the task. Unknowingly, Shirley, Zhang Xian, Qian Yueqiang and Yang Yuetong had been working on the first floor of the Red Tower for nearly 4 hours, and had almost completed all the patterns with information. They were not skilled at the beginning, but later they had experience and became very fast, and their learning and adaptability were not weak at all. Among all these patterns, the only text prompts found were the initial task description one, and the rest were either thank you for your patronage or some incomprehensible pictures. They drew all these pictures, and finally after the initial selection, they found that several pictures put together were the main view of a tower. Wei Han was also observing these drawn pictures, and then she conducted a secondary screening and combined 2 pictures, one for the top view and the other for the side view. After these pictures were put together, there were still many small patterns with unknown meanings, some of which were marked with small numbers and had irregular shapes. These pictures, are they actually the 3 views of the Red Tower? Shirley asked in surprise after comparing them for a while. Zhang Xian pinched his chin and pondered. Then can we follow this line of thought? The 3 views of the building are out. Could this be the drawings mentioned in the task description? Yang Yuetong stared at the small patterns for a long time. I have a guess. I don't know if I should say it or not. I just feel that the small patterns look more and more familiar, but I'm worried that I will mislead everyone. Qian Yueqiang encouraged. What's misleading? If you have any ideas, you should speak out and brainstorm. Don't be afraid to make mistakes. Even if you are wrong, no one will blame you. Who hasn't made a wrong guess? Let's make bold guesses, and verify them carefully. Qian Yueqiang could understand Yang Yuetong's feelings very well, because she had the experience of having her guesses rejected by sarcasm before. After Yang Yuetong met everyone's encouraging gazes, she slowly said, I usually like to play 3D puzzles. Have you played it? You can also play it on the computer, but I prefer to operate it myself in real life. When I look at these small patterns, I feel that they are very much like the parts diagram of a certain 3D puzzle. When Yang Yuetong said this, the other 3 clapped their hands. I understand. I understand too. The drawings actually refer to this 3D puzzle that is several times smaller than the Red Tower. When this guess came out, all the viewers in the live broadcast room were shocked to the point of numbness. Chapter 76. Wei Han, who was outside the camera, raised her eyebrows when she saw this. Since they had all guessed it, she just asked Rongqi to come back and let them verify it directly. Since the player's small drawer contains the player's miniature model, what is hidden in the monster's small drawer? Is it also a small model of the monster? Or are there other key props? Wei Han has already felt that some clues are being connected in series. It depends on whether the players can quickly realize it. The discussion triggered by Yang Yuetong's speculation has caused 1,000 waves in the live broadcast room. Now the barrage in the live broadcast room is very crazy, and the audience is even so active that they can't sit still in front of the screen. Many viewers screamed directly, thinking that they would disturb others, but it turned out that the neighbors next door were all fans of Teacher Wei, and they chatted with them back and forth. In the speculation just now, Qian Yueqian looked at Sister Xian Ing, who spoke last with some confusion. Sister Ing? You are wrong, right? The drawings should be these small patterns plus the 3 views of the Red Tower, right? How can there be a conclusion that the 3-dimensional puzzle of the Red Tower is the drawing? Obviously, although several people said that they understood, the direction of understanding of the 3 people was biased. The same question was also raised in the barrage. My money is lost. I also wanted to ask just now, I think it is not right. If according to what Sister Yuetong said, those small patterns that people can't understand actually represent the plain diagram of the small parts of a 3-dimensional puzzle, then doesn't it mean that these patterns are the drawings themselves? 7 orifices are connected to 6 orifices. I haven't recovered yet. I think it's really awesome, really. It's the kind of sudden enlightenment, suddenly enlightened. It turns out that many things in this copy need to be interpreted in this way. It would be great if I could suddenly get the hang of it when doing questions. Winter snow sweeping. Then I think the puzzle that players need to complete in Task 2 is actually the 3-dimensional puzzle of the Red Tower represented by these blueprints, right? Summer with you. The blueprints are out now, but where are the parts? The puzzles with information hidden in the first layer have been opened. Next, we have to find the second layer. The first layer has taken so much time. There are still about 8 hours left. Can we catch up? Not a cultured person. It's amazing, it's amazing. I don't want to say anything. I just want to say it's really amazing. Teacher Wei's live broadcast room always gives me a lot of surprises. My emotions need to be recharged. What are you still standing there for? Go and call your friends. You can't miss Teacher Wei's live broadcast even if you miss love. Yang Yuetong's mother, Tong Tong. You are the best. Mom loves you. Tong Tong's father, Tom Tong, you are right. Teacher Wei is really amazing. Dad is proud of your vision. In the mini barrages, there seemed to be some strange remarks mixed in. After the host's speculations opened up their minds, the audience started discussing enthusiastically, as if they were also trying to break through the dungeon. At this time, Xian in the screen faced Qian Yueqiang's doubts, and gave a not-so-rigorous answer. Zhang Xian hesitated and said, well, regarding this point, my idea is this, because the drawing is in quotation marks, it means that this drawing is probably not the drawing in our common sense. Then I think, are these patterns actually clues to the drawing, and the drawing is probably the three-dimensional puzzle of the Red Tower. Seeing the three people's expressions becoming more and more confused, Zhang Xian was made unconfident, so she had to add, it is not ruled out that the quotation marks were deliberately left by the task system. After staring at Zhang Xian until he lost confidence, several people felt that Zhang Xian's statement was indeed possible. Shirley pondered carefully, it seems that it is indeed possible. Some of the hints given by the copy task cannot be understood by common sense. The drawings have been emphasized with quotation marks, so if it is really three views and these patterns, it seems that there is no difficulty? Why would the copy be so kind to give such an obvious hint? What Qian Yueqiang cares about is, just think of the drawings as the three-dimensional puzzle of the Red Tower, then we now only have the drawings of the drawings, but not the materials of the drawings. We have already completed all the puzzles that can open the hidden information. Do we have to go to the second floor to find clues? This is a roundabout way, just like talking about nesting dolls. Yang Yuetong counted the number of patterns. I think the number of these patterns seems to be insufficient to form a red tower. Wei Han listened to their analysis quietly throughout the whole process, and did not take the initiative to remind them. In fact, Zhang Xian's idea was right. If the number of these patterns is not enough, it means that we still need to climb up and continue to look for them on other floors? Shirley was ready to take the pattern she had drawn to the second floor. It was also at this time that Rong Qi, who was called by Wei Han with a skill, also returned here. He was holding a large rice bag in one hand, and the brand information on the rice bag was blurred, never giving others free advertising. Now everyone can see that the rice bag is full. Have you finished here? Rong Qi had dealt with all the monsters that suddenly appeared and took away the small boxes from the monsters. He didn't understand what these people were doing here. Ding Lu, handsome guy, what did you get? Shirley was shocked. We just finished discussing here and found some amazing things. Maybe we have found the blueprints. Zhang Xian replied. Now I plan to go to the second floor to continue looking for clues. Qian Yueqiang also replied. Yang Yuetong looked at the bag Rong Qi was carrying with curiosity and guessed, is this what you found? Could these be the parts of the puzzle? Rong Qi poured the small boxes taken out of the monsters on the ground like pouring sweet potatoes, and they rolled all over the ground. Some of the small boxes were square and didn't roll far, while some were round and rolled out of the camera and were blocked by Wei Han's foot. She simply picked it up and unlocked it. After opening the round small box, she found that it was not a mini model of a monster. It was a piece of a three-dimensional puzzle, red. It was pretty much what she thought. Wei Han held the puzzle piece between two fingers and held it upright so that the players could see it clearly. Because the thing taken out from Teacher Wei before was a mini Teacher Wei, the players thought that there would be a mini monster in the monster's body, but they didn't expect. Yang Yuetong's eyes lit up in surprise. This is the puzzle piece of the three-dimensional puzzle. It's hidden in the monster's body? Rong Qi just brought these small boxes back and didn't know what was inside, but he had guessed that he thought the monster's small box might not be a mini monster. Yang Yuetong, you do the puzzle. Qian Yueqiang, you help her here. Zhang Xian made the assignment very straightforwardly. Li Shi and I will go to the second floor to see if there are any task instructions or more puzzle drawings. Ding Lu, you can look at what you want to do yourself. Teacher Wei should assign you a task. Zhang Xian felt that Rong Qi would not listen to their suggestions. Rong Qi shook his head. Since these monsters have what we need, I will continue to deal with these monsters and collect these puzzle pieces. The few people assigned their respective tasks. Wei Han also took the camera from Wei Weiwei at this time, and took back the task of filming, asking Wei Weiwei to help Yang Yuetong and Qian Yueqiang open the small box. The boxes are all Luban locks, which require some skills to open. Wei Weiwei leaned next to Qian Yueqiang and whispered to her, maybe I need to trouble you to call Han Qi to confirm the total number of people there, and the number of monsters encountered. Leave the box opening to me for now. Qian Yueqiang didn't know why Wei Weiwei suddenly asked her this request. Seeing that she seemed very anxious, she didn't ask much, nodded, and walked out of the camera with her phone to make a call. The players carried out their tasks in an orderly manner, and the barrage in the live broadcast room became even crazier. Someone summarized and analyzed the whole process and became a class representative. A real class representative. At first, Teacher Wei discovered the abnormality of a certain part of the player's body through monsters. This abnormality manifested itself in that the player's body was injured but did not bleed, and a certain part became hollow, becoming a small drawer-like structure with a small box inside, and the small box contained a mini-man corresponding to the player. A real class representative. Everyone didn't understand what the above discovery was for. Some people were impatient, and some people were giving advice. Then Teacher Wei discovered the secret in the puzzle. Through the information hidden in the puzzle, he got the first task description and obtained the key information. He learned that he had to find the blueprint of the building first. Deserve the name of the class representative. Continued to dig information through the puzzle, and found the plain pattern of the puzzle pieces. It is suspected that the blueprint mentioned in the first description. It is also found that the puzzle mentioned in the second task seems to refer to the three-dimensional puzzle of the building, rather than the plain puzzle as the inertial thinking thinks. Deserve the name of the class representative. But when I saw the blueprint without the materials for the puzzle, I was struggling to find the materials. Just at this time, handsome Ding Lu brought back the box taken from the monster. When the box was opened, it was not a mini monster inside, but the puzzle pieces that the players needed. Connected with the initial discovery. Close the loop. Deserve the name of the class representative. So now it depends on whether the players will prompt the completion of Task 2 after completing the three-dimensional puzzle, and then they will know whether the three-dimensional puzzle of the Red Tower is the puzzle required in Task 2. I think it is very likely that this is the correct puzzle. Now it seems that there is no clue for Task 1. The class representative's analysis made many confused people suddenly enlightened, and received a lot of praises from netizens. It was amazing. A real class representative. I also think it is really amazing. If any step is not followed, the clue will be broken. This dungeon not only requires brains, but also requires sufficient force to fight monsters in order to get the materials for the puzzle. The comet will definitely shine again. Who dares to say that the players in Teacher Wei's live broadcast room are doing meaningless things in the future? Does your face hurt now? Humph. The webmaster is my uncle. That's right. If you listen to those people and do what they say, you will be trapped in the dungeon for the rest of your life. The answer to the dungeon may be revealed, which is the biggest sign. Teacher Wei's fans have not done anything, but Mini Tap Water has spontaneously recommended it, attracting a large number of netizens to the live broadcast room. The number of people in the live broadcast room has quietly approached 1 million, and unknowingly, it has left behind the number of online players of the rookie player of Beta Xingyue behind. At this time, the players who were watching Teacher Wei's live broadcast in the 9-story Black Tower looked a little pale. They were very happy that Teacher Wei had made new progress, but this also reminded them of their previous method of dealing with monsters. They failed to discover the secrets of the monsters and players, but threw the monsters outside the tower and let them disappear on their own. That means that the puzzle materials they needed also disappeared. Han Chi also thought of this, and was very glad that Qian Yueqiang did not receive his call before. Otherwise there might be several missing pieces now. How could they complete the puzzle? But the problem now is, what should they do here? When they just started the 5th round of tasks, they had already thrown all the monsters outside again. There may be more monsters refreshed later, but they are very sure that after so many times, the number of monsters here does not look like enough to make up the puzzle pieces. Han Chi was worrying when his cell phone, which he had forgotten to put into his skill space, suddenly vibrated. He subconsciously took out his cell phone to check the caller ID, and found that it was Qian Yueqiang who called him. He looked at his partner, who was still working on the puzzle, walked away a little, and answered Qian Yueqiang's call. When Qian Yueqiang took out her cell phone to call Han Chi, she saw that Han Chi had called her several times before. I saw you called me several times. What's wrong? Did something urgent happen? Qian Yueqiang asked. Han Chi smiled bitterly and said, when you first entered the dungeon, I wanted to remind you that monsters will be stronger if you kill them, and then revive them, but you didn't answer the phone. But now I'm glad you didn't answer the phone. The way we deal with monsters here is wrong. The way we deal with monsters here is to throw them outside the dungeon, and then the monsters will disappear. I didn't expect that the materials we need to complete the task are on the monsters. Qian Yueqiang didn't expect that their way of dealing with monsters here would be like this. She was silent for a moment. Maybe there will be other ways. The monsters seem to be constantly refreshing. It was Wei who asked me to ask you about the total number of players and monsters here. Do you have a rough impression of the number of monsters? The number of players is easy to count, and you can count them on the spot, but the number of monsters is difficult to determine. The only thing Han Chi can be sure of is, there should be more than 70 players, and the monsters are not counted in detail, but I think there are fewer monsters on our side than on your side. How much time do you have now? Qian Yueqiang asked an extra question. It should be about 3 hours. Han Chi replied, what's wrong? Do you want me to record the number of monsters at the beginning of the next round? Perhaps Wei Wei needs it, you can remember it first. If I don't have it later, I will call you, then there is no need. Qian Yueqiang paused for a moment, good luck to you. The two copies are so similar, our approach should be a reference. Han Chi laughed, I have been referring to your approach for a long time. Found the same key information. I also found those patterns. Now we are stuck on the materials. We threw all the monsters outside, and they all disappeared. Then you could only wait for the monsters to refresh, and then go get the puzzle pieces. In this situation, Qian Yueqiang can do nothing. Han Chi originally planned to do so, but the problem now is that after the monsters refresh, the puzzle pieces seem to be insufficient. Han Chi ended the call with Qian Yueqiang and returned to his companions, and heard some players' angry curses from the other side. A player with dyed red hair roared, damn! To get the puzzle pieces from the monsters, who came up with the idea of throwing the monsters outside. Now the monsters are gone. This angry roar attracted the dissatisfaction of others. Don't be a hindsight here. Who knew that these monsters were actually useful at that time? Everyone is thinking about surviving. So who has the mind to worry about whether these monsters are useful? Who let that? Some monsters are indestructible, and become stronger the more they are beaten. Of course, we thought that the only way to eliminate the trouble forever was to throw them away, and make them disappear. What should we do now? You tell me what to do. What can we do except wait for the monsters to refresh? Now we should hurry up, and put together those puzzles. We still need those blueprints to put the puzzles together. How can you be sure that there are enough monsters? There are not many monsters on our side. Originally, we hoped that there would be as few monsters as possible, but now we hope that there will be as many monsters as possible. Han Chi was stunned by this scene. He looked at Kai Liming next to him and asked, aren't the people over there watching the live broadcast of the Beiti Xingyue players? Why are they discussing the information in Teacher Wei's live broadcast room now? Kai Liming didn't say anything, and the impressive male player named Tan Ming laughed. What else can it be? Those people mocked and disdainfully, but in the end, they went to watch Teacher Wei's live broadcast in shame. Thinking about the initial mockery of these players to Teacher Wei's live broadcast room, Kai Liming patted his face. I feel bad for them. Mo Hung and Ming Na frowned. I don't know if there are enough monsters, which is really troublesome. If there are not enough puzzle pieces on the monsters, how can the puzzle be completed? After obtaining the information, they all thought by inertia, thinking that the puzzle pieces can only be obtained from monsters, and at the same time, they all assumed that the puzzle in Task 2 refers to the three-dimensional puzzle of the building. As for the clues of Task 1, everyone chose to continue watching Teacher Wei's live broadcast, believing that the players in Teacher Wei's live broadcast room would lead everyone to solve the mystery. But just when everyone was waiting for Teacher Wei to give the answer, suddenly there was news that the Beiti Xingyue players had completed the copy Task 1. This made some neutral viewers jump back to the live broadcast of the Beiti Xingyue rookie players. Even Han Chi sent 2 people to watch the live broadcast of Beiti Xingyue. Although the copy address seems to have nothing to do with the Black Tower and Red Tower, the task shows that this copy is similar to the Black Tower and Red Tower copy. Most netizens thought that Teacher Wei's live broadcast knew the solution to Task 2, and Beiti Xingyue's live broadcast solved the solution to Task 1. If the 2 live broadcasts were combined, wouldn't they get the answer to this type of copy? This also caused many netizens who heard the news to be very curious about how to complete Task 1. The audience poured into the live broadcast room of the Beiti Xingyue player. At this time, the screen showed that the 6 players had already gotten off at Dengquan Station, and a player named Chiu Li was holding a 3D puzzle of a small subway scene. This 3D subway puzzle was very complete. After careful observation, some careful netizens found that in this small scene, the subway was parked at Dengquan Station. Through the summary of the native audience in the live broadcast room, the new netizens also roughly knew the process of how they completed this 3D puzzle. The 6 players of Beiti Xingyue controlled all the monsters, cut open the monsters' bodies, dug out a small box, and then broke the small box in various violent ways to take out the puzzle pieces from it. Because of the violent box opening, some puzzle pieces were damaged. After getting this puzzle piece, the players scratched their heads and puzzled for a long time, and finally pieced out the entire 3D scene. After it was pieced out, Dengquan Station appeared. Now the 6 players have successfully arrived at Dingquan Station and quickly found a vending machine, bought a random item, and when they turned to walk towards the subway, they received a reminder of the task progress in their palms. They checked the task while walking, and the camera zoomed in to let the audience see their task progress. Congratulations! Arrived at Dingquan Station, successfully purchased the item, and completed task 1. The audience in the barrage were very excited at this time, but more netizens were confused. Li Jia is relieved. Ah, I have completed task 1. Jia looks at me. Isn't it that both the flat puzzle and the 3-dimensional puzzle are completed? Why is task 2 not considered completed? Watch the show. Oh my god! I am stupid. The puzzle in task 2 is not the 3-dimensional puzzle of the subway? I want to pick wildflowers. I am also stupid. What is the matter with task 2 of this copy? Does it mean that every player must complete a 3-dimensional puzzle, but the players holding the 3-dimensional puzzle did not pop up the prompt to pass the copy? Hurry up and see that I am pretending. I think it is very likely that this is a group task. Only when everyone in the group completes a 3-dimensional puzzle can it be considered completed. A group clearance? Take it easy. It's not a big problem. We have completed task 1. How far can task 2 be? Teacher Wei still has no task. The advantage is on our side. And the audience, who watched Teacher Wei's live broadcast and came over instantly had the same idea at the same time. Sister Li's guess was right. The 3-dimensional puzzle of the building is not the puzzle referred to in task 2, but the drawing mentioned in task 1. They don't know how the anchor of Beidou Xingyu has skipped so many reasoning steps and completed the drawing directly. But it seems that the players of Beidou Xingyu missed a lot of information. The players of Beidou Xingyu seem to only know that this can complete task 1, but don't know why this can complete task 1. If you mistakenly take the drawing as the puzzle required by task 2, you will be confused. Why did you complete the puzzle but not be judged to have passed the copy? The task time limit of Metro Line 8 is shorter, and now there are less than 2 hours left for players to explore task 2. But the 6 players originally completed task 1 through the information provided by the company. Even completing task 1 was confused, and completing task 2 was even more clueless. If each player is supposed to complete a 3D puzzle, but now that they have completed a 3D puzzle, no monsters appear. Without monsters appearing, where can they find puzzle pieces to complete the puzzle? Several people returned to the subway in a somewhat irritated manner. Shioli casually placed the puzzle on the seat and tried to analyze it with his teammates. The plain puzzle is completed, and the 3D puzzle is also completed, but the reminder for passing the second task has not popped up. What should we do? Xiao Anji proposed an idea. How about we try to let everyone hold the puzzle for a few minutes? Lin Wei also had an idea. Or everyone holds the puzzle. Xiang Ryu sneered in her heart. She didn't think it would be that simple. There must be some information they missed, and it was completely missed. If she were to act alone, she would definitely find it, but she could only act like a fool. Xiang Ryu touched the phone in the skill space. She wanted to know how Yang Yuetong was doing with Teacher Wei. Did she really think that Teacher Wei was as good as she appeared in front of the camera? It was just a character setting. Yang Yuetong suffered over there, so she should know how good she was. She would come to her and admit her mistakes. Xiang Ryu hoped that Yang Yuetong would suffer more over there, and see how she would go against herself. She dared to deliberately ignore her messages, which was really bold. Netizens who originally thought that the rookie players of Beidou Xingyu would gain something returned to Teacher Wei after seeing that they were also at a loss for task 2. Even if Teacher Wei did not complete any task, at least every piece of information from Teacher Wei was reasonably deduced. Unlike Beidou Xingyu, no one knows how they suddenly knew how to take out the puzzle pieces from the monster's body to complete the puzzle. The 2 live broadcasts were carried out at the same time. There were many comparison posts on the forum from the beginning, and more as the tasks on both sides progressed. Beidou Xingyu players completed task 1, while Teacher Wei did not complete any task, which also made Beidou Xingyu supporters cheer. Oh my, I accidentally got ahead of a task. Teacher is going to be mad? Bragging hard. You dare to brag when you haven't completed any task. Teacher, please don't do such despicable and shameless behavior as copying answers. Teacher Wei's fans all made reasonable rebuttals. A team inexplicably knew the solution to task 1. It was more like peeking at the answer, right? If you are really confident, just post the reasoning process, don't do these fake things. Haha, wait until you clear the dungeon before celebrating. It's not the end yet, and we don't know who will win or lose. While netizens were cursing at each other, the progress in Teacher Wei's live broadcast room was advancing rapidly. Yang Yuetong was very good at puzzles. With the help of drawings, she finished the puzzle in just over 10 minutes. In the end, she found that the puzzle pieces of the first layer only formed this layer. To complete the puzzle, she had to go up. So, everyone cooperated with each other. Those who needed to find monsters and pieces went to deal with monsters, and those who needed to complete the plain puzzle to find information did the plain puzzle. There was no information about the task description on the second floor, and all the puzzle drawings were drawings. Then came the third floor, the fourth floor, all the way to the ninth floor. There were a lot of monsters on the ninth floor. Wei Wei also went to help Rongqi collect small boxes, so that the 4 players could concentrate on completing the remaining plain puzzles. After they had taken all the small boxes from the monsters, the 4 players were basically done. No matter how fast they were, it took a lot of time to climb up so many floors. They only had 2 hours left for the task. They were so busy that they had no time to care about the live broadcast room or to understand everything that happened on the internet in the real world. The players of Beidou Xingyue had already entered the second round of tasks because of a failure. They had a shorter time limit, and only 2 hours left. How is it? Wei Wei asked Zhang Zhenqili about the situation while opening the small box. We have finished the last one, Zhang Xian said. The sweat on Yang Yuedong's forehead was soaked by her bangs. She waved to Wei Wei, take out the puzzle pieces quickly. I hurry up and put them together. Time was running out, and they had to race against time. For a moment, Shirley and others didn't bother to check the information hidden on the last puzzle piece, and they were busy helping to put together the 3-dimensional puzzle of the Red Tower. After nearly 40 minutes of hard work, a lifelike mini Red Tower appeared in front of everyone, which was almost a scaled-down model of the 9-story Red Tower they were currently in. As the person who undertook most of the puzzle work, Yang Yuetong knew the structure of the puzzle best. She pointed to the first floor of the Red Tower and said, "There are so many puzzle pieces on the 9th floor, because the puzzle pieces of the underground palace are here. I think that now that we go down to the first floor, we can see the door to the underground palace." As soon as Yang Yuetong finished speaking, everyone received a task progress reminder in their palms. Everyone was a little surprised and a little puzzled. Could this 3D puzzle really be the puzzle mentioned in Task 2? As a result, when everyone popped up the virtual screen, they saw the following prompt. Congratulations! You have successfully found the blueprint of the building. So this 3D puzzle is actually just a blueprint, and it is not a formal task, but there is a progress reminder, which is a bit like a hidden task. Shirley retracted her hand and raised the other hand. She almost forgot that there was a puzzle with hidden information that she hadn't seen. Shirley, read the content while reading it. Task description 2. Please complete the 3D puzzle according to the blueprint. Chapter 77. After hearing the second mission description, the players looked at each other and were out of ideas for a while. Wei Han seemed to be thinking about something, but even if she thought of something, she would not easily give hints to the players. Rongqi was also thinking about it, and he noticed some differences in the words. It was a building blueprint above, but in the second mission description, it was a blueprint. In addition to the building blueprint, what other blueprints are there? Rongqi thought that if he figured out this key, he should be able to think about how to complete the second mission. Others also thought about it, and everyone fell silent for a while. It was still Rongqi who came back to his senses first and suggested to everyone, think while walking towards the underground palace. Maybe the clue of the second mission is in the underground palace. That's right, there's not much time left. Zhang Xian looked at the time again, and found that there was less than an hour left. They were also rushing down very fast, but Wei Han's camera kept up steadily, and occasionally changed some angles. Because of their final discovery, the heated discussion in the live broadcast room was pushed to a new height. So far, the live broadcast has lasted for a whole day. It is already dinner time in the real world, but the audience has been following the live broadcast for a whole day, but they don't feel bored or tired at all. Instead, they are getting more and more excited as the dungeon tasks progress bit by bit. Most of the audience are so excited that they are almost incoherent, and the barrage they send out is purely to vent their inner excitement. Some viewers are thinking together, and making various guesses based on the known information. The rest of the audience is watching the joke of Beidou Xingyue's rookie live broadcast. Teacher Wei was getting closer to the answer, while Beidou Xingyue had already found a way to complete Task 1 in the first round of tasks, but still couldn't find a solution to Task 2 in the last 2 hours. In the last round, the 6 players were struggling with the blueprint. There was too much information missing, and they didn't even know there was a blueprint, and they always thought that the 3-dimensional puzzle was the puzzle required in Task 2. Beidou Xingyue's fans also gave various suggestions in the barrage, But in the end they watched the task time limit expire, and all Beijing players were declared mission failed, and the second round of tasks began. After the second round of tasks began, their task 1 remained unchanged, and task 2 became a task that players needed to complete at least 2 puzzles. They didn't even understand the first puzzle, and another puzzle came, which really made Beijing players crazy. After the second round of tasks began, they knew that the flat puzzles on the shelves in the subway were useless, so they simply ignored those flat puzzles and focused on the monsters that appeared on the subway. They directly cut out the small box from the monster, broke the box violently, and took out the puzzle pieces. Because of the experience of the first round, they completed the second round of tasks faster. After completing task 1, they still had 3 hours to work on task 2. After completing task 1 this time, they bought things at Dinkwon Station, but did not return to the subway immediately. They took advantage of the time to stroll around Dinkwon Station, thinking that Dinkwon Station might have clues for task 2. However, Dinkwon Station is not much different from the subway station in the real world. There are some closed shops, ticket machines, staff booths, toilets, exit signs, etc., but these do not seem to be abnormal. Xiang Ryu suspected that there were clues outside the station and wanted to go out from the exit to have a look, but she saw that the 3 people with the plastic triangle had no such idea and had already walked towards the subway. The time for the second round of tasks was halfway through. If this task was not completed, the next round of task puzzles would become 4. If it kept turning like this, she would never be able to leave. This made Xiang Ryu a little anxious. She thought that she was a person who was asking for death anyway, so she might as well try to put forward her own ideas. Why didn't you think about going out of the station to have a look? Maybe there will be information after going out of the station? Xiang Ryu asked innocently. There was no communication between the 6 players of Beidou Xingyue. Just now, everyone walked back in silence. Dinkwon Station was very quiet. When Xiang Ryu spoke, everyone heard it clearly at the first time. Xiao Li, the leader of the plastic triangle, paused for a moment, then continued to walk forward. If you want to go, go by yourself. Didn't you see the mission requirements? The time to stay at this station is 10 minutes, and then the subway will leave. What do you think will happen if you don't return to the subway within the specified time? Anyway, we won't go to gamble knowing that something bad will happen. Jiao Anji didn't even pause, and directly acted as if she didn't take Xiang Ryu's words seriously. Lin Wei smiled and reminded, maybe you can split up with us? We wait for you in the car. Xiang Ryu thought she would be rejected, but she didn't expect these people's tone to be so bad now, full of yin and yang. What qualifications do they have to talk to her in this tone? It's obvious that she was forced to act like a cannon fodder, just to set off their positive side. Do they really think they are smart? Xiang Ryu didn't expect these people to empathize with her. She looked at Tao Yuan and Wen Ran, who shared the same fate as her. What about you two? Let's go, and have a look together. Maybe we can find clues to task 2. Are we going to be trapped here forever? Anyway, there is no clue about task 2 now. Why not try more? Xiang Ryu could have expected that she would make this request, and there would definitely be more people scolding her in the barrage. But haven't she been scolded enough along the way? Since she was scolded anyway, why should she be restrained? It's better to let go of herself. At least she can be more comfortable. Tao Yuan and Wen Ran looked at each other, and looked back at the road sign pointing to the exit. They didn't know what would be outside, and they didn't know what would happen if they didn't get back on the bus within 10 minutes, and waited for the subway to leave. They didn't dare to gamble. Even if they never found clues to task 2, the 3 players of Beidou Xingyue would have to be trapped in the dungeon with them. If the sky falls, there is still the plastic triangle to support it, and they are not the only ones who will suffer. Sorry. I think it's better to follow the main force. Tao Yuan said, and leaned towards the plastic triangle. When Ran even made this suggestion, if you are really curious, you can go and see it yourself, and keep in touch with us by phone. Xiang Ryu was really shocked by the 2 men's remarks. Is this what a man can say? They are just that brave. They even suggested that she go and see it by herself and keep in touch with us by phone? The problem now is that she doesn't dare to go out and see it alone. If she dared to go out alone, she wouldn't have to ask these people's opinions. Everyone disagreed. So Xiang Ryu had to temporarily suppress this idea. Okay, I know, maybe my idea is too aggressive. Let's get back to the subway quickly. After saying that, Xiang Ryu hurried back to the subway in a huff. Even though she knew that she would definitely be doubly hated by the audience, she didn't want to care. Xiang Ryu is quite self-aware. Now there are indeed many people scolding her in the live broadcast room of Beidou Xingyue's rookie player. The sky is crying. Is this woman okay? She has been holding us back from the beginning. What stupid things are she saying now? If you want to die, don't drag the whole team with you, okay? Listen, I am really impressed. She doesn't even look at what she proposed. Now she still has the nerve to get angry with her teammates? Does she think she is a little princess? Everyone has to follow her. How can we know if we don't try? Lily and the others are really too polite to her. They have such a good temper. I want to rush in and slap her twice. They can still talk to her politely. YK, I don't want to see her at all. How could Beidou Xingyue choose such a player to participate in the live broadcast of the rookie player? Can we change people next time? It can be said that the live broadcast room of Beidou Xingyue's rookie player has such lively barrages, all thanks to Xiang Ryu. Most of the barrages are sent by the audience to scold her. It is completely different from the harmonious atmosphere of Teacher Wei, where most of the audience is focused on the dungeon task and occasionally praises the anchor. Xiang Ryu gave up on himself and was the first to go back to the subway and sit down, ready to take out his phone to watch Yang Yuetong's live broadcast. She was not supporting Yang Yuetong, but just wanted to see how miserable Yang Yuetong was over there, so as to achieve psychological balance. If Yang Yuetong was also bullied in Teacher Wei's live broadcast room, she would feel much better. After all, if Yang Yuetong went to Teacher Wei's live broadcast room, she would most likely be bullied by the old players in the live broadcast room in the dungeon. She couldn't vent her anger and couldn't attract traffic. She must be miserable in all aspects. Teacher Wei was broadcasting on the Comet platform, a platform with very small traffic. How could it compare with the big Beidou Xingyue? As long as she saw that Yang Yuetong was much worse off than her, she could say to herself that Yang Yuetong was so miserable over there that she couldn't get any benefits, but at least she was scolded here, and it was also traffic. She waited to download the Comet Live app, and then registered and logged in. Plastic Triangle and the two male cannon fodder frowned slightly when they saw her actions. But Yi Jiren saw that the audience in the live broadcast room was scolding Xiang Ryu, and the screen was full of bullet comments. Instead, she was very satisfied with Xiang Ryu's performance. When it comes to courting death, this girl is very experienced. The only thing that was not smooth in this live broadcast was that there were no strong monsters, the scene was single, and there was no opportunity for Jiang Shilin to perform. The audience would get bored if the same routine was used to make the players express their shock at Teacher Jiang. Xiang Ryu didn't care what others thought now. She just wanted to enter Teacher Wei's live broadcast room and see how depressed and decadent Yang Yuetong was in the live broadcast room. When she registered and logged in, and was about to search for Teacher Wei's live broadcast room, she saw that there was a direct link to Teacher Wei's live broadcast room in the recommended search in this app. This discovery made Xiang Ryu inexplicably irritated, but when she clicked in, she also instantly figured out that for Comet Platform, Teacher Wei's live broadcast room is now the biggest signboard. It is not surprising that Comet Platform treats Teacher Wei's live broadcast room as a treasure, with only a few 100,000 online viewers. If Comet Platform does not cherish Teacher Wei's traffic signboard, it would be strange. Anyway, Xiang Ryu's idea is that it is better to be a phoenix tail than a chicken head. She thought, what is the point of getting the best recommendation in such a small platform? Her live broadcast room is a special event jointly organized by Beidou Xingyue and Huixian Live Broadcast. There is a special recommendation page, and the traffic attracted can kill the best recommendation position of Comet in the entire site in minutes. She just saw that the number of online viewers of Beidou Xingyue's live broadcast this time was more than 2 million. Could Comet Live's total traffic reach 2 million? That wouldn't be a sure win. When Yang Yuetong and she accidentally talked about Teacher Wei's live broadcast room data last time, Xiang Ryu was not attentive at all. She didn't know that during the Minesweeper live broadcast, Teacher Wei's live broadcast room had already set a brilliant record of 4 million online viewers. Because of the traffic brought by Teacher Wei's live broadcast room, Comet Live's daily active ranking is also climbing up. When many viewers come to Comet Live to squat in Teacher Wei's live broadcast room, they will also take a look at the live broadcasts of other players on this platform. As a result, they find that other live broadcasts on the Comet platform are also very interesting. Although the shooting effects in many live broadcast rooms are not as good as Teacher Wei's live broadcast room, you can feel the sincerity of the players, and the sincere teammate relationship between the players, a kind of reality close to life, and see the various magical operations of the players in the dungeon, which seems to be invisible to the Beidou Xingyue players. Not to mention that many of the players and anchors on this site are fans of Teacher Wei. After Teacher Wei came out of the Minesweeper dungeon, they also entered the Minesweeper dungeon to live broadcast. Everyone likes Teacher Wei, so they feel more intimate. No one feels that these players and anchors are just riding on Teacher Wei's popularity. Even if they really are riding on the popularity, everyone thinks that as long as they really like Teacher Wei, what's the big deal? Teacher Wei herself also said on the homepage that she welcomes players to learn from her experience. Before Xiang Ryu entered the live broadcast room, she was thinking about how many people would be in Teacher Wei's live broadcast room. Hundreds of thousands. 200,000. No more. Finally, when the answer was revealed, Xiang Ryu thought that the number of people in this live broadcast room might not even be a fraction of the Beijing live broadcast room, and she almost laughed out loud. But the actual situation is, a reminder box popped up on the phone. Sorry, you do not meet the criteria for entering the live broadcast room and cannot enter this live broadcast room. Having expected so much, Xiang Ryu never thought that she would be stopped at the step of entering the live broadcast room. She stared at the reminder in disbelief. What does it mean to not meet the standards for entering the live broadcast room? This Teacher Wei is so confident that he even set a threshold for entering the live broadcast room. What are the conditions for the threshold? It can't be that she can't enter because she just registered a new account. Because of the conversation at Dingquan Station just now, the other 5 players didn't come to care about Xiang Ryu now. They were all pretending to think of a solution. Someone was really bored and took a box of puzzles from the shelf in the subway and put them together. It was the puzzle with hidden information, but unfortunately, this person didn't know about the stereogram and just thought that he was putting together a meaningless picture. Yi Jiren was also contacting his superiors to find out if they had any ideas on how to solve the second copy of the mission. The people on the number 7 train have now entered the 4th round of missions. Don't they still have any ideas? Some people had evil thoughts and wanted to sneak a peek at Teacher Wei's live broadcast, but they were also stopped outside. However, because they were sneaking around, they didn't dare to speak out when they encountered this problem. The action they took was to secretly post on the forum to ask if anyone had encountered the same problem, and to find out why they couldn't enter Teacher Wei's live broadcast room. It just so happened that Xiang Ryu also went to the forum to check it out as soon as she encountered this problem. She didn't look at the homepage carefully, but went straight to the search bar, entered the keywords. Teacher Wei's live broadcast room cannot be entered. Being stopped outside Teacher Wei's live broadcast room, and clicked on the search. The camera occasionally swept over her, which was also deliberately arranged by Yi Jiren. What Yi Jiren had to do was to keep the audience enthusiastic about scolding Xiang Ryu, and keep the audience in the live broadcast room. When the above found a way to pass the dungeon, he could attract another wave of viewers and let the data reach a peak. In fact, the current data did not meet expectations, but considering that the first live broadcast of the rookie player was not smooth, and the subsequent Q&A live broadcast encountered various accidents, it was good that this live broadcast could end smoothly. Others were concentrating on finding clues, but Xiang Ryu was sitting with his legs crossed and playing with his mobile phone. Sure enough, he attracted new hatred and made the audience want to complain. Xiang Ryu was staring at the search results now, and she really found a post. She was happy and clicked it immediately. I want to watch Teacher Wei's live broadcast, but I can't get in. I was prompted that I don't meet the standards. What's going on? Is there anyone like me who clicked on Teacher Wei's live broadcast room and was reminded that I didn't meet the standards and couldn't enter? There are many replies under the post, but many people said that they have not encountered this situation. There are people in the same situation as the poster, but not many. They are also speculating whether it is because they have just registered a new account, so they were blocked. But soon someone said that this is absolutely impossible. Steal your heart, absolutely impossible. I just recommended a lot of friends to come here today. They all went straight to Teacher Wei's live broadcast room after downloading and registering. It took no more than 2 minutes from registration and login to entering Teacher Wei's live broadcast room. It's new enough, right? None of them received this reminder. Butterfly can't fly. It was not until today that I saw that there were people who were blocked outside the live broadcast room. It really opened my eyes. I away frowny face, I was also shocked. Why is this happening? Do you have any special identities or something? Is this related? Since it was the first time for netizens to see this situation, they were curious and speculated on the reason. If these people hadn't posted that they were blocked outside the live broadcast room, no one would have known that there would be a threshold in the live broadcast room. Someone suggested that these players try Comet's other live broadcast rooms to see if they could get in. These people tried and found that they could get into other live broadcast rooms, but they were blocked outside Teacher Wei's live broadcast room. The conclusion is that Teacher Wei's live broadcast room has set a threshold to block these people. Some people took advantage of the topic and posted a lot of posts, saying that Teacher Wei was arrogant, the first person on the internet, and there was a threshold to enter her live broadcast room. Let me ask, has anyone done such an operation? Who didn't beg the audience to enter the live broadcast room, and wanted to give red envelopes to attract the audience, but in Teacher Wei's live broadcast room, there was a reminder that those who did not meet the standards could not enter the live broadcast room. For a time, the posts of related discussions and discussion copies were half and half. Teacher Wei's live broadcast room actually required a threshold to enter, which caused heated discussions, and many media also came here. I have been squatting for so long, but I haven't squatted for any news. Now I finally squat. There are many comments on the internet saying that Teacher Wei is arrogant and really takes herself seriously. Some people also think that there should be some deep meaning in this. So many people have not been stopped. Why are those few people stopped? Maybe Teacher Wei has her own considerations, so it is better to wait for Teacher Wei to come out to explain. But many viewers in the live broadcast room said that Teacher Wei and his team are now rushing to complete the task in the last bit of time, and they don't have time to care about these things at all. Maybe after the task is completed, Teacher Wei will have time to explain. Some people are so sarcastic, and they are waiting for them to complete the task. It is not certain whether they can complete the task. Xiang Ryu saw an opportunity to show herself in these melees and scolding. She left a message in the hot post of the discussion. I just want to become popular immediately. Isn't this a coincidence? One of the players in Teacher Wei's live broadcast this time is my friend, so I just called her to ask. To be honest, I finally got some free time and wanted to watch her live broadcast and support her, but I found that I was blocked outside. Xiang Ryu emphasized that she was a friend of one of the live broadcast players, and she was blocked outside even though she wanted to support her friend, which aroused the anger of netizens. Can Ming Ming be promoted to level A? Call and ask. Stop all the players' friends. What's the reason? I'm flying. That's right, they are unkind. Don't worry about your injustice. You can't blame you for deliberately calling them when they are in the dungeon. Knowing that your friends are in the dungeon, but still calling them for a small matter, this behavior is actually very suicidal. Before, Han Chi called Qian Yueqiang because the situation was urgent, and he wanted to remind them. And Wei Han asked Qian Yueqiang to call Han Chi because he estimated that Han Chi was not in danger. No one calls friends in the dungeon for no reason or for a small matter. Seeing so many netizens supporting her decision, Xiang Ryu smiled with satisfaction. She raised her head to see where the camera was. She didn't want to make this call in front of the camera. Others were doing puzzles or discussing, and they were all far away from her, clearly isolating her on purpose. Xiang Ryu slowly walked behind the camera and whispered to Yi Jiren, I have something to do, and I have to leave for a while. I'll be back soon. Yi Jiren didn't really want her to leave the camera, but he thought that Xiang Ryu's initiative to leave the camera and act alone with other players was also a dead end. Now he could see that the audience's hatred for Xiang Ryu had risen to a new level. Well, be careful. Yi Jiren also reminded him softly. Xiang Ryu nodded, took her phone and walked to another car. After confirming that they couldn't hear her voice, she pressed the dial button and called Yang Yuetong in another copy. Yang Yuetong had actually muted her phone a long time ago. Moreover, even if it wasn't muted, the phone was placed in the skill space, so the sound couldn't be transmitted. At this time, the screen of Teacher Wei's live broadcast room showed a few players walking down the stairs quickly. They were almost back to the first floor. Yang Yuetong just took out her phone to check the time and confirm how much time was left. As a result, she saw the phone popping up the caller ID of Xiang Ryu. She looked at the others with some embarrassment. Noticing her gaze, Shirley asked curiously, What's wrong? There should be enough time for us to complete the first task. Don't worry too much. Seeing Yang Yuetong take out her phone, everyone thought she was checking the time. Yang Yuetong hesitantly said, I saw a friend called me. She was the one I invited to come, but she couldn't come because she signed a contract with Beidou Xingyue. Yang Yuetong was busy cooperating with everyone's actions, following everyone to find clues, and thinking about how to pass the dungeon. She didn't pay attention to Xiang Ryu's situation the whole time. Could it be that Xiang Ryu's live broadcast of the dungeon has ended? That's why she called. From Yang Yuetong's tone, everyone has heard that she actually wants to answer the phone, but she still asks for the opinions of her teammates. There is no emergency now, so answering the phone is not a big deal. Then you can answer the phone. Anyway, it's safe around now. Zhang Xian replied. Qian Yueqiang waved her fist and said, Even if it's not safe, I will create a safe environment for you. Shirley nodded. Maybe she wants to care about you. If the situation is not urgent, it's okay to answer the phone. Rongqi didn't say anything, and Wei Weiwei didn't say anything, but the fact that they didn't object meant that they agreed. Both of them were thinking about where the three-dimensional puzzle mentioned in Task 2 was, and what it meant. A group of people who didn't know what was happening in the real world and didn't read the comments didn't know that the comments were discussing someone being blocked outside the live broadcast room. All the fish I raised died. It turns out that the friend mentioned by the host, who said I just want to become famous immediately, is Yuetong. Chocolate cake. Correction, according to Yuetong, that person is a new female player among the rookie players of Beidou Xingyue, named Xiang Ryu. I heard that the female player is a little expert in courting death. She has been scolded by the audience in the live broadcast room from the beginning to now. She is very capable of attracting hatred. Explosive copy. Wait, I will sort it out again. No wonder Xiang Ryu was playing with her phone just now. It turned out that she wanted to enter Teacher Wei's live broadcast room and watch Yuetong's live broadcast, but she was blocked like this? And now she ran out of the camera and called Yuetong. Who can understand this kind of happiness? Sister Yuetong is not careful in making friends. From what Sister Yuetong said, at first Sister Yuetong invited her friends to Teacher Wei's live broadcast room. Then Xiang Ryu refused because she signed a contract with Beidou Xingyue. Then I can only say, thanks Xiang Ryu for refusing. Otherwise, we would be the ones who are angry now. The audience with a god's perspective immediately dug up the key information of both sides, and at the same time, they also knew very well the purpose of Xiang Ryu's call. In the picture, after everyone's persuasion, Yang Yuetong accepted everyone's kindness, smiled at them gratefully, and then ran out of the camera. Wei Han was also considerate enough not to let the camera follow Yang Yuetong, so that she could talk to her friends on the phone without worrying about the camera. Yang Yuetong answered the phone when it rang for nearly a minute. Xiang Ryu was about to hang up and call again, but Yang Yuetong took so long to answer the phone, which made her feel even worse. After the call was connected, her first words were, "What are you doing? Why did you take so long to answer the phone?" Yang Yuetong was confused by this question and asked back in confusion, "I'm in the dungeon. It's good enough that I can answer the phone. You dare to refute?" Xiang Ryu became even more irritable. "I called you because I was worried about you. Now you blame me for calling you, right? I shouldn't care about you. My care is wrong, right?" Yang Yuetong felt very confused. It was this kind of words again, as if everything was her fault, but Xiang Ryu shouldn't have made this call in the first place. You can watch my live broadcast to know if I'm okay. You're still talking about this. If she didn't mention this, Xiang Ryu wouldn't have been so angry. She almost jumped up and said, "I can't get into Teacher Wei's live broadcast room at all. Of course, I want to see the situation on your side through the live broadcast." Can't get into the live broadcast room? There is such a thing? Yang Yuetong looked at Teacher Wei in confusion. If you don't believe me, go check the forum yourself. I'm not the only one who has this problem. I can enter other people's live broadcast rooms, but I can't enter Teacher Wei's. I don't know what kind of threshold she has set for her live broadcast room. Xiang Ryu complained angrily. Yang Yuetong felt that Xiang Ryu was very strange today. She would never talk to her in such an obviously angry and aggressive tone before. Is Xiang Ryu not doing well with Beidou Xingyue? It shouldn't be, with Beidou Xingyue's support behind her. It shouldn't be that bad, right? Those friends in the 9-story Black Tower can now piece together half of the Black Tower's blueprints just because they watched the live broadcast here. Calm down first. Can I ask Teacher Wei for you? Yang Yuetong comforted. It's not that you were stopped outside. It's not that you failed the mission once. Of course you can calm down. What Xiang Ryu didn't want to hear the most was to let her calm down. Especially the person who asked her to calm down was Yang Yuetong. Why didn't Yang Yuetong fail? Yang Yuetong felt like she had become a punching bag. It's not that she hadn't felt this way before, but it was especially obvious today. She suppressed an inexplicable anger, turned around and asked Teacher Wei respectfully, "Teacher Wei, my friend said that she was stopped outside your live broadcast room, and she also said that she was not the only one who was stopped. Why is that? Do you know the reason?" Wei Han specifically diverted his attention to prevent his overly sensitive hearing from accidentally hearing other people's privacy. After hearing Yang Yuetong's question, Wei Han thought for a moment, and then deliberately answered the question in a normal way, without using any skills. "Oh, I added a contract to my live broadcast room." Wei Han's voice was recorded in the live broadcast room. The audience, who were originally discussing other issues, were instantly excited about this voice, and exclamation marks, "Ah!" and special effects of reward props filled the screen. The audience had only one thought left. Teacher Wei's voice appeared. Then this gentle and pleasant voice said two extremely arrogant sentences in a gentle and calm tone. to prevent Beidou Xingyue players from secretly coming to my side to copy the answers. My live broadcast room prohibits all Beidou Xingyue contracted players from entering. Chapter 78. Wei Han controlled the volume of her voice very well. Not only could her voice be recorded in the live broadcast room for the audience to hear, but it could also be transmitted to her friends through Yang Yuedong's mobile phone. She openly informed everyone of the threshold for entering the live broadcast room, and made it clear to those who were angry about not being able to enter the live broadcast room that they knew the reason clearly. After Wei Han came out of the copy of the beach kite friendly match, she heard everyone complaining about the 3 scholars of Beidou Xingyue, and she came up with this idea. Since the people of Beidou Xingyue wanted to imitate them by watching their live broadcast, then solve the problem from the root and directly prohibit them from watching the live broadcast. In this way, even if they find a way to solve it, it is at least not a zero-cost imitation, and it increases the difficulty to a certain extent. They deliberately annoyed people, so don't blame them for being annoyed in return. So she contacted Shigue, the webmaster of the Comet platform, and asked him to give the corresponding authority, so that she could make some contract modifications to her live broadcast room. At this time, the advantage of being a small director of the website was shown, and the webmaster authority was given very straightforwardly. In fact, Wei Han really misunderstood. Even if she hadn't become a junior director, Shigui would definitely cooperate with any of her requests. Except for Rong Qi, who was almost inseparable from her, no one else knew about this. Teacher Wei's words caused 1,000 waves inside and outside the live broadcast room. Shirley and others widened their eyes in shock. She was a little too excited and stammered. Then that means those players who sign contracts with the school. Beidou Xingyue can't enter our live broadcast room? Wei Han thought for a while and added, if they find a way to crack the contract, they can still come in. But she smiled slightly outside the camera, and her tone was a little more cheerful. I set a penalty for breach of contract. No matter how they know the information from our live broadcast room, there will be a penalty for breach of contract on the informant and them. The specific manifestation is diarrhea for 3 days, a red turtle pattern will appear on the face, and the turtle pattern will disappear after 7 days. In fact, Wei Han originally wanted to make the penalty for breach of contract more severe, but because of the previous. This rule is too broad, which limits the severity of the punishment later. Zhang Xian could have remained calm, but after hearing the supplement later, she couldn't hold back. When they complained about this, Teacher Wei looked calm, as if he didn't take it to heart, and didn't seem to take any action against it. Unexpectedly. Teacher Wei, you are really thoughtful. When Zhang Xian saw that they were being maliciously imitated, no matter how calm she acted, she was actually a little unhappy in her heart, but it seemed that she couldn't do anything about those people, and she didn't want to add trouble to herself, so she chose to be indifferent. Xian Yueqiang jumped up happily. Great. So powerful. This trick really hits the snake at its weakest point, right at the vital point. Even Yang Yuetong, who was on the phone, couldn't help laughing out loud. This laughter that couldn't be stopped was like a big slap, slapping Xiang Ryu's face on the other end of the phone. The first reaction of the players in the copy was that this was a fight against the plastic triangle imitating the trio on their side, and whether or not to copy the answers was secondary. In fact, Wei Han's words about copying answers were improvisations, because no matter how direct she was, she couldn't directly say that she didn't want those 3 people to come to her live broadcast room to steal her skills. As a result, this improvisation just happened to coincide with some things in reality. The comments in the live broadcast room were also full of joy, and everyone was happy, as if it was the new year. Some people were just shocked and excited by Teacher Wei's domineering speech. CYF, direct enough. Domineering enough. I love it. I really love this woman. You have 100 million, like it, ha ha ha. Did Beidou Xingyue offend Teacher Wei? This move is so cruel. My world is small. I really want to know how to meet this woman. Damn, from tomorrow on, I will forward 1,000 koi fish every day and pray that I can become a lucky teammate. Fill a cup of rainbow for you. Ah, too good at talking, too crazy. But I don't dislike it at all. Copper sulfate ball. Is this the legendary way to say cruel words in the calmest tone? Ha! I am really curious about what those Beidou Xingyue contracted players, who were blocked outside think. How does it feel to be blocked outside? Some people analyze how unique this move is from the details, and some people think that Teacher Wei must have known about the secret competition between the 2 sides in the forum, so he fought back. Counting sheep, the sheep fell asleep. So this is the thief crying catch the thief? The person who first shouted not to copy the answers ended up cheating first? Why did the contracted players of Beidou Xingyue come to Teacher Wei's live broadcast room? Did they really want to copy the answers, but they didn't expect to be caught by the surveillance? Listen to me. It's really amazing. It's not that they can't enter the live broadcast room, but the penalty for breach of contract later, ha ha ha, a red turtle on the face is nothing, but having a stomachache for 3 days is really a devil. Who is doing sit-ups? Let's go back and sort it out. Before a female player of Beidou Xingyue's rookie player found that the live broadcast room could not be entered, there were related posts on the Northwest Wind forum complaining that they could not enter the live broadcast room. So no matter what their purpose was, it is a fact that they wanted to enter the live broadcast room. Who is doing sit-ups? As for why the female player in the live broadcast suddenly wanted to watch Teacher Wei's live broadcast, let's just assume that she really wanted to confirm the situation with her friend. But Beidou Xingyue's mission has made no progress, and it is also true that they have no ideas. Who is doing sit-ups? Maybe they just want to come and take a look, and don't want to refer to other people's answers, but does anyone believe this? If Teacher Wei didn't set a penalty for breach of contract, they might have gotten away with it. Who is doing sit-ups? But Teacher Wei set it up, and it was set up very well. No matter how you know the information from Teacher Wei's live broadcast room, you will be punished for breach of contract, and the punishment is almost written on your face. A red little turtle on your face is basically telling everyone that they cheated, ha ha ha. Please open your eyes when it's dark. Hee hee, the mission failed once. Beidou Xingyue is anxious. We are about to reveal the answer here, and I really don't believe that they are not here to see the answer. Don't slap me in the face. They were stopped outside the live broadcast room. It was so cool. Ha ha, Beidou Xingyue's lackeys can just tell the information in the live broadcast room. Just wait for people to know that they are informers, and they will have diarrhea for 3 days. But the punishment is not that serious. Refreshed. Beidou Xingyue's fans, tell me loudly now, who wants to copy whose answer? Who tried to do such a despicable and shameless thing? In fact, Wei Han didn't know everything in the real-world forum, didn't know that netizens were comparing the live broadcast rooms of the two sides from the beginning, and didn't know that netizens from both camps had started a war of words. The setting of her live broadcast room was also said to be arrogant, and she was a big shot, etc. But this trick is very suitable for this kind of scene now, as if Wei Han was fighting back against some online comments, forming a subtle misunderstanding. This misunderstanding seemed to have inspired netizens, and they were more confident and more motivated to argue with Beidou Xingyue on the internet. If the threshold is this, then it is nothing but being arrogant and playing big. This is a normal protection measure. Teacher Wei cannot be accused of this. Beidou Xingyue's fans quickly found a new angle to attack. No way, is this just the temperament? Because of this, you have to block all the opponents from the door? Beidou Xingyue welcomes any players to watch and learn at any time. The difference in the pattern is obvious at a glance. It is indeed the characteristics of a small platform, petty, short-sighted, selfish, self-indulgent, self-righteous. Do you really think that others can't find the discoveries in your live broadcast room? Beidou Xingyue just hasn't started to take it seriously yet. Don't be narcissistic, okay? The little discoveries in your live broadcast room are only treasured by you. When Beidou Xingyue gets serious, it will be no problem to find this information. The failure now is just a script, a show effect. Why are you so arrogant? There is still so little time left. Whether the task can be completed is another matter. Is your information useful? Aren't we still at a loss for task 2? It's just luck that we can get to this point. When everyone has no idea how to deal with a task, we should unite and collect information from multiple parties to solve the copy problem together. For these new angles, Wei Han's fans can also break them one by one. They are too weak, and none of them can beat them. Ah, right. Beidou Xingyue has the biggest pattern. With such a big pattern, why don't they just broadcast it for free? Oh, I forgot, the free broadcasts provided by Beidou Xingyue are all wrong answers, which can kill people if you are not careful. Yes, they are not serious. The mission has already failed once, and they didn't take it seriously. It seems that they don't take their own lives seriously either. I envy you Beidou Xingyue players so much. I can't learn this calmness. You can act out a script by failing a mission, and not tear up the script. This kind of psychological quality is worth learning. Yes. The information in our Teacher Wei's live broadcast room is useless. So Beidou Xingyue's contracted players don't come here to read this useless information, okay? Oh, it's all based on luck. Just an ordinary European emperor. TSK. Listen to this abacus. Sorry, now you Beidou Xingyue have no idea how to start the mission. Our Teacher Wei has a clear mind, orderly, and doesn't need any external help. To put it nicely, it's called solidarity and mutual assistance. To put it bluntly, it's asking Teacher Wei to help the poor. Don't think that the audience has no eyes and can't see what's going on with the plastic triangle you made. You made such an annoying thing, and you still want others to help you? You are really worthy of your noble Beidou Yue. You obviously have to beg others to provide information, but you say it so high-soundingly, as if others are begging you. As long as you are a normal person, you will not be biased. When you see the facts in front of you, you can see which side is right. Specifically, the more netizens hear quarrel, the more people in Teacher Wei's live broadcast room will increase. Anyway, it is Beidou Yue players who are blocked, and normal people will not be blocked. What does it have to do with normal people? Just watch the live broadcast and watch the show. It's rare to see Beidou Yue fail. Netizens who don't stand on the side just want to eat melons. The bigger the melons, the more delicious they are. No one on Wei Han's side was watching the gossip on the internet, but Beidou Yue's public relations department was watching the trend on the internet. Once they saw that the trend was not right, they would send water troops to lead the rhythm. Of course, because they sent water troops, they now suspected that Teacher Wei also sent water troops. Teacher Wei has been hiding from Beidou Yue. Does she want to develop freely on her own? She should not have signed a contract with the platform yet. If she has signed a contract, the platform that is lucky enough to sign her will not fail to promote her. Regardless of whether she also sent water troops, they took the initiative and labeled the people who spoke for the other party as water troops. So, because of this suspicion, the public relations department immediately changed direction and asked the water troops to change the rhythm. Then, another kind of speech began to emerge on the internet, appearing on various platforms discussing Beidou Yue and Teacher Wei's live broadcasts, mainly concentrated in the Northwest Wind Player Forum with the largest traffic. I think you have been misled. Please, what is the size of Beidou Yue? They have so many players, who can reach tens of millions of online viewers, as soon as they start live streaming. Do they need to target a small anchor like you? You should have some shame before you try to scam people on the moon. Before you try to scam people, please take a look at the difference between the two. Netizens are really stupid and are easily misled. The biggest winner behind the scenes must be laughing like a fool. How many water army did Teacher Wei hire? Are they jumping up and down just to attract Beidou Yue's attention? Oh my! My mind is open. Can I reasonably suspect that Teacher Wei really wants to sign Beidou Yue, and she is not hesitant to send all kinds of smoke bombs on the internet that she has signed Beidou Yue, just to let Beidou Yue find her and sign her quickly? There are so many dramas. Beidou Yue must not give this Teacher Wei any eyes. Just looking at her makes her look cheap. The people on Teacher Wei's side are all living people, sincere fans, and they are labeled as water army by these unknown creatures. Naturally, they can't stand it, and they immediately rolled up their sleeves and fought for 300 rounds. Only people who are water army will say others are water army. Haha, you Beidou Yue people disdain to look at us, then don't argue with us. You all gave us your faces to slap. If we don't slap you, wouldn't it be unfair for you to be so cheap? It's not certain who released the news. If it is finally confirmed that it was Beidou Yue who released the news, it would be funny, haha. Haha, why did Beidou Yue release this news? With Beidou Yue's strength, is it difficult to find a small Teacher Wei? If Beidou Yue wanted to sign Teacher Wei, it would have signed it long ago. The only possibility is that Teacher Wei couldn't wait for Beidou Yue's invitation, so he started to go crazy on the internet and wanted to kill first and report later. These water army are really fierce. When they are ruthless, they even scold their own bosses. The PR department could only bear with the comments of these water army. To achieve the best effect, they had to do the opposite. At the same time, a manager named GC of Beidou Yue was the manager who received the task of signing Teacher Wei. After noticing that a player named Xiang Ryu in the Rookie live broadcast room was friends with a teammate in Teacher Wei's live broadcast room, he issued an instruction to Yi Jiren. GC was very annoyed recently. The company asked him to try every possible way to sign Teacher Wei. As a result, he tried every possible way, but still didn't know what Teacher Wei looked like. There was very little information about this Teacher Wei, and Comet Live, which had the most contact with her, couldn't pry anything out. Now that a breakthrough has finally been found, GC will definitely not miss it. The audience was very busy. Some had to switch between several devices. They had to concentrate on watching the live broadcast while fighting for Teacher Wei online. When Yang Yuetong answered Xiang Ryu's call, Teacher Wei's team did not delay the original plan, and was still moving forward synchronously. Yang Yuetong's call was not over yet, so she was still off camera. After hearing Teacher Wei's answer just now, Xiang Ryu probably didn't expect to get such a reply and was stunned for a while. Yang Yueton waited patiently for her to come back to her senses. Just when she was about to ask about the situation on her side, she heard Xiang Ryu anxiously say, "You mean you can't tell me the information on your side?" As if realizing that he had said something wrong, Xiang Ryu immediately added, "I want to see if you are safe there. Are you being bullied by them? And are you all in trouble?" Yang Yueton always felt that the previous sentence sounded strange, but she still said seriously, "I am very safe. I have never felt so safe when I went to a dungeon. I was not bullied either. Instead, everyone took good care of me. I was so excited to see Teacher Wei that I even fainted, but Teacher Wei and the others did not blame me. They were still waiting for me to calm down and wait until I was stable before entering the dungeon." In order to prove that she was well taken care of, Yang Yuetong was willing to tell Xiang Ryu about things that she considered her black history. She revealed her dark history, which was recorded in the live broadcast room, making the audience laugh. They thought this girl's performance was too real, but everyone could understand. After all, that was Teacher Wei. They were excited for most of the day just by hearing her voice, not to mention seeing Teacher Wei standing in front of them, who wouldn't be dizzy. After talking about her situation, Yang Yuetong found an opportunity to ask Xiang Ryu, "How is your situation? Is everything safe? Is it very nice to be led by the players of Beidou Xingyue?" Although Yang Yuetong didn't like the 3 players of Beidou Xingyue, she felt that the 3 people were favored and should have some strength. "You are free to call me now. Is it because you have come out of the dungeon?" Yang Yuetong was concentrating on the dungeon, and didn't know the situation of Beidou Xingyue's live broadcast room, nor did she know that they had actually failed once. Yang Yuetong was really concerned, but such words were very harsh to Xiang Ryu's ears. When she knew that Yang Yuetong was not bullied over there, everything was going well, and she was getting a lot of attention, she hated it. She didn't call to hear Yang Yuetong brag about how good her side was. What she wanted to hear was Yang Yuetong crying about how much she had suffered. The questions Yang Yuetong asked later seemed to be mocking her. Didn't she think before asking these questions? Didn't Yang Yuetong check her phone? Didn't she know how she was scolded online? Xiang Ryu was holding back her anger, but finally calmed down and said with a long sigh, "I don't know what to say here, alas. It doesn't seem to be as smooth as yours. Didn't you check your phone during the whole process? Are you really so cruel that you won't watch my live broadcast at all because you're angry with me?" Beidou Xingyue won't stop players from being outside the live broadcast room. You can watch it anytime you want. Xiang Ryu looked more and more sad. "Poor me, I was still thinking about you in the dungeon, and I wanted to watch your live broadcast as soon as I had time." Yang Yuetong felt very confused. She didn't know what was going on with Xiang Ryu, but wasn't it common sense that there was no time to look at the phone in the dungeon? When it's a matter of life and death, only a fool would hold the phone all the time, right? She was very grateful for Xiang Ryu's mention that she would watch her live broadcast whenever she had time, but she hoped that Xiang Ryu could take good care of herself in the dungeon. Being able to get out of the dungeon safely is the responsibility to oneself, relatives and friends. The time limit for our mission is 12 hours. We have been looking for clues and doing what we should do. Now there is still mission 2 to complete, and there is only about an hour left. "I'm sorry, I'm really busy here." Yang Yuetong apologized habitually again. "I appreciate your feelings, but I hope you can focus on exploring the dungeon on your side. Be responsible for your own safety. Okay? So if we have anything to say, let's talk about it after we get out of the dungeon." Yang Yuetong believes that with Xiang Ryu's strength, coupled with the strength of the 3 players of Beidou Xingyue, they will definitely be able to get out of the dungeon soon. Xiang Ryu couldn't hold back when she heard the last sentence. She whispered, "I don't know when I can get out. I've already failed once. Those 3 players don't have the strength we thought. No one is willing to listen to my suggestions in all the attempts I made. Yuetong, just help me so that I can get out quickly, okay? I don't want to be trapped here forever. Can you tell me a little bit of information about how you did it? What did you find?" Yang Yuetong followed Teacher Wei down the stairs, and they had returned to the first floor. Hearing Xiang Ryu's plea, she said with embarrassment, "Even if I can tell, the dungeons on both sides are different, and the information given to you is useless." Xiang Ryu said with certainty, "It's the same. I don't know the connection between these dungeons, but these dungeons are of the same type, and the information is interoperable. The players of Beidou Xingyue have also noticed this, so they want to go to your side to see what you have discovered." Yang Yuetong thought about it, and still refused. "No. You believe in yourself. If you calm down and learn more about some little-known knowledge, you can find the key by yourself. If I tell, we will all be punished for breach of contract." The red turtle on the face is secondary, but how can I bear the discomfort of having a stomachache? Yang Yuetong's attitude was very firm. Being rejected made Xiang Rui's mentality collapse, and she was already so humble. She didn't care about the penalty for breach of contract, as long as she knew useful information. I don't care. I don't care about the penalty for breach of contract. As long as I can get out of the dungeon quickly. Xiang Rui almost roared uncontrollably. Yang Yuetong closed her eyes, but I care. I don't want any of us to be punished for breach of contract. I always consider your part, but have you considered me? Why did Xiang Rui sign the contract with Beidou Xingyue? Yang Yuetong felt very uncomfortable. She didn't understand why Xiang Rui became like this. In order to get information from her, he didn't care that both parties would be punished for breach of contract. The other party's attitude of not considering her for a minute or a second made her begin to doubt whether this friendship was really necessary to continue. Yang Yuetong put down her phone tiredly, turned it off directly, and stopped answering any calls. Yang Yuetong felt very guilty and sorry for Xiang Rui's long call time. Teacher Wei, I'm sorry. My friend said a lot and wasted so much time. She apologized in a very depressed mood. Wei Han looked at her, blinked, and used his skills to transmit. If you really want to help your friend, I can help you exempt from punishment, but your friend will still be punished. Yang Yuetong was stunned after hearing this. It was indeed a very tempting proposal, but she thought of Xiang Rui's urgency when he encouraged her to breach the contract. She suddenly realized that in fact, if there was no Xiang Rui in her life, there would be no loss. The other party had never considered her at all. He said that he wanted to care about her and worry about her, so he called her and wanted to watch her live broadcast. How much of these words were true? How much of the concern he had shown for her was true, and how much was false? Yang Yuetong smiled with some relief. No need. There is no need. But thank you, Teacher Wei. Teacher Wei, you are so gentle. I am jealous of my own luck. The conversation between the two created some highlights for the audience during the transition time of going down the stairs. Everyone listened to the voice coming from the live broadcast room with gossip. Carefully guess what the player on the other end of the phone said from Yuetong's reply. It is difficult to guess the other content, but it is very certain that the person on the other end is asking Yuetong to breach the contract and provide information. Faced with this request, Yuetong refused it very firmly at the first time, and then there was a tug of war between the two sides. In the end, Yuetong firmly rejected the other party and the call ended. The person who asked Yuetong to reveal the information was a female player named Xiang Rui in Beidou Xingyue's rookie live broadcast. Hammer. Beidou Xingyue said that they would not even look at Teacher Wei. Oh, this call for help was made to someone's live broadcast room, and they still said that it was cheap to look at it, and Xiang Rui's action made Beidou Xingyue's supporters feel ashamed, and the insults against her escalated again. They collectively denounced her and wanted to expel her from the title of contracted player. In addition to being excited about the results inferred from the content of the call, the audience in the live broadcast room were also crazy curious about what Teacher Wei had whispered to Yuetong. Why did Yuetong suddenly say that Teacher Wei was so gentle? They also wanted to know how gentle Teacher Wei was, but Yuetong was right. Not to mention that she was jealous of her luck. Now everyone was jealous of her luck. When Yi Jiren received the call from her agent, Xiang Rui had already ended the call. Seeing that Xiang Rui looked unhappy, Yi Jiren guessed that she probably had a bad call with the other party. I don't know if I can still fulfill the agent's request. Yi Jiren is not a photographer and can move around freely. He walked towards Xiang Rui. Xiang Rui didn't have a good impression of this director. When she saw her coming over, she just nodded expressionlessly as a greeting. Xiang Rui, wait a minute. There is something I want to ask you from the top. Yi Jiren held her arm and whispered in her ear. Xiang Rui looked at him warily. Is there any benefit? She would not do it without benefit. If you succeed, you can make a request. Yi Jiren promised, as long as it is within our ability, we will agree to it and sign a contract. What is it? Xiang Rui's face looked better. Your friend named Yang Yuetong is in Teacher Wei's live broadcast room, right? You were calling her just now. Yi Jiren did not expect that he might be able to successfully contact Teacher Wei in this way. Speaking of which, Yi Jiren inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity when he heard Teacher Wei's rebellious speech just now. This tone of speaking seemed to have been heard somewhere. Hearing Yi Jiren mention Yang Yuetong, Xiang Rui frowned. So what? We want your friend to take a photo of Teacher Wei for us, you know? We want to know what Teacher Wei looks like. When Yi Jiren said this, his voice was lowered even lower. Xiang Rui was a little surprised to hear this. It sounded like Beidou Xingyue was looking for Teacher Wei. Of course, It would be even better if your friend could provide the portal for Teacher Wei to enter the dungeon. Yi Jiren was thinking that the portal would be open near the portal to enter the dungeon. Then, as soon as Teacher Wei passed the level, they would squat outside the portal. Are they afraid that they would not be able to find him? Yi Jiren's words made Xiang Ryu completely confirm that it was Beidou Xingyue who was looking for Teacher Wei. And even Teacher Wei couldn't find out what he looked like. It seemed that Beidou Xingyue really couldn't find Teacher Wei at all. Needless to say, the purpose of their search for Teacher Wei was to sign him. I didn't expect Yang Yuetong to be so lucky. If she hadn't rejected Yang Yuetong's invitation, if she had accepted Yang Yuetong's invitation, then she should be in Teacher Wei's live broadcast room now. She could have taken photos of Teacher Wei directly, and got first-hand information about Teacher Wei. Xiang Ryu now really regretted rejecting Yang Yuetong's invitation. I can go to her and make these requests, but she may not necessarily help me. Xiang Ryu sneered, but I will try my best, and I hope you will keep your word. If there is this opportunity, she asked the company to let her develop freely, and let her get rid of this cannon fodder role setting. If she can become popular, with a positive image, who wants to be scolded? She wants to go online in the future and see all her fans praising her, praising herself, and treating herself as their only belief and their only god. Yi Jiren smiled. Deal. This time, we must completely take down Teacher Wei and his gang. There is no one that Beidou Xingyue can't sign. After thinking about it, Yi Jiren corrected himself. Except for the late Rong Qi, there is no one that Beidou Xingyue can't sign. 9-story red tower, first floor. Everyone returned to this floor, but when the blueprint was completed, this floor also had some changes. After entering the door, a door appeared on the wall on the right. This door was pitch black and obviously led to the underground. Several people no longer hesitated and walked over immediately. Shirley raised her hand, illuminated with the firelight of her skill, and walked in the middle. On the way down, everyone did not communicate at all, and analyzed the existing information in their own minds. When they stepped onto the stairs to the underground palace, Zhang Xian broke the silence. I don't know if you noticed that the hint of the hidden task mentioned the blueprint of the building, but the second task description mentioned blueprint, without the adjective of building in front of it. This detail is very obvious, and everyone actually noticed it at the first time. I noticed it at the beginning, that is the description, blueprint and other parts. Shirley replied. Rong Qi said, that's why I suggested that there might be other clues after reaching the underground palace. Qian Yueqiang didn't speak. She looked at Yang Yuetong, who had finished the call, with some concern, and found that Yang Yuetong was obviously in a very low mood. Wei Han followed along all the way, and when he found that the light was not enough, he released his luminous skill, turn on the light. In an instant, the dark staircase became bright, and Shirley looked back at Teacher Wei and immediately retracted her skill. The barrage noticed this change and laughed. Let go of your hand. Ha ha ha, it's suddenly so bright. Shirshir looks at the camera, that is, at Teacher Wei. So is this Teacher Wei's doing? Chew the chicken leg. Ha ha ha, what kind of treasure is Teacher Wei? How can he even have such a strange skill? I'm not sick, but I want to take medicine. As a photographer, it seems not strange to have his own light. If I don't go to bed early, I'm a pig. You are all laughing, only I think she is really gentle. I'm crying. Several people walked through the fully enclosed stairs carved out of the wall, and came to the underground palace. The underground palace is very large, perhaps the size of an underground parking lot. There are very few things in such an open place. Unlike the bookshelves and puzzle boxes in the tower, there are no other obstructions except some regularly erected stone pillars, and you can see everything at a glance. The stone pillars are inlaid with glowing stones. Relying on these stones for lighting, Wei Han put his skills back. Everyone has arrived at the underground palace, and there is a burning sensation in the palm of their hands. This time it is a reminder of the completion of Task 1. Congratulations! Arrived at the underground palace, completed Mission 1. No one was surprised to complete Mission 1. Now the difficulty lies in Mission 2. Everyone began to act separately in the underground palace to see what clues they could find in this underground palace. After searching for a while, everyone only found repeated red tower murals on the wall. These paintings might be clues, but everyone thought hard and couldn't find a breakthrough. The audience in the barrage also helped to guess. And Wei Han, who was carrying the camera, touched the back of her neck again. She already knew what was going on. Chapter 79. Wei Han has connected all the clues, and knows the secret of Mission 2 in advance. Now it depends on whether the players can figure it out before the mission deadline. The underground palace is too large, so everyone acts separately. It took a lot of time to take pictures of all the murals. Now there are only about 30 minutes left before the mission deadline. There are no coffins or tombs in the underground palace, no relics, and even no monsters. There are only these murals, so the clues must be hidden in these murals. But most of these murals are the same. They only picked out a few murals with differences, and plan to start with these different murals. Among these selected murals, there are some little people standing scattered on the tower base, and the aisles outside each floor of the tower body for viewing. The number of these little people is uncertain. Some murals have only one, some have 3, and some have 4. For a while, there is really no pattern. Do you think the little people in these paintings have any representative meaning? Shirley broke the silence and asked proactively. Rongqi stared at the little figures, and an idea began to take shape in his mind, but he felt it was ridiculous and subconsciously couldn't believe it. At first, I thought these little figures were referring to us, Zhang Xian said thoughtfully, but the number of little figures in each painting is not the same. After counting carefully, I found that the number of little figures in the murals with little figures did not match our number. Qian Yueqiang and Yang Yuetong were still zooming in and sliding these photos on their devices, as if they were playing a game of finding the difference. After Yang Yuetong flipped through several murals with little figures, he suddenly saw a door in one of the murals that seemed to show a little figure walking out of the tower, but only half of the leg could be seen. Look at this mural. Is there a leg of a little man stepping out from inside? Yang Yuetong asked everyone to come over and take a look. Except Rongqi and Wei Weiwei, the other 3 people came over. In the mural that Yang Yuetong mentioned, it is indeed possible to see a little man stepping out of the door in the middle layer of the red tower. Because only one leg stepped out, it is easy to ignore it if you don't look carefully. This discovery made everyone have the same idea. Is there a possibility that those murals that look exactly the same are not really exactly the same, but these little men are active in the tower of the mural and scattered in other places in the tower? So from the outside, it seems that they are all the same pictures? The little men they can see on the murals may not be all the people, and there are still little men who have not come out of the tower. If the number is not confirmed, then it is still possible to match the number of players, and the possibility that the little man represents the player cannot be completely ruled out. If these little people actually represent us, then it means that there are still missing characters on the blueprint. I still need to find the pieces of the characters. Everyone thought of this, but in the end it was Yang Yuetong who summed it up. The little people pieces needed for the character blueprint. Shirley subconsciously thought of the area of her shoulder blade. Qian Yueqiang looked down at her abdomen, Zhang Xian felt a dull pain in her lower back, and Yang Yuetong looked at her left upper arm. Rongqi knocked on the back of his head. It seemed that the final answer was the one he was most reluctant to accept. He looked at Wei Weiwei, then at Wei Han outside the camera, and found that her expression did not change at all. She had already guessed it? So, do you want to give it a try? Shirley's tone was full of nervousness. Should we try one by one or let one person try first? Or should we all try it directly? Qian Yueqiang held the blueprint of the red tower in her hands, and now everyone's eyes were on the mini 3-dimensional puzzle of the red tower. We must try it. With a click, Yang Yuetong had pressed the hollow part of her left upper arm, and a small square bulge immediately appeared on her upper arm. Wait a little longer, let's analyze it again. Zhang Xian stopped Yang Yuetong's action. Don't mess around. Don't forget, if you take out the small box for 15 seconds, we will fall apart directly. If the small model in the body is taken out, the player will also fall apart. The consequences are here, and the player can't just try it casually if he wants to. I don't think we all need to put the corresponding models up there. Perhaps what we need to do is to choose a certain mural and replicate it. If there is a person outside the tower in the mural, then we only need to have one person go outside to the corresponding position shown in the painting. Qian Yueqiang also generously expressed her guess. Only in this way can we have people who can move freely among us. After confirming that the task has been completed, the people who can move freely can piece together everyone's bodies, and put the small box back into everyone's small drawer, so that everyone can return to their original state. Otherwise it is really unsolvable. These guesses are very likely. Rongqi sorted them out a little bit, that is to say, in the task description, the small 3-dimensional puzzle of the red tower is called a building blueprint, and the small human model on us is a character blueprint. Placing the figurine on the building blueprint only completes the blueprint. Then we have to complete the 3-dimensional puzzle according to the blueprint, and the player needs to go to the corresponding position of the figurine. It should be noted that after taking out the box, we can only move for 15 seconds, and it takes time to open the box, and the time is very limited. He also counted some doubts. The problems that have not been figured out yet. First, I don't know whether the standard for completing the puzzle requires all players to put down the figurine model, or only some players to put down the figurine model. Second, after more than 15 seconds, can we still be judged as characters after we fall apart? Will we be judged as mission failure? And if we are judged as mission failure in this state, can we enter the next round of tasks? Third, it is not clear whether we can pass the copy in a broken state, and can we immediately restore it to its original state? After Rong Chi's arrangement, everyone was enlightened at once. After discussing for a long time, everyone finally understood what the three-dimensional puzzle mentioned in this copy meant. They finally understood why they were messed up by the copy. They instantly understood what the 9-story Black Tower, the number 7 train, the subway line 8, and other copies were all about, and why they were similar in nature. So from the beginning, the entire copy was a three-dimensional puzzle, and the players were also pieces of it. Shirley's face turned pale. This is the three-dimensional puzzle required by Task 2. The clues they found from the beginning, until now, they really understood what the purpose of it was. The monster's body hides the pieces of the building blueprint. After finding and completing the building blueprint, the missing parts of the building will appear, and they can complete Task 1 and go to the designated location. At the designated location, there is a hint about Task 2. The little man model on the player is the character blueprint, which is part of the entire puzzle blueprint. The player needs to complete the complete blueprint, that is, put the character model on the small three-dimensional puzzle of the red tower, and then go to the corresponding position according to the blueprint to truly complete the three-dimensional puzzle required by Task 2. The problem now is that after taking out the small box on the body, the player's action time is only 15 seconds, and these critical 15 seconds will waste some time on opening the box. After 15 seconds, the player will fall apart. Everyone dared not act rashly because of this serious consequence. During the discussion, nearly 10 minutes passed. When they were discussing, the audience in the live broadcast room also used their brains together. Those who thought faster also realized the truth after the players. At this moment, there are already 4 million online viewers in the live broadcast room, and it is about to break the record of the Minesweeper live broadcast. Faced with this answer, everyone is really almost dumbfounded, in a state of shock and confusion. It was Zhang Yu. Thousands of words, only one sentence, damn. I was stunned. I don't know what to say. I am really very fortunate to be able to watch Teacher Wei's live broadcast, otherwise with my IQ, I will definitely be trapped in it until I die. You can't say dirty words. In fact, you may not necessarily die. After all, after entering this copy, your body has been manipulated, maybe you won't be hungry or die. But this is the real cruelty. That would really be like going to jail. I was too naive. I only knew that the mission of the B-level copy could not be so simple, but I really didn't expect it to be hidden so deeply. Save me. No, no. Why can't the monster pieces on the 9-story Black Tower complete the building blueprint? The prototype of the 9th floor has come out, but there are still some missing pieces. Why is it different here? Please explain. We don't have much time here. Accept everything. The answer has been revealed, but now is the most uncomfortable and the most testing time. If not everyone needs to take out the figurine model, who will put the figurine, and who will be the free man? If everyone needs to put the figurine model up, who will put it up first, and who will put it up later? What will happen to everyone after they put it up? Flying butterfly. This dungeon is really like nesting dolls here. Layer upon layer, the blueprint is a small three-dimensional puzzle. The real three-dimensional puzzle is the entire dungeon, and the players, who are the pieces, have to complete this three-dimensional puzzle by themselves in such a limited time. Dungeon Special Plus. I just want to ask those who think their initial discovery is useless. Do you dare to speak out now? This is obviously the most critical clue in the entire dungeon. I think it through. No information can be leaked in the middle, otherwise it will be like Beidou Xingyue, who only knows to complete the first task, but has no idea about the second task. As expected, Beidou Xingyue will fail the task again. Let's get to the point. Hey, isn't the scariest thing that after a mission fails, the second mission will be doubled? If it means puzzles of this significance, those players, who have turned over dozens of puzzles, must be really desperate. The funny thing is that everyone thought the puzzle mission was so simple at first, so it's okay to double it, and this punishment is nothing at all. I never expected it. The audience was discussing the content related to the dungeon, and there were also questions about the 9-story Black Tower, but because the barrage was refreshed very quickly, basically no one would notice these barrages asking for solutions. In fact, even if someone noticed it, it would be impossible to take care of them. Teacher Wei was at a critical moment. The audience followed the camera in the live broadcast room and, under the guidance of the players, went through the dungeon in the cloud. They were very involved and participated. This also caused the audience to be very nervous at this moment, and they felt the same empathy as the players. Many viewers gave them ideas. Now they could verify whether the puzzle required all players to take out the figurine model, or only some players to take it out. Everyone hoped that only some players would take out the figurine. Only in this way could they ensure that there would be no accidents. Like everyone else, after discussion, the players decided that 2 people would stand outside the tower base and take off the figurine model on their bodies, and the others would wait on the first floor of the tower to check the results. If it is confirmed that this does not work, it means that all players need to take out the figurine model. Everyone rushed to be the guinea pig. In the end, Yang Yuetong and Qian Yueqiang were determined to conduct the experiment through rock paper scissors. Everyone didn't waste any more time, and quickly moved from the underground palace to the first floor. Yang Yuetong and Qian Yueqiang stepped out of the line, and walked out of the door. Because they could take out their own small drawers without help, they stood within everyone's reach after they went out, and quickly pressed the hollow part of their bodies to take out the small boxes in the small drawers. Wei Weiwei and Rongqi took it, and both of them turned their hands out of the shadows. In less than 2 seconds, they unlocked the lock, took out the little man model, and put it in the same position on the drawing. After successfully putting it on, 5 seconds had passed since the 2 people took out their small boxes. Everyone held their breath and waited for the result. But 1, 2, 3 seconds passed, and nothing happened. The players' palms did not receive prompts immediately, which had already explained the result. Wei Weiwei and Rongqi quickly put the 2 little man models back into the box, handed them to the 2 people, and asked them to put them back in place quickly. The whole process was quick and simple, without a word of communication in the middle, but everyone cooperated with each other very tacitly. Getting this result made everyone a little silent. Some players took out the little man models, and put them on the drawings, which could not be fooled. The next attempt was for all players to take out the little man models, and put them on the building drawings to verify whether they could pass task 2. To be on the safe side, they would refer to a certain mural in this attempt to avoid the invisible requirement in the task that the players were asked to copy one of the murals. There was only one chance to try this time, and no mistakes were allowed in the middle. Everyone reached a consensus, and was responsible for opening their own boxes. Finally, Teacher Wei placed the positions of the little figures in the tower, referring to a mural with 6 people outside and another person standing at the left gate with his back to the outside. They would go to their positions as quickly as possible. Teacher Wei stood at the corresponding door, and was responsible for placing everyone's small models. In order not to affect the shooting, Wei Han rarely used a drone that she did not like. The drone can only be used if it is sure that there will be no monsters around, otherwise it will be useless. She has already set the route of the drone, and the picture effect should not be affected too much. After making all the preparations, everyone gathered at the left door. The audience in the live broadcast room only saw a flash of the screen, and then it was cut to the picture taken by the drone. The camera was slowly raised, and the angle was well controlled, just enough to miss Teacher Wei standing inside the door. The audience stared with their eyes wide open, but they still didn't see even a piece of Teacher Wei's dress. But now no one was in the mood to find Teacher Wei. Whether this experiment can pass the dungeon smoothly is in everyone's heart. All members will take out the box and hand it to Teacher Wei to place it. Success or failure depends on this one move, and all the pressure is on Teacher Wei's shoulders. Now in the picture, the players have started to take the box together. Those who can't take it by themselves help each other. In less than 2 seconds, everyone took out the small box. Then, they started to unlock without hesitation. Everyone was racing their hands, and opened the box within 3 seconds. 5 seconds have passed. Everyone started to walk to the corresponding position, and Wei Han's own little man had been taken out. After quickly noting the positions of several people, she began to place the little man model. The first one was Yang Yuetong, who was farthest from the tower, leaning on the railing on the right. The second one was Qian Yueqiang, who was standing a few meters away from the main entrance. Then there were Shirley and Xian, who seemed to be leaning against each other to take a photo of the red tower. Then, there were Rongqi and Wei Weiwei, who seemed to be practicing martial arts against the wall. To be honest, Wei Han didn't expect that Wei Weiwei would also have a figurine model on her body. Finally, there was herself, a figurine standing at the threshold with her back to the outside. With 3 seconds left, Wei Han put down her figurine, and suddenly found that her figurine was also holding a very small 3-dimensional puzzle of the red tower. Using the magnifying glass skill to check, she found that the super mini red tower held by her little man model actually had 7 corresponding figures on it. Perhaps if she continued to zoom in, The mini Wei Han on the super mini red tower also held the same red tower in his hand. At the last second, everyone felt a burning sensation in their palms, and the task reminder came. At the moment the task reminder came, everyone also had a subtle feeling that some kind of shackles seemed to be released. This made everyone not check the task, but subconsciously touched the place where the small box was taken out, and found that the feel had returned to normal, and the inside was no longer hollow, but solid. The audience waited nervously in the live broadcast room. Through the drone's aerial camera, they could clearly see the players' movements. Nan Shangqianan, they moved. The time is up, but they didn't fall apart. They can still move. Jing Jing, this means the mission is completed. Oh my god, it has to be completed in this way. The conditions are really too harsh. Let's talk about it tomorrow. I am really relieved. I am more nervous than the players. Now it seems that there are still a few minutes before the deadline of their mission. It can be considered to have completed the mission ahead of schedule. I am not thirsty when I drink water. Mission 2. Completed? Ah, who else is there? Who else? Xiang. Soap Bubble. Congratulations to Teacher Wei. Congratulations to everyone. The dungeon has been cleared. The first player in the entire network to break through this dungeon. Tony Daishui. It's still the same old rules. Let's meet after the live broadcast. Cheat the pig to come over Sha. What are you meeting for? It's true that everything went smoothly on Teacher Wei's side, but there was a problem with the 9-story black tower. They clearly followed the steps of Teacher Wei, but now they don't know why they can't complete the building. Tang Sung beats the wooden fish spirit 3 times. If you really want to meet, you have to wait until all the doubts are solved. Book doesn't say, stop at first. They started to check the task reminder. At this time, the live broadcast screen is indeed showing the players checking the reminder together. As a photographer, Wei Han has cut the screen back to her camera as soon as she can move. The drone was released for a short time, and was about to be put back. The task must have been completed, which can be seen from their physical condition. Wei Han saw that the 3-dimensional puzzle of the red tower did not disappear after the task was completed, so he put the puzzle into the skill space. At this time, the virtual screen that popped up in everyone's palm displayed the following content. Congratulations! Completed the 3-dimensional puzzle 9-story red tower. Completed task 2. Congratulations on clearing the copy 9-story red tower. You can choose to leave the copy, or visit the copy as a tourist. The isolation barrier has been cancelled. You can leave the 9-story red tower, and go to other areas. Warm reminder, tourist status is not immune to all dangers. Clearance rewards have been issued to the player panel, please check. Everyone had just finished reading all the reminders, wondering what the isolation barrier and tourist status were, and when they looked up again, they suddenly found that the surrounding environment had changed dramatically. Chapter 80. The sky became whiter and no longer red, but a warm yellow, just like the sunset in the real world. The clouds turned orange and seemed to float very low, and some mountain tops in the distance that did not seem to be very high were blocked. The surroundings were vegetation of various colors, no longer just a single red, and the types of plants were still new to everyone. The farther away, it was no longer an endless red, but a series of very tall buildings from a distance. If you look closely, you can see that these buildings include but are not limited to pagodas, temples, castles, palaces, villas. I think what they saw before they completed the task was a false impression given by the task system. Now that they have completed the task, they are qualified to see the real scene of the dungeon. Seeing this scene, Shirley's mouth was a little dry, and she asked hesitantly, are those all 3-dimensional puzzles to be completed? After revealing the answer to the mystery, this is already obvious. Zhang Xian said very confidently, if we fail to complete task 2 at the last minute, then our task 2 will become completing 2 3D puzzles. It is equivalent to completing 2 copies of the same type. Then will the time limit of the task remain unchanged? What about the 4 people? Xi and Yueqiang suddenly thought of Han Qi. They failed many times in the task, and now they don't know how many copies of task 2 they have completed. If the time limit of the task remains unchanged, then doesn't it mean that we have to complete dozens of copies of the same type within 12 hours? In this case, even if you know the answer to the copy, you skip the step of finding clues every time you enter the copy, directly find the puzzle pieces, complete task 1, and then directly complete task 2, and the time is still far from enough. Because finding puzzle pieces requires fighting monsters, the time required is difficult to estimate. Not everyone can have the strength of Teacher Wei and Ding Lu to easily deal with monsters. Not to mention that each dungeon will be a little different. These differences are different because of the dungeons. In addition, the dungeons themselves will refresh some small rules. If you want to ignore some steps and go straight to the task, you may fall into a bigger pit. If so, won't the people in the 9-story Black Tower never get out again? When Qian Yueqiang mentioned this, everyone also thought of the 9-story Black Tower. After so many failures and multiple doublings, the number of puzzles that need to be completed is already terrifying. Let's worry about their things later. Rongqi clapped his hands and drew everyone's attention back. Let's first determine your next plan. Wei and I are going to stay. What about Teacher Wei? In fact, everyone has not figured out what to do. They want to leave the dungeon, but they are also curious about what it means to go sightseeing as a tourist province. Although they have indeed passed this dungeon, there are still some puzzles in this dungeon, and they are also very curious about it. Teacher Wei will be with us. Rongqi replied for Wei Han. Then we will go with Teacher Wei. The rest of the people replied without hesitation. Rongqi, I thought he and Wei Han could act alone. Now that the dungeon is over, will Teacher Wei continue to live broadcast? Shirley looked at Teacher Wei. I think the dungeon has been cleared, and the audience should be satisfied, so there is no need to continue the live broadcast. If the show goes on, the audience will only see boring content. Zhang Xian actually felt that Teacher Wei had been carrying the camera for too long and must be tired, so she hoped that Teacher Wei could take a break. We should not think for the audience, nor make decisions for Teacher Wei. Let's see what the audience says. Qian Yueqiang had been a viewer before, so her thoughts were similar to those of the viewers. Based on her own feelings as a viewer, she felt that the viewers did not want the live broadcast to end so soon. Yang Yuetong was originally in a bad mood because of her call with Xiang Ryu, but now that the dungeon was cleared and she could continue to act with Teacher Wei, she was fully revived. She found that the real reason for her low mood was that she realized that she would have to separate from Teacher Wei after the dungeon was cleared, and she did not want to separate from Teacher Wei so soon. The 12 hours spent in the dungeon seemed very long, but she felt that it passed in the blink of an eye. The audience could see through the camera that Qian Yueqiang was now checking the barrage, and they were all frantically posting barrages to show that they did not want the live broadcast to end at all. Go forward bravely. No, I haven't seen enough. You haven't broadcast live for more than a week. You have to broadcast for 10 days, or half a month to make up for it this time. Raise a stone as a pet. Keep broadcasting, don't stop. It's only been 12 hours. You can broadcast for 12 days. No more pretending. I become bad. I really hope they fail the mission. Why did they clear the level so quickly? Woohoo! How could I forget that clearing the dungeon also means the live broadcast is about to end? Can you not turn off the live broadcast? I confess, I don't want to watch the dungeon, I just want to watch you. Air explosion song. Yes, the dungeon is really secondary, I just want to watch Teacher Wei's live broadcast. Woohoo! Please, don't turn off the live broadcast. We have been squatting for more than a week, these 12 hours. It's not fun at all. Didn't let you go. I hate you so much. I hate you for being so smart. I hate you for being so strong, clearing the dungeon so quickly. Woohoo! If you continue to broadcast, I will forgive you. Don't force me to kneel down and beg you. Believe your lies. What? It's going to end? I just came in. Who told me that their mission would fail, and the live broadcast would continue for a long time? Damn, I was deceived. The audience was frantically sending barrages to retain the anchor, and some tried to retain him with money, and the reluctance overflowed the screen. This is a kind of wonder. In other people's live broadcast rooms, only the anchors have tried their best to retain the audience in the live broadcast room, and it is rare to see the audience crying and shouting and not wanting the anchor to end the live broadcast. The players in Teacher Wei's live broadcast room were able to reveal the secret of this dungeon. They were really happy that they passed the new dungeon in one go, but they felt sad immediately after being happy. It was good to complete it quickly, but it also meant that the live broadcast would end soon. In this way, they hoped that Teacher Wei would have a script or something, such as deliberately failing once to extend the live broadcast time. The audience who cried the most were the audience who had just entered. They thought the live broadcast time was still long, but after entering, they found that the players had already passed the level and the live broadcast might be about to end. At this time, the news came that the second round of tasks on the side of Beidou Xingyue also failed. Teacher Wei's fans all had an inexplicable envy of the audience in Beidou Xingyue's live broadcast room. Under the posts posted by Beidou Xingyue fans, Teacher Wei's fans all said that it was great. For example, fans of Beidou Xingyue posted, "What the hell, why did they fail again? This is the second time they failed. Can they make it?" Fans of Teacher Wei replied, "Failed again? This is too good." I can watch the live broadcast for so long. I will make a lot of money. Damn it, did you fail on purpose? Why didn't Teacher Wei fail on purpose? I really envy the players you fans who failed twice. If Teacher Wei failed twice, wouldn't we be able to watch the live broadcast for another whole day? Why did they pass the level? Original poster, ? What kind of new Versailles is this? Their seemingly bragging remarks made the fans of Beidou Xingyue very upset. They were already very annoyed when the anchor they followed failed twice in the dungeon, and these fans of Teacher Wei were so proud of themselves. Seeing their size, they even made sarcastic remarks. So, in response to this phenomenon, the fans of Beidou Xingyue opened the microphone. Enough of Teacher Wei's water army. It's just a dungeon. Is there any need to be so proud? I know that your Teacher Wei is very powerful, and passed the new dungeon in one go, so can you shut up? It's so annoying. Look at your gloating faces. What are you saying? I'm speechless. Faced with these remarks, the fans of Teacher Wei expressed very sincerely. We really envy the anchor you follow for being able to broadcast for such a long time. There is absolutely no sarcastic intention. You misunderstood. We just hope that Teacher Wei's live broadcast can last a little longer. We are obviously sincerely envious. I heard that your Beidou Xingyue has a script, and the mission failure is all arranged by the script. I am really envious. If Teacher Wei also has a plot arrangement for mission failure, then the live broadcast will definitely last for 10 days or 8 days, right? These explanations seemed to sound even more weird, and directly made the fans of Beidou Xingyue so angry that they don't want to talk. Qian Yueqiang didn't read the forum, but only saw the audience in the barrage frantically requesting not to turn off the live broadcast. Moreover, at this time, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room is still rising wildly, with more than 5 million online viewers, breaking the record of Minesweeper live broadcast. Now in the real world, everyone is full and having fun before going to bed. It is also the peak traffic period. Some people have time to follow the live broadcast. After taking back the phone, Qian Yueqiang couldn't help laughing and said, it has exceeded 5 million online viewers. Then the audience is begging not to turn off the live broadcast. It's very crazy. There are too many barrages, and many people are giving rewards. They all feel that they haven't seen enough. So, what should we do about this? Qian Yueqiang looked at Teacher Wei. Everyone here only listens to Teacher Wei's arrangements, and they all support Teacher Wei's decisions unconditionally. Wei Han originally wanted to turn off the live broadcast, but after hearing Qian Yueqiang's feedback on the barrage, she was a little shaken. In addition, the players didn't want to leave the dungeon directly and return to the real world. They all wanted to go as tourists to see what sightseeing means. Okay, then continue the live broadcast. Wei Han made a decision. Qian Yueqiang happily made a yeah gesture to the camera. Don't worry, everyone. Teacher Wei agreed to continue the live broadcast. After getting the exact news, the audience was completely relieved, and a bunch of reward special effects flew all over the screen. The trouser legs leaked. Ah, so good, so good. Life is NG again. Continue to broadcast. Broadcast for me. I feel relieved, Teacher Wei. You are really gentle. I love you forever. This is fate. How can people not love this woman? Teacher Wei, marry me. Don't compete with me for Teacher Wei. I bent the moon. Go away. Teacher Wei is everyone's Teacher Wei. You have evidence. So excited, so excited. Obviously the copy has been cleared, but I feel that the live broadcast has only officially started now. Perhaps for many people, live broadcasting has only officially started from now, and the growth rate of online viewers is getting faster and faster. Originally, I wanted to watch Teacher Wei's live broadcast, but after hearing that the live broadcast might be about to end, the audience was relieved to join the pit after confirming that the live broadcast would continue. After everyone in the live broadcast room determined the next direction of action, they brought the topic back to the 9-story Black Tower. Before taking action, they had to discuss a result first, and the discussion process was also regarded as a break. After completing the task, they felt empty in their stomachs, hungry and tired. After 12 hours of continuous exploration of the dungeon, they now need to take a break. There are still many people trapped in the 9-story Black Tower, including their acquaintances and friends, and off-site assistance is necessary. Yang Yuetong took out food from her skill space and shared it with everyone. After my parents knew that I was invited by Teacher Wei, they made a lot of things for me overnight and asked me to bring them here for everyone to try. Everyone, eat a little. My parents and relatives are very good at cooking. Shirley also took out the food from her space skills. The food on their side was prepared by Uncle Wu and Monster Sijo. They were well equipped. Shirley also placed a foldable table and chairs in her skill space. She put everyone's food on the foldable table, and everyone found a chair to sit down and eat. It was almost like a party in the wild. Yang Yuetong's parents were really thoughtful, and they made a lot of food. They first prepared a lot of steamed buns, then made a big pot of rice, fried several kinds of dishes, and then there were many kinds of tonic soups. In addition, there were desserts, cakes, and some special delicacies. There were so many kinds of food that the foldable table prepared by Li could not accommodate them all. Seeing Yang Yuetong taking out food continuously, everyone was stunned. No. Did your family prepare food on a scale that would allow us to have a banquet in the dungeon? Li's eyes almost popped out of her head in shock. This is too enthusiastic. You don't even feed pigs like this. Enough, enough. Too much. If you can't finish it, take some back first, don't waste it. Can your skill space hold so many things? Zhang Xian was embarrassed, and was also wondering why this girl's skill space was so big. My parents heard that I was invited by Teacher Wei, so they specially went to change a particularly large skill space for me, called Small Warehouse. Yang Yuetong looked at the food she had not yet taken with regret, but she really didn't want to take back the food she had already taken out. Actually, my parents saw that the players of the 9-story Black Tower were trapped in the dungeon for so long, so they were very worried that we would be trapped, so they prepared so many things for us. Anyway, the food in the skill space will not go bad. Yang Yuetong explained awkwardly, I didn't expect that this dungeon could be cleared in one go. Qian Yueqiang said with emotion, I didn't expect it to be cleared in one go. Because of the lessons learned from Han Qi and his team, I actually prepared a lot of food and was prepared to fight a protracted war here. Yang Yuetong brought too much food, and finally collected most of it back to the skill space. While eating, they also contacted Han Qi and took the initiative to ask about the situation there. Some players of the 9-story Black Tower were still watching the live broadcast, and some players quit after seeing the dungeon cleared. Many comments asking for help and solutions were also sent by players who had quit the live broadcast. Seeing that the copy on Teacher Wei's side had been cleared, they had already angrily quit the live broadcast room and had no interest in the follow-up. They didn't know that the follow-up was for players to eat and find ways to help the players of the 9-layer Black Tower. They turned around and mocked Teacher Wei's fans. Haha, it seems that your favorite Teacher Wei has completely forgotten you. They have no intention of helping you at all. When the live broadcast was just turned off, they were enjoying the food. Hypocritical, you really think that Teacher Wei has a lot of friendship? You are all abandoned. Look at who you are following. Do you think if I post that your favorite Teacher Wei has this attitude towards fans, will many people be disappointed and stop following him? Faced with these players' malicious sarcasm, Teacher Wei's fans were not at all intimidated. They ignored them and continued to watch the live broadcast. Their reaction made those malicious players feel even more ridiculous, and they intensified their ridicule. People who like Teacher Wei are really brainless, right? Even in this situation, they still only want to watch the live broadcast, ha ha ha. Oh, I understand, you haven't given up hope yet, thinking that there will be a sudden turn, and you think she will still bring players to rescue you, right? You give your true love, but in the end, she doesn't take you seriously at all. You are really pathetic. You are still thinking about supporting her live broadcast, when you can't save yourself? What's the point of just watching the live broadcast? If you have the ability, just call her. Anyway, no matter how these people ridicule, Teacher Wei's fans and players are unmoved, and they even walk away with their phones to avoid those people affecting their watching the live broadcast. Han Qi and the others ignored those people. When they saw several people on the screen making phone calls, their phones popped up a call reminder. Realizing that it was a call from that side, they avoided the crowd and passed through the only open door on the 8th floor, and came to the outside of the platform to answer the call. Qian Yueqiang called Han Qi, and Zhang Xian called Kai Liming. Rong Qi dialed in Mo Hung, and Shirley spoke to Mingna. The four of them had different conversations, and quickly understood the situation on the 9-story Black Tower. After Yang Yuetong turned on her phone, she received several text messages, but she didn't read them. She just put the phone aside casually, and then concentrated on cutting fruit, and then walked out of the camera, and gave it to Teacher Wei to eat. Wei took the lead in trying to walk down the stairs, and stepped on the flat ground. This time, she would not be teleported back to the tower base, and she could indeed leave this red tower. When several people went outside to answer the phone, the players who mocked Teacher Wei's fans seemed to see some hope, and wanted to follow them out to eavesdrop on the phone. They were sneering at Teacher Wei's fans, not because they didn't want Teacher Wei to come. On the contrary, they really wanted Teacher Wei to come, so they were sneering wildly, using provocation and implicit threats, hoping that those fans would quickly find Teacher Wei and force Teacher Wei to come, Who would have thought that these fans were calmer than each other, just watching the live broadcast without any other actions? They had all watched the live broadcast and already knew what the puzzle mentioned in the second copy mission was. And it was precisely because they knew it that they felt desperate. They had failed 6 times in total, and were now in the 7th round of missions, with 4 hours left. That is to say, their task 2 has become to complete 32 puzzles. If they fail again this time, their task 2 will become to complete 64 puzzles. That means they now need to pass 32 copies of the same type, and they cannot fail in the middle before they can leave this copy. If they fail again this time, they will need to pass 64 copies of the same type at the beginning of the next round of competition, and they are not allowed to fail in the middle before they can leave this copy. If you read the task carefully, you will find that the time limit has never changed. It has always been 12 hours. It is impossible for gods to pass 32 copies of the same type within 12 hours. No, maybe Teacher Wei will come and there will be a way. After realizing this, the dark thoughts in their hearts came out one after another. Seeing that those people answered the phone at the same time, maybe it was a call from Teacher Wei's side, and they all wanted to go over to confirm. They have already set their sights on those 4 people. That Teacher Wei may save those 4 people, and may also help her fans, but may not help strangers like them. After all, their attitude towards Teacher Wei is seen by those fans. They always have to hold some leverage or hostages in their hands to feel more secure. When they approached, someone suddenly stood by the door and glanced at them with sharp eyes, which made them freeze. They looked up and saw Tan Ming smiling coldly and leaning against the door frame slowly, as if he was going to guard the door here, with a warning look in his eyes. Want to attack those 4 people? You have to get past him first. The players, who had set their sights on Han Chi and the other 4, stopped unwillingly when they saw Tan Ming guarding the only open door on the 8th floor. Who made them unable to beat Tan Ming? After the 4 people talked at the same time, Wei Han had learned the situation on the 9-story Black Tower at the fastest speed. The players on the 9-story Black Tower were all following the progress on the Red Tower at the same time, but they were stuck at this stage because they could not gather the pieces of the building blueprint. The question now is, where can we find the missing pieces of the building blueprint? The monsters on the 9-story Black Tower have been cleared, and the monsters have not been refreshed after such a long time. The players on the 9-story Black Tower are really at a loss. Faced with this doubt, the few people here also pondered for a moment, and Qian Yueqiang remembered that Teacher Wei had asked her to call to ask Han Chi about the total number of players and monsters on his side. Later, Teacher Wei did not ask again, and she did not call Han Chi again. Han Chi mentioned that the number of monsters on their side was less than this side. Just when Qian Yueqiang felt that she was about to figure it out, Rong Qi spoke up. Have you ever thought that some of the building blocks are actually on the players? Rong Qi was very sure that Wei Han must have thought of this a long time ago. But she probably wanted them to be self-reliant, so she never mentioned it. Remember not to form inertial thinking in the dungeon. Why do you think that the players must have a little man model? There will be no monster model on the monster? Maybe this is not fixed? Rong Qi continued to analyze, or maybe it's because you threw the monster outside and it disappeared, so some of you players became building blocks. After Rong Qi's reminder, Shirley immediately said, it may be because there are more players on your side, so there are fewer monsters. That's because some of your players are originally building blocks. Zhang Xian continued to add, to verify this speculation, you need to pick a few more players for testing. If there are players with building blocks, then this speculation is correct. This means that you will face a more severe test. Now that the speculation has been put forward, it depends on the result of the verification. There are 4 people on their side who are completely trustworthy, and they can check each other. Let's start with the 4 of them. Han Chi took out his small box first, and it took a while to unlock it. There was a little man model inside. The second was Kai Liming, and his small box also had a little man model. The third was Mo Hung, and Mo Heng's small box also had a little man model. Finally, it was Mingna. The 3 of them silently prayed that the blocks on Mingna's body were also little people, but the result was Mingna's body was a building block. Mo Heng's heart almost stopped beating. He pushed Mingna's small box back at the last second. His entire back was soaked with sweat. What should I do? Mingna was also at a loss. Their speculation was correct. Some players really became building blocks. If you want to act as a building block, then the time for the block to leave must exceed 15 seconds, and the player's body will fall apart. I call them to give them feedback. By the way, ask them, after clearing the level, have those monsters that acted as building blocks returned to their original state? Mo Hung pretended to be calm. The 3 nodded solemnly, and watched Mo Hung call Teacher Wei. The audience in Teacher Wei's live broadcast room also saw that the players were providing off-site assistance to the players trapped in the Black Tower. In the Black Tower dungeon, there was also the young couple that the old audience loved, and Qian Yueqiang's 2 flower protectors. Everyone had a good impression of the 4 people, and some people liked them very much. Of course, there were also family members of the trapped players among the audience, and they were all eager to pay attention to the situation in the Black Tower. When they found that according to speculation, the situation over there would be very bad, everyone's heart tightened. There were also fan players trapped in the Black Tower among the audience, and the trapped fan players also saw the speculation raised by several anchors about the existence of building blocks on the players. Everyone's face was pale, and they were even more confused. They didn't know what to do, and they didn't dare to verify it. They could only continue to stare at the live broadcast. The group of players who had long since quit the live broadcast all looked unhappy when they saw Teacher Wei's fans. They even snorted coldly to hide their panic. Did Teacher Wei really not come to help her fans? Did she really give up on all those who really liked her? Mo Heng's feedback call went to Rongqi's phone, and Rongqi answered the call immediately. Rongqi immediately asked, "How is it?" Mo Heng restrained his emotions and said, "Your guess is correct. The 4 of us just checked it. Nana is wearing a building puzzle. We have a lot of players who look difficult to approach. I don't know what to do. If they know this news, many players will be forced to take out the puzzle pieces, right? Those players who don't want to have their puzzle pieces taken out will definitely fight back. It will be a mess. I really want to know, after you cleared the level, what happened to the monsters that served as building blocks? Have they returned to their original state? They should not be dead, right?" Just then, Wei Weiwei suddenly pulled out Rongqi's phone. There was no way Wei Han still heard some of the content of the conversation, and it happened that she had the answer that Mo Heng wanted to know, so she asked Wei Weiwei to take action. "Hello. It's me, Wei Weiwei." Wei Weiwei's voice was very calm. "The monsters that served as building blocks have returned to normal. You don't have to worry." The monsters didn't appear because they were still frozen by her skills. At the same time, she was also expanding the range of her skills to find the location of the 9-story Black Tower. The overall copy didn't seem to be very large. After releasing the skills, she quickly found the 9-story Black Tower. Mo Heng had no idea that Teacher Wei was already using skills to locate them. He just felt a very light cold wind blowing. After getting Wei Weiwei's answer, he was completely relieved. In other words, after passing the level, all the pieces, whether monsters or players, would be able to return to normal, and Ningna would be fine. Mo Heng was very grateful. Knowing this was enough, and they could also save themselves. "Thank you so much, we start now. Don't rush to act." Wei Weiwei suddenly interrupted him, "In order to avoid unnecessary casualties and fighting, and I still have to go over to confirm some things, so I hope you stay on standby, conserve your energy, and stabilize the situation." Wei Weiwei paused and estimated the journey time. "We will arrive at the 9-story Black Tower in 2.5 hours. Mo Heng was stunned. After a while, he figured it out and quickly persuaded him. "Do you want to leave the dungeon first, return to the real world, and then come in from the Black Tower portal in the real world? Wouldn't that be too troublesome? And you don't know what tasks you will receive when you come in, please think twice." Wei Weiwei interrupted Mo Heng coldly. "No, we will not leave the dungeon and come back in. We will go to the 9-story Black Tower as tourists. Just wait." Wei Weiwei said no more, and simply hung up the phone. Mo Heng was still confused, and in fact, the audience was also confused because they had never heard of such an operation. If I understand correctly, Wei Weiwei means to find the 9-story Black Tower directly in the dungeon world. How to go? Can you really find it? If you can find it, how does Wei Weiwei know where the 9-story Black Tower is? The audience was thinking about it, and saw Wei Weiwei took out a new type of floating energy car from the skill space, a family-sized, 10-seater, and very spacious. Audience, Then, Wei Weiwei informed the players to get in the car, and she was responsible for driving. Yang Yuetong and Qian Yueqiang packed up the remaining food. Shirley and Zhang Xian moved the folding table and chairs to the car, and then Shirley took out a set of mahjong and enthusiastically invited the sisters to play mahjong. Rongqi took out a telescope from the skill space, opened a window in the car, and planned to see the scenery along the way. Wei Han's camera faithfully recorded all this, and now, she pointed the camera at the table, and the sound of mahjong came, and the 4 female players headed by Shirley officially started to play mahjong. Audience, ? Chapter 81. More than 5 million viewers would never have dreamed that there would be a day when they would watch players live broadcast in a dungeon, playing mahjong. What's even more annoying is that they really enjoy watching it. At the mahjong table, the sounds of players chowing, pung, and banging could be heard from time to time, while the audience played mahjong and gave instructions in the barrage. You must listen to me. Play a red middle. Listen to me, play a red middle. You can't do it. You need to have skills to draw cards. You don't play mahjong often, Sister Chiangwei. Gangjing Binjing. The previous player played 50,000? Bang her. Shifang Bubi. You got hit. You shouldn't play this card. Wow wow fish. Sister Ling, I didn't realize that you look so righteous, but you are actually a mahjong master. Some people don't understand the rules of mahjong. They just watch the fun, and they don't feel bored. As long as they can see the live broadcast hosted by Teacher Wei, they are satisfied. The audience who didn't understand the situation focused on Teacher Wei, and naturally began to be curious. Teacher Wei pointed the camera at the table, and let everyone watch 4 girls playing mahjong. Was it because Teacher Wei also played mahjong normally? Everyone found that they couldn't imagine what it would be like to play mahjong with Teacher Wei's personality. Teacher Wei's strong sense of mystery made the audience's impression of her as cold, silent, indifferent, and a little out of touch with the world. It seemed difficult to regard her as an ordinary person. Not only the audience was curious about this question, but also the people who were playing mahjong. Teacher Wei came over with a camera and filmed their table, without saying a word and watching very attentively. So was Teacher Wei also a mahjong lover? Shirley was so eager that she couldn't hold it back and asked curiously, Teacher Wei, can I ask you a question? Wei Han, what? Teacher Wei can play mahjong? Not at all. Wei Han doesn't know mahjong at all. This answer was more surprising than Teacher Wei knowing mahjong, and Shirley was even more confused. Seeing you watching so seriously and attentively, I thought. Then do you want to learn? We will teach you until you learn. Wei Han refused very straightforwardly and explained seriously. I'm not filming you because I'm interested in mahjong. It's just because what you are doing now is more interesting. There's nothing interesting about a person looking at the scenery and a person driving. I don't want to learn to play mahjong. Thank you very much for your kindness. Shirley has always been open-minded, and she was not depressed when she was rejected, but laughed. It's good not to learn. I can't imagine how Teacher Wei plays mahjong. If Teacher Wei learns, I may not dare to look at Teacher Wei directly. Actually, playing mahjong is not that fun, right? The audience may start to scold. But I don't care. It's the audience who insists on watching the live broadcast. Now is not our business hours. She smiled at the camera with her eyebrows curved. It was a very bright and sunny feeling, and a little naughty. The audience did not feel offended by her words, but was infected by her smile. The child who just turned 240 months old. This smile is really too contagious. It feels like all the unhappiness of the day has been cured. My house collapsed. Shirshir really has the feeling of a little sun. She is always sunny, lively and optimistic. I like them so much. I like every one of them. But I like Teacher Wei the most. Big Bold, I won't scold you. Even if you are bad at playing cards and lose every time, I will only comfort you. How can I scold you? I am CPU by chicken legs. Damn, I am controlled by you. You actually saw through my mood that I am satisfied as long as I see you. Sun Moon Sun Moon. So Teacher Wei doesn't know mahjong, but he is still watching so seriously? It seems that Shirshir proposed to teach Teacher Wei to play mahjong, but was rejected by Teacher Wei? Ha! What kind of expression does Teacher Wei have when he stares at others playing mahjong? The atmosphere among the players is relaxed now, and the audience in the live broadcast room is also very relaxed, sending out relaxed and happy barrages, and communicating in a friendly manner. After playing mahjong for a while, the 4 female players got bored and started playing landlord. The cards were taken out by Shirley. In addition, Shirley's skill space also has Monopoly, jumping checkers, chess, Go, etc. Although she brought so many games, Shirley's level is actually very low. She is a typical example of being a bad player who loves to play. Every time she plays a game, after Shirley loses several times in a row, she will scream and ask for the next game. Every time she changes to a new game, she will think that she can win this time without any lesson, and will arrogantly say harsh words. From this perspective, Shirley is indeed quite optimistic, with a kind of cockroach spirit. She almost feels embarrassed when Yang Yuetong and Qian Yueqiang win, but the more Zhang Xian wins, the more excited she becomes. The more Shirley loses, the more obvious the smile on Zhang Xian's face becomes, showing her bad taste. Wei Han did not take pictures of the 4 players playing games all the time. Occasionally, she would turn the camera to the scenery outside and capture the scene of Rongqi leaning on his hands and looking out the window. The atmosphere and his appearance add up to a sense of story in any shot. The warm yellow light shines obliquely on his face, giving him a sense of nostalgia, and his calm and deep eyes seem to have a few more layers of sorrow, making people curious about what he is worrying about. Although Rongqi's current face is not as good as his real face, it is still amazing. His face is like a crown of jade, his eyebrows are bright, his temperament is fresh and handsome, he stands like a pine, and sits like a clock. Every time the camera moves over, the audience will feel like being hit by his appearance, and their heartbeats are pounding. This makes the audience quite embarrassed. On the one hand, they want to watch 4 girls playing games, and on the other hand, they also want to watch handsome guys to feast their eyes. However, they have no right to choose. It all depends on Teacher Wei's mood to switch the camera. They are the kind of people who are profitable if they can see it. Unlike the harmony on Teacher Wei's side, the players in the Beijing Yue live broadcast room are now all solemn and can't laugh at all. At almost the same time as the task of 9-story Red Pagoda was completed, the second round of tasks of the copy, Metro Line 8, failed and entered the third round of tasks. At the beginning of the third round of tasks, the player's task 1 did not change, and task 2 became a task that required players to complete 4 puzzles. The 2 failures made everyone look stern. Even Chioli, who was supposed to play a sunny and optimistic person, had no expression on his face. They are now sure that there is some key information in the copy, but they don't even know where to get these key information, so how can they pass the copy? So where are these hidden? This copy is really weird. How can the information be hidden so tightly that people don't even know where to start looking? At this time, they didn't know that Teacher Wei had already passed the level once, otherwise their mentality might be even more broken. Yi Jiren was also anxious. Failure once was a script. Failure twice would make the audience dissatisfied. Failure once again would make the audience not so patient to continue watching. Yi Jiren also received news that Teacher Wei had cleared the level in 1 try. When Teacher Wei wanted to end the live broadcast, the audience frantically asked him to stay. Now that the dungeon was cleared, the players had nothing to do. It was said that they were playing mahjong, but the number of online viewers was still increasing. People were begging to watch when they were playing mahjong live, but they were working hard to break through the dungeon, but the audience was still leaving. How could they not be anxious and angry with this contrast? But he couldn't blame the few players in the live broadcast room for being too bad, because he himself couldn't think of the key, and the advanced team sent by the company was still trapped in train number 7. This dungeon is so weird. If you don't find the right clues, you can't find the correct answer. Yi Jiren has reported this situation, and the company will send someone with more strength to solve this problem. Yi Jiren is one of the few people who knows the inside story. After all, before he was assigned to do live broadcasts for rookie players, he was following Ben Hua and Sun Yun. In fact, although Ben Hua and Sun Yun have such a large flow and are praised as the strongest player combination, in fact, the strength of these 2 people is just SOSO. Every time they start live broadcasts, there is a very strict script, which is accurate to what style they will do at what time. These 2 people have been praised. They are famous and have a lot of traffic, so the company pays more attention to them. When arranging copies for these 2 people, the copies must be explored by the real strong people in the company, and the mystery has been completely revealed. Only then will a foolproof script be arranged to let Ben Hua and Sun Yun do live broadcasts to make money. The company will not treat those 2 people like it treats these rookie players. They only know a little about the dungeon, but still let the players enter to broadcast live, making mistakes again and again. All the players and anchors who appear in front of the camera are just puppets launched by the company to attract the audience's attention. The real strong ones are hidden behind the scenes. People think that the highest level today is Ben Hua and Sun Yun, who are striving for 3A level, but in fact, according to what Yi Jiren knows, among the strong people hiding in the dark, there are already several S-level players. Moreover, the level is not directly linked to the strength. The skill is the key to affecting the strength. Yi Jiren has also seen some strong people behind the scenes with low levels, but terrible skills. That Teacher Wei is also said to be of low level, but her strength is extraordinary. Yi Jiren estimates. If the reputation of that Teacher Wei continues to rise, when she really attracts the attention of the company's top management, those strong people hiding in the dark will start to act. By then, it will not be the tricks of playing house like now. Suddenly, someone poked Yi Jiren nearby, causing him to pull away from his thoughts. He looked aside warily, only to see Jiang Qilin holding a mobile phone in his hand, motioning him to walk a little further away to answer the phone. Yi Jiren estimated the time he had applied for assistance, and guessed that the higher-ups wanted to continue to build up Jiang Xulin's persona, so they should have someone send the conclusion directly to Jiang Xulin. He nodded to Jiang Xulin, and Jiang Xulin walked away to answer the phone. Several players in front of the camera started playing puzzles again. Unlike the relaxed appointment at the beginning of the live broadcast, everyone had a stern face. Yi Jiren reminded them to temporarily turn off the radio on his side, and reminded those people to pay attention to maintaining their persona. The audience doesn't want to see the players with a bad face when they come to watch the live broadcast, as if the audience still owes them millions. All the players are in a bad mood, and now they are reminded to maintain their personalities, and they all curse in their hearts. The most angry one is Chioli. After all, her corresponding personality is optimistic, sunny and cheerful. She can maintain a positive attitude and smile brightly when encountering any difficulties. So now she has to be the drummer to boost morale, and use her optimism to lead the emotions of the team members. Chioli is more annoying than anyone else. She doesn't understand what the person she imitates is thinking, and how can he laugh when he is at a loss in the dungeon? Okay, don't be so serious. Chioli clapped her hands and forced a smile. This forced smile was not very contagious, but at least it was a smile. Others looked up at her lazily, as if rolling their eyes. I know everyone is in a bad mood, but keeping a straight face won't solve the problem. We should try harder to find clues now. Everyone, please join me. 1, 2, 3, and smile, okay? Chioli cursed in her heart while smiling even more brightly. Xiao Anji's character setting requires her to be the second one to cheer up, so she has to be the second one to speak. Well, what you said makes sense. I listened to you. Lin Wei squeezed out a sentence. And now the three people who acted as cannon fodder can vent their anger. After all, they just want to die. The more they die, the more hatred they attract from the audience, the better. So now they can express their true feelings and ridicule Chioli's speech. Why force yourself to laugh when you can't? Anyway, whether you laugh or not, what effect can it have on the result? It's as if the clues will pop up automatically if you laugh. It's hilarious. The three of them were not polite at all when they had the chance to express their true feelings. If it wasn't for the purpose of setting off these people, they wouldn't have to be cannon fodder. Who wants to laugh with you? Who do you think you are? Why should I listen to you? Do you think the audience wants to see your fake smile? If you can't find a way to pass the level, no matter how beautiful your smile is, it will only make people hate you. Xiang Ryu was a little happy now, and she let herself go and opened the microphone. Can you be more real? Why are you pretending? In fact, you are cursing in your heart now, right? Now you know that you have to work hard to find clues? Then why did you reject other people's suggestions without hesitation? You don't really think your smile can infect others? In this situation, everyone sees your smile and just wants to punch you. Chioli really saw. It was unclear whether Xiang Ryu was acting or speaking the truth, but no matter what the situation was, these words really made her furious, and she wanted to punch her and tell her to shut up. Seeing that she was getting happier the more she mocked, Chioli doubted that she was speaking the truth. Okay, you guys, stop it. Xiao Anji stopped them, and her face was not good either. These people said they were pretending, which just hit their sore spot, and it was like scolding all three of them. If they could, they didn't want to imitate others. Who let the company arrange this? And if the company didn't arrange this, they might not be able to sign the contract. They have no right to complain. Jiang Xulin missed this scene because he went to answer the phone. If Jiang Xulin was here, he probably wouldn't be in a good mood. The three players who played cannon fodder all laughed. Although they kept their mouths shut, their uncooperative attitude still made people angry. At this time, Jiang Xulin, who had already answered the phone, came back. After answering the phone, Jiang Xulin received a new script and got more information about the copy from it. There were strong people in the company who deduced the solution to the copy only through the copy's information. All he needed to do was to pretend to find clues outside the camera. Now he couldn't let the players know that he got the answer, and he had to let the players show real surprise. Jiang Xulin whispered to Yi Jiren, asking Yi Jiren to ask the photographer to try to avoid him. When Yi Jiren saw him start to act, he knew that the company must have arranged a script for him, and he just had to cooperate with the other party. Therefore, when several players were fighting with each other, Jiang Xulin walked to the shelf in the car with a clattering step and took some specific puzzles from it. As expected, his actions quickly attracted the attention of several players. He did not inform these people in advance, which made their performance very real at this time. This turn of events also had a good effect in the live broadcast room. The audience, who had already lost patience, saw the change in the players' reactions and immediately became curious. My heart was raining acid. Why did they suddenly stop bickering and getting angry? They all looked in the same direction, still with such a puzzled expression. Did someone outside the camera do something? Give me another minute. Finally it's quiet. I came here to watch them solve the mystery of the dungeon, not to watch them quarrel. The quarrel made my head hurt. If this continues, I'm really considering running away to Teacher Wei. Luo Watchin, Teacher Wei has already cleared the dungeon. I'm still here to support you because I still have feelings for you. I hope you won't let me down. KO, the person who took action outside the camera. I now strongly suspect that it's someone in the photography team. Mingri Wufeng, you can just name it, and say it's Teacher Jiang. No way. Have you forgotten Teacher Jiang so quickly? Teacher Wei, I love you. What Teacher Jiang? The Teacher Jiang who took the credit for the little flowers? Black delusion. Don't talk nonsense, okay. It was just a misunderstanding. Swana researcher? Is it Teacher Jiang? Teacher Jiang finally couldn't stand it anymore. And is he going to take action? Beidou U.S. Public Relations Department will also follow up on the situation in the live broadcast and promptly pull the barrage to the direction they need. If they see any wrong remarks, they will immediately brush them away. They all tried to pull the barrage to guess the direction of Teacher Jiang, greatly attracting the audience's curiosity about Teacher Jiang. The effect was not bad, and now most of the audience's focus was shifted to Teacher Jiang outside the camera. The few people in the live broadcast room didn't understand why Jiang Xulin suddenly started to act. Teacher Jiang, are you also starting to do the puzzle because you are too bored? Xiaoli couldn't help asking with a guess in his mind, did the company send the answer to Jiang Xulin? Jiang Xulin remembered to keep silent, so he didn't reply. He was concentrating on the puzzle, and from time to time, he would turn the puzzle over to let the players see the style of the puzzle. Aren't those puzzles meaningless? You don't know what's on them even after you finish them. You can't even see it with a magnifying glass. Jiao Anji muttered. Is there really any hidden information on those puzzles? Xiaoli was puzzled. Teacher Jiang, what are you doing? Can you really see anything? When several people were puzzled, they saw that Jiang Xulin had already put the puzzle together, and then stared at the puzzle carefully, as if he wanted to see some information from it. Jiang Xulin stared at it for a long time using the method provided by the company, and finally saw the information hidden in this puzzle. He read out the hidden information, and a clear voice sounded in the live broadcast room. Task Description 1, please find the blueprint of the vehicle first. The audience did not react strongly to this voice. Only some wild audiences were excited. It did not achieve the effect they needed at all. The Public Relations Department had to let the agents lead the atmosphere. Is it cute? Hair changed. Ah, it's Teacher Jiang's voice. Old Gong, it's really Teacher Jiang. Aren't you excited? Winter Zuingjuzi. Teacher Jiang found the key information as soon as he made a move. Is it possible that Teacher Jiang had already realized it, and just wanted the players to find it actively, but he didn't expect the players to react so slowly? Little Potato Under the Sea. Teacher Jiang, I miss you so much. Your voice is still so beautiful. My ears are pregnant. Love letter for you. It's just a man's voice. What's so exciting about it? It's really inexplicable. My dad chased you and beat him. I don't understand. Where did this Teacher Jiang come from? I want to say 3 words. It's so awkward. It's so awkward for this Teacher Jiang to appear. It feels so abrupt. And there is a strange sense of déjà vu. Shui Feihua, I am speechless. If he knew it long ago, why did he wait until now to show off? Can't he say it earlier? Is there any reason why he can't say it? It's okay to give a little hint, right? What is very heartbreaking is that they are trying to lead the rhythm, but the real audience is not only confused, but also starts to refute. They don't know what's going on with this Teacher Jiang, and they have no interest in this Teacher Jiang. There are even many viewers who dislike this Teacher Jiang for giving clues now, and they are just pretending to be cool. I heard that on Teacher Wei's side, as long as Teacher Wei makes a little noise, the audience will be excited and crazy to reward, and a lot of people confess. Why is their Teacher Jiang disliked? The Public Relations Department comforted themselves. Perhaps because Jiang Xulin has not performed many times now, and has not left a deep impression on the audience. The image needs to be established slowly, and it can't be rushed. The audience who dislikes Teacher Jiang now may really like it later. After hearing the clues provided by Jiang Xulin, several players' eyes lit up, and they all became excited. This is the key information. Xiaoli rushed over, and tried to snatch the puzzle from Jiang Xulin's hand. Jiang Xulin frowned and stepped back. All those puzzles that don't make sense have hidden puzzles that can only be seen through special observation methods. I will now tell you how to observe, and you can find the hidden information. Unexpectedly, Jiang Xulin really found a way to find the information. The eyes of several players in the live broadcast room changed when they looked at Jiang Xulin. Thank you. Teacher Jiang, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't know how long we would have to worry about it before we could find this out. Xiao Li's thanks this time were a little more sincere. Teacher Jiang, you are really amazing. You can even see this. Jiao Anji also gave a thumbs up. Lin Hua also praised, great, we must get this copy done this time. The two men in the cannon fodder trio also gave Jiang Xulin a grateful smile, and Xiang Ryu always felt that it was strange that Jiang Xulin suddenly knew this information. Others didn't notice it, but she noticed that Jiang Xulin had just answered a phone call, and when he came back, he suddenly knew how to find the clues. In fact, she also thought that it might be hidden in these plain puzzles, but she really couldn't find a way to observe it. If she could find a way to observe it, she would be the one who amazed the audience now. Now everyone in the barrage should be praising Jiang Xulin, right? Xiang Ryu was a little jealous. But in fact, not all the comments in the comments were praising Jiang Xulin. Many viewers were using two accounts at the same time. After watching Teacher Wei's live broadcast, they came here to see when the players of Beidou Xingyue would be able to clear the game. Therefore, when some viewers who used one account praised Jiang Xulin, the viewers who used two accounts at the same time were very disdainful. Xiaguchaifeng, Teacher Jiang is really amazing, he can even find this. Let's see who dares to owe it, haha, you failed twice before you found it? Amazing? Teacher Wei found it at the beginning of the live broadcast, how can I say? Meomea Kinkin, I am almost a fan of Teacher Jiang. He is so calm and smart. I will pull down KY. Is this level worthy of your fandom? In terms of calmness and wit, this person is not as good as Teacher Wei by a hair. Oh, I understand. You who haven't watched Teacher Wei's live broadcast probably don't know the answer to this copy? Ha ha ha, we know it clearly. Change another planet to live. Is this the fan of a certain teacher? You only know KY to pull down. I will pull down KY. Didn't my ID say it? I dare to do and dare to take responsibility. If you don't agree, come and fight. But I need to mention that what I said is the truth. Rainbow meets you. Your Teacher Wei is the best in the world. No one can compare to him, okay. Teacher Wei is the best. Thank you for the compliment. For the audience who have watched Teacher Wei's live broadcast, all of Jiang Xulin's actions are really mediocre, without any surprises, and not worth looking forward to at all. At the same time, they also saw that this Teacher Jiang was clearly targeting Teacher Wei, so when they saw those people praising Jiang Xulin, they couldn't control their desire to refute. Comparing this kind of stuff to Teacher Wei? Who are you looking down on? Then don't blame them as fans for helping Teacher Wei fight back. If you think you are a smart person, then don't blame others for dragging you down. It was Beidou Xingyue who was the first to be shameless. This caused Yi Jiren to have to ask the backstage to block the barrage of some viewers, otherwise everyone would be recommended to Teacher Wei. Fortunately, the tasks here began to advance normally, the number of viewers began to rise, and the personality of Teacher Jiang still attracted some fans. Yi Jiren's eyes fell on Xiang Ryu, hoping that this female player could let her friend bring information about Teacher Wei. The screen came to the 9-story Black Tower. Fans and players all knew that Teacher Wei and his group would come here in 2.5 hours, but another group of players, who did not watch the subsequent live broadcast, did not know about this, let alone that the building puzzle was hidden on some players. Since they didn't know this information, they were very anxious as they watched the time pass by. They paced back and forth, and began to verbally attack the fans and players again. Hey! Do something! Are you just waiting for the mission to fail? If your Teacher Wei really doesn't come, won't you be angry or desperate? If you don't take action, don't blame me for being rude. The ferocious players began to show their weapons. Those four. Call your Teacher Wei for me. Don't think I don't know that you four can contact that woman directly. One of the male players, with a mohawk, pointed a laser gun at Mo Hung, and the other four. Yes, yes. Let her come over quickly, or we won't be too harsh on her. Another player also pulled out a weapon. Under the leadership of these players, more and more anxious players stood up and pointed their weapons at the fan players, forcing them to find Teacher Wei. They were so anxious that they ignored Tan Ming, thinking that if all of them brought weapons, they might not be able to beat Tan Ming. Being pointed at with weapons, the fan players were also a little panicked, and some of them were timid and said tremblingly, "Are you crazy? Teacher Wei is on his way. Are you serious? You didn't lie to us? How did you know?" The Mohawk questioned back. A weak girl also shouted, "Of course it's true. Can't you watch the live broadcast? Teacher Wei, and the others have been on the road for more than an hour, and they will be here in about an hour. 1 hour. The Mohawk-headed group noticed the time. Do you know how much time we have? If she comes, we will fail the 7th round. Can't she be faster? What else did you see when watching the live broadcast? Tell me. They are not stupid. After thinking about it, they realized that there was still some information in the live broadcast room after they exited the live broadcast, but now they have missed it, and can only question the fans who have been watching Teacher Wei's live broadcast. No more. Everyone denied it at the same time. They must not let this group of people know that the building blocks are hidden on some players. Even if they know that everyone will return to their original state after clearing the level, this group of people does not seem to be obedient. Who knows what they will do to clear the level? Teacher Wei will definitely find a way when he comes. Can't you wait patiently? A big brother yelled, "Put down your weapons." A player suddenly thought that they might not die if they were hit in their current state, so he spread his arms. It's up to you. Fight if you want. Anyway, you can't be killed. Teacher Wei asked us to stabilize the situation here. I advise you not to act rashly. Now they know that Teacher Wei will come, but this time is really unacceptable to the players of Mohawk. What situation is stable? There is still an hour before she comes, and there is only more than an hour of task time left here. It's not enough. She is not lying. Do you know how many dungeons we have to complete? When they thought of those dozens of dungeons, they felt desperate. The time did not increase, only the tasks doubled. If they kept doubling, they would be trapped in the dungeons for the rest of their lives. Wei Han's fans and players really couldn't understand Mohawk's impatience. Of course we know the real requirements of the mission, but don't make it sound like we can complete all the tasks by ourselves within 4 hours, okay? Now we haven't even completed the first puzzle. What else can we do now except wait? No matter how you mess around now, it's just a waste of effort. Someone tried to persuade him. Tan Ning sat on the stairs and listened for a while, finally stood up and took 2 steps towards this side. When he moved, the Mohawk-headed group subconsciously retreated. They chose to use weapons instead of skills, and they were also on guard against him. I don't know what this Tan Ming's skill is. He can temporarily steal their skills and use their skills. When he returned the skills, their skills were all in a cooling state and could not be used for a while. They were sure that when they could use their skills again, he would borrow their skills temporarily in a strange way. But Tan Ming's physical strength was also very strong. Even if everyone did not use skills and relied on fists, they could not beat him. Just wait for me. If you are not convinced, stand up and fight me. If you win, you can do whatever you want. If you lose, don't blame me for taking your small boxes. Tan Ming crossed his arms, said something cruel, and glared at the Mohawk group. The Mohawk group did not know that after taking out the small box, they could still return to their original state after passing the level. They turned pale when they heard Tan Ming's words. With Tan Ming's strength, they could only have their boxes taken away. As soon as Tan Ming appeared, those players who were ready to move stopped thinking and returned to their original positions with a gray look. Han Chi and his friends also looked at Tan Ming with gratitude. If it was just the 4 of them, they might not be able to calm the situation down. After watching for a while, they didn't know if it was their illusion, but they found that Tan Ming seemed a little nervous. A few people came over curiously and took the initiative to talk to Tan Ming. Thanks, brother. We might not be able to make those people behave ourselves. Kai Liming said thankfully, do you like Teacher Wei too? Tan Ming admitted generously, I've been into it since the Minesweeper live broadcast. I'm barely an old fan. Will she really come? There's less than an hour left. Hearing what he said, everyone realized that Tan Ming was nervous about meeting Teacher Wei soon. He was actually staring at the live broadcast when he sat on the steps just now. He got up when he heard the noise here that no one could control. Thinking of Yang Huitong fainting from excitement when she first met Teacher Wei, Tan Ming was very worried that he would be embarrassed as well, as there were so many people at the scene. What does she look like? What kind of mental preparation should I make? Tan Ming rubbed his hands nervously. Is she going to appear in front of so many people? Han Chi and others could not answer these questions. After all, this was about Teacher Wei. When she comes, you will know, maybe you won't be surprised. Han Chi patted his shoulder. Relax, it's not a big deal. Mo Hung had never experienced such excitement. After all, they knew Teacher Wei before she became famous. But many of the thoughts at that time, if put into the present, would make the past self feel ridiculous. It was not just Tan Ming who was nervous. All of Teacher Wei's fans and players were equally nervous. They even felt that the mission failure was nothing, even if Teacher Wei arrived at the last second of the mission. As long as they could see Teacher Wei, it would be worth it. The audience was also waiting anxiously. thinking that Teacher Wei would really appear in front of so many people directly. As a result, when they were about to reach the destination, Teacher Wei handed the camera to Wei Weiwei and said goodbye to Rong Qi and the others. Rong Qi was driving now. He drove the car to the landing site and explained to the players behind him, "Teacher Wei and I will check the situation around. You just go in with Wei Weiwei. Don't worry, with Wei Weiwei here, there will be no problem." I thought Teacher Wei was going to appear in front of so many players. Shirley began to pack up the various props for playing games. This is good, after all, there are many people and eyes, and if you are not careful, someone may take a photo of Teacher Wei, which will have a bad impact on Teacher Wei. Qian Yueqiang thinks this can avoid many risks. Yang Yuetong still couldn't help it, and looked down at the text message on her phone. It was sent by Xiang Ryu. "Xiang Ryu, I know I was wrong, I apologize to you. I was too impatient, okay? I am also very curious about Teacher Wei. Can you take a photo, so that I can see what Teacher Wei looks like? Is she pretty? Xiang Ryu, by the way, which address did you enter the portal from? Can you tell me? I want to pick you up as soon as possible." Xiang Ryu, don't be angry, I really know I was wrong. I was just too impatient. I did something wrong, but it was because you irritated me with your words. Xiang Ryu apologized to her, but this request for Teacher Wei's photo and the address of their portal made her think more. Xiang Ryu had obviously never been interested in Teacher Wei's affairs, so why did she suddenly want a photo? It was not very reasonable to say that she wanted to pick her up outside the portal as soon as possible. After all, she had just seen that Xiang Ryu had failed the second round of tasks, and was now in the third round of tasks. It was impossible for Xiang Ryu to leave the dungeon before her. It was almost right for her to pick him up at Xiang Ryu's portal address. These discoveries made Yang Yuetong begin to feel that she was really stupid. Xiang Ryu's apology seemed so perfunctory. If it wasn't for getting Teacher Wei's photo or the portal address from her, would Xiang Ryu not even have made these few perfunctory apologies? After several years, who on earth did she really consider a friend? Yang Yuetong ignored Xiang Ryu's message again and followed everyone to pack up the things in the car. We had a lot of fun along the way, and also created a lot of garbage, which had to be cleaned up. After Rongqi parked the car, he walked out of the camera and stood with Wei Han. The two figures jumped in the forest and soon disappeared. The live broadcast was still on, but Teacher Wei and Ding Lu had temporarily left. The players in the Black Tower were all disappointed to see this result. Some people sighed, "Alas, I thought I could see Teacher Wei. I was nervous for nothing. I really hope that Teacher Wei and Ding Lu will meet up with them later." Someone else said optimistically, "It will happen, we have to complete dozens of puzzles here. It is equivalent to at least dozens of copies to pass, and at least 12 hours. Even Tan Ming was visibly depressed, and he couldn't lift his spirits. When the Mohawk heard that Teacher Wei would not come, they started to act up again, and stood up angrily to accuse Teacher Wei of lying. As soon as they took half a step, a coldness suddenly hit them, and they kept lifting their feet and were frozen. They are already outside the 9-story Black Tower. The players watching the live broadcast stood up excitedly. Even if they couldn't see Teacher Wei, they were very happy to see Li Shi and others go down and pick them up. They were about to take action, and after seeing the Mohawk and others who were frozen in their peripheral vision, they were still wondering why they were so honest, but the next moment, they couldn't move either. Players? ? Outside the tower, Wei Weiwei and others looked at the 9-story Black Tower in front of them. This tower was not much different from the Red Tower in shape, but the color was different. The group stepped directly onto the steps of the tower base. In the middle, they felt like they had passed through a layer of air film. This might be the isolation barrier mentioned in the task system. When they officially entered the 9-story Black Tower, they felt a burning sensation in their palms. They all stretched out their hands to check. Copy address, 9-story Black Tower. Identity, tourist. Description: if you enter the copy as a tourist, you will not receive the copy task. You can do whatever you want and act freely. This description made everyone subconsciously check their bodies, and found that their bodies had not changed, and the small drawer did not appear again. It can be inferred that if you enter the copy as a player, you will be immediately registered as a piece, and at the same time, a hollow part will appear in your body, carrying the pieces needed for the blueprint. As they continued to move upwards, they saw the hole that the players had blasted in the door. They walked in speechlessly, went straight up to the 8th floor, and appeared in front of all the players, who were frozen. The players were all struggling to move their eyes, still a little confused. Wei Weiwei reminded them at this time, "The preparations are complete. Please be mentally prepared. We are going to start the puzzle." All the players whose movements were frozen saw Li Shi, Xian Ing, Qian Yueqiang and Yang Yuetong walking towards them with a smirk on their faces, and immediately realized why Wei Weiwei asked them to be mentally prepared. Now all of them remained in an immobile state, just like a puzzle of parts, just waiting for the 4 people to come and collect the parts, and move them around, like some furniture. The movements of the few people were very fast, and it can be seen that they really want to lead them to complete the task. But the players still sighed in their hearts. This is too direct. Too simple and crude. The audience in the live broadcast room also saw their plan, and vaguely saw the doubtful expressions from the players, and they were all laughing. The north wind keeps blowing. Fuck. It feels like a puzzle, ha ha ha. Tomato fried potatoes. Ha ha, what's going on? This copy can be played like this? Why can they always create surprises, ha ha ha. The doctor said I can only eat soft rice. The players are so doubtful about life. Ha ha, it's so funny to think that they were so excited to rush out, but were interrupted in casting. Shirley and others acted quickly, and quickly took the corresponding puzzle pieces from some players. The building was pieced together within 10 minutes, and the black wooden ladder leading to the 9th floor of the 9-story black tower quietly appeared. Those players whose puzzle pieces were taken out would fall apart directly if Wei Weiwei released her skills, so they had to move these fixed people to the 9th floor. Then, we took out the last model of the little man, opened the 9th floor of the 9-story black tower blueprint, put the little man in, and adjusted the position to correspond to the position where the player was standing. Wei Weiwei released the skill fixation of the little man template player in the 10th second, but they shook their heads to indicate that they did not receive the task prompt. Is it because we didn't position it according to the mural? Shirley was a little anxious. Then we have to move it again? We have to move it to a place where people can be seen, and then rearrange it. Yang Yuetong guessed. Wei Weiwei shook her head, and she stretched out her hand to close all the doors of the small 3-dimensional puzzle of the 9-story black tower, and then opened one of the doors on the 8th floor, and then her finger returned to the 1st floor, and poked a door, poking a hole in the door. The buildings and characters in the blueprint and the 3-dimensional puzzle must be consistent. This is the true meaning of completing the 3-dimensional puzzle according to the blueprint. After the hole was poked out, all the players felt a burning sensation in their palms at this moment, and they also regained their freedom. Everyone didn't care about the process of completing the task, and immediately checked the task panel. Congratulations! You have successfully reached the 9th floor of the 9-layer black tower. Mission 1 completed. Congratulations! You have completed the 3-dimensional puzzle 9-layer black tower. Mission 2 still needs to complete 31 puzzles. Please be aware of this. Congratulations on passing the copy 9-layer black tower. Please click the next puzzle in the panel to continue to complete Mission 2. Please hurry up. There are only 50 minutes left for the mission. The first puzzle has been completed, but everyone almost fainted when they saw that there were still 31 puzzles to be completed. It is impossible to pass 31 copies in 50 minutes, even with the help of Wei Weiwei and her group. This time is doomed to fail. By the 7th round, with their help, can they pass 64 copies within 12 hours? Everyone was dizzy and desperate, and no one noticed that Wei Weiwei took out the ticket for the copy transfer portal. Chapter 82. After taking out the ticket of the copy transfer portal, you will find that this thing is really a ticket. The material cannot be felt, and it should not be paper. The size is about 7 centimeters in length with a dotted line, and the 33 after the dotted line is the content of the secondary ticket. The content on the front of the ticket is very simple, just a few big words transfer portal. The content on the secondary volume is a little more, a line of small words transfer portal below the number of people passing through, which needs to be filled in by the user, and below that is the validity period of the ticket. Turn the ticket to the back. The content on the back can be described as densely packed, with instructions for use, precautions, disclaimers, and anti-counterfeiting coding. The anti-counterfeiting coding made Wei Han, who was in another 3-dimensional puzzle copy, laugh. Rong Qi, who was walking side by side with her, noticed that she suddenly made a light puff, as if she had encountered something funny. Did Wei Weiwei encounter anything happy? You seem to. Smile a little? Rong Qi didn't think that the copy they were watching now would have any discovery that would make Wei Han laugh out loud. They had already checked 3 3D puzzles, namely Rui Temple, Shuiyun Temple, and Yanhua Tower, all of which were sightseeing as tourists. They would not receive any tasks, and could enter and exit the copy at will. They had just discussed that if the copy sightseeing ticket was used, this effect should be achieved directly. In this copy, you need to complete the tasks first before you can get the status of a tourist, which is actually a kind of invisible reward. But as mentioned in the warm reminder, tourists are not immune to all dangers. They have seen some monsters on the road, which are exactly the abstract monsters that Wei Han mentioned. They look very ambiguous. If these abstract monsters find them, they will actively chase them, but they will automatically give up if they can't catch up after a certain distance. These monsters are somewhat different from those Wei Han encountered in the real world. The abstract monster that came out of the red door moved very slowly, and had the ability to assimilate or infect. But the monsters encountered in this strange dense forest moved very fast. Wei Han used a parasitic grape to sacrifice to the sky and found that the abstract monsters here did not have the ability to assimilate, but their strength crushed the parasitic grape. The parasitic grape was torn into pieces before it lasted 3 minutes under these abstract monsters. Wei Han also concluded based on the battle between the two monsters that these abstract monsters are immune to the parasitism of the parasitic grape. The first move that the parasitic grape took was to parasitize, but the parasitism failed. The parasitic grape seemed unable to get into the body of the abstract monster, and could only fight the abstract monster head-on. This shows that being a tourist also requires strength. If you don't have enough strength, after completing the copy mission, if you want to be a tourist, you may be transferred from a relatively safe B-level copy to an A-level Red Wilderness Escape copy. They are currently in a copy called the Whirlwind Temple. They entered this copy to verify whether the abstract monster can chase into the puzzle copy. The result shows that the abstract monster cannot enter the puzzle copy. When they entered the puzzle copy, the abstract monster seemed to have suddenly lost its target and could not see them. After wandering around in a daze for a few times, it turned around and left angrily. Preliminary estimates show that this is the effect of the isolation barrier. Since they are here, they might as well visit this copy. When entering the copy as a tourist, no monsters will appear in the copy, which means that the puzzle has not been opened, and the various parts inside are incomplete, and the task cannot be started as a tourist. I plan to use the copy transfer portal. After hearing Rong Chi's question, Wei Han thought for a while, and replied with something that sounded irrelevant. Then she smiled and said, I asked Wei Wei to take out the ticket just now. I didn't expect that there would be an anti-counterfeiting coating on it. It sounds like a high-end thing, but it has such a down-to-earth setting? Or, can this kind of thing be faked? Facing her smile that made all the flowers pale in comparison, Rong Chi's face became hot, and he looked away in embarrassment. He thought to himself that he really didn't know she had this idea. The ticket was her property, and she was free to use it however she wanted. But was it worth using such an important thing here? Rong Chi lowered his eyes, and said, Why can't this kind of thing be counterfeited? Remember to scratch off the coating and take a look. And I always feel that if this kind of ticket is fake, then the fake ticket may lead to unimaginable consequences. But I think you can consider it more carefully. Rong Chi staggered with her, and didn't dare to look at her again. The ticket is a very important prop. Are you sure it's worth using it here? In fact, even if they fail this mission, they will need to complete 64 three-dimensional puzzles within 12 hours, when they enter the 7th round of missions next time. We can help them, and it's not impossible. So it's not necessary to use this ticket. At this point, Rong Chi felt his heartbeat gradually return to normal. He suggested seriously, maybe keep it, there will be a time when you need this prop more in the future. The two entered the temple, and came to the main hall of the temple. The place where the Buddha statue should be enshrined in the main hall was empty. The task of this copy has always been to find the Buddha statue. Thank you for your reminder. I have considered these, but I still want to use the ticket. Wei Han said with some distress, there are too many people on their side, and the good and the bad are mixed, which will make the process of breaking through very complicated, and there may be various accidents in the middle. Most importantly, how can you be sure that everyone's next puzzle is the same puzzle? If everyone's next puzzle will be shuffled and reshuffled. That's not 64 puzzles in 12 hours, but countless puzzles. It's impossible to rely on others for help. And I have no obligation to help them. I can help, but it's my freedom to provide any form of help. Whether they accept it or not is also their freedom. Well, this is indeed my negligence. It seems that she has considered it more comprehensively. Rong Chi felt a little ashamed and could only say, just tell me what you need me to do, and I will cooperate. I don't know since when he has become her little follower, but he doesn't seem to feel unhappy at all and enjoys it. Wei Han estimated the time and said quickly, I want to explore farther. It would be better if I could directly draw the map of this large dungeon. Wei will wait until we return to use the ticket. When we go back, we will change to the face of the little flower and the handsome guy. After everyone is transferred, we will finally enter the transit portal. After that, Wei Han glanced at Rong Chi, because he seemed to be distracted, and reminded him, it's the face used in the beach kite friendly match. Do you remember it? Rong Chi nodded yes. I remember. Even remember their vest. Others thought they were a couple. I don't know how those people can see the couple feeling. Didn't they find that Wei Han's attitude towards him was just like treating brothers or sisters? He even seriously suspected that in Wei Han's eyes, everyone was genderless. Perhaps, only when she wanted to take his swimsuit photo, she treated him as a man. Suddenly regretted persuading her to give up the idea of taking photos. While they were discussing the next arrangements, Wei Weiwei scratched off the anti-counterfeiting coating and saw nothing, but the icon on her palm vibrated. After Wei Weiwei spread her palm, the virtual screen popped up directly, with 3 words and an exclamation mark on it. It's real. Wei Weiwei, Why does it feel so strangely simple, but it seems. There's nothing wrong with it, it's quite advanced, and it's a technology that the real world hasn't mastered. Wei Weiwei kept shooting normally, and just halfway through reading some information on the ticket, the players suddenly started to make a fuss. Some players followed the gaze of Shirley and others, and turned their gaze to her, as if waiting for her instructions. Wei Weiwei thought about it, and put the ticket into the skill space first, and then she heard a noise. Someone shouted impatiently, "Why don't you hurry up and go to the next puzzle now? What are you waiting for here? That's right, there are only more than 40 minutes now. Why didn't Teacher Wei come? Why did only these players come? Don't tell me that they are waiting for her now. Can she have a sense of time? We are in a hurry here. Women just like to be late. Since you want to help, don't dawdle, okay? Isn't this delaying others?" After a closer look, these anxious players are the group led by the Mohawk. This group of people didn't learn a lesson at all. With the help of Wei Weiwei and others, they were able to complete the puzzle of the 9-story Black Tower. After temporarily returning to normal, they began to be arrogant again. They even complained that Teacher Wei didn't come on time, and it was completely an attitude that it was reasonable for Teacher Wei to wait for a group of people to come to help them. This logic is completely incomprehensible to the players on the side of Teacher Wei's fans. Do you have the right to complain? If Wei Wei and the others hadn't come, do you think you could have completed a puzzle by your own ability by the end of the mission? It's as if you could think of the key clues and pass the dungeon by yourself. It's really strange. You can click on the next puzzle at any time. The mission panel doesn't say that all players should click on the next puzzle. It's not certain whether everyone's next puzzle will be the same. No one is holding your hand to stop you from clicking and forcing you to stay here. You don't dare to click, but you blame others for wasting your time? I think Teacher Wei's help to us has ended. What? You didn't say a word of thanks, but you are still asking for more. You want Teacher Wei to help you clear all the copies? Dream on. Now this puzzle is over, you can leave at any time. No one forced you to stay here, we are willing to stay here, that is our pleasure. Shut your stinky mouth. If you continue to use gender stereotypes, I will beat you. The last roar was from Tan Ming. This guy looks quite irritable, beating at every turn, but he seems to be a pretty good person. All the fans of Teacher Wei stayed here voluntarily. They really wanted to wait for Teacher Wei, but not for Teacher Wei to help, just to see Teacher Wei. Anyway, there is not enough time left to complete the next puzzle. And after completing this puzzle, they suddenly realized through the instructions on the task panel that everyone's next puzzle might not be the same. Someone mentioned this point when he refuted it before. If this is the case, then it would be even more embarrassing to ask Teacher Wei for help. They would rather be trapped in this copy for the rest of their lives than to trouble Teacher Wei like this. They really didn't expect that the 9-story Black Tower. The puzzles have been completed, and players can choose to click on the next puzzle to go to the next puzzle copy. The group of players led by the Mohawk head are still shameless and deliberately stay with them. It turns out that they have this plan. How shameless. Wei Wei and the others helped everyone, but they still didn't say a word of thanks, and put on such a sour face, as if they owed them something for helping them. The attitude of the Mohawk group also caused strong dissatisfaction among the audience in the live broadcast room, and everyone cursed them in the barrage. Angry as a pufferfish, once again, I saw the diversity of human species. Such shameless creatures are really common. I reflect on myself 3 times a day. Get lost. Get as far away as you can. Damn it, I am so angry. How rare do you think it is to find someone willing to help others in a dungeon? How dare you complain? That is Teacher Wei's companion. I have no morals. You are not allowed to say anything about Teacher Wei. You are not worthy. You are not even worthy of mentioning her name. Gee Lily, if it weren't for the fact that the puzzle of this dungeon will also complete your task when it is completed, I believe Wei Wei and the others would not want to care about you at all. They didn't want to help you. You are just a byproduct. Don't be so self-indulgent. No one will care about you. Kick away. Get lost now. No one wants to care about you. You are such an idiot. Some viewers also noticed a very concerning piece of information mentioned by the players when they refuted. Don't want to go out. Did you notice? I almost overlooked it. The task panel does say next puzzle, but there is no fixed next puzzle, right? In other words, the next puzzles that these players will go to may be different. Talking about a heterosexual relationship, I noticed it too. I thought no one had noticed. Thinking shifted into, in this case, each player may go to a different puzzle copy after this. If you want Teacher Wei and others to help you to the end. That's just playing rogue. So the next road, they have to go on their own, right? Just thinking about it makes me feel so desperate. 1 second heartbeat, it's so difficult. The punishment of this copy is really a snowball, a vicious cycle. Each puzzle copy will have different potential rules. It is not that knowing the general rules will not allow you to pass smoothly. If you cannot pass it within 3 times, the possibility of passing it in the future will only become lower and lower. After a quarrel, the players led by the Mohawk head calmed down a little, but their eyes kept turning, and I don't know what they started to think about. Now the words of Teacher Wei's fans have been very clear, but none of them clicked the next puzzle first, just waiting for others to help them try and make mistakes first. Teacher Wei's fans and players waited patiently. Even if they didn't wait for Teacher Wei to come, they should have taken a break. They all thanked Wei and her group very solemnly, and expressed their gratitude. When they heard that some of them were hungry, Yang Yuetong generously took out the food that her parents asked her to bring and shared it with them, so that they could eat as much as they wanted. There was a lot of food, enough. This moved some players to tears. I didn't bring anything in, and I haven't eaten for a few days, woo. I've finished eating the food I brought. Oh, I was thinking that if I had food to eat when I got to the next puzzle, I could replenish my energy. But it's more likely that I won't be able to make it to that time, and now I can have a full meal. It's really great, so great. Thank you. Sister Yuetong, you are really good. You deserve to be selected to Teacher Wei's live broadcast room. Good people will be rewarded. Many of the Mohawk-headed people were so hungry that they were dizzy. Seeing that someone was sharing food for free, they actually had the nerve to come over and also wanted to eat. As a result, he was stopped by Zhang Xian with a long knife. Zhang Xian smiled gently. I'm sorry, there is no share for you. I advise you to hurry up and click the next puzzle. Seeing that there was only one woman blocking the way, the group of people wanted to force their way through. At this time, Tanming came over with a steamed bun in his mouth. Want to go over? Beat me first. He held the steamed bun in one hand and pulled out a whip in the other, slapping it in the air. Then, he k'd Zhang Xian, don't be afraid, sister. I'm not good at other things, but I can still fight well. Zhang Xian, who has always been called sister. Sister? How old are you? Zhang Xian was really curious. 34. Tanming said. Oh. Then, you are indeed a little older than me. Zhang Xian was no longer entangled. With the two of them guarding here, the Mohawk-headed man and his group dared not move. They didn't know much about the woman's strength, but Tanming was really good at fighting. Some of these people were anxious and couldn't wait any longer, so they gritted their teeth and clicked the next puzzle on the panel. Several people clicked the next puzzle, but the names of the next puzzles that popped up on their panels were different. My next puzzle is Xingyan Palace. What about yours? Is it the same as mine? Before starting the transmission, there was still 10 seconds of preparation time, and the player confirmed with the people on his left and right. The person next to him was pale. It's different. It's really different. My next puzzle is Qixia Palace. Mine is Feihan. It's really different. How could this be? No matter how unbelievable it was for the players who clicked the next puzzle, they still disappeared out of thin air after the 10-second preparation time was over and were teleported to the next puzzle. It's different, so what? It's better than waiting here. After seeing those people disappear, several more players on the Mohawk side clicked the next puzzle. Even the leader with the Mohawk couldn't wait to click on the next puzzle. Before clicking, he mocked the players who were fans of Teacher Wei. Haha, you idiots. You are still waiting here foolishly after being smuggled by Teacher Wei. Just wait here and be trapped forever. Anyway, I know how to pass the level. I might be able to pass it by myself. 64 is 64. I can't just wait here and turn over hundreds of puzzles. Do you think that Teacher Wei will definitely appear if those players are here? Of course the players of Teacher Wei are not in a hurry. They have all completed the task. It's just you idiots who foolishly believe them. Faced with his mockery, everyone basically listened to it with one ear and out with the other, thinking that he was just farting. Someone scratched his ears and was very speechless. If you want to order, just order it quickly. Why are you so nagging? Are you a man? Can I say that men are nagging? Someone still remembers that it was this man who said that women love to be late. Get out of here, stop making noise. The mockery was useless, and he was retorted. The Mohawk cursed fiercely. Haha, you can only be proud for now. Wait until the teacher Wei leads you into a trap. Then you can cry. After nearly 10 minutes of hesitation, the man finally clicked the button and was transferred to the next puzzle. After this, there were only a dozen players on the Mohawk side, and these people, led by a red-haired man, decided to continue waiting. This group of people seemed to be a little more obedient, and had no intention of coming to grab food. They just waited quietly, and did not say anything provocative. The 6th round of the players' mission time in the 9-story Black Tower ended, and all the players who stayed here received a prompt that the mission failed. This prompt made several players on the red-haired man's side lose patience, and they also clicked the next puzzle and left here. Now there are 11 people on the red-haired man's side. Just as those people disappeared, Wei Wei cleared her throat, instantly attracting everyone's attention, and she began to explain their arrangements. Hello everyone, I have a prop that can transfer you to another copy. When you transfer to another copy, the tasks of this copy will be invalid. You just need to complete the tasks of the new copy. But please note that what kind of copy the new copy is, and how difficult it is are all random. The only certainty is that everyone will be transferred to the same copy, and it will no longer be a puzzle copy. Wei Wei's words caused an uproar among the players, and the audience in the live broadcast room were also surprised. They never knew there was such a prop. How to get such a prop? Even if this prop is random, if you are in a desperate situation in the copy, this creates a way out. This prop is still priceless, and it can even be unsaleable. Now Wei actually took out this prop. Is it going to be charged for use? It shouldn't be free, right? Wei Han certainly couldn't do charity. Wei hadn't finished her words yet. The fee is to unconditionally accept Teacher Wei's 3 requirements and sign a contract. Wait for Teacher Wei to give a signal, and then set off. Players who think it's acceptable can sign up with Li Shi, and she will count the number of people and register their names. The number of people who pass the prop needs to be accurate, and those who are not on the registration list will not pass. If you have any questions, you can ask questions. Wei also took out paper and pen from the skill space and handed them to Shirley next to her. Shirley took the paper and pen and took out a desk and chair from her own skill space, put them on the ground, and sat down. It was a simple registration office. Teacher Wei's fans and players did have some questions. They were just curious. Wei, will you go? You will complete the task and return to the real world directly. Then we will separate, but this short time together is really happy. It would be great if we can meet again in the future. Wei thought for a while. No, we will go too. Han Chi and others were the first to line up. After Qian Yueqiang came over, she kept whispering to Han Chi. Now they are in line, and Qian Yueqiang is beside them. Following the 4 of them is Tan Ning. He doesn't need to think about it at all and follows Teacher Wei's arrangement without thinking. Shirley carefully wrote down the names of these people on paper, and then more players came to line up, maintaining a good order. Teacher Wei's fans all came to register. At this time, 11 players led by the red-haired man also came over. Do we qualify? The red-haired man asked. We apologize for our previous impoliteness. Shirley was not in charge. She looked at Wei. They will charge 3 times. Wei sent a message. Shirley nodded. Okay, you can charge 3 times. 3 times is 3 times. The red-haired man and his group are not that stupid. They know that this kind of prop is not expensive no matter how much it is charged. It is almost impossible to find it. Not following the Mohawk head group recklessly, it can be considered a good bet. Click on the next puzzle. You have to pass at least 64 copies in the puzzle world within 12 hours, and you don't know if it will continue to double in the middle. But this time, as long as we complete the task of the next dungeon, we can return to the real world. Now we just hope that the new dungeon we are transferred to is not too difficult, then it will be basically stable. Okay, I know. Thank you. The red-haired man took the lead and watched Li Shi write down his name. He then let out a long breath, as if he had won a golden medal of immunity from death. The next 10 people were also written down one by one. After their names were written down, they all felt relieved. One by one, they seemed to realize that some of their previous remarks were wrong and began to apologize. I'm really sorry. We just said some very bad words here. I didn't say anything. I was squeezed over there, and I didn't dare to come back because I was afraid of them. Thank you very much for giving us a chance. I will definitely reflect deeply. Everyone just shrugged, except Yang Huetong, who was a good person. After they apologized, he even gave them food. Shirley didn't understand the feeling of repaying evil with kindness, but perhaps these people were not hopeless yet, so Yang Huetong would give them some help. She handed the list to Wei Weiwei. Below the list was the total number of players, and there were 48 players who registered their names. Wei Weiwei took a look and put the things into the skill space. The registration process was over, and everyone had nothing to do. Suddenly someone suggested, "It's boring to wait anyway, do you want to play something? Have you ever played skipping rope? Let's skip rope, I just happen to have a rope. Are you sure you want to skip rope? Your physique is not that of an ordinary person. I'm not bragging, you have to lift the rope above your head, which is a bit difficult for me. Let's dance. Let's go disco. I have my own speakers. Does anyone want to sing or perform something like that?" Everyone was noisy, and finally they really determined some activities and played happily. Shirley and others were also pulled to participate, but Wei Weiwei didn't participate because she wanted to take pictures. The audience in the live broadcast room also helped to give advice. Although Teacher Wei was not there, and the players were not clearing the dungeon, the audience just loved to watch. Seeing the players fighting with Li Shi and the others, they felt an inexplicable warmth. Wei Han and Rong Qi gradually expanded the scope of their exploration. After coming out of the building area, they came to the transportation area. They also saw the subway line 8, where the rookie players of Beidou Xingyue were located. They didn't know whether the players of Beidou Xingyue had cleared the level, so they decided not to disturb them. Buildings and transportation were relatively normal in the puzzle. They expanded the scope and came to the animal puzzle area. In this area, they saw various lifelike dinosaur three-dimensional puzzles, fish, birds, reptiles, everything. There are also puzzles with small plant scenes, which seemed to be more difficult. Later, I continued walking and felt a sense of obstruction at the edge of an endless, colorful grassland. After stepping out, I returned to the original place. Wei Han almost immediately thought of the so-called isolation barrier. The isolation barrier can isolate the player's vision and body, but it seems that it cannot isolate the player's detection skills. Wei Han used skills at the border, and found that there was a wider world on the other side of the barrier. Perhaps this isolation barrier isolates all puzzle copies. If all the three-dimensional puzzles are assembled, this isolation barrier will be lifted, and you can see what is outside. Wei Han guessed. Rong Qi thought about the setting of this dungeon and said with a smile, "It would be funny if there was a bigger puzzle dungeon outside. Do you want to try to complete all the puzzles? Your guess is indeed very likely. But even if you want to try, it's not now." Wei Han controlled the skill recovery and corrected his previous thoughts. This dungeon world is also very big. I misunderstood it before and thought it was very small. I can't pass through this barrier. If I use skills in the barrier, I should not be able to see the whole picture. Go back. If you don't go back, they are about to overturn the 9-story Black Tower. Rong Qi, that group of people is really noisy. While Wei Weiwei was filming, she saw Shirley, and the others were getting more and more crazy, and came up with a challenge to climb the 9-story Black Tower. That's why Wei Han said that the tower was almost overturned by them. The return trip did not take much time for the two of them. After all, there was no need to stop and go along the way. After the players had been making a fuss for nearly 7 hours, Wei Weiwei carried the camera and went to pick up the microphone on the stool. "Please be prepared. We will use the props to transfer in 30 minutes. Please keep an orderly order and enter the prop portal." Wei Weiwei issued a notice, and the players who had just climbed to the top of the tower were about to cry. "I just climbed to the top of the tower." Some people climbed down like spiders in a very strange way. Wei Weiwei also started to make some preparations, took out the ticket again, and gave instructions for use. Before use, you need to fill in the number of people who passed on the secondary ticket. The actual number of people who passed can be less than this number, but cannot exceed it. Players who exceed this number cannot pass, and will be shredded. After filling in the number of people who passed, when you need to use the ticket, tear off the secondary ticket, the ticket will take effect, and the secondary ticket will turn into a portal. The default duration of the portal is 5 minutes. If the number of people who have passed has reached the number filled in, it will be closed in advance. The precautions mention that the portal will teleport people who pass through to the same dungeon, but the landing location of each person is random. The dungeon to be teleported is random, and the type and difficulty are all based on luck. The disclaimer roughly said that if you are unlucky and are teleported to a very difficult dungeon, it is the player's bad luck, and it has nothing to do with the ticket. Don't blame the ticket. Wei Weiwei roughly finished reading, and Wei Han and Rong Qi were about to return in 10 minutes. The players also lined up one by one, and the red-haired man and his group consciously lined up at the end. The audience had been waiting for a long time, and they were also very excited at this moment, because a prop that had never been heard of appeared in the live broadcast room, and the number of viewers surged again, now approaching 8 million. Shigui began to worry that the server, which had been upgraded 3 times, would not be able to hold on. The speed of reinforcing the server here could not keep up with the speed of Teacher Wei's increase in fans. What should he do? The time was almost up. Wei Weiwei called Shirley over, told Shirley how to use the ticket, and asked Shirley to release the portal. When Shirley tore off the secondary ticket, she found that the number of people passing through was 2 more. Were they Teacher Wei and Rong Qi? Would they come back too? As soon as the secondary ticket was torn off, it suddenly ignited and a ball of black fire emerged. After the black fire subsided, a very simple arch-shaped portal appeared. The color was gray, which had never been seen before. The gray had a faint sense of flow and looked chaotic. Zhang Xian, who was in the front of the team, was the first to step into the portal, followed by Tan Ming, then Han Qi, Kai Liming. With them taking the lead, the other players no longer hesitated. This was a portal provided by the props, which must be different from the portals in the real world. There was nothing to be afraid of. The last player was Shirley. Before entering, she reminded Wei Weiwei to pay attention to safety. Wei Weiwei gestured to her, and she filmed the empty portal for a while before she stepped into the portal with the camera. No one had ever filmed the teleportation process, and Wei Weiwei filmed the whole process, which made the audience experience an immersive experience of entering the portal. In fact, there was nothing special about the picture, just some distorted colors that zoomed in and out, appeared and disappeared, just like hallucinations caused by eating the wrong food. Then, the picture returned to normal, and the scene presented seemed to be a forest, and there were no other players in the picture. On the tower base of the 9-story black tower, 2 figures flashed and finally stopped in front of the portal. 1 minute before the transfer portal closed, Rong Qi and Wei Han arrived. When Rong Qi saw this great portal, many pictures flashed through his mind, and finally, he suddenly realized. He had seen this portal before. He suddenly looked at Wei Han beside him. When they first met in the mushroom forest, Wei Han fell from the great portal. Chapter 83. Standing in front of this great portal, Wei Han also had a lot of feelings. It turns out that the portal at that time was really a transit portal for the dungeon. When she got this ticket, she had already vaguely guessed it through the description of this prop in the task system, but when she really saw it again, she still had a subtle and complicated feeling. Realizing that Rong Qi beside her was hesitant to speak, Wei Han turned her head to look at him, and took the initiative to say, "It turns out that the portal at that time was really a transit portal." Rong Qi didn't expect her to take the initiative to mention it. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. After holding it in for a while, he still couldn't control his curiosity. "Didn't you know it at the beginning? Didn't you use the ticket yourself?" Soon, Rong Qi realized that he seemed to have asked a stupid question. He recalled it carefully, and found that she seemed to be quite confused at that time, and it didn't seem like she took the initiative to use the ticket herself. Wei Han nodded. "I don't know who did it. I was trapped in that dungeon for a long time. When I saw the portal, I rushed in without thinking. Then I fell to the mushroom forest where you were at that time." "That dungeon refers to your initial dungeon?" Rong Qi asked carefully. Wei Han nodded, with a subtle expression of unwillingness to recall. She rubbed her head. "Let's not mention it. I will vomit. Let me overcome it. Hurry up, the portal will be invalid soon." Seeing her resistance, Rong Qi naturally didn't bring it up again, and brought the topic back to the present. From what she said just now, he also learned some new information, that is, she was trapped in the initial dungeon for a long time. This is a bit unreasonable. Even if Wei Han was a novice at the beginning and his strength had not caught up, with Wei Han's brain, he should not be unable to find a way to complete the task and leave the dungeon. And there is another key point, Wei Han's level. When they first met, Wei Han was at level D. Since she left the initial dungeon through the dungeon transfer portal, it means that she did not complete the task of the initial dungeon, and it is impossible to get the corresponding reward. Without the corresponding reward, how did she reach level D directly? Who used the dungeon transfer portal is also a mystery. Even Wei Han himself does not know. According to the situation that if this prop is not used when it is not necessary, Wei Han's initial dungeon is not as simple as disgusting, but may be very difficult. Wei Han was able to encounter a transfer portal by chance to leave the dungeon, which may be a blessing in disguise. "Let's hold hands." Wei Han suddenly grabbed Rong Qi's wrist, and brought him back to his senses. Try to see if we can be teleported to the same place. It saves us from having to look for each other again. Rongqi looked down at the wrist that was held by her slender white fingers. His wrist was thicker, and she couldn't wrap it with one hand, but considering her strength, her grip must be stronger than his, so he didn't make a fool of himself. Okay. He tried his best to ignore the burning sensation from the place where she held him, and kept repeating in his heart, "Don't think too much, she doesn't treat you as a man." After thinking for a long time, his face still couldn't help getting hot, and he didn't dare to look at her again. The two of them stepped into the portal at the same time, and their figures were completely immersed in a great chaos. Then, the great portal ignited a ball of black fire as it appeared, and disappeared as the black fire burned out, and everything returned to calm. The blue waves hit the black reefs on the shore, splashing dots of waves. On a huge reef, 7 players stood in 2 groups, 5 on one side and 2 on the other. The 5-person group was a combination of 2 men and 3 women, and the 2-person group was a man and a woman, a man in a suit and a woman in a white skirt, like a couple. The man and woman in the 2-person group were now staring at the 2 men and 3 women vigilantly. The 2 men among the 2 men and 3 women were using telescopes to check the situation in the distance, while the 3 girls were chatting, not caring about the inexplicable vigilant eyes of the man and the woman. It's been a while since I entered the dungeon, and the mission hasn't been released. I always have a bad feeling. Do you remember the beach kite-friendly match? A round-faced girl rubbed her face and asked. I just forgot myself. No one can forget the beach kite-friendly match, okay. That's where the dream started. Why didn't the benefactor join the group now? Woohoo, the benefactor wouldn't have forgotten us, right? The girl with a bun replied immediately. The third girl had a cool short haircut and wore neutral clothes. She spread her hands and replied, Now is not the time to worry about the benefactor. I feel that this dungeon is weird. Why does it seem different from what the intelligence said? Don't tell me that the difficulty was refreshed just after we entered the dungeon. The round-faced girl poked a man who was looking at the sea with a telescope. Li Xia, did you find anything? Did you see any other islands or land? Before the man called Li Xia replied, the strong man next to him said, The telescope can only see deep blue water, and no other islands or land can be seen. Do you want to look in other directions? This is indeed different from what the intelligence said. The intelligence clearly said it was a fishing ground. Now this place that looks like an isolated island doesn't look like a fishing ground at all. These 2 men and 3 women were all players, who had received help from Wei Han in the beach kite dungeon. Everyone had established a good friendship foundation in the beach kite dungeon, so after getting to know each other better in the group, they made appointments to go to the dungeon together. The man and woman on the other side came in after they entered the dungeon. They didn't know the 2 people either, and they were very speechless about the 2 people looking at them with vigilant eyes. They didn't seem to have said anything to the 2 people on their own initiative, and they had never provoked the 2 people from the beginning to the end. Let's go somewhere else. Anyway, the mission hasn't been released yet, and we're just sitting around doing nothing. We might as well figure out the surrounding environment. The round-faced girl Tang Liqing suggested. Chang'ing, who had a bun next to her, also agreed, I think it's okay. It's just right to leave here to avoid being looked at with vigilance by the inexplicable man and woman. The neutral-looking girl Min Tao turned around and said, Let's go. Li Xia and the strong man Shi Weiping also put away their binoculars and followed the 3 girls. The 5 of them had just taken a few steps when they suddenly heard a familiar male voice in the sky. Get out of the way. The few people subconsciously looked up when they heard the voice, and saw 2 small black dots growing from small to large. It turned out that 2 people fell from the sky. What's more amazing is that these 2 figures look so familiar. Now is not the time to worry about this. If they don't get out of the way, they will be smashed into meat patties by those 2 people. The 5 people quickly dispersed, thinking about whether they could take out some props to catch the 2 people, when they suddenly felt a cold wind spreading out, and the male figure's landing speed slowed down. Then the figure turned over, and his feet stood firmly on the ground, landing steadily and safely. Before they could be surprised that he was an acquaintance, they saw him immediately stretch out his hands and hold another falling figure in a princess hug. It was a petite girl. After being caught, she looked at the people around her. Her temperament was calm and composed, which was completely inconsistent with her cute face. The 5 people's eyes widened, and they immediately shouted, Benefactor! Benefactor! Long time no see. Do you still remember us? Chang'ing and Min Tao were excited, and secretly took pictures with their mobile phones. The tall man held the petite girl in a princess hug. It was too romantic. This is their benefactor. Let's say these 2 people have a play. It's been a short time since they last met, and they have already had this kind of relationship. After Wei Han and Rong Chi came out of the portal, they verified that if they held hands and passed through the portal, they would be teleported to the same place. But immediately, there was a feeling of weightlessness, and the transfer portal directly teleported them to high altitude. During the short time of falling, Rong Chi kept persuading her not to use flying skills to avoid being targeted, and promised that he would land first and catch her. Wei Han had to help him slow down a little when he was about to land, and also slowed down her own speed, so that his hand would not be broken when he caught her. Although even if his hand was broken, he could immediately use powerful healing skills to heal it. However, she did not expect it to be such a coincidence that there were people at the place where she fell. And these 5 people, she thought about it carefully and found that she really remembered them. They were the players who shouted that they had some industry at home and could provide them with various rewards during the beach kite dungeon. She and Rong Chi happened to be using the beach kite dungeon vests, so they were recognized. Put me down? Wei Han waited for a while, but Rong Chi didn't let go, so she had no choice but to remind him. Rong Chi then quickly put her down gently. Sorry. I was a little distracted. What copy did you enter? After Wei Han was put down, she looked at the 5 excited people, and while asking, she also corrected their way of addressing her. Don't always call me benefactor, call me Xiao Wei. The 5 people were very excited and replied in unison. Okay. Xiao Wei benefactor. Wei Han, What should I call you, handsome guy? Li Xia turned to ask Rong Chi. Rong Chi thought for a moment. Just call me Xiao Ding. So what kind of dungeon is this? Okay. Xiao Ding, benefactor. The strong man Sher Weiping hurriedly explained. We entered a dungeon that was said to be for fishing based on intelligence, but after entering, we found that the scene here was different from what was mentioned in the intelligence. I'm confused now. Benefactor, how did you fall from the sky? The round-faced girl Tang Liqing asked curiously, still muttering in her heart. What's even more strange is that benefactor doesn't even know what dungeon this is. Wei Han smiled mysteriously, and used the word secret to fool around. A dungeon related to fishing? I seem to have heard of it, and read related intelligence. It is said that after entering, it is a fishing ground, but this is an isolated island. Rong Chi immediately analyzed it. The two fell from a high altitude, and in the process of falling, they had already seen the environment of this dungeon from a god's perspective. This is an isolated island on the sea. From high in the sky, they could only see this one island on the sea. In their field of vision, there was endless blue ocean all around, and no other land was visible. After hearing Xiao Ding's analysis, the 5-member team immediately grasped the key point. Xiao Ding, have you confirmed that this is an isolated island? We were just struggling and were planning to go to other directions to see if we could find other islands. Rong Chi nodded and replied, yes, we have seen the whole thing from high altitude, and we are very sure that there is only this one island, surrounded by the sea. It seems that the copy was refreshed just when we came in. Now we know nothing about this copy. The strongman Sher Weiping said with a pale face. There is no way, no one would have thought it would be like this. The girl with a bun sighed, but we reunited with our benefactors here, which shows that we are still lucky. The mission has not been released yet, and it is uncomfortable to stand here in the cold wind. Xiao Wei, Xiao Ding, should we move to the woods? The short-haired girl Min Tao suggested. When they were discussing, they ignored the man in a suit and the woman in a white skirt. The man and woman did not leave, but just stood on the periphery. When they heard what they were discussing, their expressions would change subtly from time to time. Wei Han sensed where Wei Weiwei was. Wei Weiwei was carrying a camera to meet up with the others. The main group was in the forest on the island. Wei Han lowered her eyes and looked at the surging waves. She seemed to come back to her senses after hearing the suggestion. Well, let's go. Everyone immediately followed her steps. Everyone in the 5-member group took out their mobile phones to send messages to the group. Helping the needy. Guess who we met in the dungeon? Perfect, 2 benefactors. Unexpected? Although we found that the dungeon was different from what was mentioned in the intelligence after we entered it, and the difficulty may have changed, but seeing the benefactors made me feel relieved. Ing, you didn't expect it, did you? After not seeing each other for a while, the 2 benefactors seem to have good news soon. They are really a perfect match. Crazy Snack Xiao, we finally know their names now. The benefactors asked us to call them Xiao Wei and Xiao Ding. So it's Xiao Wei benefactor and Xiao Ding benefactor. Shout out, I'm so excited. Come on. Xiao Wei benefactor fell from the sky, and Xiao Ding benefactor caught Xiao Wei benefactor steadily. His arm strength is really amazing. The speeches of several people instantly blew up everyone in the group. Did the benefactor join the group today? Fuck. You guys are so lucky. The 10th day of missing the benefactor. Ah. Which dungeon is it? Tell me. I leave right away. Can I still catch up? I steal your skills to raise you. Damn it. I'm still in a dungeon. Otherwise I go there too. Don't raise fish. I bring the local specialties right away. I cry every day for the beautiful love. Xiao Wei and Xiao Ding, right. Very good, the CP name is Ding Wei. From now on, we will establish the Ding Wei cult. All the gluttons are welcome to join. Seeing the replies from the group, the 5-member team frantically dissuaded them. Perfectly flawless, don't come. Even if the benefactor is here, you should also consider the risks of coming here. You can't just come here because you want to see the benefactor. If you are not strong enough, you will only cause trouble for the benefactor. We owe our benefactors enough. Seeing injustice and helping others. Yes, if it is an accidental encounter, then I won't say anything. If you know that you are not strong enough and still force yourself, then it is just irresponsible to everyone. Ing. Just wait for us to broadcast live to you. Don't put yourself in danger. It's good to meet the benefactors, but you can't do anything reckless. The 5-member team finally persuaded the restless people in the group to stop, and only reminded them to remember to come to the group from time to time. The group members did not ask them to broadcast live all the time. After all, it is not safe in the dungeon. Don't always look at the phone. Take care of your life first, and report the situation when you are safe. If you really don't have the opportunity to look at the phone, then wait until you come out of the dungeon safely and review the whole process, which is also good. No matter what you do, you must put safety first. As they left the reef shore, the man in the suit and the woman in the white dress followed slowly, as if they were going to follow them. This made the 5-member team quite unhappy. After all, it was these two people who looked at them with such vigilant eyes. They obviously did nothing, and did not stop the two people from leaving. It was the two people who wanted to stay here, and they were inexplicably so wary of them. Why are these two people following them now? The round-faced girl Tang Liqing was more direct. She turned around and shouted at the two people, "Hey you two, don't follow us, okay? I hate people like you the most. You just treated us like dirty things, and you were wary and disgusted with us. Now you want to follow us. Don't you think you are ridiculous?" Tang Liqing's words made the two people's faces turn pale and blue. Finally, the man in the suit snorted, "Who said we followed you? It's just that there is only one way to leave here. Don't be so self-indulgent, okay? Haha, it's better not." Changying, the girl with a bald head, also snorted. After they made it clear that they were not allowed to follow, the man in the suit and the girl in the white skirt returned to the open area and walked in another direction, staggered with them. The mood of the 5 people was better at this time. The group has entered the forest. The trees in the forest are not very tall, and the shielding effect is average. However, the weather is gloomy, and the light is not very bright. Combined with the dark soil, the forest is quite dim. As they walk, they try to analyze the reason why the copy mission has not been issued yet. Is it the same as the kite flying on the beach, where enough people are needed to start the mission? Sure, Weiping asked in confusion. I don't understand why the difficulty has suddenly been refreshed. Changying sighed. Xiao Ding, Xiao Wei, do you have any ideas? Min Tao respectfully asked the two benefactors. Wei Han and Rong Qi had given up on correcting the way these people addressed them. No matter what, they just wanted to include the word benefactor. They knew less about this dungeon than the 5 people. After all, they came from the transfer portal. I can only be sure that it is definitely related to fishing. Wei Han replied. After changing to this face, she also changed her voice. Her voice now sounded thinner. The reason why the mission has not been started cannot be determined for the time being. It may be related to the number of people, or it may be related to time. Wei Han just glanced at the time. It was already past 7 in the morning in the real world. Rongqi yawned. We can only wait and see if we can find other players. There should be more players in this dungeon than us. There must be more than them. The players who came from the puzzle dungeon are all on this island. Wei Han led the way in front, and they should be able to find other people soon. On the other side of the island, Wei Wei had successfully found Shirley and others. They contacted each other through their mobile phones, and quickly reunited with each other. In addition, they also met other players, who entered this dungeon normally. These players were very confused. According to these players, they entered a fishing dungeon. According to the intelligence, the scene of this dungeon is in a fishing field. They have never heard of being teleported to an isolated island. Everyone tends to think that it is because the difficulty of the dungeon was refreshed when they came in. This made some people feel discouraged and gave up on themselves. The original difficulty of the fishing dungeon was B-level yellow. Now after the difficulty was refreshed, it is no longer possible to determine the difficulty. However, after the refresh, the difficulty will only increase and not decrease. Now this dungeon is at least B-level orange difficulty, but looking at such an environment and such a number of people, they always feel that the difficulty has been raised by more than 1 or 2 levels. Therefore, some players gave up struggling and simply looked at their phones on the spot, and some were watching Teacher Wei's live broadcast. Seeing that the players on the screen entered the transfer portal one by one, they were quite envious. If they could also have this kind of prop, they could directly transfer to the next dungeon, which might be less difficult than the current dungeon that they knew nothing about. As soon as they finished envying, they saw these players who were originally only on the screen, walking out of the suddenly appeared portal, and they greeted them naturally when they saw them. Players, is this a new kind of face-to-face meeting? The players in Teacher Wei's live broadcast room were actually transferred to the dungeon they were in. It was really a strange sense of absurdity. This turn of events also made the originally discouraged players cheer up again. With the strength of the players in Teacher Wei's live broadcast room, as long as this dungeon is not ridiculously difficult, there should still be a good chance of passing it. So the number of people in the large group here increased to more than 60 people, but Wei did not take pictures of everyone, but only took pictures of Shirley and others. The distance between the two teams is shortened. Wei suddenly remembered that Shirley and others knew the vests of Xiao Xianhua and Shuage, so she sent them a voice message in advance to remind them. When you see Xiao Xianhua and Shuage later, don't call them Teacher Cheng Wei, just call them Xiao Wei and Xiao Ding. Wei's reminder also confirmed Shirley's guess. Teacher Wei and Rong Qi really came over, and they even changed their vests. After the large team moved forward for another 2 minutes, Wei swept the camera forward and could already see Wei Han, Rong Qi, and the 5 people behind them. The players in the team also immediately noticed the people coming in front, and someone shouted, "It's Xiao Xianhua and Shuage. Oh my god! Are we so lucky? We actually met them. Wait, we are the players in Teacher Wei's live broadcast room. Wei is still filming, and over there are Xiao Xianhua and Shuage. Did they appear in the camera just now? Oh my god, what kind of dream linkage is this?" The players in the team immediately got excited, shouting something about dream linkage, rare to see. Shirley and her group who knew the inside story. In fact, the audience in the live broadcast room were equally excited and crazy. When the camera captured Xiao Xianhua and Shuage, the audience recognized the 2 people at the first time. There is no way, the 2 people are very impressive, everyone can't forget them, not to mention that the legend of these 2 people is still circulating on the forum. Almost all the players who have cleared the Beach Kite dungeon expressed their sincere gratitude to these 2 people, saying that these 2 people led more than 100 people to clear the dungeon. What's even more amazing is that the levels of these 2 people are not high, and Xiaohua is actually D-level, so Xiaohua has the title of the strongest D-level player. After learning that she could be promoted to at least 1 level by clearing the Beach Kite, everyone now believed that Xiao Xianhua had reached C-level, so she changed her title to the strongest C-level player. Oh ha yo, it's Xiao Xianhua and Shuage. I never expected to see them here. One word, absolutely. Xiao Xianhua and Shuage actually appeared in Teacher Wei's live broadcast room. What kind of dream linkage is this? All this is still a coincidence. What kind of dream coincidence is this? A skill fell from the sky. I knew the excitement was to come. Clearing the dungeon is just the beginning of the excitement. The barrage is extremely crazy, the reward special effects are blinding, and the number of online viewers is about to exceed 10 million. Shigue's heart was in his throat. This time, it was really over. It was over. Comet's rubbish server really couldn't hold on. He really didn't dare to dream that Teacher Wei's second live broadcast would actually exceed 10 million online viewers. I thought it was good enough to maintain the popularity of the last live broadcast, but who would have thought that she would break the record continuously, and Shigue was also very worried that such popularity would attract attacks. I heard that the live broadcast of the rookie players on Beidou Xingyue was interrupted because the players' next puzzles were different. The live broadcast data on their side was rising steadily, and it was really possible that Beidou Xingyue would cause trouble, but their platform hardware equipment was too lame, and they would definitely not be able to bear it. Shigue had already anticipated the scene of Comet being scolded on the hot search again. Now we can only pray that the server can survive for 1 second at a time. It is impossible to fix the server now, at least until after Teacher Wei's live broadcast this time. He couldn't just issue a notice asking viewers not to enter the live broadcast room, right? Just when Shigue was struggling with this, he suddenly found that Teacher Wei's live broadcast room was reported for cheating data and was frozen. The number of online viewers was stuck at more than 9 million, and it was no longer rising. It seemed that the server would not collapse. For a while, Shigue sat in front of the computer desk in the office, lost in thought, not knowing whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. Could it be said? In fact, he had also thought about reporting the live broadcast room and freezing it. As Shigue was thinking about this, he received a text message from his niece. "Uncle, I led my friends to report the live broadcast room. When I saw the number of people, I knew that the comment server probably couldn't hold on. Instead of letting the data continue to rise and cause the server to crash, it is better to let the data stop here, at least to ensure that more than 9 million viewers can continue to watch the live broadcast." Shigue set a thumbs-up expression to his niece with tears in his eyes. No one knows him better than his little niece. After learning about the dream linkage, the audience who came over excitedly cursed their father on the spot, and went to the forum to find netizens who shared the same pain to vent together, but they saw a popular science post. "Family members who are stuck outside Teacher Wei's live broadcast room, come here quickly, don't get angry first, come and see this true gossip." Main post content. Gossip. True, the person who reported the live broadcast room is the webmaster's niece. Why? Because she didn't expect Teacher Wei's live broadcast room to be so popular. Although the webmaster has upgraded the server, it has not kept up with the growth rate of Teacher Wei's data. They didn't expect Teacher Wei's data to rise so outrageously. If the data continues to rise, the platform will collapse sooner or later. In order to allow the audience who have entered the live broadcast room to see the end, this last resort has to be resorted to. Otherwise, no one will have anything to watch. This gossip confused the originally angry audience. "Oh my god, fuck, this operation? Sure, it's understandable. Comment platform is not a big platform. It can't support so much traffic. It's normal." Rather, after this reminder, I found that it hasn't collapsed yet, which shows that the webmaster is really working hard. "You can do it. Ha ha, I was very angry at first, but when I saw this reason, I suddenly wanted to laugh. What's going on? Let you imitate but not surpass. At this time, I can only ask the masters to broadcast it in text. Ask Taoist Master Zhu Mingzi to come out. Waves, amazing. What kind of strange person can think of this trick? If this is the reason, I can accept it." In the real world, the audience made a big fuss, and related entries were on the hot search, but everyone in the copy was unaware of it. Everyone was anxiously waiting for the task to be released. After simply greeting everyone, Wei Han was also looking at the time. She had a strong hunch that the release of this task should be related to time. It was 8 o'clock in the morning, and everyone's palms felt hot. The task was finally released. Everyone spread their palms and checked the task. Copy address: Waterworld W Zone East E Triangle. Registration deadline. Congratulations on successfully registering for the fishing competition. You have obtained the qualification to participate. Chapter 84. Players who had experienced the beach kite dungeon almost lost their legs when they saw the word competition. What kind of luck is this? They actually encountered a dungeon in the form of a competition. It's really a life-threatening situation. They secretly glanced at Xiao Wei's benefactor and Xiao Ding's benefactor, and their hearts were slightly calmed down. Fortunately, luck is conserved. It was unlucky to encounter this dungeon, but it was also very lucky to reunite with the benefactors in this dungeon. At this time, everyone was concentrating on reading the task description. From the first 2 lines, it can be seen that this dungeon is indeed related to fishing. It has changed from simple fishing to a fishing competition, and the dungeon address is also different from the intelligence. The description is very long and cannot be read in a short time. Just seeing such a long description, the players are already overwhelmed. Pre-match description. There are a total of 4 games in this competition, and each game has different passing requirements. First game, land fishing. Passing standard. This game adopts a scoring system. At the end of the game, the player can enter the next game if he has a score of 60 points. Scoring rules. All fish have labels on them, and the score is calculated based on the color of the label. Explanation of scoring rules. Label first level. Green plus 4 points, yellow plus 6 points, orange plus 10 points. Label second level. Red plus 30 points, purple plus 75 points. Label third level. Dark blue, only 1. If you catch it successfully, you will pass the game immediately. Scoring criteria. Players need to remove the fish label and attach the player's exclusive label. Only then will the system determine that the fishing is successful and get the corresponding score. Note: There is a label design area at the bottom of this copy task panel. Players are requested to design their own labels in this area first. Each player's label must be unique. After the design is completed, the label will be directly generated and stored in the panel. When the player needs to use the label, he can directly take it out from the panel. The following are other instructions. Please read carefully. Rule Description 1. This game lasts for 72 hours, divided into fishing time and no fishing time. Every 6 hours of fishing, you will enter a 6-hour no fishing time. You can move freely during fishing time. During no fishing time, all fishing activities are prohibited. Rule Description 2. The organizer provides basic fishing gear and basic bait for all players. Basic fishing gear and basic bait are in the player panel, and players can use them by themselves. Players can also make their own fishing gear and bait from local materials, but it is prohibited to use their own fishing gear and bait. Please freely choose the fishing position for fishing, fishing position, fishing location. Rule Description 3. This copy opens a temporary points mall. Players can exchange fish for points as needed, and use points to exchange for items needed in the mall. Fish successfully caught. Points exchange ratio. 1 green label equals 50 points. A yellow label equals 100 points. An orange label equals 200 points. A red label equals 500 points. A purple label equals 1000 points. Dark blue labels cannot be exchanged. Exchange instructions. After the fish is exchanged for points, it will no longer be counted in the competition score. Warm reminder, do not exchange points unless necessary. The competition has officially started when the task is released, and it is currently fishing time. After 5 hours and 50 minutes, it will enter the fishing ban time. Please seize the time to fish, and I wish you a good catch. The long explanation ends here. Everyone has read it back and forth 2 or 3 times, and has a general understanding of the competition. The first thing to do is to design the player's exclusive label. The fishing required by the dungeon is not successful just by catching the fish on the shore. You also need to replace the label on the fish with the player's exclusive label to get points. The players pulled the task panel to the end and saw a label design area. In this area, players can design their own labels by hand, or use the materials provided by the system for cutting, combination and splicing. The only requirement is that the labels between players cannot be repeated, and everyone's label must be unique. Most players save trouble and choose from the materials provided by the system for DIY. The system provides a variety of choices for label shapes and label patterns, which are enough to meet the needs of all players. Now everyone is looking down to DIY their own exclusive labels, but Rongqi noticed that Wei Han's hand was sliding back and forth on the instruction panel and slid to the top, dungeon address. He touched her shoulder lightly. She used some skills to reduce her body size, causing him to be 2 heads taller than her. He originally wanted to touch her elbow. What's wrong? Rongqi asked softly after she looked up. Wei Han glanced at him, and then looked away, using his telepathic skills to answer his question. Water World. In the finals of the beach kite-friendly competition, I asked the players to put down their kites. After treating the monsters, I used a translation skill to have a brief exchange with the monsters. One of the monsters mentioned Water World. It seemed to say, if you come to Water World, please let me escort you. Rongqi really didn't know that she had a brief interaction with those monsters at that time. They all thought that the monsters were just expressing their gratitude to Wei Han unilaterally. Is there such a thing? Rongqi thought for a moment. This dungeon called Water World is so big, it's probably difficult for that monster to come and escort you. I don't need any monster or anyone to escort me. Wei Han's point is not the monster's escort, but the fact that these monsters call the dungeon their hometown, which is a bit strange. Monsters call the dungeon their hometown. Rongqi was also stunned when he heard Wei Han's words. Calling the dungeon their hometown? It's indeed a bit strange. But now is not the time to entangle these things. Hurry up and design your label, right? Rongqi also showed his panel. This is my label. How about it? It's still very beautiful. Rongqi's label is a diamond, with a big sunflower in the middle, overlapping the diamond. From the time this person made his ID card into the shape of a sunflower, she knew that this person had a special liking for sunflowers. She was a little surprised that he didn't make a label in the shape of a sunflower directly. When Wei Han looked at Rongqi's label curiously, Shirley and others came over and showed their labels, saying hello to the 5 people behind them and introducing themselves. I know you. It's Li Shi and Xi and Ying, Qian Yueqiang, Yang Yuetong, and the one taking the photo over there is Wei Weiwei. Tang Liqing, one of the 5 people, was surprised to read out each person's name, What a pity. Teacher Wei and Ding Lu don't seem to be here? Surely. Not a pity, those two people are right in front of you. My name is Min Tao. I made a triangular label with 4-leaf clover materials in it. I hope this dungeon will go smoothly. Min Tao, a girl with short hair, raised her hand to show everyone the labels that had been generated in her panel. I made an arrow shape and chose some floral decorations. Chongying looked at her label and was not very satisfied with it. I don't know why the background color can't be selected. I think the orange background color doesn't look good. Shirley also had something to say about the color not being able to be changed. Orange is okay, much better than the red here. Sister Ling, yours is also red? Well, I chose a shield-shaped label with a sickle pattern. Zhang Xian looked down and thought the red shield looked a bit strange. Xian Yueqiang looked down at her label. My label is an orange round badge. Yuetong is also orange. Yuetong actually chose a heart-shaped pattern. It seems that red will match it a little better. Yang Yuetong scratched his head and smiled. It's okay. Anyway, I like this shape more. The group looked at each other's colors and found that orange was the most popular, and some people were yellow, less green, and less red. It's hard to find a pattern. It seems that it was just randomly distributed. Everyone was a little curious about the label colors of Xiaowei and Xiaoding. Xiaoding, what's the color of your label? After the conversation between the two benefactors ended, Shi Weiping came over with a smile and asked curiously. When he asked this question, others also looked over curiously. I've been curious about the label background colors of Teacher Xiaowei and Teacher Xiaoding. I'm looking forward to it. Have you designed it? Shirley and Zhang Xian still couldn't call Teacher Wei Xiaowei, so in the end, they called Teacher Wei's vest Teacher Xiaowei. As a result, the name for Rongqi became Teacher Xiaoding. The two people's name for their vests also successfully led a group of people astray, causing everyone to call them Teacher Xiaowei and Teacher Xiaoding. Wei Han felt very tired. These people couldn't get along with the word teacher, right? Rongqi generously showed his label. There were yellow sunflowers on the dark blue background, which looked pretty good. Wei Han lowered his head and operated on the panel for a while, took a square label, then selected a gray camera pattern, put the pattern on the black background, clicked OK. And then it was all black. The panel popped up a reminder. Congratulations, the label is complete. Wei Han dragged the black square on the panel and took it out to check carefully. After confirming that this was really her label, she was a little unbelievable. Other people's labels can be fancy and beautiful, but why is her label pattern not visible at all? It is directly covered by the black background. Rongqi next to her noticed her movements and saw the small black square in her hand and asked hesitantly, "Is this your label?" Wei Han, who cares about aesthetics, actually made a pure black label? This is not like her style. After hearing the voice, the others also looked over and found that Teacher Xiaowei was holding a small black square in her hand. This small square was extremely black, as if it could absorb all the light. Pure black. It's so simple. Someone exclaimed. Wei Han put the label back into the panel and guessed. The background color is black, and the pattern dragged and maybe dyed black. But she had other ideas in her mind. I believe that some more perceptive people have already discovered that the background color of the label is likely to be allocated according to strength. If the mission of this dungeon is a little more cunning, it is not impossible to set every player as a fish. After all, the mission description mentions that there are labels on the fish, and the color of the label almost corresponds to the background color of the label made by the players now. The label production has been completed, and some players have begun to try to take out the fishing gear and bait provided by the host from the panel to check. Tan Ning stood up at this time, holding the fishing gear provided by the organizer, a very simple-looking fishing rod, which is almost just a stick with a fishing line tied to it. He was very disgusted with this basic fishing rod. This rod is too hard, and it will be broken if the fish struggles a little. I just checked the things in the Points Mall, and found that there are very comprehensive fishing tools in it. It seems that we need to use basic fishing gear to catch fish, exchange it for points, and then exchange it for better equipment to catch better fish. But why is it not recommended to exchange points? What is the deep meaning? After he stood up and spoke, other players also spoke up, and the topic was a bit off. A male voice asked curiously, "Brother, do you like fishing?" Another male player said, "I have been fishing for 3 years, but I always come up empty-handed except for the novice protection period. Do you think I have a chance in this dungeon?" Great. Someone in the team has fishing experience. In fact, I have never fished before. Can the senior fisherman guide us? Thank you very much. It's not fishing experience, It's empty-handed experience. Don't be too happy too soon. This is fishing in a dungeon. Look at the long list of task instructions. You will know that it is different from fishing in reality. The fishing experience in the real world may not be applicable here. You still have to learn and correct yourself as you go along. After someone started, the players started talking at once. There were obviously many people talking, but it was completely unclear what everyone was saying. The players were discussing, the audience in the live broadcast room were also guessing, and a small number of the audience were surprised by the color of the label of the little flower. Dungeon Special Plus. The rules of this dungeon competition are really long. In fact, the passing score is not very high. A green labeled fish can get 4 points, and 15 fish can pass. The competition lasts for 3 days, and there is a fishing ban in the middle. The requirement is that the player's score must reach 60 points at the end of the competition. Does it mean that various accidents will happen in the middle, causing the player to lose the score? Embrace the warm sun in winter. I always feel that the color of the label is not randomly assigned. There must be some representatives. And it is very likely that it is ranked according to strength. Little Rain, don't you think the color of the label corresponds to the color of the fish label mentioned in the task description? Is there a possibility that the players themselves are actually fish? Teacher Wei fights the little flower. Is it written as fishing and read as escape? Actually, it's to make the players fight each other. Tell me the truth. Let's wait and see what the players will do next, what they will encounter, and what will happen in the dungeon. Xiao Sutong. What a pity, Teacher Wei and handsome Ding Lu didn't come. I really want to see Teacher Xiao Wei and Teacher Wei meet. That's a really fantastic linkage. Some players in the dungeon did think of the strangeness of the label color. When the audience was discussing, the players also began to check whether they had any extra labels on their bodies. After checking, it was found that no one had any labels on their bodies, at least no labels were visible to the naked eye. Before taking action, everyone looked at Teacher Xiao Wei and waited for Teacher Xiao Wei's prompts. Teacher Xiao Wei's record in the Beach Kite dungeon was there, and the players believed that following her would not be wrong. Wei Han did not want the players to become dependent on her. She persuaded the players earnestly, "Don't look at me, you have to explore on your own. Remember to make bold guesses and verify carefully. If you encounter dangers that cannot be solved, you can call my name. I will provide some help appropriately, but I will not provide help throughout the process. Don't form this habit of relying on others. Please remember that it is better to rely on yourself than on others. Improving your own strength is always the most direct and effective way to improve your survival rate." These 2 sentences made many players blush. The players lowered their heads in shame and quickly adjusted their attitudes. "Well, Teacher Xiao Wei, you are right. I have reflected deeply, and I will take action now." "Sorry. Teacher Xiao Wei, your teaching is really timely." I immediately adjusted my thoughts. "Teacher Xiao Wei, can you say cheer me up? I hope to get your encouragement." "Yes, yes, yes. If Teacher Xiao Wei says cheer me up, it will be enough." After someone started, everyone looked at Teacher Xiao Wei eagerly, hoping to get a word of encouragement from her. Wei Han would not refuse this small request. She smiled and said loudly, "Come on, everyone. I hope everyone can grow here." "Okay. Teacher Xiao Wei, we will not let you down. Go. I will return with a full load today." "Thank you. Teacher Xiao Wei, I'm leaving now." Amid the excited shouting, someone tried to organize the players. "Don't run around. Let's assign tasks to save time. I suggest that some players with fishing experience lead the team to explore in different directions." "That's a way. Can players with fishing experience raise their hands?" When the players began to organize themselves, Wei Han and Rongqi also started to act. They naturally joined the live broadcast room with their 5-member team. I don't know why Tanming also came here. He was thick-skinned. Seeing that no one said anything to him, he didn't leave. When everyone looked at him, he smiled innocently. "I'm an experienced fisherman. It seems that no one here knows how to fish. Bringing me, an experienced fisherman, should be helpful. If you want to catch up, just tell us. We won't mind." Zhang Xian said speechlessly. Hee, sister, you understand me." Tan Ming smiled even more innocently. Zhang Xian, Now that it has been preliminarily confirmed that there are no strange labels on everyone, it is time to proceed to the next step of verification. Try to catch the fish. See what the fish looks like, and what the label on the fish looks like. According to Tan Ming, it is very important to choose the fishing location when fishing. If it were in the real world, Tan Ming had a lot of experience. He could judge where there were more fish based on the direction of the water flow, the water temperature, the environment on the shore, etc., and he would get twice the result with half the effort by fishing in places with more fish. But in the dungeon, these experiences seem to be useless, so he emphasized, we can observe where there are more fish swimming under the water. That being said, they walked a little circle, wearing special glasses, but they didn't see any fish. Perhaps the amount of fish released in this game was very small, or they themselves were the fish. While they were looking for fishing spots, many players had already determined their fishing locations, most of which were on the reef shore, and the reefs were far from enough to stand. Perhaps it was precisely because there were not enough reefs that some people stood on the beach and walked a few steps into the sea, with half of their calves soaked in the deep blue sea water. These players who had already started trying to fish in various postures greeted them enthusiastically when they saw Teacher Xiaowei and her group passing by. They fished for a while, but didn't catch a single fish. Wei Han had been thinking about some problems. At this time, she saw some players' feet in the seawater, so she gave a reminder. She shouted to those players, "Don't stand in the seawater. Seawater is corrosive, and the corrosiveness becomes stronger as the soaking time increases." When she landed on the island, she realized that the seawater was not simple when she stared at the waves. She had just come all the way to find a fishing spot, and she secretly verified it and came to a conclusion. Originally, she just wanted to say hello, but she didn't expect that the players who received this reminder immediately looked at their feet, only to find that their trouser legs were almost melted. They immediately grabbed the fishing rod and ran to the beach. When they returned to the shore, they found that the places on their feet that were soaked in sea water had begun to bleed. The blood dripped onto the beach and disappeared in a blink of an eye, as if absorbed by the beach. At this time, a piercing burning pain came. These players endured the pain and didn't make any sound. Their foreheads were covered with sweat. "I remember now," one of the players said with a pale face. "No wonder there is medicine for treating burns in that mall." It turned out that there was something wrong with the seawater. Teacher Xiaowei clearly told us to be careful to verify. We should have thought that there was something wrong with the seawater. We can't take anything lightly in the dungeon. We failed too much this time. We didn't realize it until Teacher Xiaowei reminded us. We must be more careful next time. It's over. We can't fish on the beach. We probably can't occupy other places. We can only try our luck. They deeply reviewed their mistakes, prepared to change places to fish, and limped away. Wei Han and his group came over and wanted to ask them if they needed treatment. It was really scary to see their entire calves bleeding, but the amazing thing was that there was no blood on the beach. Faced with their kindness, these players smiled and refused. "No need. We will go fishing to exchange points, and use the points to buy medicine for treatment in the mall." "Teacher Xiaowei, you can't be so gentle. If you want us not to rely on you, you have to be a little cruel." "Yes, we will try our best to overcome the difficulties by ourselves. Teacher Xiaowei, you should find a good position quickly. There are more than just our group of players on the island. We just saw that there are others. That group of people is disgusting. They took up a large area and used a protective shield to enclose the territory. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to run to the beach." When the players mentioned the group of players who took up the territory, their faces looked a little ugly. The island was not very big to begin with, and there were very limited places for fishing. There was still a group of people occupying a large area. The players on Wei Han's side looked at each other, and were about to ask in depth, when they suddenly felt an invisible barrier passing through everyone. Everyone immediately realized that this was a protective shield skill that was expanding. Soon, everyone was covered in a player's protective shield. The players who were already injured on their feet looked even uglier. It was visible to the naked eye that their wounds were bleeding more severely, and the bleeding could not be stopped. Gushed out and disappeared into the beach. Qian Yueqiang and Yang Yuetong felt an inexplicable chest tightness and brain swelling. They asked with some difficulty, "Do you feel uncomfortable?" As soon as the two finished speaking, a male voice spread throughout the island through the loudspeaker. The voice said, "Players on the island, listen to me. You have illegally entered my shield territory. Staying in my shield will continue to lose blood. You have two choices. First, leave the range of my shield before you faint. Friendly reminder, my shield has covered the entire island. Second, stay in the shield. I allow you to fish in my territory, but you have to sign a contract with me and give me 70% of your catch. I will wait for you on the reef in the southeast corner of the isolated island." When this voice spoke, some players directly spit out a large mouthful of blood. Qian Yueqiang and Yang Yuetong's faces were also terribly pale, and the taste of rust began to appear in their mouths. Surely, Zhang Xian, Tan Ning and the 5-member team looked fine, but they all frowned. Only Wei Han and Rong Qi looked normal. They were even looking at the beach. There was no blood on the beach. The two looked at each other, and had similar guesses in their hearts. What kind of idiot is so disgusting? Shirley rubbed her forehead and walked towards the direction of the voice angrily. I go meet him, I must beat him up. Wei Han raised his hand to stop her. Let Xiao Ding and I deal with that group of people. You go organize the players to go to the sea. Don't worry, I will make the sea surface freeze. After freezing, the sea surface will lose its corrosiveness. Go up boldly, don't be afraid. While speaking, Wei Han had already cast the skill. She has now learned to use a very gentle way to cast a powerful effect. In short, it is more low-key. To others, it was just a breeze, but the effect of the skill was enough to freeze a large area of the sea surface. The sea surface around the island was frozen, and the freezing range was enough to fit 10 small islands. While other players were amazed at Teacher Xiaowei's powerful ice skill, Shirley and Zhang Xian were puzzled. Teacher Wei could have dealt with those people directly without using skills to freeze the sea surface and let the players move to the sea surface. Letting the players move to the sea surface, is there any other meaning? Shirley did not ask, and looked at Zhang Xian, and went to help Qian Yueqiang and Yang Yuetong respectively. Tan Ning was very conscious to help those players with injured feet, and the other players, who could still move, also helped the players with limited mobility. Tan Ning was a little worried. The guy who put up the protective shield may have a large group of people. Can Teacher Xiaowei and Teacher Xiaoding do it? Although they look really strong, they are outnumbered. Don't worry, it's stable. Shirley replied, we can help ourselves the most if we take care of ourselves. As Teacher Wei said, the sea surface has indeed been frozen, and it is very solid when stepped on, just like walking on flat ground. The players walked up in disbelief, and after walking out of the range of the blood-loss protective shield, they felt a lot more relaxed, and then they all exclaimed, too amazing. This is the legendary super ice skill. Teacher Xiaowei can actually use such a strong skill freely. Is it really an ice skill? Although I can feel the cold, I don't feel ice at all on my feet. Can we find the frozen boundary and try to fish on the sea? Someone thought of this. Some people excitedly began to look for the frozen boundary, but they finally touched the boundary after running out of breath. This terrifying skill range refreshed their understanding of Teacher Xiaowei's strength. The skill range is so large. Can Teacher Xiaowei's mental strength withstand it? Can she and Teacher Xiaoding really deal with that group of people? Sure enough, it's better to go to support them. They thought that this was the limit of Teacher Xiaowei's skill range, but they didn't know that for Teacher Xiaowei, this range was just a warm-up. This made Shirley have to persuade the players to wait and take care of themselves. The fish is hooked. The player standing at the frozen boundary shouted in surprise. His fishing line was tightened, and something was pulling the fishing line underwater. I just fished for a long time on the reef shore, but there was no response. Now, only a few minutes after arriving at the frozen border, a fish has been hooked. After the first player exclaimed that a fish has been hooked, more players also said in surprise, I have a fish biting the hook here too. Fuck. Family members, help me. This is a big fish here. I can't pull it up anymore. If I don't pull it up, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Ah, I caught it too. Is my Air Force career finally coming to an end? I will get this fish up even if I die. The players who caught the fish basically needed help. Everyone rushed forward to help in a hurry, but their attention was diverted, and they finally stopped thinking about helping Teacher Xiaowei and Teacher Xiaoding. This made Shirley and others feel relieved. At this time, on the reef shore southeast of the isolated island, a pale man looked more and more smelly. The players around him asked him anxiously, Brother Yu? How is it? Have those people come? The player called Brother Yu is named Yusho, and the male player standing next to him is named Yishan. The two are partners, mainly as sparring partners, leading players through dungeons. This time it was also unlucky. It was originally a simple fishing dungeon, but it turned into a fishing competition. They also brought a large group of people this time, because the fishing dungeon was relatively simple, about 50 players, and they were a little worried about leading so many people through this dungeon. When they were worried, they met a man and a woman, a man in a suit and a woman in a white skirt. After reading the task description, the man in the suit gave them this idea based on their skills. Use skills to encircle the territory, and force another group of players to work for them. If you want to fish in the area they have encircled, you have to pay them rent. The entire island is their territory. Going into the sea is a dead end. What else can those players do except bow to them? In this way, the pressure of passing the level will be transferred to the working players. They just need to sit back and reap the results, relaxed and comfortable. When this plan came out, Yuzhou and Ishan were stunned and started to implement it immediately. They imagined the scene of them receiving scores while sitting, and their mouths were almost grinning. As a result, Yuzhou had a stinky face and shouted in a low voice. All those players ran out of the island. Now only 2 are left on the island. Ishan was shocked. Impossible. Are those people crazy? Don't they know that seawater is corrosive and running into the sea will only lead to death? Guicheng, a man in a suit, took out a telescope with an unpredictable look and looked at the sea in another direction. Soon, he wondered, how did those people stand on the sea? The sea surface is frozen? How can the sea surface freeze? Ice skills may be able to do it, but how long can it last? Kang Yi, a woman in a white dress, guessed and looked at the sea surface on their side. The sea surface here has been very calm since just now. Could it be? After that, she walked down from the reef, came to the beach, and walked towards the sea surface. As a result, when she was about to touch the sea water, she first hit a solid transparent wall. Kang Yi? Kang Yi was stunned, thinking that this was Yuzhou's skill. So she shouted to Yuzhou, "Can you use less skill? I want to see if the sea here is frozen. Speaking of which, your protective shield is very strong, like hitting a thick steel plate." Yuzhou's face changed. "You are standing outside my shield. How can there be a shield outside? What did you say?" Kang Yi immediately reached out to touch the invisible wall. "There is a transparent wall here. It is very solid. What's going on?" After she said this, Guicheng and Ishan, and even more players ran over to check. As they ran, they were all blocked by a transparent wall without exception. What's going on? Whose shield is this? When was it created? Why don't we feel anything at all? What happened? So now we are trapped on this island? We can't fish at all. We can't even cast the fishing line. We can't get into the water. The players were in a mess. They couldn't think of how they could trap another group of players. Now they are trapped, let alone squeezing another wave of players. They can't even fish. What's worse is that they don't even know who secretly did it. At this time, Yuzhou suddenly thought of the 2 people who were still on the island. He had a hunch that whether it was the ice on the sea surface or the solid protective shield, it was all caused by those 2 people. In order to stabilize the situation, he waved his hand and said to the players, "Don't panic, I know who did it, follow me. Go find those 2 people to settle the score." Hearing Yuzhou's words, the players' hearts settled down, but they were also worried. People who can do this should be very strong, right? If we go to find them, will they listen to us? Suddenly, a male voice like a clear spring came from a distance. Of course not. Chapter 85. This sudden voice made everyone pause, and they almost didn't react and said, "What the hell are you talking about?" After they came to their senses, they immediately looked in the direction of the voice, only to see 2 figures, one tall and one short, walking out of the forest on the island. The combination of a tall man and a petite woman was a bit similar to the combination of a man in a suit and a woman in a white skirt. The man in the suit, Guicheng, and the woman in the white skirt, Kang Yi, also had a subtle expression after seeing these 2 people. As soon as Yuzhou saw the 2 people, he immediately pointed at them and said, "It's the protective shield you made, right? Isn't this to thank you for letting me learn a new use of the protective shield? I specially gave you a better one." "What? Not satisfied? Then change it?" Wei Han asked innocently. Rongqi. Why didn't I notice that she was so sarcastic before? Such obvious sarcastic words made the group of people's faces turn pale. Soon, the leader Yuzhou scolded. "Just say it if you have something to say. Why are you sarcastic? Isn't it disgusting? Who can compare to you in disgusting?" Wei Han pulled the corners of his mouth to smile. Seeing that she was in high spirits on the microphone, Rongqi didn't say anything, but was a little confused. She seemed a little angry. Is it because the players on their side were injured by this man's protective shield? Yuzhou held back for a while. The muscles on his face were twitching, and finally changed the subject. "I advise you to remove this protective shield immediately. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. There are more than 50 people on our side, and there are only 2 of you. You are still using the skills and protective shields to freeze the sea surface. How much energy do you have left to fight us?" This group of people had not watched the half of the live broadcast of Beach Kite, so they had a serious lack of understanding of the 2 people in front of them. Their understanding of their strength was naturally limited to their own level of cognition. They thought that after these 2 people used such powerful skills, they should have almost no spare energy to fight. This wave, they have more people on their side and have the advantage. After realizing this, Yuzhou's partner, Ishan, also shouted, "The protective shield is just one of our skills. We have many more skills here. I advise you not to refuse a toast and drink a penalty. Just 2 people dare to come over, you are really brave. There are too many complaints. Rongqi doesn't know where to start. If Wei Han didn't want to play something, he would have taken action now. With 2 people taking the lead, other players over there also shouted at them. That's right, you've already used your ultimate moves, you don't want to exhaust your mental energy by fighting with us. Fighting now will only hurt both sides, you'd better be smart and remove your protective shield immediately. You just don't want to withdraw, right? When everyone was indignant, Wei Han suddenly did not follow the routine and said, okay, then I will remove this protective shield. A sudden break sprained the waist of Yu Zhou and his group, and some people didn't turn around. I give you another minute, if you don't withdraw, I will. Wait. What did you say? Wei Han clapped his hands. Okay, it's already withdrawn. Rongqi saw that she was in a good mood, and then looked at the group of people. They can only wish for the best. In order to verify that she really removed the protective shield, Kang Yi decisively walked a few steps towards the sea, stretched out her hand to touch it, and found that she really couldn't touch the solid protective shield. But her sudden cooperation made them all wonder if she had some conspiracy. Some people thought they were just scared and started laughing triumphantly. TSK, I thought they were so arrogant, but they gave up so quickly. That means they are not that strong at all. Or those 2 big moves have really exhausted their mental power. What should we do then? Just let them go. Come to provoke us, scare us, and want to leave safely. She just put away the protective shield, and now her mental power must be depleted, which is the weakest time. Let's seize the opportunity. A group of people were discussing like this. Suddenly someone took action directly, and a fire whip appeared out of thin air and swung towards Wei Han and Rongqi at an extremely fast speed. Rongqi was about to take out his weapon to block it, but was stopped by Wei Han, and the skill transmission sounded in his mind. Don't worry, you can't beat me. The player who swung the fire whip thought he was safe. Someone laughed and said, no way. The move was too fast, and they didn't react and stood there stupidly. Brother Yan's fire is very fierce. If you can't avoid it, the consequences will be serious. Ha ha, they are dumbfounded. Have they never seen such a skill? Rongqi really admired the confidence of this group of players. He wanted to sigh, who do they think they are facing? This is Wei Han. Facing the evil, she has no heart. The next moment, the arrogant players suddenly found that the fire whip was blocked by an invisible wall, halfway. The fire whip was too fast to be retracted, and it became a boomerang and hit the whip wielder directly. With a wow, the player called Brother Yin was set on fire by his own fire. This turn of events made the players dumbfounded. This fire was indeed interesting, burning very quickly. In just a few seconds, the player called Brother Yin was covered in fire all over his body, and he screamed in pain. Water! Water! Who has water skills? Help me put out the fire. Brother Yin, who had become a fireman, walked towards the players next to him. Others were afraid of being set on fire by him, and they tried to avoid him. One player said while retreating, Brother Yin, have you forgotten? Your fire cannot be put out with water. Pouring water is like pouring oil. You didn't tell us how to put out your fire. Brother Yin, don't look for us. Don't bring the fire to us, right? Go find those 2 people, and take the fire over there. The players retreated while asking Brother Yin to find Wei Han and Rongqi. Brother Yin might have been confused by the fire, but he was actually convinced and turned around and ran in the direction of Wei Han and Rongqi. Of course, he ran into a transparent wall halfway. He screamed in pain and opened his mouth wide, causing the flames to float into his mouth, and the fire actually burned into his body. Ah, help me put out the fire. Brother Yin screamed even more miserably. Through these observations, Wei Han felt that this skill was indeed good, and it was somewhat similar to Shirley's skill, but it seemed that there were still some characteristics that had not been explored, and this player did not seem to have the ability to control this skill. I can help you put out the fire, but I want to take away your skill. Wei Han suddenly spoke. What did you say? Before Brother Yin expressed his opinion, Yu Zhou and others in the crowd questioned, what good intentions do you have? No one knows how to put it out. How do you know? Who needs your help? And didn't we agree to remove the shield? Why was he blocked? As a result, Brother Yin slapped them in the face the next moment. He begged Wei Han painfully through the transparent wall. Help me. I give you whatever you want. Help me put out the fire. I don't know how to put it out. Wei Han simply set up, contract, and then cast the skill, Absolute Zero, which rushed towards Brother Yin with the coldness of invisible power. The jumping flame stopped at a speed visible to the naked eye, gradually shrank until it disappeared. Just like magic, The fire that everyone was helpless against was swallowed up by the invisible power in a blink of an eye and disappeared. Brother Yin blew out a puff of smoke from his mouth. His clothes were torn, and he looked like a coal man after being burned. He fell straight down while uttering a few words with steam. Saved. Everyone was stunned. This overbearing fire was actually extinguished by her, and they didn't understand how the female player did it. Why did she look so effortless? The faces of the players turned pale. Their understanding of the strength of these two people. Was there something wrong? Wei Han ignored everyone's gaze, walked forward a few steps, squatted down, and used the water skill to hit Brother Yin's face. Give me the skill. Brother Yin was lucky to save his life, and the penalty for breach of contract in the contract would directly tear his heart apart. He would never dare to breach the contract, so he honestly handed over the skill. Someone looked unhappy and shouted, Brother Yin. What are you doing? She asked you to give the skill, and you really gave it. You only have this one powerful skill. Brother Yin thought about how these people were hiding from him when he was in trouble just now, and now he was very annoyed. Shut up. I made a contract with her. If I break it, I will die. Besides, she helped me put out the fire. What did you do? Even if there is no contract, this skill should be given to her. Don't fool yourselves. These two people are very strong, stronger than all of us combined. After what happened just now, Brother Yin has realized the gap in strength between them and the two players, and changed sides at the speed of light. If you bow your heads and admit your mistakes now, maybe they won't do anything to you. As soon as he finished speaking, Brother Yin said to Wei Han in a very cerebral manner, Boss, you can take a look at my skill list and see if there are any skills you like, just pick them. I just ask you not to care about my offense just now, and I ask you to forgive me. I really realized my mistake. Wei Han only took one skill, and the name of this skill was actually called Wildfire. Thinking about the effect, it seems to be really wild. It's good to know you're wrong. Wei Han praised Brother Yin's attitude of admitting his mistakes. I only take one skill. Since you have a good attitude of admitting your mistakes, you only need to hand over 10% of the fish you caught to us. Brother Yin didn't react to what Wei Han meant at all, and just nodded and said yes. Okay, no problem. Whatever you say is what it is. What's your name? Others call her Teacher Xiaowei, and call me Teacher Xiaoding. Rongqi suddenly interrupted at this time. But the attention of other players was on the second half of the female player's sentence. One player shouted and asked, Hey! What are you talking about? What do you mean by handing over 10%? And what's the matter with the new protective shield? Yu Zhou and the others looked at each other, as if they had guessed something, and their faces were very ugly. They had naturally realized that the two people in front of them were extraordinary, but they were asked to become lackeys of the two players, like Brother Yin. Or admit their mistakes immediately? That would be more painful than killing them. They would never do such a shameful thing. If that woman has the guts, just come over, they will never bow to her. Wei Han heard the players call, put away Brother Yin's skills, stood up and turned to the group of players, with a friendly smile on his face. Oh, thank you for reminding me, I almost forgot about it. Didn't I say it? Thank you for inspiring my thinking and letting me discover new uses for the shield. So I give you a new shield. Wei Han explained seriously, you didn't like the large-scale protective shield just now, because it was too big? So I made a small-scale protective shield for you now. It's just a piece of cake, no need to thank me. Considering that you must be very cold at the seaside, you will get warmer and warmer in my protective shield. Occasionally, I'm in a bad mood, and it may get colder and colder. There may be strong winds, or fist-sized hail. Everything is possible. You can definitely experience the natural disaster survival immersion. Don't thank me. You should thank this male player for giving the inspiration. Her tone was very sincere, and the more sincere it was, the more irritating it was. The players were so angry that they couldn't speak, their eyes were almost on fire, and they all stared at her hatefully. If you don't want to experience the natural disaster survival, you can hand in 70% of the fish catch and get a chance to quit. Wei Han smiled and finished speaking, that's about it. If there are any omissions, we will add them later. After listening to her series of speeches, the players who really began to feel the temperature drop shouted angrily, 70% of the catch. Why don't you go grab it? Besides, what right do you have to do this? Why do you lock us in your protective shield? This is not your territory. You want us to hand over the catch, you are dreaming. Let us out immediately. You are not qualified to do this. Wei Han's words directly made these players explode, and they shouted one by one. The beach was filled with all kinds of curses, all scolding Wei Han. Rongqi could hardly control his desire to complain. How could these people have the nerve to scold Wei Han at this time? Wei Han just returned what they did to them. It's really double standards to the extreme, so they can exploit others, but they are not allowed to be exploited by stronger people? What's more ridiculous is that because this group of people realize the gap in strength, they now rely on their mouths to output, and dare not take action again. Yu Zhou and others, who were in the lead, had gloomy faces. They had never expected that the boomerang of this female player would be so long. She had been planning to give the player a taste of her own medicine from the very beginning. The players yelled for a long time, and found that the female player was doing her own thing and didn't even look at them. They were so angry that their bodies began to tremble. They didn't know whether it was because of anger or cold. Wei Han had already pulled the sensible brother Yan out of the protective shield, wondering if this person could be of some use. It's rare to have such a player who knows that life is more important than face. After realizing the gap in strength, he immediately slid to his knees and defected. The players were so angry that they shouted in vain for a long time, and finally turned to the two sparring players. Brother Yu, do something. Are we just going to let that woman play tricks on us? This is too much. How can this be? We didn't do anything to them, aren't they trying to kill us? Are we really powerless against this woman's protective shield? As these people were talking, someone suddenly changed his tone, and complained from another angle. How could it be like this? It's all your fault for coming up with such a bad idea. Why did you take off your blood shield and provoke those people? That's right, I was just thinking about fishing. Why did you get lazy and do this? Now, you can fish freely, but now you are like being locked in a cage, and you have to fish in all kinds of cruel environments, and you have to hand in the fish you catch. It's really getting colder and colder. Faced with the complaints of this group of people, the players led by Gu Yiqing and Kong Yi were of course unhappy, and immediately responded. Why are you talking after the fact here? If you are so unhappy, why didn't you jump out and oppose this method earlier? Everyone raised their hands to pass it before, and you were the ones who were most looking forward to it. Now you still have the nerve to scold others for their bad ideas? You blame others for their bad ideas, and I didn't see you put in any effort. You really think you are capable? As they quarreled, someone got emotional and took the lead in fighting. The scene instantly became more chaotic. The players were divided into several groups, quarreling and fighting. Some players pointed at Yu Zhou and Yishan, shouting at them to return their money, but they were no match for Yu Zhou and Yishan, and were knocked down by them instead. Wei Han and Rongqi stood outside and watched the show quietly. Rongqi had actually seen enough, but she found that Wei Han had no intention of leaving, as if he had come up with some new ideas. After being dragged out, Brother Yin was still awake. He turned over and half raised his body to watch the absurd chaos of those people as an outsider. He was actually somewhat glad that he was both unfortunate and lucky. Fortunately, he chose the right camp. Those people were both injured and almost all of them fell to the ground. Wei Han saw that the time was almost right, so he raised his voice and said, "Have you had enough?" When they heard her voice, the faces of the group of players changed. "Why haven't you left yet? What are you looking at? What's so good about it? What's your business? Crap, we're fighting like this, and this woman is going to take advantage of us." Rongqi was ashamed. These people think too highly of themselves. They are not worthy of Wei Han's taking advantage of them, right? Wei Han said slowly. It's just that you seem to have different opinions. In order to prevent you from fighting, I'm considering opening another normal protective shield. Players who don't want to practice with a sparring partner can go to the second protective shield. In the second protective shield, there will be no natural disaster survival. You only need to fish in the area designated for you, and you only need to hand in 10% of the catch. Wei Han announced generously. After hearing her arrangement, some players got up. I want to go. I don't want to practice with this crappy sparring partner for a long time. I used the money I asked you to buy a coffin. I want it too. It's better than following Yu Zhou and Yishan. You don't have the ability to be a sparring partner. You're just harming people. In a blink of an eye, more than half of the players said they wanted to go to the second protective shield and accept the conditions proposed by Wei Han. Gu Yiqing and Kong Yi also wanted to go over quietly, but were immediately reminded by Wei Han. The men in suits and the women in white skirts over there, you are not qualified to enter the second protective shield. If I guess correctly, it was you who came up with the idea, right? The two of them froze, and they became the focus of everyone's attention for a while. The players who actively accepted the second protective shield were very disgusted with the two of them. Stay away from us. We don't welcome you here. The man in the suit, is his family a big capitalist? What kind of means of exploitation and oppression are you thinking of? Go back over there. Don't come and implicate us. The two had to go back to Yuzhou with a stinky face. Yuzhou and Ishan also disliked these two people at this time. After the chaos just now, they also blamed the two for coming up with a bad idea and making things like this. After the breakup, there were only a dozen people on Yuzhou's side. These people valued face more than life, and would rather die than compromise with others. Wei Han always respected the players' choices. After splitting the group into two groups, the current area was the fishing location assigned to Yuzhou and others. The other group would be arranged to other locations, evenly dispersed on the shore of the island. The farce was finally over. Wei Han would then thaw the seawater around the island, and notify the players on the sea not to go to the island for the time being. In order not to scare the fish, her skill freeze was only a thin layer on the sea surface, which would not affect the biological activities under the water. She did not use her skills to detect the situation in the sea, so that the fish could maintain normal activities without being affected. In this way, there are players fishing around the island, and outside the island, there are also players fishing evenly distributed around, so the control experiment can barely be carried out. The task description says that players can freely choose the fishing position, and there is no requirement to fish on the island, so as long as the player has the ability to stay on the sea, it is no problem to fish directly on the sea surface, or it can be said that this is a very necessary attempt. The players fishing on the island tried for more than 10 minutes, and no one's fishing rod made any movement. The players who walked to the edge of the frozen sea surface to fish felt a fish bite the hook less than 3 minutes after the fishing line was put into the water. Is it because the players fishing on the island found a bad position, and there were no fish activities underwater, so they could not catch any fish, or is there another reason that caused no fish to approach the island at all? To verify it, we need to see if the players fishing around the island can catch a fish. A small number of people failed to catch fish, which could be said to be bad luck or lack of skills. But if players in each direction failed to catch fish, then it means that there must be a deep pit here. Combined with the abnormalities they have noticed so far, this island has a big problem. The name of this game, land fishing, is in quotation marks, which also makes people pay attention. After arranging all this, Wei Han and Rongqi circled the island a few more times, but there was no harvest for the time being. After handing the patrol task to Brother Yin, they rushed to Wei Weiwei's side. At this time, the players on Wei Weiwei's side were still pulling the underwater creatures that were dragging the fishing line to the limit. Yes, that's right. Wei Han has arranged a group of players who are looking for death. The players on Wei Weiwei's side have not yet successfully pulled up a fish. Some experienced fishermen are well versed in the techniques of releasing and retrieving the fishing rod. After taking over the fishing rod, they were immediately pulled away and completely forgot about any techniques. Just trying not to be pulled into the water was already exhausting their strength. They pulled and cursed. What is this thing under the water? Is it really a fish? Why do I feel something is wrong? Tan Ning was also very angry. I really can't stand it. Pump out the water. Must pump out the water. Just after he finished yelling, Zhang Xian, who was also pulling a fishing rod, yelled back, "Wake up. This is not a small fish pond. It's an endless sea. Why are you pumping? Isn't the most uncomfortable thing that we can only waste time with the underwater thing now? If we let go, we may lose the fishing rod. What else can we do except continue to tug of war with the fish? It's really unreasonable. It has been swimming for so long. How can this fish not be tired at all?" Shirley also helped a player hold the fishing rod. The player's hand was worn off a layer of skin and could no longer hold on. Shirley's strength was there, and she didn't feel tired, but she was very annoyed that she couldn't pull the underwater thing out in one breath. There seemed to be too many fish here. Sometimes, the players didn't even want to cast their fishing rods. As soon as the fishing line passed over the sea, a fish took the initiative to bite the hook, and the unsuspecting players almost pulled it directly into the sea. Seeing these fish's overly active performance, the players couldn't help but wonder. Why do they feel like they are the fish? Wei Weiwei did not provide any help, but kept filming carefully, presenting the scenes happening here to the audience in the live broadcast room. The audience was also guessing, but most of them were calling Teacher Xiaowei and Teacher Shouting. I only have one secret. If the things under the sea are fish, then the number of fish is really terrifying. If it weren't so difficult to deal with, this would be a paradise for fishermen. The sun will eventually rise. Judging from the player's physique, there are at least hundreds of kilograms of fish under the water, but I am more willing to believe that there are monsters under the sea. Set off now. If it is a monster, it's really disgusting. Isn't this equivalent to asking players to take the initiative to find monsters? Fishing monsters as fish is too devilish. You are my lighthouse. Teacher Xiaowei and Teacher Shouting Please come back soon. Without them, there is no sense of security. Who is in unrequited love? I don't know why, I just feel that if they are here, all difficulties are not a problem. They seem to be dealing with a group of players who were looking for death at that time? In fact, it was only 10 minutes, but it always felt like a long time. To be Waney. Yes, if Teacher Wei was here, it would be twice as safe. This Teacher Wei is not that Teacher Wei. Ah, they are back. I saw it when the camera had just swept over. The screen showed Teacher Xiaowei and Teacher shouting walking towards the players. When the players saw them coming back, they all looked like they saw their saviors. Teacher Xiaowei, you are finally back. Are those people over there difficult to deal with? Are you not injured? We are so bad. We caught so many fish, but we didn't pull any of them up. Faced with the questions of the players, Wei Han couldn't answer them one by one, and what was more important now was to get the things that pulled the fishing line up to see what they really looked like. Wei Han and Rongqi acted separately, just like the distribution in the beach kite dungeon. Wei Han would help the female player pull up the fishing rod, Rongqi would help the male player, and Wei Weiwei's camera would follow Rongqi, because Wei Weiwei needed to freeze the fish after Rongqi successfully pulled up the fish. Wei Han first walked to Shirley's side, reached out to take the fishing rod, and swung it with one hand, easily throwing up the fishing line and the things bitten on the hook. Everyone looked at the black shadow that was pulled out of the water. After a while, they found that it was really not a fish, at least not a fish in the human cognition in the real world. This thing looked more like a huge, insect-like monster. Now this monster looks like a giant dragonfly, but if you look closely, you will find that this monster looks much more ferocious. The overall shape of this monster is spindle-shaped, with a mouth like a lamprey, and there is still blood in the jagged teeth of this disgusting mouth. The monster also has multiple pairs of compound eyes, and the wings on its back are not transparent mesh, but like fish fins, and it seems that it can also release the bone spurs inside as sharp arrows by contraction. But this monster did not have a chance to launch an attack, and was frozen by Wei Han's skills. After Wei Han dealt with this monster, he went to help the next person and said to Shirley, "Look for a label on this monster." Shirley immediately called everyone to come and check. With the help of Wei Han and Rongqi, every bite was pulled out. Without exception, all of them were monsters, and they were all insect-like monsters. They looked very ferocious. After being pulled out, they all tried to attack the players as soon as possible. This made the players very scared. They didn't expect that they were struggling with such monsters. If they relied on themselves, they would only be exhausted in the end and dragged into the sea by these monsters to be killed. Even if they were lucky enough to be pulled up, it was not certain that they could beat these monsters. After nearly half an hour of busy work, Wei Han and Rongqi finally completed this big circle and pulled out all the monsters. All the players cooperated with them. After they pulled the monsters up, they began to look for labels on the monsters. But the result made everyone puzzled and sank. Wei Han went back to Shirley, took the statistical table handed over by Shirley, and looked down. It showed that after inspection, no labels were found on the visible body structures of all monsters. Chapter 86. At this time, everyone has temporarily put away their fishing rods. After all, the fish here are too active. With a little rod, they can climb up. Now there are enough samples. Before figuring out the results, there is no need to catch more monsters. With Teacher Xiaowei here, they don't have to worry about not being able to beat the monsters, but these monsters are quite large and take up too much space. Now that no labels can be found on the visible parts of all monsters, the players are confused. When Wei Han looked down at the table, they also began to try to analyze it, and everyone's voices rang alternately. Someone analyzed, "It's really strange. If nothing unexpected happens, these should be the fish we are supposed to catch in the mission, right? Where are the labels hidden?" Someone else refuted, "It seems that there are only these monsters underwater. These must be the fish we are supposed to catch. The mission system is so disgusting. How could it arrange traditional fish for us? The problem now is how to find the labels." Someone else proposed a new idea. "Yes, if you can't find the labels, it's useless to catch more monsters. However, I have an idea. Maybe these monsters are really not the fish we want to catch. Maybe it's because we are too far away from the island? Are the fish we want to catch all around the island? I don't think so. Feel it yourself. Do there seem to be fish around the island? We went around for a few times and didn't find a single living thing under the water. But we can't rule out the possibility that the fish are diving very deep. But I think the possibility is relatively low." The player who said this scratched his hair a little frantically. "Actually, I was wondering if the label on the fish is different from the label we designed on the task panel? This is not the first time the system has played this kind of word game. I think it is more likely that the label is not on the visible part. Is it possible that it is inside the monster? Everyone was trying to think of their own ideas and put forward many possibilities. Shirley and others did not join the discussion. They were waiting for teacher Xiao Wei's arrangement. Rongqi stood next to Wei Han and also looked at the table. The record above was quite detailed. Different monsters were given clear names, and the parts of the body were listed. All parts were carefully checked, and all the covered places were opened and looked at, but no labels or suspected labels were found. Now consider two possibilities. Guess 1, this is the fish required by the task, but the label is not so easy to find, and a certain specific method is required to find the label. Guess 2, what they caught is not the fish required by the task, so the label cannot be found on the monster. To find the answer, you need to verify the first guess first. If you have exhausted all the methods you can think of, and still can't find the label on the monster, then you have to consider the possibility of the second guess. It is not easy to verify the first guess, because there is no entry point at all. Wei Han thought for a moment and decided to start with the most direct and intuitive method, which is to check the monster inside and out. Randomly select a few monsters and dissect them. Wei Han turned the form to a new page and handed it back to Shirley. Li Shi, decide whether you should continue recording or ask someone else to record. I think you are more suitable to help dissect the monsters. Shirley nodded, turned around and handed the record form to Yang Yuetong and Qian Yueqiang, asking them to record. After hearing Teacher Wei's arrangement, Zhang Xian also took the initiative to pick a monster, and Tan Ning followed closely behind her to catch a monster. Han Qi and Kai Liming cooperated with each other, and could also handle the dissection of a monster. The 5-member team of Beach Kite also prepared to dissect 2 monsters together. Other players also wanted to do it, but were stopped by Wei Han on the grounds that the samples were temporarily sufficient. She and Rongqi would also be responsible for dissecting 2 monsters respectively, and dissecting so many monsters was enough. The players all hoped to help, so some players whose professions were doctors came over to give some instructions. What was surprising was that there were players who were originally forensic doctors. But it is outrageous that a player who claims to have 10 years of experience in killing fish also joins in the fun. Wei Han's skill is not a pure freezing state, so it does not freeze the monster into a state as hard as ice, which will not increase the difficulty of the player's dissection. At the same time, her skill can also make the monster's liquid solidify, preventing players from being splashed with blood when they cut it with a knife. Some monsters have hard shells, which makes it more difficult for players to dissect and slow down the progress. Some monsters have shells, but the shells are soft and easier to break. The players each wear gloves and take the corresponding tools to work. The scene of dissecting a monster is not beautiful. Even if the monster's blood does not flow, some people still almost vomit when they see the scene. Wei Han and Rongqi remained calm throughout the whole process. They were also the fastest in their progress. Wei Han had already cut a monster in half and taken out all the internal organs one by one and arranged them neatly. The internal structure and organs of a monster are different from those of creatures in the real world. They are not monster experts, let alone professional doctors. They can't understand these strange organs at all, and can only make vague judgments based on the shapes. After the monster's internal organs were hollowed out, Wei Han began to peel the monster's skin. Before starting to work on the organs, she first checked whether the label would be implanted under the monster's skin. Wei Han did not have professional training, but her technique was very quick. She peeled the monster's skin just like peeling peanuts and edamame. The entire shell was taken off intact, as if the monster had just changed its shell. The result was clear at a glance. There was no label implanted under the skin. Rongqi basically followed her steps, and quickly peeled off the shell of his monster. The same result was that no label was found under the skin. Other players followed suit, but due to their limited strength, they were a little slower. Wei Han and Rongqi began to try to open the monster's organs, and other players also obtained the results of peeling skin one by one. No labels were found under the skin of the monsters dissected so far. Wei Han was now cutting open a huge irregular tumor-like organ. The organ was connected to a hollow tube with some liquid inside, which looked like the monster's blood. Judging from the tough muscles of the tumor, this was most likely the monster's heart. The players watching nearby also thought of this, and tried to suppress their nausea, guessing, could this be the heart of the monster? Wei Han didn't reply, and concentrated on cutting down. As she was cutting, she felt something was wrong, so she pulled the knife up and found that the knife had been dissolved in half. The same situation seemed to be happening with Rong-chi. They were both cutting open an organ that might be the heart of the monster. He pulled back the knife a little later, and it could be seen that the knife he was using had almost melted to the handle. If it was a little later, there would probably be only a handle left. The players watching saw their two broken knives and gasped, and then they discussed and speculated. Isn't the monster dead? This thing is corrosive? It seems that there is nothing wrong with touching other parts. Is this corrosiveness a protective mechanism of the monster's heart? Then you have to be careful. The knife can be dissolved so quickly. This corrosiveness is no joke. The knife can't be used, so what can be used to dissect this organ? This organ looks suspicious and needs to be dissected. I didn't see any corrosive liquid flowing out. Teacher Xiaowei should have frozen the liquid with her skills. Why can it still corrode in this case? What about the residue after corrosion? Why does it seem that nothing is left? There is no residue on the incision? There are many doubts, and Wei Han is also verifying them one by one. When wearing gloves and touching the outside of the organ, the thin metal gloves will not be corroded. In order to verify whether it is due to the different materials, Wei Han put a knife that was corroded by 1/3 on the outside of the tumor to observe whether the knife will continue to dissolve. When the knife was just attached to the outside of the tumor, no changes occurred. After careful observation, it was found that there was a very fragile membrane on the outside of the tumor. When the knife was put back to the incision, the knife dissolved at a speed visible to the naked eye after touching the inside of the tumor. The dissolved material was absorbed by the speed of light and disappeared directly. Rong-chi was also making the same attempt, and the result was the same as Wei Han's. Then the glove touched the incision inside the tumor, and the glove immediately broke. Wei Han quickly pulled his hand back and stared at the hole in the glove. It seems that there is a strong corrosiveness inside the tumor, and it is likely that any material can be corroded. Wei Han turned around and said to Rong-chi on the other side, "Take out some useless things in the skill space and try them out to see if anything inside this tumor can be corroded." After explaining Rong-chi, Wei Han also tried it herself. After hearing her words, the surrounding players also searched their skill spaces, rummaging through boxes and cabinets, and sorted out a lot of useless things, such as hair bands, old clothes, buttons, and small dolls. Some people also took out succulent potted plants, real and fake flowers, fake eyeballs, prosthetic limbs. In addition, there are laundry detergent, soap, mini stainless steel wash basins, for wisdom teeth, nails that were forced to be cut after 3 years, dark dishes made by my father, hair shaved from my ex-boyfriend, etc. After taking out the things, some players said with a refreshed look, "Hey, it's rare to do a big cleaning of the skill space." Wei Han, What do these players think of the monster's tumor as a trash can? Even Rong-chi joined in the fun, and a small hill was piled up next to him. He said happily, "I have wanted to clean up the garbage in the skill space for a long time." Then, he pushed the garbage on the ground into the incision of the tumor one by one, and his movements were natural, just like throwing garbage. Everything Rong-chi pushed was dissolved by the incision of the tumor, without exception. After the things were corroded, there was no trace left magically, and they were all absorbed quickly and inexplicably. After feeding this tumor with a lot of things, the tumor did not change at all. As they tested more and more things, the tumor also grew a little bit at a very slow speed. Only Wei Han and Rong-chi noticed this change, and others could not see it. However, the two looked at each other and decided to continue the experiment and continue to stuff the garbage that players did not need into the tumor for processing. Until all the garbage was cleared, the tumor only grew a little bigger, which was almost visible if you looked carefully. Everything they took out was corroded, including the piece of monster meat that Wei Han secretly tore off. Without exception, the result was not optimistic, indicating that the corrosiveness inside the tumor was very terrible, and even the monster itself could be corroded. Under this premise, they may not be able to use any tools to cut open the tumor. But this also shows the importance of this tumor from another perspective. The self-protection mechanism of this thing is so strong, which means that this organ is very important to the monster. If it can be successfully broken open, there may be key information inside. Wei Han thought for a moment and said to Rong-chi, "Go check on the other organs, and leave this tumor to me." Rong-chi had already changed to another knife, and nodded when he heard what Wei Han said. The players who had been watching for a long time were very worried. "It's too scary, this tumor, this corrosive, we can't do anything about it. Teacher Xiaowei, why don't we just forget about it? Maybe there's nothing inside. We can't let this tumor hurt us. Have you noticed that this tumor seems to have grown a little bit? See, don't scare me. This thing can't be separated from the monster and live alone, right? When the players were worried and trying to persuade her, Wei Han grabbed the incision made with the knife and pulled it apart. Seeing her move, the players were almost scared to death. Teacher Xiao Wei, what are you doing? Take your hand back. You don't want your hand anymore. If you want to experiment, let us do it. You've done enough. The players shouted in fear and tried to pull Wei Han's hand out, but none of them could get close. Wei Han made a very small protective shield for himself to prevent the players from approaching rashly. Wei Weiwei's camera was not following Wei Han at this time, and she had been avoiding shooting two bloody scenes, not wanting to scare the audience in the live broadcast room. After all, everyone's tolerance was different. Her current camera was facing Rong Qi's back. Rong Qi's back could be seen in the picture, but his movements were not very clear, but everyone could guess what he was doing through his movements. But now everyone is more curious about what Teacher Xiao Wei did outside the camera that made the players so frightened. Fortunately, Wei Weiwei was kind enough to move the camera over this time. The audience was moved to tears. After being drunk, he confessed, Weiwei is so gentle. She really turned the camera over. If we asked to turn the camera to Teacher Wei, it would be Weiwei who was filming it. Xincheng Yixiao. Wait, what is Teacher Xiao Wei doing? Is she going to open the heart with her bare hands? I've been looking for you for a long time. Help, this is not right. Sarcoma is so corrosive. Didn't we just experiment that wearing gloves will be corroded? How can you just open the heart? Demi. Ah, Teacher Xiao Wei, what are you doing? Are you going to give up such a beautiful pair of hands? Calm down. Now, after seeing Teacher Xiao Wei's actions through the camera, the audience was as frightened as the players. Everyone was worried that Teacher Xiao Wei's hand would be dissolved in the next moment, and some even covered their eyes. A dull puff sound was heard, and the tumor was directly broken into two halves by Wei Han along the incision, like a watermelon being broken. And Wei Han's hand was still intact, with no signs of corrosion at all. Everyone stared at the tumor that was broken into two halves in amazement, and then looked at Teacher Xiao Wei's hand, deeply doubting life. They couldn't figure out why Teacher Xiao Wei's hand would not be corroded. It can't be that this tumor can corrode everything, but not human flesh, right? What's even more jaw-dropping is the brute force of Teacher Xiao Wei's bare hands to open the watermelon. Judging from the cross-section of the tumor that has now been broken into two halves, the muscles of the tumor must be very strong. At least it is definitely not as easy as breaking a crisp watermelon. But it seemed that Teacher Xiao Wei really just broke it open with a light push. Wei Han ignored the player's surprise, and began to observe the cross-section of the tumor. The tumor itself was flesh pink. After breaking it into two halves, the cross-section revealed that the inside of the tumor was solid, and the structure was layers of muscle wrapped around each other, like an onion. In order to check more thoroughly, Wei Han broke the two halves of the tumor into 4 pieces. When he broke the second piece open, he finally found something different. Between the layers of muscle in the tumor, there was a small green card sandwiched between 2 layers, and a small piece was exposed. When the players saw this small green card, they didn't care to marvel at Teacher Xiao Wei's strange power, or wonder how Teacher Xiao Wei could not be corroded. Immediately, a player exclaimed, "Is this a label?" The reason why Wei Han was not corroded was very simple, just because she had a skill, air bullet. The effect of this skill was to be able to rub the air into the shape of a bullet to shoot an air bullet. The key point was to be able to control the air to a certain extent. She has developed some other uses, such as rubbing a very thin layer of air on the body surface, which can effectively isolate some things. Wei Han took the small green card out of the gap and carefully examined it. The small green card is rectangular, about 53 in size, and the material is untraceable. Considering that it can be preserved intact under such corrosion, the material of the small card must be extraordinary. Everyone saw that Teacher Xiao Wei was concentrating on observing, and they all held their breath, fearing that they would make a sound and interrupt Teacher Xiao Wei's thoughts. The audience in the live broadcast room don't have to worry about it, they can post comments openly. Double standard dog roll. This must be the label, right? Otherwise, how can it be preserved in such a highly corrosive place? It's hidden in such a place. The task system is too devilish. After tomorrow, I still haven't recovered from Teacher Xiao Wei's method of breaking the heart with bare hands. Does Teacher Xiao Wei usually break a lot of watermelons? Unforgettable. Off topic, is there anyone who is more vigorous and can do text broadcast? It's so pitiful to see the brothers and sisters who were blocked outside wailing on the forum. Beep, live broadcast stuck. I don't understand why Teacher Xiao Wei can break it with bare hands. The gloves will be corroded, but why didn't Teacher Xiao Wei's gloves corrode when she broke the watermelon? Don't do it, you won't die. Try to change the player's label and see if it will count. The audience is paying attention to the development of the copy, and no one cares about the comments about text broadcast. In the real-world forum, many people asked Zhu Mingzi to come out, but Zhu Mingzi came out and said that he had not recovered from the penalty of broadcasting the Minesweeper live broadcast, and he really couldn't broadcast for everyone. It was also because the Taoist priest didn't come that the audience, who were blocked outside the live broadcast room, burst into tears. Gradually, some people began to complain about the platform, and were full of resentment towards the platform servers. Now everyone has no time to care about the audience, who were blocked outside, and they are all concentrating on watching the live broadcast. In the picture, Teacher Xiaowei put the green card aside, and went to open Rongqi's watermelon. The same steps, more straightforward. This time after breaking the watermelon into 8 pieces, a small orange card was found. The content on it was still a string of numbers and +6. Rongqi also checked the other organs at this time, and came over to report the results to Wei Han. There is nothing unusual in other organs. No corrosiveness, no strange things. Wei Han picked up the green and orange small cards. I found this here, maybe it's the label. Rongqi directly pulled out his label from the task panel, and 2 dark blue cards appeared directly in his hand. Then I try to see if I can get points. Where did you get it from? Wei Han pointed to the pieces of meat scattered on the ground and replied, the green came out from here, and the orange is in the gap of this small piece. Rongqi expressed his understanding, and pushed the dark blue label up according to where Wei Han pointed. It seems there is no response? After waiting for a few seconds, there was no response at all. Rongqi spread out his palm, and the task panel popped up, and the score on it did not move. The players watching helped to give advice. Do we have to put this fish together? Rongqi looked at the dissected monster corpse, and his mouth twitched. Are you serious? He looked at Wei Han. Do you want to try to put it together? Wei Han thought it was unlikely, but there was nothing wrong with trying. Then give it a try. So Wei Han forcibly put the fragmented monster entity back together, using his skills as glue to fix it, making the monster look like a complete corpse specimen. But after putting it together, Rongqi still did not receive any prompts, and the task score on the panel was still 0. If there is no score, it means that there must be something wrong. Does it need the fish to be alive? Rongqi guessed, when the fish is alive, the fish label must be replaced, so that it can be scored? Other players also agreed with this guess. I think it is very likely. But this is too difficult. Can the monster still survive if the heart is taken out and torn into pieces? Maybe we have to try to replace the label before the monster dies completely. But I think it is more likely that I will die first when facing these monsters. We can't look at these monsters with common sense. The vitality of the monster is not that fragile. Now the players are basically sure that these monsters are the fish they want to catch, and the label is hidden in the heart of the monster, and the heart of the monster is extremely corrosive and difficult to open. The current way to score is suspected to be to replace the label while the monster is alive. As long as the last guess is verified, it can be proved that this idea is basically correct. The progress of the others was slower. The monster's skin had just been peeled off, and the organs had not been neatly laid out, but the tumor could be found in the monster's body. Wei Han opened all the tumors to check, and the players were numb to her quick movements. This time, they found that not every tumor had a label, and almost half of the tumors did not have a label. But the players were not surprised by this, and it could even be said that it was expected. They discussed this result. So this is the pit of the label. The label is hidden in the heart of the monster. We can't tell by looking at the monster's appearance whether the fish we caught is a labeled fish. So sometimes you may be busy for a long time, but the fish you catch are not tagged fish. It's really difficult. The fish with green tags are so strong. I can't imagine how scary other colors are. Wei Han had other ideas in mind, and did not stop because of the players' speculation. She continued to verify the monsters that had not been dissected. She opened so many tumors, but her hands were still very clean and fresh. There was a thin layer of air film between them, so no dirt could get on her hands. And now what she had to do was, Wei Han walked in front of a monster, and the monster was fixed by her, just facing her. She put her fingers together and tightened them, holding her tag, facing the position of the monster's chest, and stabbed her hand quickly like a sharp arrow, feeling the familiar feel of the tumor, continued to stab in, and finally stopped inside the tumor, and then directly searched inside. Originally, the players were discussing the topic of the distribution of tags in the monster's body, but they were shocked by Teacher Xiaowei's fierce action and dared not blink their eyes. Wei Han's action was too exciting, so Wei Wei didn't take the video. Instead, the players' collective speechless reaction was taken. The audience in the live broadcast room all cried. After Teacher Wei, They didn't expect that they would also be worried about Teacher Xiaowei's operation outside the camera. Wei Han found that there was a label in the monster's body, so he left the black square in the tumor and took out the label inside the monster. After taking it out, he found that it was a red label. The replacement was completed, the monster was not dead, and there was still a breath. But Wei Han's palm did not react, and there was no score. Wei Han looked down at the red label, and the weird feeling in his heart became stronger and stronger. How is it? Rong-Chi was the first to come back to his senses. He looked down at Wei Han's hand, and felt relieved after confirming that there was no sign of burns on her hand. Wei Han shook his head at Rong-Chi, no points. This is not the way to take and put labels. Everyone was stunned when they heard the result. Doesn't this count as a successful replacement? How should I change it? I have no idea at all. I'm completely stumped. Shirley shook her head, and then she looked at Wei Han eagerly. Teacher Xiaowei, please take a break first. If you have any ideas, just let us verify them. Wei Han looked at the monster corpses on the ground, and his eyes were mainly on the tumors. When he heard Shirley's words, he really looked up at her. I need you to fight these monsters and rate the monster's strength. Wei Han just figured out why she felt something was wrong. According to the color of the label and the corresponding score, generally speaking, from green labels to dark blue labels, the corresponding fish should be getting stronger and stronger. According to this inference, monsters with green and yellow labels can be dealt with by ordinary players, and most players should not be helpless. But the strength of the monsters with green and yellow labels just taken out is completely inconsistent with the color and score of the labels. If this copy is not deliberately set up a trap to disrupt the difficulty and score, causing the fish with high scores to be weak and easy to deal with, while the fish with low scores are difficult to subdue, then there must be some information that they missed or did not notice. Therefore, Wei Han's idea is to let players fight against monsters, rank the monster's strength, and then check the color of the monster's labels to find out if there is any pattern in it, and maybe they can find something. There are too many things that are not understood. Now we can only make guesses and verify them. After getting the verification results, we can continue to reason and push forward little by little. After assigning the tasks, let the players deal with the corresponding monsters. Wei Han also took the time to contact Brother Yin. Brother Yin has been patrolling there, acting as a mobile surveillance, and confirming the situation of the players on the island at any time. According to Brother Yin's feedback, the players on the island have been squatting for so long, but they haven't caught a single fish. The fishing line was thrown into the water, and there was no movement at all during the whole process, which made people suspect that there were no fish in the water at all. Wei Han expressed understanding and asked Brother Yin to continue watching. If any player caught a fish, he should contact her immediately. At this time, 4 hours had passed since the start of the game, and there were still 2 hours before the fishing ban time. No player had successfully scored points, and they didn't know what would be waiting for them during the fishing ban time. The players didn't believe that the fishing ban time would be spent peacefully. The players were fighting with the monsters, and with Rong-Chi watching, there would be basically no accidents. Wei Han still had some details that she hadn't figured out, so she looked at the monster's limbs again. After she carefully recalled and reviewed the situation, she suddenly remembered. They seemed not to be 100% sure that the tumor was the monster's heart. What if the tumor was not actually the monster's heart? When she stabbed the monster's chest with her hand just now, she didn't feel the tumor beating, but there was a slight beating coming from the direction of the monster's head. The structure of the tumor was like an onion, layer upon layer, and it was still solid. Even if the premise was that the monster's structure was completely different from the biological structure in the real world, it was still strange to regard the tumor as the monster's heart. How sad it must be that the heart would have such strong corrosiveness. Isn't it usually the stomach that has corrosive liquids? The thought that flashed through her mind made Wei Han pause suddenly, and she seemed to suddenly figured it out. Chapter 87. All the players were concentrating on dealing with the monsters, and no one noticed that Wei Han had dived into the deep blue sea. With her whole body covered with a layer of air film, Wei Han estimated that she could stay underwater for about 2 minutes. 2 minutes was enough. To verify her previous conjecture, the most direct way was to jump into the sea and find out the situation under the sea. As soon as she jumped down, her whole body was surrounded by sea water, and Wei Han felt the sea water pressing towards her and eating away at the air film. As the depth of the dive increased, it was obvious that the corrosiveness was also increasing. However, she seemed to have underestimated the strength of her air film. As long as she could hold her breath longer, the air film seemed to be able to last twice as long. The light in the deep blue water suddenly decreased, and the vision was very poor, but Wei Han had the skill of assisting vision, so it was not difficult to see the situation under the sea clearly. There were indeed many monsters underwater. Wei Han had just dived for less than 10 seconds when she saw the monsters swimming towards her and gradually surrounding her. Wei Han quickly scanned the area and finally saw creatures other than monsters underwater. It should be a fish, that is. The fish has 8 legs with fins under its body. It is not very big, probably equivalent to a fish weighing 50 or 60 kilograms in the real world. When the monsters focused their attention on her, the strange fish tried hard to kick its 8 fins and legs to swim in the opposite direction, completely trying to escape, but it might be injured, and its swimming style was a little lame, greatly affecting its speed. After looking around, there was only this thing with a different style, so Wei Han naturally couldn't let it escape successfully, nor could she let the monster block her way. She was in a time crunch and couldn't waste a second. To this end, she turned around and swam towards the strange fish, while using her skills to freeze the insect monsters that were eyeing her. The swimming speed of the strange fish was completely inferior to the monsters, let alone Wei Han's skills. After Wei Han fixed all 8 of its legs, it could not swim at all, and could only stare at Wei Han approaching with a pair of black and white big fish eyes in horror. After Wei Han grabbed the legs of the strange fish, he began to look for labels on the strange fish on the spot. Finally, after forcibly prying the mouth of the strange fish open, he pulled out a green label from the mouth of the strange fish. She tentatively put her black label back into the mouth of the strange fish. After the strange fish closed its mouth, a burning notification reminder came from her palm at the same time. Wei Han was not surprised by this. When she saw that the strange fish had injuries on its feet, and was trying to sneak away from the insect monster, she knew that her guess was correct. Before she came down, the insect monster was obviously hunting the strange fish. If she hadn't come down, the strange fish would have been in the insect monster's stomach, which was the tumor that they thought was the heart after dissection. The tumor was not the monster's heart, but the stomach. The fish that the players wanted to catch had much lower combat power than these monsters, so they became the prey of these monsters, and were eaten one by these monsters. The digestive ability of the monster's stomach was too amazing, and the strange fish was absorbed in a moment after being eaten. The label placed by the organizer was made of unknown material, which was immune to the monster's gastric juice and would not be absorbed at all, so the label remained in the monster's stomach, giving them the illusion that the label was hidden in the monster's body. It is not clear whether the color labels of fish are assigned according to their strength, but if the fish they want to catch is eaten by a monster, the color of the label will naturally not correspond to the strength of the monster. After all, the label and the monster are not originally matched. After realizing this, Wei Han threw the strange fish onto the frozen sea surface, and at the same time expanded the freezing range, accurately freezing all the underwater monsters around the island. Wei Han was in a bad mood. He originally wanted to not scare the fish, so he restrained his skills. As a result, he did not find out that the monsters were eating the fish in the first time, otherwise these monsters would not have the opportunity to eat the fish so cleanly. The players who were still fighting monsters suddenly found that the monsters would not move. When they were still wondering, there was a bang, and the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground came from the other side, which scared the players' hearts and turned to look at the direction of the sound. As a result, they saw a strange fish with 8 legs struggling to climb up, and the 8 legs turned and slipped together on the frozen sea surface. "What is this?" someone asked in surprise. But more people are concerned about, wait, where is Teacher Xiaowei? Will these monsters attack Teacher Xiaowei when we are not paying attention? The monster suddenly cannot move. It looks like Teacher Xiaowei's skills, but where is Teacher Xiaowei's skill now? I am really worried. Teacher Xiaowei has been maintaining the skills. Will it be a great burden? Some people are concerned about Teacher Xiaowei's whereabouts and safety, and some people try to approach the strange fish that somehow got ashore. After the strange fish left the sea, it soon showed symptoms of dehydration. The fish body shook and struggled, the gills shook violently, and the fish mouth opened and closed. It was because of its mouth opening and closing that players discovered that there was something in its mouth. What should we do? It seems to be in pain. Seawater is corrosive. Can we use a container to hold water to keep it alive for a while? Someone asked in confusion. There is something in its mouth. It's black. I want to go over and see what it is. The person who said this was Tan Ming. After Tan Ming said this, he took out a stainless steel basin from the skill space, continued to approach the strange fish, and then tried to use the basin to fill some seawater to splash the strange fish. The basin was in contact with the seawater for only a short while, and there was no sign of corrosion for the time being. After the strange fish was moisturized by the seawater, its breathing eased a little. This made everyone feel a little more at ease, and they began to boldly approach the strange fish. At this time, Rongqi received Wei Han's voice transmission. Find a way to keep the fish alive. That's the fish we need to catch in the mission. The insect monster ate the fish we were going to catch. The tumor is not the heart of the monster, but the stomach. They cannot digest the tags, so the tags will remain in their stomachs. I will go to check how many fish are left, and see what the underwater part of the island looks like. You can try to put your tag on my tag, maybe it will also count. You can find a few more players to verify. The skill voice transmission will not reveal the opponent's position, but Rongqi looked at the sea surface at the first time. Han Qi and Kai Liming, who were following behind him, noticed his movements. Han Qi asked curiously, Teacher Xiao Ding, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with the sea surface? Kai Liming frowned slightly. Are you also worried about Teacher Xiao Wei? Rongqi retracted his gaze and strode towards the strange fish, and a faint voice came. She will be fine. Tan Ning was already poking the strange fish with a metal stick, and continued to pour seawater on the strange fish to keep the scales of the strange fish moist. When Rongqi came over, the players on the road automatically made way. Now the players had nothing to do, couldn't make up their minds, and were a little confused. They all planned to see what Teacher Xiaoding was going to do. Shirley and others saw Rongqi so calm, and also noticed that he suddenly looked at the sea just now, and vaguely guessed that Teacher Xiaowei might be in the sea. After Rongqi approached, he pinched the mouth of the strange fish with his gloved hands, and bent it down to open the fish's mouth. Now the surrounding players saw the black label in the fish's mouth. The labels of the players are all unique. Although the black labels are simple, everyone is impressed. Immediately, a player said, It's Teacher Xiaowei's tag. Teacher Xiaowei actually put the tag in the mouth of this strange fish, telling us that this is the fish we should catch? Are those monsters really just smoke bombs? Someone found a blind spot. Wait, this strange fish should have been thrown out of the sea just now, right? Don't tell me, Teacher Xiaowei is diving in the sea now. Is it really okay? The players have guessed where Wei Han is by the way the fish appeared, but everyone is unbelievable. Did Teacher Xiaowei make any new discoveries? Did she go into the water while we weren't paying attention? Isn't it too risky? Everyone thought of the player whose calves were soaked in sea water before. Just soaking his feet for a short time could make his flesh and blood blur. Soaking his whole body in sea water and diving to a deeper place. The players' faces turned pale just thinking about it, which made them even more worried. While the players were worried, Rongqi had already followed Wei Han's advice and took out a dark blue label from the panel and stacked it on the black label. Tan Ning and some players looked at his actions in surprise and did not dare to say anything. As soon as he stacked it, Rongqi felt a burning sensation in his palm. Rongqi spread his palm and checked the notification. Congratulations. You have successfully caught a green labeled fish one, which is 4 points. Your current score is 4 points. Rongqi did not deliberately cover it, and the people around him also saw that he had successfully scored points. Tan Ning was a little confused. We really want to catch this kind of fish. But isn't there already a label for Teacher Xiaowei? How can we add labels and still score? Rongqi did not answer directly, but said, Take your label and try it. Tan Ning pointed at himself with his backhand. Me? My label? Rongqi nodded. Yes. You can bring your labels if you want to try. After the result of this experiment, Rongqi carefully recalled the task description and immediately noticed that the task panel did not say that a fish can only have one exclusive label. This is probably why Wei Han asked him to try to put the label in. Wei Han must have noticed this a long time ago. So, all the players handed over their own labels and lined up to put the labels into the fish's mouth. After Tan Ning's label was stacked, he also received a scoring notification. Next were Shirley, Zhang Xian and others, and they all scored successfully. At this time, more than a dozen labels had been stuffed into the strange fish's mouth. Although the labels were not large, the number of them, after being piled up, made it difficult for the strange fish to close its mouth. Some players felt sorry for the fish. Isn't this not good? You can't just grab a fish and pull it hard. It looks so hard. Is it rolling its eyes? Rongqi took a look and showed the same coldness and ruthlessness as Wei Han, and just said to Tan Ning, Water it regularly, don't let it die. The fish may die and the score will be cancelled. After that, he continued to ask the players to bring the tags to try. It's okay, keep trying to see if there is an upper limit on the number of tags. I will let you take them out later to verify whether the score will be cancelled if you take them out. Hearing that this was his plan, the players felt a little relieved. So this is what he meant. They really thought they were going to stare at a fish and pull it hard. That would be too crazy. So, the strange fish's mouth was constantly stuffed with tags. Dozens of tags stuffed the fish's mouth so hard that it couldn't close. The strange fish swung its tail wildly and rolled its eyes wildly, as if it would die suddenly in the next moment. The naked eye could see that the strange fish was incompetent and furious. Shirley stared at the fish and wanted to give them the middle finger with her 8 legs. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. TSK, it's really miserable. Looking at Rong-Chi's expressionless face, he only wanted to verify various conjectures. He was simply a replica of Teacher Wei. Sure enough, when two people stay together often, they will become more and more alike. Thanks to the big mouth of the strange fish, all the players here have successfully registered 4 points. Then, Rong-Chi asked the players to take back their own tags. The players were very cooperative, without fighting or scrambling, and did whatever they were asked to do. The whole process was completed within 2 minutes. Once the label is taken out of the fish's mouth, the score will be invalid. The blue star icon on the palm will pop up a reminder. Unfortunately, your label has been torn off. The score is invalid, -4 points. Your current score is 0 points. It seems that the score is indeed dynamic, and the label needs to be attached to the fish all the time to be valid. According to the fact that all players' labels attached to the same strange fish can be scored, it means that there is no limit to the number of exclusive labels on a single fish. As long as the location for the label is large enough, everyone can attach the label and score uniformly. In addition, the conditions for valid scoring should also include that the fish must be alive. It is likely that attaching a label to a dead fish is invalid. So Wei Han specifically mentioned to him that the fish should be kept alive. Wei Han has been underwater for nearly 3 minutes, and only one strange fish has been thrown up. It is likely that the strange fish underwater has been eaten by the monster. With only this one fish, it is not convenient to do any experiment. The strange fish had been out of the sea for nearly 3 minutes, and it seemed to be reaching its limit. Tan Ning's splashing of water did not relieve its lack of water symptoms much. Rong-Chi thought for a while, and had to wrap the fishing line provided by the task system around the feet of the strange fish, because currently only the fishing line provided by the system would not be corroded by sea water. He tied it firmly, then kicked it back into the sea with a light kick, and then controlled the distance of the fishing line, allowing the strange fish to move within the limited range of the frozen boundary of the sea surface, just like pulling a rope to play with a fish. Strange fish, are you polite? Shirley secretly gave a thumbs up, and she was really becoming more and more like Teacher Wei. Zhang Xian couldn't bear to look at it, and reminded Rong-Chi, that's a fish, not a dog. The expressions of other players were also wonderful. They wanted to laugh, but they were worried that this laugh would lose 10 years of merit, so they had to hold it in. The audience in the live broadcast room laughed a lot, summarizing the findings in the live broadcast room so far while laughing, leaving their questions. Sing and dance. Haha, Teacher Xiaoding, what's going on? Why do I feel like I'm not a human being? Who can be more dog-like than you? Too dog-like. You made the strange fish suspect that the fish gave birth. Can you stay? So cool, so cool, fishing is so cool. I can see my rheumatism, meeting a monster at the corner of the copy. Although it's very happy, I have many questions. First of all, where is Teacher Xiaowei now? Why did I suddenly know that this is the fish required by the task? Since these are the fish required by the task, what about those insect monsters? Why are there tags in the bodies of insect monsters? You are very healthy, and you are not allowed to lose weight. Indeed, I am still a little confused now. Let's squat. Maybe after Teacher Xiaowei comes back, everything will be clear. Don't buy clothes anymore. It is now known that those insect monsters are not the fish that players want to catch. The fish that players want to catch are these strange-looking things that do look like fish. Then as long as there are enough places for the tags, many player tags can be placed on a fish. It is equivalent to that as long as one person catches a fish. As long as the players are united enough, everyone can get points. Death brushed past me. Maybe there is one more. This kind of fish is very rare? Are those insect monsters interference items used to reduce the winning rate? Throw away the brain and gain happiness. I feel that the existence of those insect monsters is not that simple, mainly because there are too few correct fish. Do we want all players to have the luck of winning the lottery? In this case, let alone the competition lasting 3 days, even if it lasts for 3 months, it will be difficult to get 60 points, right? The audience paid close attention to the discoveries in the dungeon, but the more they discussed, the more confused they became, and they couldn't figure out how to pass this dungeon. The scene returned to the dungeon. Rong-Chi tied the fish with a fishing line and let the fish return to the sea. The fish seemed to have finally survived. It quickly regained its vitality and swam happily in the water. However, because several of its legs were tied, its swimming posture was not very good, which made the players laugh even more. It was really hard to hold back laughter. Now there was only Wei Han's label in the mouth of the fish. The fish seemed to be unable to feel the existence of the label, and did not make any move to spit it out. Now the players had nothing to do. The only thing they could do was wait. While waiting, they would discuss some current questions from time to time. Until now, the players still did not understand why there were labels in the monster's body, nor why there were so few correct target fish. Rongqi was also waiting for Wei Han to come back. At this time, Wei Han had already swam to the other side of the island. After finding that the air membrane could last longer than expected, she came up to breathe once and continued to explore. The result was terrible. She circled the island halfway from the starting point. With all the insect monsters frozen by her skills, she did not find the second fish. It felt as if the insect monsters were invasive species, like locusts, leaving no fish behind wherever they went, and eating the native fish to extinction. In addition, Wei Han made other discoveries. These underwater monsters seemed to have an inexplicable fear of the island. They automatically kept a certain distance from the island, and did not dare to approach. This may be the reason why the shore around the island was so quiet, and the underwater was too quiet. Fishing on the shore, even the monsters could not be caught. The part of the island under the sea surface was not clear, but it felt a little wrong. Since he was here, Wei Han decided to do a thorough inspection and snorkel around the island to see clearly. Wei Han came out several times to change air and reinforce the air membrane. It took her 10 minutes longer than expected before she finally floated up from the water. She supported the frozen sea surface with both hands, flipped forward, and returned to the frozen sea surface. As soon as she emerged from the sea, the players who had been waiting for a long time found her at the first time and ran towards her. Everyone was worried that her clothes would be corroded and she would catch a cold, so they prepared clothes and sheets for her. As a result, when they ran over, they found that her clothes were intact, dry and fresh, and not even a strand of hair was wet. Everyone, didn't Teacher Xiaowei really master some mysterious power such as spiritual energy and internal strength? Shirley had handed out the towel, and now she kept handing out the towel. It was wrong to continue handing it forward, and it was also wrong to take it back. Wei Han glanced at her, and took the towel politely, wiping his hands which were not dirty at all. In the silence, someone finally asked, "Teacher Xiaowei, how do you feel?" "I feel bad." Wei Han replied in a deep voice, "The fish may have been eaten up." The players were very nervous when they heard her first sentence, and were confused when they heard her second sentence. What? The fish were eaten up? What does that mean? After such a wake-up call, the other players were also surprised. These insect monsters were even more hateful than they thought. Wei Han looked at Rongqi and secretly sent a message to Rongqi. "You didn't tell the players about this?" After she finished sending the message, she saw him holding the fishing line in his hand, walking the strange fish like a dog. The strange fish was now looking at her with its big eyes, as if hoping that she could save it. Wei Han, ? What is he doing? Rongqi mouthed. I forgot to say it. Since Rongqi didn't say it, she had to explain it. Yes. The insect monster ate the fish we were trying to catch. Wei Han searched a large area, but still couldn't find the second target. If she hadn't jumped into the sea and saved the octopus, even this one would be gone now. After hearing Teacher Xiaowei's explanation, the players quickly connected some clues and realized that the organ, they thought, was the monster's heart should actually be the monster's stomach. Shirley made a summary. They ate the fish we were trying to catch, but they couldn't digest the tags, so the tags stayed in their stomachs. We thought they were fish, and the tags were hidden in their hearts. We made so many wrong attempts, and didn't get the results we wanted. Zhang Xiang got to the point. The fish were eaten up. So how do we complete our fishing mission? Good question. This is also the question Wei Han is considering now. The players digested the news, and fell into a strange silence for a while. When they came to this dungeon and saw the mission announcement, they thought that the pitfall of the mission might be that the fish caught were difficult to deal with, that they might fight with their companions because of mission conflicts, that the way to replace the label might be difficult to figure out, that they might not be able to keep the fish, and many other possibilities. But they didn't expect that the pitfall of this dungeon would be set in such a place. This is impossible to prevent. Even if the players knew from the beginning that the insect monster would eat their mission target fish, they couldn't find a way to stop it. The players simply couldn't get into the water to drive the monster away, not to mention that the monster might have environmental bonuses underwater, and would be stronger than on the shore. If the target fish no longer refreshes in the next period of time, then this dungeon task will become an unsolvable problem. Although the players were uncertain, they still cheered up and asked optimistically, "The target fish should be refreshed in the next period of time, right?" Yes, the next mission time is so long, there is no reason not to refresh. So what we really have to do is to rescue the target fish. Protect endangered target fish? But some people are more pessimistic and ask dejectedly, what if it doesn't refresh? Does that mean we have been eliminated now? What will happen if we can't enter the next game? Some players, who came from the puzzle dungeon, were the most depressed. They didn't complain about the way to get out of the three-dimensional puzzle dungeon provided by Teacher Wei. After all, Wei Wei reminded them that the difficulty of the new dungeon was random, and they came in only when they could accept it, which was a gamble. Now Wei Wei and her group are also trapped here, and they need to feel guilty for causing trouble for Wei Wei and others. Oh, bad luck. Just came out of an unsolvable dungeon, and came to another unsolvable dungeon. It just so happens that the punishment of this dungeon seems to be more terrible than the punishment of the puzzle dungeon. It's okay for us to be unlucky, but we really implicated Wei Wei and the others. We are so useless. Oh, I really want to become stronger, but I don't seem to have the chance to become stronger. Will I die in this dungeon this time? Teacher Xiao Wei, let's go back to the island. Don't waste your energy on the sea with this skill. Teacher Xiao Wei, I'm really sorry. Alas, we seem to be useless. Emotions are contagious. As more people get depressed, more and more players follow suit, and even bring depression to the atmosphere in the live broadcast room. However, Shirley, Zhang Xian, and the other 5 players of the Beach Kite group were not affected. Instead, they angrily gave each of the depressed players a slap. Shirley was the most angry. She punched 3 people in a row. All 3 players covered their heads with tears. She shouted, "It's not even the first round of fishing yet. We don't know what will happen next. Why are you depressed? Since you think you are useless and can't help, you shouldn't be so negative and make things worse." Tan Ning waved his fist and shouted, "Wait until you die before you get depressed. Cheer up now, or I beat you up." Zhang Xian was a little more serious. Don't think pessimistically when you encounter a problem. Think about how to solve it first. It's not too late to get depressed when there is really no way. Yang Yuetong is also an optimist. She has a good relationship with Qian Yueqiang now. The two of them seem to have become sisters now. Yang Yuetong criticized seriously. It's too early to be depressed and give up now. Salted fish will struggle a little before giving up. Qian Yueqiang agreed. Wait until there is really no way to despair. Han Qi and Kai Liming are ruthless nodding machines. They nod and agree with what everyone says. The 5 people who have experienced beach kiting are not at all nervous at this time, because of their high trust in the strength of Teacher Xiao Wei and Xiaoding. With Teacher Xiao Wei and Teacher Xiaoding here, I'm not panicking at all. Anyway, I just need to follow their arrangements. When they need me, I don't want to do anything else. All of you, just be quiet. Don't do this or that to affect Teacher Xiao Wei and Teacher Xiaoding. Knowing that you are weak, you should be more quiet, don't make trouble, don't commit suicide, follow the arrangements and don't mess around. Do you understand? After a turn, the depressed mood finally stopped spreading, but everyone's expressions were still very solemn. The audience in the live broadcast room also felt heavy-hearted with the current situation faced by the players. It was not easy to figure out why there were tags in the monsters, and why replacing the tags in the monsters could not score points, and why the fish caught were all monsters, and the target fish of the task could not be caught. But figuring these out only revealed a bigger problem. In the current situation, whether the task can be completed depends on whether the target fish of the task will be refreshed. In fact, when the players were frantically spreading negative emotions, Wei Han and Rong Qi were completely unaffected. They were busy whispering, and were very close to each other. After diving into the sea and looking around, I used my skills to detect the entire island. It turned out that the island really seemed to be suspended in the sea, a bit like an island-shaped iceberg. It felt like a living thing, but not like it. Other verifications are needed. I think the fish will not refresh. And the isolated island is very problematic. My skills can't detect whether the isolated island is alive or dead. And the insect monsters dare not approach the isolated island. Our mission target fish was hunted by the insect monsters, and kept running for life, and did not run to the isolated island. There are no signs of biological activity around the island. Rongqi was not used to her getting so close, and was afraid that she would misunderstand, so he did not dare to move away. In response to her analysis, he also gave his own thoughts. The monsters dare not approach. It may be due to the restrictions of the rules, or it may be because of fear. If it is due to the restrictions of the rules, it is because of the setting of the task system, and it has nothing to do with the island. If it is because of fear, then there is something wrong with the island, and the island is not as safe as it looks. You have long felt that there is something wrong with the island, so you let all the players move to the frozen sea surface? I think it has nothing to do with the rules. Generally speaking, monsters are afraid of the strong, and they are only afraid of the existence of stronger combat power than them. This existence may be a mysterious power, or it may be a monster with extraordinary strength. I will just tell you the conclusion I have drawn. I think the island is either an extremely huge monster, or one of our task target fish, and it is very likely the only dark blue labeled fish. Rongqi nodded heavily. I have the same idea. The question now is how to verify it. Let's go back to the island to check it out. If the target fish will not refresh again, and the island is the only fish with a dark blue label, plus the discovery that as long as there are enough label positions on a fish, everyone's label can be attached, then this is the only hope for everyone to pass the level. As long as the dark blue label fish is attached with a special label, the player can directly pass the game, and it is very likely to pass with a high score. My idea is to first see what is under the sand, organize the players to help, and clear the beach. At least figure out why the player's blood disappears on the beach. It is also necessary to organize the players to move the monster's body to the island to see if there will be any changes to the monster's body on the island. First determine whether the isolated island is a giant creature. The last task I give you is to make sure this octopus is alive. Is that okay? Rongqi looked down at the octopus with its belly turned upside down and floating on the sea with some disdain. He pulled the fishing line, and the octopus immediately turned around with a gurgle, and stared at it angrily with its big black and white eyes, as if blaming Rongqi for disturbing it from drying its belly. If I say no, will you give this fish to someone else to take care of it? Rongqi didn't want to take care of this fish, and hoped to act with Wei Han. If you don't want to, then of course I can't force you. Wei Han wondered if she looked so domineering and tough. I want to act with you. I don't want to stay here to watch the fish, Rongqi said seriously. They were whispering to each other, and the players who had calmed down began to look for them subconsciously. When they looked, they saw the two of them almost leaning against each other, saying sweet words to each other. Shirley and Zhang Xian were already used to Teacher Wei and Rongqi sticking together all the time. Sometimes, they couldn't understand how these two people could look so intimate in their actions, but there was no romantic atmosphere at all. The players seemed to have some strange filters in their eyes. Seeing them sticking together, they laughed teasingly. Just say they are a pair. Super well matched, right? I'm dying. Shouldn't we disturb them? I love this dog food, give me more. Wei didn't turn the camera to Wei Han and Rongqi. What the audience in the live broadcast room saw now was the players laughing and whispering, covering their mouths and laughing. The audience could hear it, and they were still crazy and curious in the barrage, wanting to eat sugar together. Obviously, Wei could also hear what the players said. In response, Wei said, these people should go see their eyes when they have time. Wei Han had already discussed what she wanted to say to Rongqi, so she stepped back 2 steps, took the fishing line from Rongqi, and walked towards Tan Ming. The octopus fish was no longer afraid of Wei Han, but had an inexplicable admiration for Wei Han. When Wei Han led the fishing line, it swam very actively, and never let Wei Han spend any effort. Perhaps it was because although Wei Han threw it out of the sea, he also saved its life. Everyone stared at Teacher Xiao Wei's actions in a daze, expressing contempt for the servile attitude of the octopus fish. Zhang Xian pinched his chin. This fish is really a bit of a dog. After Tan Ming realized that Teacher Xiao Wei was coming for him, he was inexplicably a little nervous. Wei Han walked up to Tan Ming and handed him the fishing line. Tan Ming, I want to give this fish to you to take care of, okay? I hope you can keep it alive. Of course. I will do my best to keep this fish alive. Even if I die, it can't die. Tan Ming even raised his hand to swear. Wei Han, that's not the case, it's just a fish. She just thought that this fish might be useful if it was alive. It's not to the point where the player has to save this fish regardless of his own safety. After entrusting the fish to Tan Ming, the next task was for the players. In order to prevent the players from being confused, Wei Han spent some time summarizing his findings and current speculations, and planned to verify the speculations, which required the help and cooperation of the players. After listening to Teacher Xiao Wei's various findings and speculations, the players realized firsthand how terrifying the strength behind this person was, that he could lead more than 100 people in the S-level red copy. While his combat power was against the sky, his brain was also turning fast, and his thinking was always ahead of everyone. They also immediately understood why the 5-member team was so calm. It must be right to follow Teacher Xiao Wei and Teacher Xiao Ding. The audience in the live broadcast room was also very excited. The previous live broadcast of the beach kite copy was interrupted, and they could not see the subsequent performance of Teacher Xiao Wei and Teacher Xiao Ding at all. This time, the team that filmed the live broadcast was Teacher Wei's team, and they would definitely be able to shoot to the end. They finally saw how powerful it was to lead the S-level red copy. Therefore, under Wei Han's arrangement, some players who could drive excavators dug sand on the island, while other players used tools such as carts to transport the fixed monsters to the island. Wei Han and Rong Qi also drove excavators to dig holes on the beach. Basically, they would sprinkle some monster blood every time they dug a little to see if the blood would disappear quickly, as if it was absorbed. It turned out that this island seemed to love monster blood more, and the speed at which the monster blood disappeared was almost impossible to catch with the naked eye. The monsters were brought to the island and could not move, but their eyes were full of great fear. Wei Han was sure that if the skills were removed, the monsters would not care about revenge at all, and would definitely escape from the island at the speed of light. Brother Yin contacted Wei Han once during the process, saying that the fishing players were very impatient because they hadn't caught any fish so far. Wei Han almost forgot about the group of people. Now that she knew the reason why they couldn't catch any fish, the experiment could have been stopped long ago, and that group of people was basically useless. She thought about it for a while, and decided to give that group of people two choices. After sincerely reflecting on themselves, those who realized that they had done something wrong before could join her side, accept her arrangements, cooperate with the actions, and shut up and work. If they were dissatisfied and unwilling to join the team here, she would not do anything to them. Instead, she would let them go free, as long as they didn't do anything stupid when they were on the island and affected the plans here. Correspondingly, when she finally found a way to pass the level, they would not be eligible to take advantage of the chance to pass the level. The 4 people headed by Yu Zhou were not eligible to choose, and were directly excluded. After Brother Yin conveyed Wei Han's meaning, many players really jumped up and cursed, thinking that this so-called Teacher Xiao Wei was too arrogant. The ratio of players willing to join the team, and those who refused to join, was about 6-4. Brother Yin didn't say anything, and took the players who were willing to join the team to work. The players on their side shoveled sand, transported monsters, and everything they were busy with seemed to have nothing to do with the fishing required by the task. Yu Zhou and others who had regained their freedom wandered around the island, not daring to interfere with them, but they would mock them when they passed by. Are you stupid? You don't fish when you should, you don't do your job, and you just believe that woman won't cheat you? TSK, you don't have to give up like this if you can't catch any fish? It's just the beginning, and you've accepted your fate? Then we would like to thank you for giving up your fishing spot. Ha ha ha, it was you who took the initiative to give up your fishing spot this time. This group of people missed too much information, and their understanding of this dungeon was still superficial, so their ridicule was not painful to the working players, and even added some fun to the boring physical activities of the players. After all, this kind of monkey show is not seen every day. Yu Zhou and his group ridiculed for a while, and found that no one paid attention to them, and turned away with a cold snort, thinking that as long as they found a good position, they would definitely catch fish. The area that the woman had marked out for them before must not be suitable for fishing, so they couldn't catch a single fish. A huge sand pit swimming pool has been dug out of this larger beach on the island, and more monster blood is being sprinkled. It has not yet been dug to the bottom, and the sand is still soft when shoveled down. In the eyes of others, after working for so long, there has been no change at all, but in Wei Han's eyes, as they dug deeper and deeper and sprinkled more and more blood, the changes have been gradually becoming obvious. The deeper the digging, the faster the monster blood is absorbed. The more monster blood is absorbed, the more obvious the slow vibration from the ground is. Finally, when the swimming pool was dug nearly 3 meters deep, the wound of the monster in the pit had stopped bleeding, but now it began to ooze out again, and it couldn't be stopped at all. It all flowed straight to the ground, and the direction was very clear. It seemed that there was some mysterious suction force underground, sucking blood from a distance. Everyone didn't even have time to react, and saw the monster being sucked into a dried insect. While they were still shocked by this change, the ground shook again, similar to the aftershocks of an earthquake, which made everyone more confused and forgot to continue working for a while. After a while, someone hesitated and asked, just now, was it an earthquake? Didn't Teacher Xiao Wei guess that this island might be alive? So is this the island coming back to life? Wei Han used the skill in the excavator to detect the island again, and, absolute zero, could feed back some information. Then she found that the result this time was different from the last time. Last time, it was 30% like a living thing and 70% like a dead thing. This time, the skill feedback gave her the feeling that it was 40% like a living thing, as if the monster's flesh and blood injected energy into the island, giving it some vitality. Wei Han put his hand back on the operating handle, thinking about asking the players to continue digging down and continue to feed the monsters to the island, when suddenly he felt a burning sensation in his palm. Fishing time is over, and the fishing ban time begins. Explanation: all fishing activities are prohibited during the fishing ban period. If a player engages in fishing activities, the referee will warn him 3 times. If he still does not stop after 3 warnings, his player status will be revoked. She had just finished reading the instructions, and was still wondering what it meant to deprive the player of his status, when a prompt popped up immediately. Warning once, please stop fishing immediately. Sitting in the excavator, Wei Han slowly typed a question mark. Chapter 88. Although she still didn't quite understand how this fishing behavior was judged, for the sake of safety, Wei Han turned off the engine directly, jumped out of the operation room at the first time, and landed on the sand pile next to her. Coincidentally, just as she got off, Rongqi also jumped down, and asked her as soon as he saw her, "You were also warned once?" Wei Han nodded. The fishing behavior judged by the system seems to be more than just the literal meaning. While the two were talking, all the working players also stood up, and if you listen carefully, you can hear that they are also discussing topics related to warning once. Shirley was bleeding the monster. She took off her gloves and came over with a group of people to ask Wei Han, "Teacher Xiaowei, did you also receive a warning reminder?" Wei Han saw a large group of people standing behind her. Everyone was sweating profusely and looked confused. Obviously, they didn't understand why they were warned when what they did had nothing to do with fishing. She nodded and asked back, "Xiao Ding, and I have received it. Did you receive it too?" If everyone was stopped, it would be worth pondering. Either the scope of judgment of fishing behavior is very wide, or what they did can really attract fish, so it can also be considered fishing behavior. If you can move freely during fishing time, then the scope of freedom during the prohibited fishing time will be narrowed accordingly, and fishing behavior will be prohibited. Here, fishing seems to be a super polysemous word. Yes, I am still cutting the monster's throat here, and I was warned to stop fishing. I think what I am doing has nothing to do with fishing, right? Shirley replied inexplicably. Zhang Xian was also a cold-blooded monster executioner, doing the same thing as Shirley. Yang Wetong and Qian Yueqian were pulling the monster over with a cart, and they also received a warning halfway, so they temporarily stopped the cart at the beach and came over. Others were also doing their own jobs according to Wei Han's arrangements, but they all received warnings. Does our behavior just now seem like fishing in the eyes of the system? Isn't this too ridiculous? Hanqi said, looking at Tanming on the shore. Wait, why doesn't Tanming seem to have been warned? Doesn't the way he holds the fishing line look more like fishing? Now only Tanming is still fishing at the beach, not like he received a warning. He also noticed that everyone suddenly stopped to gather, but he was very confused and had no idea why everyone suddenly gathered together. His tangled expression seemed to be tangled as if he was tangled up whether he should come over, and whether he would miss any important information. Everyone was very confused, and before they could come up with a result, Wei Han's palm felt burning again. As soon as he raised his hand, a virtual message box popped up, and there was another warning. Warning once, please stop fishing immediately. This time, only Wei Han received a warning, and everyone was even more confused. Isn't Teacher Xiaowei just standing now? Why is there another warning? Wei Han stood still, quietly waiting for the virtual screen to pop up another warning, wondering if the 3 warnings were for one behavior each time, or if there were only 3 warning opportunities in total. Everyone looked at Teacher Xiaowei nervously, not understanding why Teacher Xiaowei was still so calm. What kind of fishing behavior is it? Can't you stand and sit down? Some impatient players pondered anxiously. Help Teacher Xiaowei think about what's wrong. After about 30 seconds, the virtual screen popped up a reminder box again, warning twice, please stop fishing immediately. As soon as he got the result, Wei Han withdrew all the absolute zero skills, and the insect monsters that were still frozen on the sea surface also plopped back into the sea. The movement attracted the attention of the players, and everyone looked over immediately. When they found that the sea surface was unfrozen and the monsters were also released and returned to the sea, the players realized why Teacher Xiaowei was warned, and they were also speechless. The skill cast by Teacher Xiaowei was also judged as fishing. The players who were still very anxious just now suddenly realized that Teacher Xiaowei had already thought about what was judged as fishing, and they didn't need to worry about it. Seeing that Teacher Xiaowei could take back her skills now, the players felt a little relieved. They really have been worried that Teacher Xiaowei's mental power was overused. It has been going on for so long, and Teacher Xiaowei should take a break. Through this second warning, Wei Han confirmed that the warnings were for a single phishing behavior, and not just 3 times cumulatively. In this way, the requirements were relatively lenient. However, considering the poor task system, this was only the first phishing ban period, and the requirements might become more stringent as time went on. Phishing was not allowed during the phishing ban period, and even the verification they were doing was forced to stop. The players didn't know what to do for a while, and stared at Teacher Xiaowei, waiting for her to speak. Wei Han didn't expect that the players would still look at her eagerly even though it was the phishing ban time, and they didn't have to work. Why are you looking at me? Everyone has been busy for so long and is tired. Just take a break and relax. She then added, try not to act alone. It's best to have a companion, and don't be too far away from the main group. If you feel that your companions are not right, you can come to me. If you are warned, it is also recommended to share with everyone what behavior will trigger a landmine in time. The players were still confused for a long time before some people began to disperse one after another, basically finding a place to sit down and enjoy the scenery. Some people also came over to watch Tan Ning playing with the fish. They saw that Tan Ning kept taking pictures of the fish with his mobile phone and posted some strange moments. Some people took out a small stool on the spot and sat down to knit sweaters. In addition, they read books, browsed their mobile phones, made phone calls, ate, meditated, and knocked wooden fish, and other miscellaneous things. Shirley and Zhang Xian called Wushan to report their safety and talk about the situation in the dungeon. Yang Yuetong added Qian Yueqian as a friend with her mobile phone, but after opening her mobile phone, Yang Yuetong would always reveal some sadness. Han Qi and Kai Liming put fitness equipment in their skill space and started to exercise. Mingna and Imo Hung ran to find Tan Ming with some small balls and hula hoops, as if they wanted Octopus to perform something. The 5-member group shared food with each other. Tang Liqing and Chang Ying, 2 of the 5 members, both had snack shops at home. Their skill spaces were basically filled with snacks. They also distributed snacks to more other players. Wei Han and Rongqi also received a bag of dried fruits. Everyone's leisure activities are quite rich, and the atmosphere is very harmonious. Wei Han is a little tired from using skills continuously, so she takes out a single sofa from the skill space, puts it on the beach, and sits on the sofa to watch the sea. Rongqi silently takes out an outdoor parasol from his skill space and stands next to her. Then he takes out an office chair and sits next to her, doing nothing but being in a daze. As Wei Han watched, she found that the originally clear sky was slowly gathering clouds, and the gathered clouds were still floating towards this side, and the speed was getting faster and faster, about to block the sun. The clouds didn't look very high, but low. Wei Han tried to use skills to freeze the moving clouds with skills. Then, the clouds really stopped moving. Wei Han was ashamed. I shouldn't have caused any trouble, right? She swore that she was really just trying it, and she didn't expect it to succeed. But since it was successful, and there was no warning from her palm, could she still try to use her skills to pinch the cotton cloud? After waiting for a while, there was still no warning, so Wei Han became bolder and tried to use her skills to pinch the cloud into the desired shape. She even took out her camera while pinching, thinking that if she could successfully pinch the shape, it would be very memorable. After Rongqi was stunned for a while, he suddenly found that Wei Han was looking straight at the sky with a serious expression. He thought there was a sudden change in the sky, but he found that the clouds in the sky seemed a little strange. Hey, look at the clouds in the sky, they look like a pig. The players also found the clouds in the sky interesting. When Wei Han heard the players' words, she silently refuted in her heart. She pinched a rhino. Another player immediately said in surprise, "Wow, it seems so. The shapes of the clouds are very interesting. Doesn't the one next to it look like a peacock?" Wei Han, it's a phoenix. Some players can't find anything to do and are bored now. Seeing that the clouds in the sky are so interesting, they all come over to look at the clouds. There were no clouds just now. How come there are so many clouds now? Will it rain later? But these clouds do seem to have some strange shapes. I think they look like a few big eels now. Wei Han, oxygen inhalation JPG dragons. Dragons, someone else said. It seems that these clouds will not float over, they are fixed there, and they are constantly changing their shapes, just like someone is pinching marshmallows behind her. Wei Han was silent. Rongqi looked at the clouds, then at Wei Han, and found that her expression had changed subtly. Very good, it was confirmed that someone was pinching the clouds in the sky. Who else in the audience could have this ability except Wei Han? Seeing her somewhat frustrated look, could it be that the players' guesses were very different from what she actually wanted to make? Rong-chi smiled silently. After pondering for a long time, Wei Han finally found the trick and successfully made a lifelike cloud dragon from the east, which was very majestic and spectacular. The players also exclaimed as she wished. "Oh my god, is this a dragon? So spectacular. Take a picture of it." "You can take a picture, but you must also be vigilant. What if this is a dungeon used to confuse us?" Wei Han. "Never mind. Anyway, she has made a satisfactory work, which has satisfied her inner desire to win." Wei also pointed the camera at the sky, allowing the audience to participate in the game of looking at pictures and identifying objects. Now the clouds have turned into the shape of a dragon, and the barrage is now full of various wishes and prayers. It has been more than an hour since the clouds appeared, and they have been directly fixed by Wei Han's skills for more than an hour. Wei Han fixed as many clouds as they came. She guessed that this group of clouds was going to bring heavy rain to the island, but it was hard to say what kind of rain it would be and what damage it would have on the players. Since her skills can intercept the clouds, she thinks it is also good to block the occurrence of this rain from the root. She is still having so much fun and making a lot of money. After more than an hour, the clouds began to dissipate, and the vivid cloud dragon in the sky gradually faded. From the appearance of the clouds to the complete dissipation of the clouds, a total of 2 hours, that is, if she did not intercept the clouds, it might rain on the island for 2 hours. This is probably the first level in the fishing ban time. There are still 4 hours left in this round of fishing ban, and who knows what pitfalls will be waiting for them next. Wei Han had almost finished lying down, so he stood up from the chair and stretched his muscles a little. Rong-chi was about to ask her if she needed him to give her a massage, when he suddenly heard a girl's unbelievable cry from other players. "Are you serious? I was just chatting with an ambiguous object. Why would you warn me to stop fishing?" This is a sweet and lovely girl, holding a mobile phone that has exited the chat window, and she finds it hard to believe that she was warned. She seemed to have been greatly framed, and stated seriously, "I am definitely not chatting with him with the mentality of fishing. I have liked him for a long time." Wait, that's not right. Does this prohibition of fishing include this kind of behavior? Another brother held up his mobile phone and said, "Well, I can't play fishing games with my mobile phone." A young man spread his hands and said, "I watched a video and posted a comment, and was also warned. Maybe my comment was judged as a fishing comment? Don't mention it. I can't use online shopping software to look at fishing gear." After everyone's sharing and discussion, it was found that this prohibition of all fishing behaviors really covers a wide range, whether it is fishing in the literal sense or fishing in the extended sense. Anyway, everything is counted. In order to prevent accidentally touching the mine, everyone temporarily put away their mobile phones, and a large group of people began to be bored and idle again. Everyone saw that Tan Ning seemed to be interesting, so they came over and found that Tan Ning and the young couple were really wicked. They were actually training the octopus to do acrobatics. What's more, the octopus seemed to cooperate quite well. Take out the hula hoop and let it jump out of the water. It not only jumped, but also rotated 3 times in the air, and jumped over with a backflip, and the water splash was very perfect. After this trick, the players who came to watch all applauded. But Tan Ning's palm suddenly felt burning. He opened his palm and checked it. It was a warning from the referee. Warning once, please stop fishing immediately. Tan Ning was confused. No, why am I fishing now? I was playing with the fish just now. Why didn't you say I was fishing? Tan Ning was very puzzled, mainly because he couldn't let this octopus fish go easily now. Teacher Xiaowei gave it to him for safekeeping. After hearing the noise from his side, Wei Han and Rong-chi also came over. They looked at the players gathered around Tan Ning, and guessed it at once. Everyone disperse. You gathered here, and let Tan Ning be judged as fishing, Wei Han said speechlessly. Everyone was shocked, and slowly dispersed. 30 seconds later, Tan Ning was still playing with the fish, but there was no second warning. It can be confirmed that the warning was indeed because the players were attracted by the noise from Tan Ning's side, which also formed a kind of fishing effect. Now everyone feels as if there are minefields everywhere, and they will run into them if they are not careful. Everyone is fortunate that there are 3 warning opportunities now. Now everyone not only dares not to gather together, but also is tied up and dares not do anything. The nerves are very tense, and a huge mental pressure is inexplicably generated. Because of this pressure, the atmosphere was very tense. No one was talking or chatting. They just stood in their original positions, like they were being punished, waiting for time to pass. At this time, the The group of players led by Yu Zhou may have walked around the island and returned here. Seeing them standing like they were being punished, they all laughed. Why are you so embarrassed? You are afraid of being warned and dare not even move? Oh, why can't your teacher Xiao Wei and shouting do anything about this? What? It turns out that they are not omnipotent. TSK, 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 look at your pitiful appearance. It's just a ban on fishing, but it scared you so much? I said the so-called teacher Xiao Wei and teacher shouting are just like that. Who is in favor, and who is against? It's what she deserves. Who let her lock us in the protective shield to be exposed to the wind and rain? Damn, I haven't recovered yet. This is retribution. Being mocked by this group of players, the players in Wei Han's team were very angry, but at the same time, they suddenly thought of something. Everyone looked at each other and laughed in tacit understanding. The next moment, the players in Yu Zhou's team, who made mockery, received warning notifications. They looked at the warning notification in shock and couldn't understand it. What's going on? What did I do to get a warning? You're crazy. I just said a few words. How come it's fishing? It's inexplicable. This task system doesn't allow people to speak? Don't tell me that the task system protects them and just doesn't let us say bad things about these people. Gui Cheng and Kang Yi from Yu Zhou's team were smart enough to figure it out after a little thought. Seeing that these idiots were still confused, they angrily scolded, "Use your pig brains. That's because your ridicule of them sounds too stupid. It's basically fishing remarks, so it was judged as fishing behavior." The eyes of the players who were warned almost popped out. What did you say? Are you serious? Our ridicule of them is related to fishing in this way? How is our ridicule stupid? I am really ridiculing, not making any fishing remarks at all. Is there something wrong with the judgment of this system? I'm speechless. How could this happen? I can't laugh at their jokes. What's this? The brains of this group of players are probably really not working well. Their current conversation with Gui Cheng just happened to meet the conditions for fishing. So this group of players received a warning again. Seeing that this group of idiots were still going to speak, Gui Cheng rubbed his forehead with a headache and shouted angrily, "Shut up. Don't say a word. How could there be such stupid people, who speak stupid fishing remarks as soon as they open their mouths, naturally exuding a kind of stupidity, making people inexplicably want to attack?" Seeing their conversation, the players' originally depressed mood was relieved, and now some people are struggling to hold back their laughter. It's so amazing, I didn't expect that this dungeon rule could actually cure the group of people. This rule is simply their silent mouth substitute, which completely saves them the step of fighting back. They just need to stand and watch that group of people make a fool of themselves. Those who have melon seeds and snacks can even eat melon seeds and snacks. It's comfortable. The audience in the live broadcast room also laughed in the same way. Wei Wei didn't include Yu Zhou and his group in the camera, but the radio equipment was able to record their speeches all the time, so the audience knew the existence of this group of people, and also knew that this group of people did not get along with the anchor player camp, and they didn't know how many times they had provoked the anchor camp along the way. Just hearing these people come to mock the anchor players again, many viewers' fists are hard, especially when they also belittled the teacher Xiao Wei and shouting who everyone likes. Everyone rolled up their sleeves and planned to show off their cursing skills in the barrage. Even if these people can't see it, at least they can curse from a distance first. Then the anchors and players suddenly laughed in unison, and the group of players were warned and scolded by a male voice. It was only when the audience heard the dissatisfied complaints of those players, after being scolded, that they suddenly realized why the anchors and players were laughing. After figuring it out, they also laughed loudly in the barrage. Night of thinking of you. Ha ha, I am dying of laughter. How can fishing be prohibited? It is ridiculous and inexplicably reasonable. I almost got caught. Physical persuasion. Keep mocking? Keep being arrogant? Why don't you say anything? Speak boldly. Anyway, we won't refute anything here. We only care about your warnings about the dungeon, Miss K. The players with brains over there are about to be vomited blood, right? But I am very happy to watch it. Ha ha ha. Thank this group of people for providing us with jokes. Are you okay? The rules of this dungeon are really bad. It has taken all the bamboo shoots on the mountain. Ha ha ha. Ling. I really want to know where Teacher Wei and Handsome Ding Lu went. If they were there, it would be perfect. Ever since the webmaster's niece Haoji took her friends to report Teacher Wei's live broadcast room, the number of people in the live broadcast room has stopped at more than 9 million and has not moved. Because of the gossip, netizens can understand the good intentions of the webmaster's niece rationally, but they are very angry at Comet Platform emotionally. Someone has already posted a thread on the Northwest Wind forum to educate Comet Platform, and they are a little disappointed with Comet Platform. They hope Comet Platform can quickly catch up with Teacher Way's growth speed. This amount of traffic is not enough, and Teacher Way's potential is far more than this. There are also some people with ulterior motives who fish in troubled waters in such posts, and use this to madly criticize Comet Platform, saying that Comet Platform is not worthy of Teacher Way's reputation, and Teacher Way should not continue to live broadcast on Comet Platform. It will never happen if he just goes to Huehwan or Ghost Live. Is it honorable to report and freeze the live broadcast room because of the worry that the server can't handle so much traffic? It's because the platform is too useless. Openly or secretly, they are leading the rhythm, madly belittling the platform, inciting the emotions of netizens, and making netizens think that if Teacher Way goes to other platforms to live broadcast, the popularity will be higher. This trick is really useful. After all, there are so many netizens who are blocked outside now, and no one dares to do text broadcasting. They are all scratching their heads. Seeing the incitement, they naturally think that if Teacher Way is live broadcasting on other platforms, they will not be blocked outside for such a weird reason. This also led to many hot posts in the forum denouncing the Comet Platform and calling on Teacher Way to change the platform for live broadcast. Once the discussion is high, it began to be reported by various media marketing accounts. It seems that many entries about Teacher Way are about to rush to the hot search of Star Network again. Shigui should have handled these things, but he really couldn't bear to follow the live broadcast. In addition, Teacher Way is now a small director of the Comet Platform. As long as this does not change, there is nothing to be afraid of the rumors outside. So Shigui continued to follow the live broadcast with peace of mind. At this time, the copy returned to silence, but Yuzhou and others did not leave. The main force basically followed the 4 people headed by Yuzhou. Now the leader of the team has been transferred to Guicheng. Guicheng did not say that he would leave, and the others did not dare to act alone even if they were angry. Guicheng and Connie are not very good in level and skill strength, but their brains are much better than Yuzhou and Ishan. Even if they were considered to have bad ideas and conflicts before, they relied on their eloquence to cleverly resolve the anger of others. This is why they can still dominate in the case of weak strength. After being scolded by Guicheng, the group of players also shut up. They were in a bad mood and wanted to play with their phones and watch some videos. After watching the videos, they wanted to open the microphone. As a result, they received warnings as soon as they posted their comments. This group of players had been circling the island just now, trying to find a suitable fishing spot, so they had not played with their phones and had never received warnings for playing with their phones. Now they suddenly received a warning for playing with their phones, which made them even more confused. They were afraid of being scolded by Guicheng, so they just complained quietly. Just now we were warned because we mocked those people and were judged as trolling. Why now? Is it not okay to surf the internet? How can surfing the internet be considered trolling? Don't tell me that posting online is also trolling. Then I was chatting with a few people. Why did you say I was trolling? Even if they were whispering, Guicheng could still hear them. He seemed to be tired and let out a long breath. Yes, the comments you posted on the internet are too stupid and will be judged as trolling, regardless of whether you did it intentionally or unintentionally. The referee's judgment is based on the deeds, not the heart. Those who were judged as trolling for chatting with others, were you chatting with several women? No wonder you were accused of trolling. After you said this, the group of players woke up a little, and knew the specific behavior that triggered the warning. Since the warning was caused by the message, they would not open the microphone and surf the internet in silence. But it was simple to think about it. When they actually did it, they forgot this precaution once they were addicted to watching videos on their mobile phones and accidentally posted another comment. So this group of players were warned one after another. It was not until they were warned that they suddenly came to their senses and realized that they had unknowingly stepped on a landmine again. And this was the second warning, which made them panic. They put away their phones with pale faces and dared not continue to surf. For a while, the atmosphere on their side was heavier than that on Weihan's team. Now the players in Weihan's team were watching them step on the landmine silently. Although they were silent throughout the whole process, the smile almost overflowed from their eyes, and the atmosphere became much more lively. Guicheng seemed to be too lazy to remind them, because these people were too stupid. He just stared at Teacher Xiaowei throughout the whole process. After such a long time of fishing, they didn't even catch a blade of grass. Guicheng had long felt that something was wrong. It was not a problem of fishing position at all. Seeing what the team led by Teacher Xiaowei did, he now doubted whether they had discovered something. He tried to guess why the other party led so many players to dig a pit on the beach, because he knew that the other party was powerful, and he was not surprised that she could deal with so many monsters, but he didn't understand why the monsters were brought to the island, and he didn't understand why they killed monsters and bled them. He also wanted to know if those monsters were the fish they wanted to catch. If those monsters were the fish they wanted to catch, and they were active in the deep sea so far away from the island, then it would be basically impossible for them to catch the monsters without the help of that woman. If he could also have powerful skills, he wouldn't have to be so frustrated. In fact, Gui Cheng is not the kind of person who cares about face very much. He will also bend and stretch according to the situation. Otherwise he and Kong Yi would not try to join the second protective shield. If that woman hadn't always refused to give them the opportunity to join, they wouldn't be here with Yu Zhou, with these crooked melons and cracked dates, and they would always be angry. Gui Cheng's sight was too strong. Shirley silently moved her position, and stood in front of Teacher Xiaowei. She also glared at Gui Cheng and warned, "You think you can stare at Teacher Xiaowei? You don't deserve it." Gui Cheng, In fact, before this player took action, Rongqi had already moved his position quietly, and silently blocked Gui Cheng's sight on Wei Han. Rongqi didn't know why he did it, maybe because Gui Cheng's inquiring and calculating eyes were too annoying. The players in Wei Han's team also noticed the eyes of the man in the suit over there. Everyone was speechless and muttered in their hearts, "Why don't these people leave?" The players in Yu Zhou's team were also wondering why Gui Cheng didn't let them leave. Yu Zhou and Yishan came over and asked Gui Cheng for advice, "Brother Cheng, why don't we leave yet? Everyone doesn't want to stay here. What's the point of staring at people over there?" Kong Yi was actually secretly observing Wei Han's team, and her eyes fell on the handsome teacher Xiao Ding many times. That teacher Xiao Ding is handsome, has a good temperament, and seems to be very strong. She is not so direct and obvious, so she did not attract the attention of the players. Gui Cheng still needs the protection of this team. The protective shield made by that woman has been in various extreme weather conditions. He and Kong Yi rely on Yu Zhou and others to help protect them, so as not to be embarrassed. So in the face of the two people's urging, Gui Cheng's attitude is still quite good. He explained softly, "We have almost stepped on every point around the island, but we still can't catch a single fish. There is no shadow of a fish underwater. The fishing required by the task may not be as simple as we thought. If you want to catch fish, you can't just change the fishing position. I suspect they have a lot of information that we don't know, so I want to observe here." After listening to his explanation, Yu Zhou and Yishan felt that it made sense and nodded affirmatively. "That's right. It's much easier to copy the answer than to solve the problem yourself. Anyway, there is no such thing as cheating in the dungeon task. A black cat or a white cat that catches the mouse is a good cat," Yishan argued. "Okay, I let those people behave." Yu Zhou immediately went to deal with the anxious players. The players in Wei Han's team no longer paid attention to this group of players. Some were in a daze, some were walking, and they seemed a little bored for a while, but after a while, some people began to feel that the wind seemed to be blowing. The treetops on the island began to sway slightly, and the wind became more and more obvious. The female player with long hair had her hair blown messy. She said while fixing her hair, "Isn't the wind getting stronger too fast?" Someone reminded, "Shouldn't people with light weight find a tree trunk to hold onto first? Just in case, it will be difficult to walk if the wind gets stronger later." In just 2 sentences, the wind became stronger again. The physical sensation should have jumped from level 3 to level 5. The players' clothes were blown, and they felt it difficult to open their eyes when facing the wind. Wei Han took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and opened them again. He moved his fingers slightly, and instantly propped up a protective shield, which contained all the players in this team. The moment the protective shield was propped up, the players, who were still fixing their hair and clothes, and looking for a place to hold on, stopped and looked at each other in confusion. Did the wind suddenly stop? How is that possible? Look over there, the branches are about to be broken. Tan Ning pointed to the trees not far from the island. After hearing Tan Ning's words, everyone remembered to look around. Sure enough, they saw that the wind outside was strong. Not only were the branches about to be broken, but the sea was also rolling up layers of huge waves, roughly estimated to be as high as 10 meters. Seeing that they were about to reach the shore, the players' hearts were about to jump out. Looking at Yu Zhou and his group again, the contrast was even stronger. They were peaceful here as if they were in a greenhouse, while Yu Zhou and his group were now looking for support everywhere in a panic. Some people fought for the shelter under a huge rock, and some were blown up and hit the tree trunk. They didn't care about the pain and hugged the tree trunk on the spot. Yu Zhou, the leader of the team, tried to prop up the shield many times, but it was broken up by the strong wind as soon as it was formed. His skills were repeatedly interrupted, And he had also consumed a lot of mental energy in Wei Han's natural disaster shield. At this time, his face was pale, and he was pushed away by the wind after a moment of distraction. With this comparison, what else did the players in the team not understand? They were safe and sound now, thanks to Teacher Xiaowei. Besides Teacher Xiaowei, who else could prop up such a solid shield? The 5 members of the beach kite team wiped their noses and said proudly, "You have seen it. Teacher Xiaowei's strength is far more than this." In order to let everyone more intuitively understand the strength of Teacher Xiaowei, Changying directly found an analogy. "Let me give you a comparison. I think that in terms of the strength of the shields I have seen, Teacher Xiaowei's shield should only lose to the legendary hope of all mankind." After saying this, not only the players had an epiphany, but also the audience. This is mainly because the title of Hope of All Humanity attracted many people to check in at the Red Gate. Those who have checked in have more or less tested the strength of the other party's shield, and have a clearer understanding of the strength of that person's shield. Moreover, it has been so long now, and the shield set up by that person is still very solid, and the strength of his mental power is simply immeasurable. Now the players who have passed the level of beach kite stand up for them to compare, and they all have a clearer understanding. No wonder you are so calm. It's because we haven't seen the big scene yet. The players sighed. Fortunately, I didn't stand on the wrong side. Otherwise, I would be blown into a fool outside now. This is the sigh of some players who joined the team later. The players who joined later kept trying to give money to Teacher Xiaowei. "Damn, I paid you Zhou and Ishan, I was scammed. They are not that strong. How can they lead so many people at once? Teacher Xiaowei, just name a price, I must pay you the sparring fee." I don't require Teacher Xiaowei's strength to lead the team as a sparring partner, but at least he should be able to beat Shur and the others, right? I actually felt bad when I saw so many people after entering the portal. I can't imagine what would happen if we didn't meet Teacher Xiaowei. When they said they wanted to make a protective shield to suck blood from others, I felt uncomfortable, but I didn't dare to say it. Alas, now I can finally say it. Although it sounds like hindsight, I really think that people who can come up with such ideas should suffer a little. From the confession of these players, they reflected seriously and regretted sincerely. Teacher Xiaowei gave them 2 chances, and they were very glad that they made the right choice. This group of players was even more grateful to Wei Han, and they said they would give Wei Han money no matter what. Wei Han did not want to take the money, but asked these people to exchange the money for a contract. She would earn the money herself, but contract could not be made casually. The players had no objection to this. They trusted Teacher Xiaowei. Even if they did not sign the contract, they would be obliged to do it when Teacher Xiaowei needed them, and would never shirk it. When that contract was completed, the outside was a different scene. Some players have been paying close attention to the changes outside the protective shield, watching the outside turn into a level 10 typhoon scene in just a few minutes. The group of players outside the protective shield all moved to the dense forest, but the surging waves hit the shore and also rolled up the monsters in the sea. The monsters now seemed to be no longer afraid of the island. After being pushed ashore, they crawled onto the island, densely packed like a beast hide. These monsters all looked like strange insects, densely packed together, looking more like a locust plague. The monsters also tried to crawl into the protective shield, but as soon as they touched the protective shield, they felt like they were electrocuted, and they trembled all over and stopped moving. Even so, there was still a steady stream of monsters crashing in. After a while, the outer circle of the protective shield alone was piled up with monster corpses as high as a person, causing the light inside the protective shield to seem to be much darker. They were so scared watching from inside the protective shield that they couldn't imagine if they hadn't had Teacher Xiaowei's help, and now they would have been gnawed to pieces by these monsters. Most monsters wanted to break through the protective shield and kept crashing into it. Only a small number of them chose to give up and walk towards the woods on the island. While most players were looking outside nervously, Wei Han and Rongqi sat leisurely on their respective chairs, heads together, secretly discussing the analysis of the monsters coming ashore. Wei Han, it seems that my previous speculation was too arbitrary. These monsters cannot approach the island. Perhaps because of restrictions by rules, such as fishing time, monsters cannot approach the island. During the fishing ban time, monsters are released and can go to the island. Now I think it may be both. Rongqi pinched his chin and said, "After all, we haven't dug out the secret of the island yet." The octopus seemed very scared. Wei Han looked at Tan Ming and found that the octopus jumped out of the water and used its 8 legs to pull Tan Ming's calf, seemingly unwilling to let go. It's normal, right? For the octopus, what's the difference between it being surrounded by countless tigers and lions? It's on the menu of these monsters. Rong-Chi was not surprised. The wind finally rolled the cloud back again. This time Wei Han did not use skills to intercept the cloud. As the cloud thickened, the light quickly dimmed. In less than a moment, the surroundings were as dark as the evening after the sun went down in the real world. The increasingly gloomy clouds looked like they could drip water, but when something really fell from the clouds, everyone found that it was not rain, but fish. Chapter 89. The small black dots in the sky gradually grew larger as the altitude decreased, and finally everyone could see clearly that these were all strange fish-shaped creatures, of varying sizes and in large numbers. During the fall, these fish were either in a dizzy state or suddenly woke up with their eyes almost popping out of their sockets in fear. Some immediately used the limited conditions to start flapping their fin-like structures, trying to change the landing location in the air, but in the end they found that the wind was very strong, and they could not control the direction at all, and it seemed that no matter where they fell, they would die. They rolled their eyes and fainted again, giving up struggling. Players, The appearance of these fish made the monsters crawling out of the sea even more excited, and some monsters had already opened their mouths, and waited for the fish to fall into their mouths. For the monsters, this was really a pie in the sky, and they could eat as soon as they opened their mouths. For a while, the monsters stopped hitting Wei Han's protective shield, and waited for the fish in the sky to fall into their mouths. The players were dumbfounded and confused. Those fish should be their target fish, right? At this time. Should they do something? But with their abilities, it seems that they can't do it. While the players were struggling to decide whether they could help the target fish, Wei Han had secretly made 2 attempts. The first time was to open a protective shield that opened upwards, and catch the fish like an upside-down umbrella. But she immediately received a warning. After that, she wanted to use a skill to suspend the fish in midair, but received a second warning. She still had one chance to try. Since she couldn't attack the fish, she could only consider clearing the monsters. She straightened her back slightly, concentrated her mind, and clasped her hands together. A chill suddenly spread out, covering the entire island in an instant. This time, the skill only targeted all nearby insect monsters, so everything else was unaffected. Only all the monsters stopped all their movements instantly, even their very annoying chirping stopped abruptly, leaving only the sound of wind and waves. Wei Han also added sound insulation to the protective shield, but even with the sound insulation, the original monster chirping still obviously overwhelmed other sounds. Now that these sounds stopped, there was an inexplicable sense of silence, as if the storm had suddenly stopped. This change almost immediately attracted the attention of the players, and then they found that the monsters outside the protective shield suddenly stopped moving, even those monsters that were halfway to the shore, with half of their bodies on land and half of their bodies in the sea, also stopped landing. Only the monsters were paused at this moment. The fish were still falling, and some of them had already landed first. Some fell into the sea with a splash, some fell on the sand, and were stunned and stayed where they were. Some fell headfirst, with their heads buried in the sand, with only a fish tail swaying left and right, and a few short legs kicking. Some actually fell directly into the monster's mouth, but fortunately the monster couldn't move now, otherwise it would have fallen to the ground and been killed. Attracted by the mutation, everyone was looking at the wonders outside, while Rong-Chi was looking at Wei Han. Wei Han lowered his eyes, and waited quietly. This time, there was no warning from his palm. At this stage, it was allowed to ignore the fish and deal with the monsters instead. Noticing Rong-Chi's sight, she looked back and her skills immediately transmitted to his mind. Do you want to go with me to kill all the monsters? The environment outside is harsh and cruel now, and only you and I will not be affected if we go out. Everyone else has to stay here. Maybe now is the time for the mission target fish to refresh. I want to try to save these fish, and see what happens. In fact, when seeing the fish falling from the sky, the players also thought that this might be the time for the mission target fish to refresh, so they were also thinking about whether they could do something. But the players were willing but unable to do it. If it weren't for Teacher Xiaowei's protective shield, they would have difficulty protecting themselves, not to mention whether they would have time to worry about whether they could save the fish. And Wei Han had enough strength. As long as she wanted, she would definitely be able to do it. Everyone was attracted by the wonders outside, and when their minds were blank, Rong-Chi had already accepted Wei Han's invitation. After putting the things that should be collected back into the skill space, he began to look for suitable weapons, and finally took out the big scissors. After thinking about it, Wei Han asked him for a large golf racket shaft. It seemed that it was also bought by Rong-Chi when he was once glorious and had money to squander. When Rong-Chi saw her choose this thing, he seemed to have guessed her idea. Well, no, maybe he was just daydreaming. After choosing the tool she needed, Wei Han stood up from the single-seat sofa and carefully put the sofa back into the skill space. She also wanted to button up the long sleeves, but it was not convenient to do it with one hand, which made her a little annoyed. Rongqi poked the scissors on the beach and quietly reached out to help her carefully smooth out the wrinkles on her sleeves, then buttoned the buttons carefully and covered the string of light purple beads on her wrist tightly. Wei Han acquiesced to his actions and reached out his hand very cooperatively. After doing this, Rongqi retracted his hand, picked up the big scissors, and said softly, "Let's go." Wei Han looked at the neatly arranged sleeves and said to him seriously, "Thank you." The two walked out one after the other, and did not attract the attention of the players until they walked out and entered the field of vision. Shirley and others were still the first to come to their senses. Shirley screamed, "Teacher Xiaowei! What are you and Teacher Xiaoding doing? It's not safe outside." But soon Yang Yuetong asked from the side, "But weren't those monsters frozen by Teacher Xiaowei? Teacher Xiaowei should be able to deal with it. It's so windy outside now, and those monsters are blown all over the place. Why go out now? Aren't the monsters already frozen?" Tan Ming couldn't figure it out either. When other players noticed the two's actions, they were shocked and tried to dissuade them. "Teacher Xiaowei, Teacher Xiaoding, don't go. The monsters have already been frozen. Isn't that enough? Just tell us what you want to do, and let us go. Take a break." Some players hurriedly followed, but they didn't dare to reach out and grab Teacher Xiaowei directly, so they had to follow Teacher Xiaowei step by step to persuade her. "Yes, if you have any instructions, just let us do it. You and Teacher Xiaoding have worked hard, and we still have enough energy." However, there are also different styles, such as the 5-member group of beach kites. They know very well that what Teacher Xiaowei wants to do means that they can't do it, so it's meaningless for them to compete to do it. The experience of beach kites is enough to make them learn their lesson. The round-faced girl Tang Liqing said, "You should first take care of your energy. What Teacher Xiaowei and Teacher Xiaoding can do, we may not be able to do. How strong do you think the wind is outside? I'm afraid we will be blown away as soon as we step out of the protective shield." In this way, not only did we not help Teacher Xiaowei, but we also caused trouble for Teacher Xiaowei. Chongqing also nodded and agreed, "I once caused trouble for Teacher Xiaowei because of my stubbornness." Teacher Xiaowei was very angry about this. She didn't want us to be stubborn when we knew we were not strong enough. The wind outside is very strong. Even if we are players with improved physical fitness, we can't move normally in that environment. When we were in the beach kite dungeon, we had a deep understanding of the strong wind environment. Only Teacher Xiaowei and Teacher Xiaoding could move freely in such an environment as if walking on flat ground. Shi Weiping, who runs a martial arts school at home, also helped to explain. After these people explained, the players looked at the strong wind outside again. The trees were directly broken in half, which made them feel inexplicably painful in their waists. Wei Han originally planned to explain, but she didn't expect a 5-member team to explain it for her directly. She nodded and said, "Well, just as they said. You just stay here. After the fishing ban is over, you still have a lot of work to do." Rongqi was not polite and said bluntly, "With your strength, after you go out, you will only increase our workload." After the two finished speaking, Rongqi kicked away several monsters outside the protective shield, and a small piece of open space was cleared outside this corner of the protective shield. After the foothold was cleared, the two stepped out one after another and came to the outside of the protective shield. The strong wind blew their hair and clothes, but their steps were still very steady. Rongqi led the way in front, and after using the big scissors to clamp the monster's body, he cleared the monster to the side and gradually cleared a path. Wei Han tried to pick up the fish, but she was warned immediately after she just stretched out her hand. Okay, so picking up fish is also fishing. If she can't pick it up with her hands, then she can only try this trick. Wei Han straightened up and walked to the side of the strange fish, then held the handle of the golf club with both hands, stood with her feet apart, hips and shoulder width, slightly bent her legs, tightened her abdomen, and tilted the upper part of her body slightly forward from her hips, aiming the ball at the side of the strange fish. While aiming, she was also waiting for the referee's decision. After more than 10 seconds, she was not warned, which means that this method is feasible. From the perspective of the players, the two were not affected by the strong wind after they went out. If it weren't for the broken trees for comparison, at first glance, it would have been thought that the wind outside was only a few levels. Now the players looked at Teacher Xiaowei holding the club and gesturing at the monster, showing a look of understanding and disbelief, and the reaction was very complicated. Wei Wei's original camera was facing the players. She hesitated for a moment, and turned the camera to the outside. With this turn, the more than 9 million viewers in the live broadcast room instantly breathed a sigh of relief. They thought Wei Wei was so cruel this time, and didn't show them Teacher Xiaowei and Teacher Shouting at all. With this turn of the camera, the audience saw Teacher Xiaowei holding a large golf club, posing as if playing golf, with the head of the club facing a strange-looking fish. Through the conversation between the players just now, the audience already knew that there was a strong wind outside, and Teacher Xiaowei and Teacher Shouting insisted on going out. Then, they saw the players looking outside with very complicated expressions. The audience, who were still confused at first, immediately became emotional and instantly understood why the players' expressions were so wonderful. There were question marks, ha ha ha, and serious analysis in the barrage. Goose, goose, goose. Teacher Xiaowei must have thought carefully before choosing this method. Combined with the judgment of fishing behavior, I suspect that this is because it will not be judged as fishing behavior. Think about it, how can playing golf be considered fishing? Dream seriously during sleep time, no slacking off. I think Brother Goose has found the truth. Think about it, Teacher Xiaowei's move is obviously to save fish, which is almost equivalent to saving as many fish as possible. Although the method may be a little rough, her original intention is really gentle. I'm crying. Slightly bold. What's the point of Teacher Xiaowei playing golf? Come and hit me. Don't look into my eyes. Let's make a serious guess. The fish falling from the sky is likely to be the refresh of the task target fish. But if the players are not able to rescue the fish from the monsters, then when it is time to fish, there will still be no fish in the sea. Don't look at my eyes, but just looking at the current environmental conditions, you will know how difficult it is to do this. On one side, there are strong winds, and on the other side, there are huge waves, bringing dense beasts. The monsters are crowded together, and there is no place to land. If you don't have enough strength, you can basically not protect yourself. It is basically a dream to want to rescue the fish. Amaha. It should be said that if there is no protective shield opened by Teacher Xiaowei, are the players very different from the fish in the sky? On the one hand, you have to resist the harsh environment, and on the other hand, you have to deal with these monsters. It is only a matter of time before you become a meal on the monster's plate. The stars are broken. This time I really saw Teacher Xiaowei's strength. No wonder she can lead so many people to survive from the beach kite. I've really learned a lot. I didn't know there are such strong people. Sunset Afterglow. Don't just stare at Teacher Xiaowei. Teacher Shouting's behavior is also worth analyzing. Wait, Teacher Shouting. What are you doing? Why do you want to turn the monster upside down? The audience watched the live broadcast, and their attention was suddenly shifted to Teacher Shouting. They found that Teacher Shouting now poked the monster's feet with a pair of big scissors, and then hung the monster upside down and shook it hard. After shaking for a while, he really shook something out. With a splash, two strange fish were shaken off on the beach, one upside down, and the other seemed to be blown away by the strong wind. The audience, It was saved, but it seemed that it was not saved. At this time, Wei Han had also found the direction of the wind, and adjusted it for a while, and swung directly. With one swing, the strange fish took off directly along the wind, drawing a beautiful parabola in the air. The strange fish flew over the beach and the protective cover, and finally turned into an invisible black dot, landing on the sea's surface far away, so far away that it was impossible to see how high the splash was. Being hit so far away, and looking at the club head that looked very hard, the players and the audience were silent. Wouldn't this really make the strange fish die at the speed of light? Did they misunderstand that Teacher Xiaowei didn't actually want to rescue these strange fish? Maybe they thought too complicated, and Teacher Xiaowei was just bored, so she wanted to go out and play. In fact, in order not to hurt the strange fish, Wei Han attached a very soft air cushion to the club head to relieve the impact to the maximum extent. So if the strange fish really suffered any damage, it might be more mentally damaged, but this was not within Wei Han's scope of rescue. After all, first of all, she didn't speak the same language as the strange fish, and secondly, she couldn't provide psychological counseling for every fish. Rongqi poured a few fish out of the insect monster's mouth. Seeing that she had already started, he gave her a thumbs up from a distance, as if praising her for a good shot. Wei Han shrugged at him, and continued to play her golf ball. Then, one fish after another was hit by Wei Han's club at various angles, and all flew to the distant sea. Most of the strange fish were in a coma, so even if they were hit like giant golf balls, they had no reaction. But there were some more resilient strange fish that stubbornly remained awake after continuous attacks. After seeing their peers being hit one by one, their eyes were full of fear, and they tried to crawl away. As a result, because of their slow speed, they were easily caught up by Wei Han. And then, there was a long wow 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 that cut through the sky until the strange fish fell into the water. Teacher Xiaowei continued to play golf. As long as she encountered a conscious strange fish, there would be a sound. After a short period of observation, everyone found that different strange fish made different sounds. Some of them sound like a woo, some sound like hee hee, and some sound like wah, and some even sound like swana. There are all kinds of timbres and tunes, almost like collecting all kinds of musical instruments. This inspired electronic music composers, who wanted to create a second version of the fish sound immediately. So while playing ball, there is also a little fun of opening a blind sound box, as if playing some new sound effect golf. Hitting different balls will produce different sound effects, and no sound effect is repeated. Everyone. It actually seems to be quite fun. Wei Han hadn't expected this effect. He originally thought that just hitting the fish like a golf ball was a bit monotonous, but now, with the addition of sound effects, the fun immediately came out. This immediately aroused Wei Han's interest, greatly increasing his enthusiasm for this activity, and he took the initiative to look for the strange fish that were still awake. The continuous sound sounded, and the audience and players soon discovered that since some time ago, every strange fish that Teacher Xiaowei hit seemed to have its own sound effects. So some people hesitantly speculated, you say, is Teacher Xiaowei actively looking for those strange fish that are still awake? Specifically hitting those awake strange fish? Just to open the sound blind box or something like that? Several players took out binoculars and planned to look more carefully, and saw that Teacher Xiaowei directly skipped those strange fish that were still in a coma, and went straight to the strange fish that was crawling with difficulty. She even found that the strange fish was looking at her with a horrified look, and she was very happy and raised her mouth corners, looking very surprised. Then came the extremely skilled swing. As the fish took off, it let out a miserable cry of wah. I don't know if it was an illusion, but it seemed that the cry of this fish was particularly loud. This made the players wonder if Teacher Xiaowei was picking the more energetic fish. They continued to watch and found that they seemed to have guessed correctly. Teacher Xiaowei was indeed selecting the fish. Obviously, both fish were crawling, but she chose to hit the one that crawled faster. So, everyone in the protective shield could hear the sound of the strange fish, which was almost louder and louder. After all, there were only a few fish in the awake state, and Wei Han was very fast, so the awake strange fish were quickly released. The rest looked like dead fish, and no one knew whether they were really dead or just fainted. Everyone was a little curious about what Teacher Xiaowei would do next. Seeing her start to walk towards those strange fish who didn't know whether they were alive or dead, they thought she had dealt with the awake fish, and was now cleaning up other fish. However, they were all wrong. After Wei Han approached the unconscious strange fish, she tried to use healing skills to heal the strange fish, while releasing healing skills and waiting for the referee's judgment. Healing skills are effective for these fish, and I don't know how the referee judged it. This behavior was not judged as fishing behavior, and she did not receive a warning. Since it was a permitted action, she would not be polite. Seeing the strange fish wake up from the coma, Wei Han nodded with satisfaction and withdrew the skills. The strange fish just opened its eyes, and before it could see what woke it up, it suddenly took off into the air, making a horrified woo-wah-wah sound. Players who watched the whole process with binoculars, For a moment, I didn't know whether to say that Teacher Xiaowei was a living bodhisattva or a living king of hell. After a period of silence, a player coughed twice and asked uncertainly, so it's what we think, right? Teacher Xiaowei should have woken up those unconscious strange fish, and then sent them away. Is it really just to listen to the sound? It seems that Teacher Xiaowei is still quite childish. Ha ha! If I have the ability, I would also like to play such a fun thing. It's human nature. Ha ha! I think Teacher Xiaowei is cute in this aspect, but I can't tell it all. Teacher Xiaowei gives people a very serious feeling, but she actually does such a bit naughty behavior? The audience in the live broadcast room also saw Teacher Xiaowei's every move through the camera. After all, Wei Han's equipment is very advanced, and this shooting distance is nothing at all. It can shoot high-definition effects even farther. So the audience also reacted almost in the same way as the players. So far in the live broadcast, many viewers have been attracted by Teacher Xiaowei and Teacher Shouting. Some viewers are struggling to decide whether they have betrayed Teacher Wei by following Teacher Xiaowei. I am so confused. Teacher Xiaowei is really a person. The more I see her, the more I like her. Damn it, I already have Teacher Wei. How can I be so fickle and be attracted to Teacher Xiaowei? I can't be so fickle. Looking up at the sea of stars, wake up, dreamer upstairs. Don't talk as if you can really hug her left and right. No matter whether it is Teacher Wei or Teacher Xiao Wei, they have never belonged to you, okay? Have you confessed today? Take Teacher Wei away, no appointment, no appointment. If you like Teacher Xiao Wei, just like her. That's great. There are fewer people competing with me for Teacher Wei. Wanwan walked slowly. Everyone, don't make a fuss. No matter whether it is Teacher Wei or Teacher Xiao Wei, both of them are very good people. There is no need for everyone to be unhappy about this. Children make choices. Adults of course want them all. Get out of here, you who are trying to scam me. I only like Teacher Wei. I don't care whether you only like one or both, but I hope that those who have completely climbed over the wall and only like Teacher Xiao Wei will not come to step on our Teacher Wei. If I find out that you are praising Teacher Xiao Wei and stepping on Teacher Wei, don't blame me for swearing. Yang Yuetong also has the same dilemma as some viewers. She said to Qian Yueqiang with melancholy, I find that I seem to like Teacher Xiao Wei more and more, but my true love is obviously Teacher Wei. What should I do? I always feel that I have betrayed Teacher Wei. Qian Yueqiang hesitated. Should I tell her that these two are actually the same person? However, after hearing what Yang Yuetong said, Qian Yueqiang also remembered that except for them, no one else knew that the little flower and the handsome guy were Teacher Wei and Ding Lu. As a result, Yang Yuetong saw Qian Yueqiang's complicated expression and thought that her fickleness had made her speechless. She covered her face and said in shame, I know that a fickle person like me is not worthy of liking any of them. Qian Yueqiang, Yang Yuetong hesitated for a while and raised her head again, but I can't control my love. There is no way. I have to be single-minded. I choose Teacher Wei. Teacher Xiao Wei, I'm sorry, you are very good, but I already have Teacher Wei. Qian Yueqiang. Forget it, Yuetong, just be happy. Other insiders who heard Yang Yuetong's speech also had a subtle expression. Wei Han was completely unaware of the contradiction caused by his two vests. He concentrated on the steps of awakening the strange fish and hitting the strange fish. The screams of the strange fish continued, like a large-scale fish-killing scene. Rong Qi's actions were also very fast, and he had cut off all the fixed monsters. After he upgraded, his physical fitness improved, and his pure physical attack ability that did not rely on skills also increased a lot. Now Wei Han has immobilized all these monsters, and it can even be said that he can deal with them with ease. After clearing all the monsters, he immediately returned to Wei Han. The monsters here should be cleared, you hear. He looked down and saw Wei Han adding healing skills to the fish, then changed the subject. You want to heal these fish? Why don't you ask me to use healing skills? I have group healing skills. Wei Han replied seriously, because this step is not necessary, just because I want to hear the sound of these fish. This is an increase in workload for my personal reasons. I can't bother you. Healing skills consume too much mental power, and have a great impact on you. I can't let you waste mental power for such a boring reason. Anyway, her healing skills are enough, so it's even more impossible to find Rong Qi. Rong Qi stared at her for a long time. Okay, but I want to play now. Anyway, the monsters are cleared. Can I play for a while? Well, of course. Wei Han was puzzled. She didn't seem to have the right to control him. Why did he always have to apply to her? But in fact, the monsters have not been completely cleared. There are still a few monsters in the forest, so it's not cleared yet. If you want to play, let's switch places. I go into the forest on the island to continue clearing, and you can play here? Wei Han's skills are based on all monsters, so she knows exactly which monsters are dead and which are still alive. Rong Qi held a pair of big scissors and suddenly released a group healing skill. The strange fish on the beach that was dying instantly recovered and jumped up and down. His healing skills are much more powerful than Wei Han's. No, you play first, I'll be back soon. As he said this, he walked towards the dense forest. When he encountered a strange fish jumping up on the road, he pulled out a tennis racket with his backhand and slapped the strange fish away, and there was another melodious scream. Soon, everyone found that the screams of two monsters came one after another, and Teacher Xiao Wei and Teacher Xiaoding both played the game of slapping the strange fish away. It's just that one hit a golf ball, and the other might hit a tennis ball. The magical thing is that the sounds they made were actually different. The fish that Teacher Xiao Wei hit out usually screamed more tragically and loudly, while the fish that Teacher Xiaoding hit out would make a smaller sound and sound muffled. The two different styles of screams intertwined together to form a weird duet, and there was a strange order in the chaos. Listening to it, it really sounded like a strange song. Everyone went from being stunned at the beginning to being amazed, and now they have learned to appreciate these sounds and become critics. When they heard the melodious cry, they nodded and praised with certainty. Well, This strange fish has some musical cells in its body. When they heard the unpleasant scream, they all frowned and shook their heads. TSK, this fish must have failed the vocal class, right? It directly led the audience's barrage style astray, and everyone's comments were very devilish for a while. The two sports of the two continued until 10 minutes before the end of the fishing ban. All the monsters that tried to go ashore or were still in the sea were cut off by Rong-Chi with a pair of big scissors, and all the strange fish that fell on the island were released back into the sea. The rescue operation of the strange fish was very successful, and the next step was to wait for the result. Now the wind has weakened a lot, the waves have receded, and the plants on the island have been destroyed by the strong wind. Wei Han put away the protective cover, and now the players can come out and move around. When the protective cover was removed, the players all shuddered. After the players came out, some rushed to Wei Han at the first time, and some carefully looked at the piles of monster wreckage. The 6-hour fishing ban is about to end. In the next fishing time, are the fish rescued by Teacher Xiao Wei and Teacher Xiao Ding the target fish? Will they see fish around the island later? 10 minutes later, the fishing ban is over, and a new round of fishing time begins. The second round of fishing time begins. Please continue fishing. After receiving this reminder, the players suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and immediately dispersed, looking at the calm sea surface, waiting for Teacher Xiao Wei's instructions. In fact, Wei Han and Rong-Chi are also waiting now, wanting to wait and see if the group of fish will swim over. But the first thing they waited for was the message reminder on their palms. The two of them checked the reminders one after another. The reminder from Rong-Chi was, "Congratulations on activating the hidden task, achieving the Clear the Field achievement, and obtaining the title of Pest Control Master. To thank you for clearing the invasive alien species, I hereby grant you the title of Ecological Master. The achievement reward is sent to your player panel, please check it." Wei Han read the reminder from him before clicking on her panel. "Congratulations on activating the hidden task, achieving the Release Life achievement, and obtaining the title of Originator of Release Life. To thank you for protecting endangered fish, I hereby grant you the title of Species Protection Expert. To thank you for helping to clear the invasive alien species, I hereby grant you the title of Ecological Expert. The achievement reward is sent to your player panel, please check it." Just as the two of them finished reading the content on the panel, the players who had been paying attention to the sea suddenly said excitedly, "Look! It seems that a large group of fish are swimming over." Chapter 90. Hearing the excited voices of the players, Wei Han and Rong-Chi also temporarily shifted their sights to the sea surface, and found that there was indeed a large group of fish swimming towards this side, but the distance was still far. The players each held a telescope, and were very excited. They kept staring. They had not had time to put away the telescope, they had just used to watch Teacher Xiao Wei and Teacher Xiao Ding playing ball. Now they just used it. Although the distance was still far, the players began to get ready to go fishing, especially the players who usually love fishing in the real world, and their saliva was almost flowing with excitement. Wei Han and Rong-Chi just took a look and put their attention back to the virtual screen in their palms. Through these achievements and titles, they could roughly guess that those insect monsters were indeed invasive alien species, which had dealt a heavy blow to the local fish in this copy. So after they cleared all the monsters and rescued the fish that fell from the sky, they automatically activated this hidden task, and at the same time they activated it, they had also directly completed the task. The two of them checked each other's rewards, making everyone think that this was a signal that they wanted to be alone together. Even Shirley, Zhang Xian and others did not come over, but just waited from a distance. Let's start with Rong-Chi's rewards. Rong-Chi is a little bit excited. Before, in the Beach Kite copy, Wei Han was the only one who got the extra reward. Now he also got some credit. I wonder if he will get a very useful reward. He first clicked on the notification red dot on his task panel, and the reward description popped up. Congratulations. Get a bottle of special props, powerful insecticide. Congratulations. Get the passive special state, fish affinity. Congratulations. Get an entry-level skill upgrade ticket. There are only 3 rewards in total, which look good. There is a description button under each reward. Rong-Chi didn't look at the description for the time being, because Wei Han also opened her reward panel. Congratulations. You got a special item, Faith Wooden Fish. Congratulations. You got the passive special state, Fish Affinity. Congratulations. You got an entry-level skill upgrade ticket. Congratulations. You got a universal portal ticket. Compared with Rong-Chi's, Wei Han's side has an additional ticket reward. The name of this ticket is very imaginative and looks very intimidating. After reading the rewards on both sides, The next step is to check the descriptions one by one to see what these rewards are used for. Rongqi's powerful insecticide can kill everything he thinks of as a bug, and it is a prop that can be used to save his life. Wei Han's faith wooden fish can automatically collect the faith value of Wei Han's fans in her. These faith values can be converted into experience points, mental power, etc. at a certain ratio, which is very suitable for Wei Han's situation. Wei Han already has a fan base, and this wooden fish has just been received, and a lot of faith points have been accumulated. Next is the passive state that both of them have, Fish Affinity and entry-level skill upgrade ticket. Fish Affinity means that the two of them rescued the fish and eliminated the invasive insect monsters, so the fish will be grateful to them. Entry-level skill upgrade ticket can permanently upgrade some basic skills. Finally, there is a universal portal ticket that only Wei Han has. The effect of this universal portal ticket is slightly different from what they imagined. Universal portal ticket. Fill in the address of the destination copy on the ticket, and you can open a portal to this copy. After transferring to the new copy, the original copy mission is invalidated, and the new copy mission is accepted. They also thought that this universal portal ticket meant that this portal could serve as various types of tickets, such as a ticket for a transparent copy portal or a ticket for a transit portal. The effect was different from what they thought, but according to the instructions, this ticket has greater freedom. As long as the player has a clear copy address, he can go directly to the copy he wants to go to. This is a bit like an evolved version of the transit portal, but in terms of use, it is more convenient and flexible than the transit portal, and it is a very good prop. Wei Han was quite satisfied with this harvest. Among these rewards, the passive special state of Fish Affinity was a bit tasteless. The main reason was that Wei Han didn't think that she and Rongqi rescued those strange fish in that way, and these strange fish would be grateful to them. After the two of them looked at the rewards, the large group of fish almost swam to the coast. The players noticed that they seemed to have finished discussing things, so they came over expectantly and asked Wei Han, "Teacher Xiaowei, now that there are fish, should we continue with the previous plan? Or should we try fishing first? These fish must come here to thank you, and Teacher shouting for saving their lives. Then can we easily catch the fish? Will they rush to bite the hook?" Wei Han intuitively thought that these fish would not have tags, but seeing that these players were clearly addicted to fishing, she doubted that even if these were not the target fish of the mission, the players would be obsessed with fishing. "You can try first to see if you can catch any fish," Wei Han suggested. "I also want to know what will happen if so many fish come here." After that, Wei Han also took out the basic fishing rod and basic bait assigned by the system from the panel. Everyone grinned happily when they saw it, and took out their fishing gear, and shouted to each other to find a location. It is now more difficult to find a place to fish on the island, because the bodies of insect monsters are everywhere. They have not yet dealt with these bodies. Fortunately, Wei Han still has a skill to prevent the blood of monsters from flowing, so the scene does not look very bloody, and the ground is still clean. Wei Han also wanted to try fishing. When he saw that there was no place on the island, he froze another piece of sea surface and asked the players to go fishing on the sea surface. Everyone moved to the sea surface with laughter, and the distance to the school of fish was directly shortened. Some players saw the dark school of fish on the sea and said with a smile, "With so many fish, I don't even need to make a nest. If I wasn't forbidden to use my own fishing gear, I would have used a scoop net right now." Some players were heartbroken. "Wait, don't you think the eyes of these fish seem a little unfriendly?" Some people observed for a while, and made a guess. After saying this, everyone carefully observed the eyes of the fish and found that the eyes of these strange fish seemed to be really fierce. These strange fish came in a menacing manner, and they didn't look like they were here to repay their gratitude, but more like they were here to seek revenge. Are they holding a grudge against Teacher Xiaowei and Teacher shouting for saving them so roughly? Someone asked in a low voice. Then are we still fishing? A male player holding a fishing rod was uncertain. Tan Ning handed the task of taking care of the octopus fish to Han Chi next to him, picked up his own fishing rod, put on the bait, and threw it into the water fishing. "I don't believe I will be empty-handed with so many fish. Even if they bite my hook to pieces, even if they don't have a tag, I must fish." Inspired by Tan Ning, the other players also dispersed, separated by some distance, and began to cast their rods. Wei Han did not move for the time being, and Rongqi did not move either. His fishing line had been taken back. Now the octopus fish would follow them without being tied. He saw that Wei Han did not move, so he followed and did not move for the time being. The dense school of fish floating on the water almost made people have intensive phobia. With such a density of fish, even a dog would catch fish with his eyes closed. But these strange fish are not ordinary fish after all. When the players threw the fishing lines down, they actually dodged. After the school of fish dodged the hook, a fish with more flexible fins and feet came out to perform in a planned manner. The player watched the strange fish take the bait off the hook, then looked at the player with a provocative look, swallowed the bait, and stuck out his tongue at the player, showing off as much as he could. The strange fish's action made all the audience and players' fists hard. The audience sprayed the stinky fish in the barrage, and the grumpy players in the copy couldn't help but roll up their sleeves. I can't stand it. I'm going to go into the water and beat it up. The companions next to him pulled him and kept persuading him, calm down. It's fine in the water, but you die if you fall into the water. Other players were angry, but what they were more concerned about now was, there is no tag in the mouth of this fish. Shirley retracted her gaze and frowned. Is it that all the fish have no tags, and some have them, and some don't? Looking at the appearance of this group of fish, it seems quite difficult to catch them. These fish are actually quite spiritual. Jean Xian was also a little speechless after seeing what the strange fish did just now. Considering what Teacher Xiaowei and Teacher Shouting did to them, why do I feel that they came here purely to retaliate against us? Qian Yueqiang analyzed helplessly. Yang Wetong was very dissatisfied with Teacher Xiaowei's thick filter, and said unhappily, that's also saving them, okay? Otherwise, they would have been digested by now without any left. Han Qi and Kai Liming were more concerned that this group of fish might not be tagged fish. It seemed even more infuriating that they were saved and still treated like this by them. Mo Hung and Ming Na were also very annoyed by the behavior of these fish. If Mo Hung hadn't stopped Ming Na, she would have jumped down and fought with the fish for 300 rounds. The provocative behavior of these strange fish surprised Wei Han and Rong Qi. Could it be that other players were so disgusted by the fish because they didn't have the buff of fish affinity? However, they had expected that these fish were not tag fish, and now they were not as surprised as the players when they found that there was no tag in the fish's mouth. Just when Wei Han and Rong Qi decided to try fishing to see the effect of the affinity buff, the octopus fish suddenly jumped out. Now Han Qi was responsible for taking care of it, and he was forced to follow. This fish seemed to come out specifically to stop Wei Han and Rong Qi. Han Qi scratched his head in confusion. This octopus fish suddenly wants to come over, and I don't know what it wants to do. Han Qi just finished explaining, and the octopus fish made a fish sound, a bit crisp wah. Everyone couldn't understand what it said, but after hearing the sound, they all looked at it. Wei Han and Rong Qi were also watching the octopus fish. The octopus fish used all 8 legs to gesture, making wah sounds while gesturing. Sometimes it pointed at the fish school over there, and sometimes it used its feet to make waving and kicking movements, with a firm and decisive look in its eyes. But it was very regrettable that everyone couldn't understand what it meant at all. They only knew that it finally stared at Teacher Xiaowei and Teacher Shouting with a decisive look, as if waiting for a reply from the two. Wei Han didn't really understand the fish's plan, but she decided to nod and give the octopus a thumbs up to show her support. Rong Qi looked at her in surprise. She was so gifted. She could even understand the abstract gestures of the fish. After getting Wei Han's approval, the octopus fish nodded its head, and then swam towards the school of fish without hesitation. After the octopus fish swam over, Rong Qi leaned over to Wei Han's ear and asked in surprise, "You actually understood what the fish was saying?" Wei Han replied very straightforwardly, "No, I don't understand at all." Rong Qi, Sometimes he really admired Wei Han's calmness in communicating seriously even though they were talking at cross purposes. The octopus fish suddenly jumped out, gestured something to Teacher Xiaowei, and then swam towards the school of fish, which made the players present very curious. Everyone was standing there, so they started to speculate. It saw its own kind, so it wanted to follow them? Didn't it just apply to Teacher Xiaowei? It couldn't possibly help us to persuade the group of fish? So, we worked for 12 hours, but in the end, we didn't even catch a single fish? I don't mind these. I only mind that Teacher Xiaowei and Teacher Shouting's kindness was wasted. There was no benefit in saving these fish. And they were so angry about them. What kind of wide-eyed fish are they? The players didn't know that Teacher Xiaowei and Teacher Shouting actually received a hidden reward, and thought that they had worked so hard for so long but got nothing, so they stood up for the two. The audience also had similar dissatisfaction, and this dissatisfaction was not directed at Teacher Xiaowei and Teacher Shouting, but also at these annoying fish. Just the behavior of the fish just now made many viewers want to rush into the screen and beat them up. While everyone was making various guesses, the octopus fish had already approached the school of fish and chatted with a fish in a babble. Then the fish next to it joined in the conversation. The strange fish were communicating, and making various gestures. After a peaceful chat for a while, the octopus fish suddenly kicked a fish in the face, cursing, and scolded the fish, making it nod and slap itself twice. The players stared for a while, and suddenly someone found a blind spot. Hey! Isn't the strange fish nodding and bowing there the one that just took out the bait and swallowed it in front of us? I remember its fins are more flexible. It seems to be true. After being reminded, the others clapped their hands. No wonder they felt that fish was particularly hateful. As soon as they realized this, before they continued to think deeply, they found that the conversations of the fish group became louder and louder. It turned out that more and more fish seemed to start expressing their opinions and quarreling with the octopus. The octopus was fighting with the group of fish, and the crisp sound of wah actually overwhelmed the complicated calls of the fish. Gradually, the different opinions of other fish seemed to be persuaded by it one by one. In the end, the octopus should have conquered the group of fish by mouth. The players could not understand this development at all, and just watched in silence how the scene would play out next. No one knew what happened specifically. They only saw that the fish that ate the bait slowly swam to the empty fishhook, vomited, and spit out the bait that had been eaten for a long time, but had hardly changed, and put it back on the fishhook, pinching it into a very regular shape. Player. That's not necessary. The audience in the live broadcast room also laughed and slapped their desks. This development was really unexpected. Who would have thought that the only tagged fish would come in handy in such a matter? And the strange fish's brain circuit was too strange. Could this be returned to its original owner? Could this fish be using such a simple and direct attitude to prove its apology? Through the behavior of the octopus fish, Wei Han and Rong Qi felt a little bit of the effect of the passive buff of fish affinity. Otherwise, they really didn't think that the octopus fish would be so active in arguing with a group of fish. In fact, Wei Han's original idea was consistent with the guess of some players. She also thought that the octopus fish applied to leave and return to the main group of fish. As a result, she was quite surprised. The octopus fish was quite savvy. After persuading all the strange fish, it also made the strange fish line up to show their mouths. In this way, in the most direct way, players can see at a glance whether there are tags in their mouths, saving the step of being caught. The result is indeed as some players guessed. This group of fish have no tags. They thought that the fish in the sky and the fish were refreshed during the fishing ban period, but now it is confirmed that this guess is wrong. Some players have tried to put the tags directly into the mouths of empty fish, but no points were scored. Since this group of fish has no tags and it looks difficult to catch, the players instantly lost interest in them, and their minds returned to how to find the dark blue tags. In any case, the dungeon task is the most important. Go back to the island? Someone looked at Teacher Xiaowei and asked, "Do you want to continue the previous plan?" The fish school now all gathered in front of Wei Han and Rong Qi. The fish affinity buff has been very effective so far. And this group of fish is led by the octopus fish, and they all obey the octopus fish's orders. It seems that the octopus fish has the highest affinity. Wei Han was also thinking about the previous plan and work, so he nodded and replied, "Well, go back to the island to continue the unfinished work before." After receiving the instructions from Teacher Xiaowei, everyone moved to the island in an orderly manner. Originally, they thought that the group of fish would disperse and disappear after they left, but they didn't expect that after they returned to the island, the fish school also followed them. Some of them didn't estimate their size, and ran aground on the shore. The players had to work hard to get them back to the sea. Less than a minute after returning to the island, Yu Zhou and his companions who had been hiding in the dense forest during the strong winds just came out, and the two sides met. Yu Zhou and his companions looked very embarrassed. Their clothes were tattered, their hair was blown into a mess, their faces were as pale as wax, and there were scratches and bruises everywhere on their bodies. There were even several people who were injured on their legs, and couldn't even walk steadily. This group of people obviously had no spirit of mutual help. Some of the team members were unable to move, and the others ignored them throughout the process, and would not provide any help, so the players with inconvenient legs and feet fell far behind. The people on both sides didn't get along, they just glared at each other, and after a brief encounter, they continued to do their own things. The players on Yu Zhou's side seemed to be indifferent, but when they came all the way, they saw the corpses of insect monsters everywhere, and they were devastated and shocked. What made them upset was why they knew that the two were so strong, but they still wanted to go against them. Why didn't they choose to hug their thighs when they had so many choices? However, Yu Zhou, Hishan, Guicheng and Kang Yi, who never got a chance to choose, didn't have such thoughts. They were more afraid, but at the same time, they were more certain in their hearts that if they secretly copied the homework, they might be able to pass the game directly. This is also the reason why they brought their team members back to this beach. After coming out, they saw that the other party was still active in this area. They glared on the surface, but they were glad in their hearts. Then, the players on Yuzhou's side also found the dense school of fish on the shore, and immediately accelerated their pace excitedly. Brother Yu! There are fish! There are so many! After seeing the dense school of fish on the sea, the players shouted excitedly. Great, there are so many fish, and you are afraid that you can't catch them. So the fish tags will be refreshed every time you go fishing, right? Ha ha ha, how difficult is it to get 60 points with so many fish? While excited, some players also noticed that the players on Teacher Xiaowei's side returned empty-handed, and no one had any fish in their hands. They began to analyze in a confused and low voice. What's going on? Why are the people over there empty-handed? Did they exchange all the fish they caught for points? Or did they catch enough points to pass the game? That doesn't seem likely. According to the mission description, even if the player can get the passing points in advance, they must be able to hold these valid points until the end of the 72-hour game. They don't look like they are holding the points. Then don't we know what holding the points is? What if the players can hold the points as long as they survive? I don't think it's as complicated as you think. The fundamental reason is that these people are too bad and didn't catch any fish. This group of players analyzed for a long time, but they didn't come up with a definite result. In the end, they tended to think that the players in Wei Han's team were too bad at fishing, so they returned empty-handed. Seeing that the players in Wei Han's team started to push the monster corpses and drive the excavator to dig pits again, they now seem to have figured out something. Ha ha ha, I get it. So they're going to bury those monsters? This is really thoughtful service. They even cover the monster's funeral? You can't catch any fish, and you have nothing to do. Are you that bored? Oh my, there are so many fish, but we can't catch any. We are such losers. They shouted loudly, deliberately wanting the people over there to hear them. However, the players in Wei Han's team didn't care about these sarcasms. They either didn't hear them or didn't get angry but just thought it was funny. Instead, the octopus in the water that seemed to understand human language got angry. So the octopus led the fish behind it to swim towards Yuzhou and others. The players in Yuzhou's team were very excited when they saw the fish swimming towards them. The fish are coming! With this density, no matter what fishing method you use, it's easy, and they are all big fish. Start fishing now. I will definitely return with a full load today. They no longer hesitated, immediately put on the bait, cast the line, and imagined the scene of the strange fish vying to bite the hook. But in fact, the fish hook was thrown down, and caught by the fish with its fins. Then, the fish straightened the fish hook, and pulled out the bait, and ate it slowly in front of the players. After eating, they had to drink some sea water to rinse their mouths, and the mouthwash was directly spit on the players on the shore. Some players in Yuzhou's team were splashed with sea water, and some were directly covered with corrosive sea water on their faces. After hurriedly wiping off the water, they were so angry that their faces turned red. They immediately picked up the stones next to them, and smashed them into the water, roaring while smashing. Ah! I'm going to kill them! Damn, what a fish! I want them to die. Die! Bitch! I kill you even if I don't give up my points today. A bunch of stones hit the sea surface, but the fish were very flexible in the water. They could accurately avoid every stone and spit water bullets at the players on the shore. The water bullets spit out by the strange fish also have a certain impact force. Just like an instantaneous water gun, it stops after a spit, stops, and then spit again. None of the players' stones hit any target, but the fish's water bullets hit the target every time. After a while, the players were soaked, and their leather clothes began to turn red due to the corrosiveness of the seawater. The players who already had wounds on their bodies were already covering their wounds and screaming. The movement here finally attracted the attention of Wei Han's team. Seeing that group of strange fish teasing the players on the shore like this, everyone was ashamed. It seemed that the group of strange fish had mercy on them. Seeing that the players of Yuzhou's team were getting more and more angry, their actions were getting more and more crazy, and they were venting their anger by pushing large stones into the sea. Everyone was a little worried. Will the fish be okay? Should we help them? That group of players is too crazy. It's hard to say whether they will do anything crazy. Wei Han had just arranged everyone's tasks. When he heard the players' concerns, he looked at the fish and shook his head, saying, "Don't worry, those fish are quite cunning. That group of people probably can't beat them." Seeing that the players were still frowning, Wei Han added, "If you really need help, I will help. You just need to focus on doing what you should do. Now all they have to do is to dig the pit bigger and deeper, and transport the monster corpses to fill the pit. There are so many monster corpses that it may take several hours for everyone to help. Wei Han began to continue with the previous plan. Everyone was doing their tasks in an orderly manner, which was in sharp contrast to the chaos on Yuzhou's side. The players on Yuzhou's side hadn't even noticed that there were no tags on these fish, and they were just being played by the fish. Nearly half of the monster corpses had been dealt with, and the sand pit had been dug nearly 5 meters deep. What was dug was still sand, but the suction force became stronger. The players just transported the insect monster corpses to the side of the pit, and the monster corpses began to move faintly into the pit. The monster corpses that had just been thrown in would turn into mummies in a moment. In addition to the players on Yuzhou's side, who were concentrating on fighting with the fish, the players on Wei Han's side could clearly feel a very regular vibration coming from the ground. Bang, bang, like a heartbeat. All signs indicate that this island seems to be really coming alive. Wei Han also used his skills to detect again, and the results this time were very shocking. With the heartbeat-like vibrations one after another, the island seemed to be shedding its skin. There were many stones under the sea, and mud and sand were shaken off. Even if you look closely, you will find that some sand and stones are also flowing away on the shore. The skill feedback showed that there were already 70% of creatures on this island, and there were very strong signs of life coming from the inside of the island. The strange fish that were still teasing Yuzhou suddenly raised their dorsal fins, as if they had sensed some signal or danger. They stopped staying and swam over to say a very brief goodbye to Wei Han and the others. Then, they swam away at the speed of light and disappeared in a moment. Wei Han was curious about the performance of these fish and decided to explore the island in depth. As a result, the next moment, a picture of a pair of giant blue eyes suddenly appeared in his mind.